HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are live in West Palm Beach for Astros Spring Training 2025. 2 years after being here in the aftermath of a World Series championship, Seth, we are here with an Astros team that feels a whole lot different, but this is going to be an exciting week here, man.
You know what? It really hit me yesterday as you guys got here like 8 hours before I did. I was very jealous. I was stuck in a long layover.
I feel like this is a thing, though, now, because you showed up a little later at the Super Bowl, too. I feel like you get to make a grand entrance when you come to these
I get
things.
to make a grand entrance.
You get an ovation when you walk in.
I do, yeah, nice. And you guys are all kind of like, oh, finally, it's a trip.
In a good way.
Yeah, and I can trust you guys that you're not going to screw me with the worst living quarters. So that's always – I got the best living quarters, I think.
Yeah,
you
did good.
King-size bed. So we're in West Palm Beach, and that's what hit me, though, is the prospect of all these young guys and actually caring about the young guys much more than I have in forever, really, since the days of trying to talk myself into the future. You remember back when they were racking up AAA championships back in 2013 and 2014?
I do, yeah.
I guess. I don't know. They're going to keep Springer down in the minors until he's 48. So I'm excited in a way that I haven't been in a long time, but also a little bit nervous because you're going to have to potentially rely on some of these these DeZenzos, these Bryce Matthews, these guys that haven't actually shown that they can hit major league pitching.
Cam Smith?
Yeah. Cam Smith I'm extremely excited about. And then John Singleton. You always hear, this guy's in the best shape of his life. And, Bregman for a couple years would say he gained 25 pounds or lost 25 pounds.
Right.
And you're like, this is lying fraud. I hope he goes off to Boston. I'm sick of him.
Sure enough.
John Singleton shows up, and my God, he is built. He lost 25 pounds, and it looks like he lost 25 pounds.
Dude, it looked like you went to Gemini or ChatGPT and like, what would John Singleton look like? ChatGPT, show me John Singleton if he got on Pilates and a big time weight training program, and show me John Singleton if he stopped eating carbs and bench press 400 pounds.
He looks really good. He said he's been working out 3 to 4 hours per day in the off season. The only thing I always worry about when guys cut out carbs and that's how they got lean, because usually what happens as an athlete is it feels great in your off season when everything's normal and stable. You can get by on very few carbs or lower carbs, but then you start to get tested as your body gets worn down, and you got to tweak it a little bit. But the dietitians and everything for the Astros, I'm sure, will handle that fine.
I wonder with John Singleton if it's one of those things like, I mean, he's in his 30s now, you know what I mean? And he's been beyond and back when it comes to his career. Like he has seen the seventh circle of baseball hell,
right.
You know what I mean, and come back. And I always wonder with something like that, like you got to be very forward-looking, you know what I mean? Like if I'm John Singleton, there would be a big part of me, just me as an outsider looking in, I'm like, man, I wish he did this like 8 years ago, 10 years ago.
Right.
What kind of turn would his better late than never?
Right.
Don't get me wrong, but like what kind of turn would his career have taken if the light went on back in 2015 instead of 2025?
But you can't think about that. You just got to move forward, Sean.
He can't.
No. And look, they got a Gold Glover at first base now. He's going to be able to just focus on being a pinch hitter, a lefty pinch hitter. And last year was the first year he spent an entire season in Major League Baseball at the age of 32.
Yeah.
So with him looking the way he does, I'm allowing myself to get excited about a different version of John Singleton.
For sure. I like John Singleton. Yeah. There's nothing not to like. But, yeah, he's come back in amazing shape. Okay, so we get the little Nolan Arenado sauce this week. Possibly.
So the Nolan Arenado, and I had to be reminded of just how sweet the deal was that the Astros were going to get if Arenado hadn't invoked his no trade clause earlier. So the Astros pretty much had a deal to get Arenado in which they would be paying $15 to $20 million of his salary.
Through what it would have wound up for the Astros would have been 3 years, $45 million for Nolan Arenado.
Yeah, because
that's better than 3 years, $120 million that the Red Sox are paying Bregman. I don't need a calculator.
So the Rockies are already paying $10 million of his salary.
Yep.
Then the Cardinals would say, "Hey, we'll take another
chip some in
15 or 20 million off," and you'd end up having a really nice deal with 3 years of him at that price. And I don't know, when Arenado invoked the no trade the first time around, that was before the Astros had made the deal official.
It was right after the Kyle Tucker trade.
It was right after. Okay.
And so there was concern that he would be approving a trade to a rebuilding team.
Yeah. Now they've made some moves since then that maybe feels a little bit differently.
Well, signing Walker's a big one.
Yeah.
If you're spending $60 million on Christian Walker, that kind of sends a message that you're still trying to compete.
That we're not hitting the reset button.
That's right.
Here.
That's right. So maybe we get that this week. Chandler Rome of The Athletic, the article he had on it was not nearly as positive that this could happen as maybe the initial reports were, that the trade talks have been that the Astros have re-engaged with the Cardinals. It doesn't matter how much they re-engage with the Cardinals. It's all on Arenado.
Yeah.
He's got all the power in this situation. So multiple sources, according to Chandler Rome, said that no deal is gaining traction, nor has Arenado's thought process changed for now about approving a trade to the Astros. The thing may be, though, the Cardinals are a rebuilding team. He doesn't want to be there, I don't think.
He might have been holding out for something better, but it's this might be the best thing.
If you want to compete.
Right.
Yeah.
If the Dodgers or the Yankees or somebody isn't actually going after him, then okay, can you slum it with us for a little bit, Arenado?
Yeah, 3 years, man.
It's the Houston freaking Astros.
Absolutely.
I hope he didn't get wind of me calling him Areola all these years. I'd feel awful if that was the actual.
I was wondering in the rundown if that was an autocorrect or Areola.
Well, it does now autocorrect because it knows that's what I want to type. That was it used to try to spell check my Arenado, and then it realized no, he's trying to spell Areola.
Trying to type Areola.
Yeah.
That's funny. So we'll see what happens with that. I would be curious what exactly the Astros would be giving up in that deal. This is the opposite of the Tucker deal. This is Tucker deal. You're sending a guy out, or you're sending the big piece out, and you're getting smaller pieces or future pieces, I guess, in terms of Cam Smith back in return. This would be a deal where you're getting the most noteworthy piece in the deal. I wonder what level the assets are that would need to go out to get Arenado here. I don't think it would be tippy-top prospects, but who knows? Who knows? We'll see. So we will hopefully be at a game today. For those who haven't been checking the weather down here, it's a little rainy down here today.
I'm hoping steady little drizzle.
I'm hoping Mother Nature lets up on this whole thing.
I went to take a walk to Chick-fil-A early this morning. Google Maps told me they opened up at 6, and it turns out they opened up at 6:30.
Yeah, we're on Eastern time for those. Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry, everybody. I wasn't actually in the future at the time. So it was, but mostly I did it. I wanted to get my exercise, but also I wanted to be sure I did my business in a different facility than this one, since we all share a bathroom. I wanted.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I walked in the rain for you, Sean.
You did?
Yeah.
You went somewhere else to go do your business.
It was a long day of travel, and my everything was everything was a little different than usual. I don't want to get too graphic, but I'm like, this might be epic. I got to get the hell out of here.
I know where you're going with it.
So I walked in the rain. I'm like, no, I can't do it. Can't do it at the Airbnb.
That's a sacrifice,
I can't let the guys down.
Hey, we're not doing roommate rankings again at this one. There's only 4 of us, all right?
Well, I will be in my head.
You are. Yeah. You are in first place right now.
And then the other thing that does, when we come to spring training, our boss, Parker Hillis, not Peyton Hillis, but Parker Hillis,
right.
He's also our sound engineer. And he is. It's kind of like when you're in high school and the assistant principal comes in to observe the class, and you can tell that your teacher's a little bit nervous.
You got to have a good show.
That's how I am. I'm a little bit nervous. I don't want him to see how much I jack around while I'm doing a show. Well, he's going to figure it out at some point.
Yeah, I know.
That's not paying attention at all.
Don't worry about it. Then just don't worry.
I always suspected, but my God.
Oh, my God. That's funny. I got my $297 check today, by the way. It's a big – this week is off to a great start.
From your Texas unclaimed property division?
Property, my 4 unclaimed accounts that I had $297. It's real, people. For those who listened to us talk about this last week, There's a check waiting for me at home. Well, for now it's waiting for me at home.
Yeah.
Amy probably does a pretty good signature of mine on the back of the check or whatever. But, yeah, man, it's real. I got $297.10 waiting for me at home. This is going to be the greatest week ever.
Yeah.
Astros spring training and an extra $3 waiting for me at home.
Yeah, people at home, just Google Texas unclaimed property. And be sure you go to one of the .gov sites. Don't go to there's always these little leechy sites that act like we'll do it for you and charge you 40%. Yeah.
Fakies, yeah.
And you've got old refunds or rebates and stuff that's just sitting out there, floating out there.
Yeah, man.
Sean had all these brokerage accounts back from when he used to try to, play a little 3-cup Monte
little
game.
Arbitrage.
Hide it from the
They
government.
were.
It's hard to keep it all straight.
Two of them were life insurance policies. I'm like, there's something about this. It just feels, like. I
was worried, like you didn't. It was like a term life insurance.
It was like whole life where it accrues cash value or whatever, and I guess I still had a little bit left over. Trust me, I emptied all my cash coffers to get into the radio business, so there was still 177 left over somewhere.
So my one little treasure hunt after my dad died. And his last practical joke he played on the world was making me the executor. I think he did it he knows how. Of all my siblings, he had a lot of kids. I'm by far the least organized. And but anyway, I had to go searching for old life insurance policies. At which point I realized, wow, Dad. Never thought about buying life insurance?
He never did?
No, he did. He had a couple, but they were
Practical
they were
joke on you or on everybody else?
Practical joke on the world.
Yeah, on everybody.
He was kind of a practical joke on the world
funny.
type of guy.
That's funny. All right, so we're off and running. We are live in West Palm Beach. Top of the hour, Seth's got his, I like this. This will be a good way to frame spring training. 3 things ramped up about, 3 things intrigued by, and then 3 things depressed by. This will be an all-encompassing Astros spring training preview that we'll get to at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. We got headlines coming up a little bit later on this hour. Combine is this week as well. We got to get into that. We'll do that. In fact, we'll do that next. Who are we watching closest at the Combine? And both names and position groups in Indianapolis. This is an important offseason for the Texans. The shopping begins in Indy this week. Live from West Palm Beach, and big thanks again to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors for sending us here. We're gonna have an immersive experience for you guys all week long, weather permitting today. But we got you covered all week long here, live at spring training on Sports Radio 610. Stay there.
Underdog is one.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Exclusive Furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors. We're still on the YouTube and the Twitch. Hello, everybody. How we doing?
It's real. This is a really nice house. Our boss Parker he's put a lot of pressure on
He's
himself.
outdone himself.
He's really good at finding good Airbnbs because it's not like we're in a mansion or anything. It's just a really nice house that's the perfect size for us. But it's on the water and it's on a lake, on a string of lakes here, Sean.
Yep.
I could take that paddleboard all over this land.
You do that,
and then
I'll let you go battle the alligators on the warning sign out there.
We've got a pool, and we've got an awesome living room and everything. This is really nice.
It is.
It's going to be a fun week.
And we have 4 man cave seats right there, recliners with the drink holders and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm not moving.
We might have to call up all of our acquaintances in South Florida and have them all over. I get my accountants down here, a couple of my friends from high school.
Oh, yeah, let's invite some accountants over. That'd be badass.
Your drug dealer operates out of here.
Oh, for
we
sure.
can bring him for sure.
Yeah.
And we'll have a good old time.
Yeah.
As I was flying in last night looking out over some of those container ships, I just wondered, I was like, man, how many illicit things are being smuggled into
No kidding.
Right there. I'm looking at one of those container ships. There's one of those containers probably has a couple of illegal vehicle imports.
It's beautiful.
And we got another one we've got a bunch of seat cushions that have keys of Coke jammed into them.
Do you see Spo just left? Spo just walked out the door, man. He's on his way to go get audio over at the stadium.
The clubhouse.
Yeah, man.
At the Cacti Park.
Ho, it's off to work, Spo, go.
So today, if there is a game, we'll be over there.
Yes.
If there's not a game, we'll be swimming in the pool in the rain.
We had a lot of people want us to follow through on the old-timey scout kind of narrative we were creating last Friday. So I got to get on Amazon today and order some gear.
You already brought one thing.
I brought binoculars with me.
You could use those anyway, obviously.
Yeah,
you got to check out John Singleton.
Yeah,
I'm going to be Googling him.
Dude,
I hope he doesn't see me looking at him.
The body takes are going to be awesome at this spring training for sure with Singleton.
There's a list of cliches that The Athletic did about spring training.
Okay.
That we can go over later.
Okay.
I don't think I added it to the list.
Okay,
but
save it.
I was going through and thinking about, showing up in it's the best shape of my life. I feel like with Singleton, it's not a cliche with him. He definitely
doesn't look like
he's been transformed.
Yeah, man, he looks good.
And usually when guys make a big body type transformation, I'm skeptical if they've already been playing well. Mm-hmm. With Singleton, obviously there's room for growth.
Yes.
And that growth might come by shrinking. By actually getting smaller.
Well, we had somebody say on the text page, are you able to check his eyes?
Yeah, I know.
Because just because he's really big doesn't mean that he's going to be able to hit the ball when he swings.
Though, but with maybe a little bit more fluidity in his upper body and everything. And it sounds like he gained power despite losing weight. He said he's the strongest he's ever been in the weight room.
And baseball is such a mental, psychological thing. He's clearly you don't get to be looking the way he does without getting into a better headspace.
Well, if you can get around on the ball a little bit quicker, then you can be a little bit more patient at the plate, and maybe that'll be it'll be the thing that clicks for him.
We're all rooting for him, man.
Yeah.
We're all rooting for him. So speaking of body types, Combine is this week as well. We will keep talking football, too, even while we're here at Astros spring training. They don't start with the drills until, I think, Thursday this week. Everybody's arriving today.
They do all their battery of tests and interviews.
The tests,
you've
you've been there before. I have not. So when you get there, the first 3 days is all just poking and prodding and talking to teams and things like that.
It used to be more compressed, and you had to do it all, I think, just in 2 days. Maybe it was
however
many days it was. Maybe it was 3 days. But
the old linemen are doing their drills on Sunday.
Yeah.
7 days from now.
They spread it out a lot more now, so it's not so grueling for people.
Yeah. Here's my biggest fear for you, especially after reading Bruce Feldman's 40 Freaks article that he had on The Athletic. He has 40 Combine freaks that he's looking forward to watching, many of whom are on the list, or on our Texans wish list, including Kenneth Grant, who's 8th on the list of his biggest freaks.
I don't think Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle from Michigan, he's been mocked to the Texans a few times. I'm getting to the point where I'll be surprised if he's there at 25, just because he played really well this year, and he's also probably going to test really, really well. These mile per hour measurements don't do anything for me. I don't know. I know over 20 is really good for the skill positions, but They did mention that at 340 to 360 pounds, however much he is, he ran a sub 540. Oh, he ran a sub 540 when he first got to Michigan, and that was when he weighed 360. He's lost a little bit of weight over the years, so he showed that discipline. But he
ran that at 360?
Yeah, at 360.
What the hell?
So, and at some of the reports I see about him, I feel like they're a combination of how he played 2 years ago and then in 2024, because he really grew as a player. He was more technically sound this past year, and he's just too much of a freak. I don't think he's going to be there at 25.
Yeah. Like this will be a week where people fall in love with him, probably. Yeah.
The other good thing, though, too, that gets intriguing, because this is the kind of stuff you get excited about if the Texans draft one of these guys, is that a whole bunch of the offensive linemen that have been mocked to the Texans are also on this freaks list of guys who are going to test really well. So they have upside. Membu, Donovan Jackson. Yeah. The one intriguing one is Charles Grant, the offensive tackle out of William and Mary, who I think could probably play guard as well. But he's super, super athletic. But he goes to a school like William and Mary. And we know that Nick Caserio
is allergic to FCS guys.
He claims it's just random chance that he doesn't draft any small school guys. But, man, I don't know. He's been here 4 years now, and he hasn't had any small school guys.
He hasn't. No, and this guy, I'm looking at the paragraph on this Grant guy. He's a former wrestler, too.
Yeah.
I like former wrestlers down in the trenches.
Yeah. Well, that
hand-to-hand combat.
The Patriots had an offensive lineman. I'm blanking on who it was. Who's a college wrestler and was really good for a long time.
Yeah.
So for the interior offensive lineman especially, he's a tackle, but I could see them moving him inside.
Yeah, for sure. I think the three position groups, 3 or 4 that the Texan fans are going to be looking at. Wide receiver, they work out on Saturday. The offensive linemen are on Sunday. The running back, I'm kind of keeping an eye on the running backs. I'd like to see the Texans dip into this running back pool. I think it was on our show. No, it was on Texans All Access when John Harris said this is the best running back crop he's seen in a long, long time.
Yeah, which is
they work out on Saturday. Saturday's a big day. That's quarterbacks, receivers, and running backs.
That's when the league starts looking at it, and they all think, though, like, oh, well, there's so many running backs. Why? There's some poor kid that made it getting taken in the first round that this year is going to get taken in the second round because people are like,
everybody's waiting.
Yeah, and we still don't. Yeah. Even though last year running backs kind of made a resurgence, we really don't respect them all that much.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll stick around until the second or third round.
Yeah.
So they might end up getting. I still feel like most people want to go all in on either wide receiver, offensive line, or defensive tackle in the first 2 rounds.
I agree.
I think
and I'm one of them.
Yeah. Like you might be disappointed if they use their second round pick on a running back.
Any two of those 3 positions with the first 2 picks.
Yeah, or tight end too in the second round.
Tight end maybe. Yep, tight end. I have not seen Tyler Warren from Penn State mocked to anybody except the Indianapolis Colts at 14. Every mock draft, Tyler Warren, 14, Indianapolis Colts.
I hope they get him, and then I hope he sucks.
I do too.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping.
I really like Tyler Warren, and
obviously
if he goes to the Colts, I hope he's just awful.
Not if he's a Colt.
Who was that stupid white boy they drafted at tight end a few years ago, and then he went to New Orleans after that, and I hated that howdy-doody looking piece of crap.
It would be. I'm usually pretty good at this guessing game.
Text in to the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line 713-572-4610.
Hit us up, man. Hit us up.
Who's that white guy I hated?
Shador.
Not that white guy. This specific white guy.
They're all going to text Trevor Penning because they know that you hate him.
Listeners, I'm white. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Don't be getting all up in your arms about it.
Someone's asking on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, why are all the lights on in the house? Because it's daytime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't, because we didn't want to, it looks kind of gloomy if we're just sitting here in a dungeon.
That's right, man. That's right. Someone said they're right. Y'all left the dishwasher open, someone said.
Well, we wanted them to know that it's, this is a working kitchen. This isn't just for show.
Yeah, this is where we boss Parker around like he's an intern. Go close the dishwasher, Parker. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. And turn the lights off.
I was when I walked in last night and you guys had already been here a few hours, I was like, what am I going to be walking into? There's going to be a crazy party?
Nope.
Are they going to be doing shots or anything? Nope. No, it's you guys watching basketball.
Three guys with our legs kicked up on these kick-ass recliners, watching some OJ thing on Court TV.
Is this going to be? This won't be quite the same atmosphere as when we had pretty much the entire company in New Orleans. This is a small group of. This is basically like the Delta Force.
This is small.
We come in quietly.
This is a small group that skews more towards homebodies, I think, too.
Yeah, but we're going to have to do something. We might have to manufacture up some drama or some just some crazy practical jokes. I watch the
Especially
kids on the YouTube.
Games.
Yeah, I watch the Paul brothers. What we have to have is you walking out in the morning and there's an alligator in front of your door or something.
Dude.
And that's how you get clicks, Sean.
I'm a little nervous about that. I'm a little nervous.
About the alligators?
Yes.
Last year you were scared of coconuts.
Yeah.
Or 2 years ago you were scared of coconuts.
Yeah.
Falling coconuts.
First thing I checked when we got here, I looked up in the palm trees. I'm like, no coconuts.
And this year
Good
you're
job,
worried
Parker.
about alligators.
Yeah.
They're not. You really only have to worry about an alligator if you're a toddler or a small dog.
Really?
Yeah. They're not going to.
Just lose a limb?
These aren't the crocodiles of the Nile. Yeah, unless you're like, they're not going to go after you.
Okay.
You're good.
All right.
I remember I used to, when I had friends in Orlando when I lived in Jacksonville that had a boat, and you come down and you go water skiing on those lakes, and they sometimes you're going close to the shore where it's all reeds and marsh and everything, and those guys, it didn't bother them a bit. I was terrified. I did not want to fall on top of an alligator.
I've gotten more and more scared of water over time.
Yeah.
Just like not swimming pools. I'm talking about like wild water, like nature's water. Jameis had me convinced when he was talking about Mike Evans living. When you grow up near water, you're a little different. You know, that's everything going on in that little pond or lake out there, man. Anything underneath that surface of water, that's their world down there, man.
The snakes scare me more than anything. I'm not worried about alligators. I feel like I could wrestle an alligator. Just the snakes
are a little
I can't,
tougher to get their arms around.
You don't get any time to wrestle them.
No.
They got their fangs in you, and then if they get their fangs in you, you still got to touch the snake. Mm-hmm. I don't want to touch. I'm not even scared of dying. I just don't want to touch the snake. I hate snakes.
Kobe Fleener.
Oh yeah, Kobe Fleener.
Is that the white person you were talking about?
Oh, I hated him. Yeah.
He was Luck's tight end at Stanford also.
That's right.
So
That's right. It was.
They went shopping at the
Kobe Fleener.
They went shopping at the white tight end Stanford store. We shop at that store, Dalton Schultz.
Well, that's right. If I could have had a Kobe Fleener is like Dalton Schultz, but
it's not bad.
Yeah,
that's not bad. Apparently, Shedeur Sanders is not working out at the combine. He is going to do all the interviews, and it sounds like to me he's very cognizant that he probably needs to impress some people with these interviews. That there's a lot of chatter about Shedeur. Not where Shedeur's head's at. He's a competitor, obviously, but he operates a little differently than your garden variety college quarterback.
And then Shiloh Sanders, who wasn't invited to the combine, he's not nearly the prospect that Shedeur Sanders is. He's hiring a company to give him to set official times.
He is?
I guess. And I was reading the article and I didn't quite get it because you guys have pro days. I don't know I don't understand why you need to put it out there that you've got an official time.
This is where the rubber meets the road on Shiloh feeling left out of this whole thing.
Yeah.
Because it's been so much about Coach Prime and Shedeur the whole time at Colorado, and Shiloh's been kind of just like lurking in the background. And now
he'd be like if there was a fourth Ball brother.
Right. Like the NFL's like, no, you were in the background for a reason, Shiloh.
Yeah.
You're not coming to Indianapolis.
He should start a web series with Cooper Manning.
Yes.
The
third brother or whatever it is. Yeah.
Maybe Shiloh ends up. You know what though? I could see maybe Shiloh, because he doesn't have everything heaped upon him, maybe he ends up having a longer NFL career than his brother.
Maybe.
We had the question. I asked this question a while back of, who would you want the Titans to draft? Like, who would you prefer that they draft or acquire? Sam Darnold, Cam Ward, or Shedeur Sanders?
Did we put that to a poll?
We didn't put it to a poll. And the answers I got were pretty split. I did it on a YouTube community
I definitely
post.
want one of the two rookies. Not because I'm scared of Sam Darnold. It's just that's more intriguing. It's more interesting to me.
And there's also more of a chance that whoever they draft by the rookie just doesn't work out as a pro at all.
Yeah.
I'm not even throwing shade at Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders.
There's
a good chance. Whereas Sam Darnold might be an actual headache for a few years, even if if he is what he is, that he can play good, credible football like he did last year, but you can't count him on the crunch.
Yeah.
That's still a pain in the butt in your division.
Yeah.
So I think I at least want to see Sam Darnold. And it's not like Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders are such awesome prospects that they scare me that they're going to be a cornerstone forever. I would much rather see him draft somebody.
I would say Shedeur first because he's the one that I would really want to see get humbled a little bit.
Yeah.
And then Cam Ward and then Sam Darnold. And yet, the more and more mock drafts that come out, and we'll do a mock draft injection in about an hour, the more of them that come out, the more it's like Abdul Carter with the first overall. Like a lot of these mock drafts don't have either of these guys getting picked till like the third or fourth pick.
Yeah.
Which is just weird to me because the Tennessee needs a quarterback and Cleveland needs a quarterback. So they're good enough to get drafted by the Giants at 3, but not good enough to get – like, are these prospects – like, are Abdul Carter and Mason Graham good enough to –
We were talking about this. You get the Final Four this year of the quarterbacks that were. I think that only one of them was a high draft pick. That you can find quarterbacks all over the place these days, and especially in a year where there aren't really highly regarded ones. We've seen the vast majority of times, that ends up being a wasted number 1 overall pick.
Yes.
And then in a year where you could have gotten an edge rusher or something like that, why did you force it and try to get one of these quarterbacks? You might as well go for a Sam Darnold or somebody else and wait until a better opportunity comes along.
All right, so we got spring training going on. We got combine going on. We got a lot of stuff to get to on the show. Top of the hour, we'll do a deep dive on this spring training and things we're looking for, things we're excited about, intrigued about, maybe a little depressed about with the Astros. We'll do that at the top of the hour. Headlines up next. We'll get you set up for today's hopeful game, fingers crossed, between the Astros and the Marlins. Texans announced their coaching staff on Friday, and I thought there's some interesting wrinkles in there, too. For a staff with very little turnover, some interesting wrinkles there. Rough weekend for the Rockets, at least Saturday was. We'll get into all of that in headlines coming up next. But first, men's
and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with headlines. We are live in West Palm Beach for Astros spring training all week long here on Sports Radio 610. We're at our Airbnb doing the show. You can watch us on YouTube and Twitch just like normal. And we are getting ready to hopefully go see some baseball. What would be a 12:05 first pitch Houston time for the Astros and the Marlins, and this game would feature Ronel Blanco, who finished last season with really good stats, 13-6, 2.8 ERA, had about a strikeout per inning, decent whip, walks hits per innings pitch. Like, he was very, very solid, and yet it feels like the more recent impression of Ronel Blanco, like, he was amazing in the first half. He should have been an all-star.
Well, he should have, right.
In midway through the season, and then he went through a rough patch for a while. Then he seemed to kind of straighten some things out down the stretch. He figured a few things out.
A lot of it was that, all the advanced stats showed that he was probably pretty lucky, or there was a certain amount of luck heading into the All-Star game, and then he kind of settled back into what he should be. But he's also pitching way more innings than he ever has before, and that's the big test for a guy that's still kind of going through that transition of full-time starting pitcher. I'm optimistic about him. I've seen him on a lot of lists of guys that will regress this year. I think from afar, that makes sense because of the way last year played out. He was struggling after the All-Star break, but kind of stabilized.
Yeah.
But I think he's pitching 3 times as many innings as he's ever pitched before in a major league season. So I'm excited to watch him. I'm glad that it's only about 75 degrees out there today.
It's nice out there. Yeah,
overcast.
I mean, he'll sweat, but not like just a dripping faucet.
That was one of the things he said last year when he started to stabilize, was that he stopped working out as hard away in the mornings as he had been. And, for a guy that sweats as much as he does, I can tell you from experience, Sean.
You're a sweater.
Yeah, and it wears on you, man. You sweat all that, and then you go out and sweat for 2.5 hours in a baseball game.
No, he changes jerseys multiple times in the game. Remember,
he needs some electrolytes.
Remember last year he opened the season with a no-hitter against Toronto. I think the Astros were 0-4 at that point. They got swept by the Yankees to open the season last year.
It was April 1st, if I remember properly.
Was it?
It was very early.
Yeah. So it was, and the headline for that would have felt like an April Fool's joke. Ronel Blanco, no-hitter. But he did, and it turned out to be, that was not phony. He was very, very good for the Astros.
And then the big topic that everybody's growing more and more intrigued by is that it looks like Jose Altuve in left field is a very real thing.
Yes.
It's where he's been spending the vast majority of his time in spring training, and the team isn't committed about it, but it makes sense that that's what they're doing.
Well, the pursuit of Nolan Arenado would seem to be, which they're open about, like the pursuit of Nolan Arenado would seem to indicate that Altuve's future is in left field with this team, because if they get Arenado, Paredes goes over to second base.
So we will possibly see that. They had said at the end of last week, they said it won't be this week, but they're saying that at the end of the weeks. I don't know if they mean like the actual the calendar week or the next 7 days. We might see him on Wednesday or Thursday or Friday.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. It's interesting. The Astros. We'll dig deeper into this at the top of the hour. It almost feels like they're taking an approach with the re-pursuit of Bregman, the re-pursuit of Nolan Arenado. We had heard others they were looking at maybe getting Jorge Polanco to play second base and move Altuve. It almost feels like, Seth, they're doing a version of an NFL team just trying to get its 5 best offensive linemen out there. They're just trying to get their 9 best hitters or at least their 6 or 7 best hitters into the lineup in any way, shape, or form they can do it.
Yeah.
And if there need to be some sacrifices made defensively, because Paredes is not viewed as a guy who is a real good prospect to play second base for this team. He's a third baseman or first baseman by trade, or even an outfielder before second base. It feels like there is a real conscious effort to avoid having spots 7, 8, and 9 in the lineup just be dead spots, which they feel kind of like right now.
And Cam Smith, who knows what happens with him this year? He played at every level of the minors last year for the Cubs and looked very good. And we know that Dana Brown is not hesitant to pull guys up into the majors. So that's a that's a wide open and clean slate. The DeZenzo moving to the outfield potentially. Bryce Matthews getting work at second base. Those younger guys are really intriguing, and especially on this team where there's more opportunity than there's ever been.
This compared to the spring training you and I were at 2 years ago, this is a way more intriguing young guy, like young player, young prospect camp, because some of these guys might see the field this year. You know, that was a very veteran team that we went and covered 2 years ago. They just won the World Series. We were there to watch Abreu 2 years ago, Jose Abreu 2 years ago.
The crazy thing about this is that you lose Bregman. Oh, Sean. Well, we'll talk about this aspect, the thing that made me miss Bregman. But you lose Bregman.
Him going
Bregman leaves.
3 for 4 yesterday?
Well, there was that, too.
For the home run?
His notoriously slow starts don't start until the regular season.
No,
Okay, Sean?
You're right.
Yeah, stop trying to. So the infield, other than once every 5 days when clearly Lance McCullers will be starting, the infield is bereft of anybody from 2017 now. If Altuve is playing left field,
yeah, that's true.
This will be the first time where none of those guys, and I'm obviously joking somewhat about Lance McCullers' durability, but all of the non-pitchers are gone from the infield now.
It is, man, and yet here they sit still. They're probably the favorites to win the division, if not right there. I think, it's going to be fun, man. We'll see. Hopefully a game today. The weather's a little sideways outside, but hopefully we got some game stuff to come back and report with you guys. Be following us on all of our social media platforms for Sports Radio 610, Twitter, Instagram, etc. all week long. We'll have you guys immersed. We'll be popping stuff on there during the games while we're out there and whatnot. Meanwhile, the Texans announced their coaching staff on Friday, I believe, Friday or Saturday. And the optics of this are interesting, Seth, that ultimately, for a team that had one side of the ball that massively underperformed, right?
Yeah.
Compared to what we expected. That's why Bobby Slowick got fired. At the end of the day, the only two people that change off of this staff are Bobby Slowick, who is now replaced by Nick Caley, and Chris Strouser, who's replaced by an internal promotion in Cole Popovich. And we can say what we want about that. They brought another John Carroll guy in and Jerry Shaplinski as a senior offensive assistant. And there's ties with the Patriots with certain things and whatnot. The optics to me are, wow, when you see that none of the other offensive coaches have changed. Same tight ends coach, same quarterbacks coach, same running back, same wide receivers coach, same Bill Lazor still on the staff as a senior offensive assistant. It sure does. The optics are they are putting – all of the failures on the front porch of Bobby Slowick and Chris Strouser.
And I know some people are skeptical of this. And I listening to Ron, was it just Ron and Tyler on Friday? Was Clint not in there?
Luke Morrow was in with them too.
Oh, it was Luke Morrow. Okay, gotcha. Ron was really kind of raising an eyebrow about okay, apparently it was all Bobby Slowick. I would say from personal experience, I've been in a situation the year before the Texans started in 2001. I was with the Jaguars. Dom Capers had been our defensive coordinator the year before and had done a pretty damn good job of it. The 2 years prior to that especially, we were one of the better defenses in the league. But we lost Dom Capers. They kept all the same staff except they brought in Gary Moeller, the former Michigan coach, as a defensive coordinator, and it was bad. He was not an NFL defensive coordinator. Great guy, awesome guy. I loved his speeches, but he just flat out didn't know what he was doing. He'd only been in the NFL for a couple years since he had a little bit of an incident at Michigan, and it was really, really bad to the point where the assistant coaches, like my D-line coach, John Pease, a longtime NFL guy and super smart, you could see John Pease, the assistant coach, just gritting his teeth in meetings. And he was trying real hard to not be a bad employee, but Moeller was screwing stuff up bad. And I wonder if it was like that in the offensive meeting rooms last year. It potentially could have been that bad that you wonder, how do you make the assistant defensive line coach or offensive line coach the head offensive line coach? There's times where the coordinator is doing such a bad job and there's nothing the assistants can do about it. They're trying to coach guys up to do things that don't make sense, and that it's hard to have the right technique when you're being asked to do something that doesn't make sense. It might have been that ugly with Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, I mean, that's at least, again, that's what the optics look like with them. They kept everybody except those two guys in the end with a brand new offensive coordinator. When one of the positions is one where that guy theoretically, I'm guessing if Nick Caley were coming here, he has some say-so, and who's working for him chose to keep all those guys.
That was the time I realized that no matter how smart people are, they're very susceptible to pep talks. Because Gary Moeller could give a hell of a pep talk, especially about physicality. And I think that's scratched an itch for Tom Coughlin, and Tom kind of lost himself and hired a guy based on a pep talk.
I got the Michigan job at one point. You know what I mean? Like,
but he was good at Michigan. Yeah,
right. But he's a good salesperson, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? Like it's ADs, athletic directors. They can be easily swayed too with a good pep talk.
Tried to give the officer a pep talk when he got pulled over for the DUI. He was driving like 15 in a 45.
Didn't work. He needed better material. All right, Rockets over the weekend win on Friday against Minnesota. That was fun. Jalen Green out-dueling Anthony Edwards in the fourth quarter in a win over the Timbies. Saturday, not as much fun. A brutal loss to the Utah Jazz. A bad Jazz basketball team outscores the Rockets 37-25 in the fourth quarter of that game. Depleted Rockets. No Fred VanVleet, no Tari Eason, no Steven Adams, no Jayshawn Tate. So not exactly a skeleton crew, but they were missing some key pieces, VanVleet and Eason to be specific. All right, those are your headlines. All right, let's get you guys ready for spring training. We are here at West Palm Beach. We're going to be out at the ballpark today, weather permitting. 3 things that Seth is amped up about, 3 things he is intrigued by, 3 things that depress him about the Astros. I'm excited for this. So we'll do that. We'll go through those. Let's compare notes to yours as well. Text in 713-572-4610. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Meanwhile, I want to tell you about Academy, who's one of our awesome sponsors bringing us here to West Palm Beach.
offseason. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and exclusive furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do this. We are here in West Palm Beach. We're excited to be here. Academy Sports and Outdoors, exclusive furniture, getting us here. We thank them for that. It's been a good month, man. First New Orleans at the beginning of the month, West Palm Beach the end of the month. This is fun.
Where are we going next month?
Yeah, where are we going?
The
Parker,
draft?
where are we going next month? Where are we going,
Do we
Dad?
get to go to Indianapolis?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I hope not.
No. Draft is in
Airborne syphilis. That's what they've got going on up there now.
Green Bay this year, right? The draft?
Oh, that's right.
it's
Yeah.
Green Bay.
Okay.
Yeah, draft.
Get it done, Parker.
Yeah.
What do you even do for this
Go
company?
work on that.
Yeah.
All right, so this is a very different spring training than the one we were at 2 years ago, as we pointed out a few times. 2 years ago, they're coming off a World Series championship.
I remember that.
This year, they're coming off a sweep at the hands of the Detroit Tigers in the wild card round.
I barely remember that.
In the wild card, we're coming off a season in which they actually played in the wild card round.
I defect. I know. It was like,
we're not used to that.
I always thought that was just a myth.
Yeah.
I didn't even know there was.
Exists.
That was real?
Yeah.
Okay.
They really have a wild card round.
But it's look, I've taken the offseason to adapt and adjust, and I'm actually genuinely more excited in some respects than I have been in a long time about an Astros spring training.
Okay, so let's start there. The three things you are most excited about.
This one that I had moved from extreme skepticism to now I'm genuinely excited about is seeing Jose Altuve in left field.
I am too.
Right. And listen, look, there have been short outfielders before. Tony Kemp is short. There you go. Point proven. But I'm not worried about that. What?
I'm convinced. You got me sold. I'm laughing at how easy it was.
No, I do think that if you look at Altuve, and it's really since the shift was banned, especially, that coincided with Altuve getting older, and it's become harder and harder for him to play at second base.
Yeah.
I'm actually excited about him extending his career the same way they did with Biggio before him, and Biggio did it 2 years later than Altuve is doing it now. The thing that makes me a little bit nervous is the concessions they're already making because Altuve is going to be in left field.
Oh, tell me.
Oh, well, hey, don't worry about it. We got Jake Myers in center field, who's one of the rangiest guys in the league. We're like, well, yeah, but
that is true.
if
he hits
Jake Myers, if he has to play center field because you got to protect Altuve, like, okay, can we at least make him bat above 150? And then the other is what we saw last week, which is, hey, no big deal. Jeremy Pena just sets up deeper in the outfield for the relay throws because Altuve's arm isn't that strong. Yeah. So we're 2 ifs into this already, where I'm starting to get a little bit nervous.
Pena's going to wind up getting Tommy John surgery because the throws to the plate are too far.
I think, but I want to see how this affects Altuve, and I'm genuinely excited about it.
This is the part that is intriguing to me. Is that part of why they're talking about moving Altuve to left field? From what I've heard. Maybe it's speculation, maybe it's actual reports, is that that they hope it's less taxing on him than second base.
Oh, for sure.
I'm curious about that. I know there's a lot of standing around in the outfield.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of times you're doing a lot of sprinting.
You're running, some hardcore.
I'm just curious about the sports science behind that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like someone that actually justifies that. Explain it to me like I'm an eighth grader.
Well, the actual total number of times you're involved in the action, and then the number of throws you have to make.
Yeah.
I think that's where I look at the positive side of it is, hey, he's got to adjust his throwing motion somewhat and, be able to get some distance on his throws and throw more over the top, but it's not as many times per game. Having a rangy Jake Myers does help, as much as I hate relying on having to have Jake Myers out there.
Well,
especially if you're in Minute Maid Park, it's not as much running.
You're not in harm's way at second base either, turning double plays,
yeah.
Stuff like that. I mean, that's gotten less dicey as they've kind of tweaked things, so you can't just barrel into guys and whatnot. But
other thing that I'm genuinely excited about, Cam Smith.
Cam Smith, me too.
The actual appearance of Cam Smith, does he show up in the majors this year? I'm excited to watch him this week.
Okay.
And the one reservation I have about Cam Smith is in Brian McTaggart's article this weekend. It was either him or Matt Kawahara.
No, I'm looking at the article. It's
Cam Smith's favorite player is Yasiel Puig. Basically idolized him as a youth. Cam Smith is very, very energetic. I hope this is some tamped down version of Yasiel Puig. I don't need to see no stinking bat licking.
No.
Okay, Cam Smith?
No.
Please try to emulate the energy of Yasiel Puig, but not the extreme weirdness.
Okay, let me read the quote and see if this quells your concerns or fuels your concerns. This is Cam Smith talking about Yasiel Puig, former Dodgers nutjob. Quote, I wouldn't point out tools or anything because everybody's got that. But when a big moment comes up, I like to let my energy out and let out that roar. I'm an advocate of that, showing those emotions. I would say that's the difference in my game.
Okay, good.
End quote. Okay.
Yeah. He's emotional, and he lets it show. We like that.
Channel it properly. He's living with his parents right now, you know.
Yeah, like 20 minutes south of here.
Yeah, like he was really excited to get traded to the Astros because his folks can come see him play in spring training. I'm like, the rest of the year you're going to be in Houston.
I wonder if they I wonder if they still haze him at his house though. Like if they're gonna have to clear it with his parents first, and then maybe just barge in at 4 a.m. and shave his head or something. I don't know.
Oh, or they toilet paper his parents' trees.
Yeah,
soap their windows.
You gotta clear it with the parents first though too. You might get shot.
That's true. That's true.
That's the real hazard.
So you're excited to see Cam?
I'm excited to see Cam Smith.
So Altuve in left field.
Yep.
Cam Smith, the civilized Yasiel Puig.
Yep.
And then we've talked about the third one.
John Singleton is yoked. If you're just waking up right now, then you've missed the first hour and a half of John Singleton's workout.
Jacked up Johnny.
Because no sarcasm, he's been working out 3 to 4 hours per day. Yep. And usually people say that, and you're like, all right, you sat around and stretched and watched TV. He looks like he's been getting after it in the offseason. And the Astros players are saying, man, you really see his routine in the morning. He limited his carbs. He's monitoring his calories, and he lost 25 pounds, and he looks really good. Lost 25 pounds, but he's the strongest he's ever been in the weight room.
Limiting your carbs when you've had carbs all those many years. Not easy to do.
It looks like he's enjoyed some carbs through the years.
Through the years, it looks like he has.
Especially when you go through a phase of your life where you can't stop smoking weed.
Yes.
You definitely have been taking in some carbs.
Carbs come with that, man.
Just if 50% of your calories are 7-Eleven at that point.
Damn right.
Yeah, so now just maintaining it, and as listeners pointed out earlier, okay, is that going to improve his eye? Hopefully, theoretically, if he can just be a little bit more fluid and it helps his bat speed and he can just wait on the ball a little bit more, maybe it does help his eye. And he's gonna look. You signed a Gold Glover first baseman. You're not going to worry about having to roll John Singleton out there at first. He can just focus on being a pinch hitter.
Oh, yeah, no, Singleton's avenue to making this team is as a role player, as a pinch hitter, a lefty bat off the bench for sure. All right, so those are 3 things you're legitimately amped up about. Okay, now 3 things you're intrigued by.
Okay, intrigued because I don't know whether you get excited about it or not. Okay. But a combination of Paredes and his famous plate discipline. Last year, he took more strikes that were balls than anybody in baseball.
He got screwed by the umps more than anybody in baseball.
He had more called strikes that were actually balls more than anybody else in baseball.
I'm sure him getting on the Astros will rectify that. Nobody hates the Astros.
Well, he's going to be a replacement for Bregman in that regard.
Yeah,
when Bregman would look back at the ump, and for sure, like Bregman 99% of the time was more correct than the ump. Yep. But we're seeing the automated strike zone in some of these spring training games.
Do we know which ones yet?
It's not in any of the Cacti Park ones because they don't have the capabilities. But it's
so maybe
Robert Ford had said it was at some of the away games for the Astros.
Okay.
So we'll check for this week.
Hopefully, we're only going to one away game. It's on Thursday at Port St. Lucie. They're playing the Mets.
I think the Mets are one of them.
Okay.
So we might see it. So this is the way it works, kids. You get 2 challenges per game. If you're successful, if you challenge a call and you're successful, you get that challenge back.
Yeah.
But the way that most teams are operating is, because this is the other part that it operates. The manager is not allowed to call it. It has to be called within a couple of seconds after the pitch crosses the plate, and the challenge can only come from the catcher, the batter, or the pitcher.
Okay.
And most teams prefer that the catcher be the guy that's making the call. They don't want pitchers making the call.
Yeah.
Because pitchers are always convinced they got screwed when the catcher allows.
Framber would use them both in the first inning.
Yeah. So
you only get 2 total, either offensively or defensively.
I believe so,
okay.
Yeah. And as long as but if you're successful, then you get that challenge back.
Yeah.
So you can keep multiple. If you got a really crappy
so you get 2 wrong challenges, basically.
So you're gonna, I would imagine certain batters they definitely don't want making the call.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask you. Like, how if you were Joe Espada, like. I think this is something you have to have rules on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, my first rule would be I'm only doing this if it's a third strike. I'm not doing it on strike one or strike two.
Yeah.
I'm only doing it on if it's causing an out.
I would say, but if it's something egregious, maybe, and you don't want your guys thinking about it too much. The guys in AAA have already seen this, but for a lot of the major league guys, they've never seen it. You don't think even, what about Paredes? So Paredes got a really good eye, and he knows for sure he got hosed.
I think I'd keep it just at 2 strikes because I think the emotion can get fueled while you're in that batter's box or whatever, man. You end up using – I don't know because, strike 3 is high leverage. That's an out.
Yeah.
If they screw up a call on strike 1 or strike 2, you still have a chance to make something out of the at-bat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm just saying for me, I would say I would only do it on a third strike. And offensively, I would have a very specific list of guys who are allowed to – because it's so bang-bang like you're talking about. I would have Jordan would be allowed to do it. Altuve, boy, I don't even know about Altuve. Altuve is so wacky sometimes with what he chases and whatnot. I don't know how great his eye is.
Does Altuve actually
I don't know how great his eye is. Yeah,
Altuve
might not be on that list, honestly. Yeah. Jordan would for sure. I guess Paredes would be, even though I've never watched him as an Astro yet. And then probably a couple, if Bregman were still here, he would be on that list for sure. But I do think because the decision needs to be made so quickly, you've got to take it out of the hands of certain guys. You know what I mean?
Well, then the other question, too, is I've seen a lot of people say, well, hey, if they bring on the automated strike zone in 2026, then Yainer Diaz's pitch framing won't be as much of an issue, which I don't – the fact that it's a challenge system, the pitch framing still totally and definitely matters because you're trying to fool the ump, and if it's a borderline call, the batter's not going to – call it if it's borderline. So I think pitch framing is still going to be a thing. Maybe it doesn't hurt you quite as much.
Yeah.
But Yainer's got to continue to improve his pitch framing.
All right, so Paredes discipline in the automated strike zone, intrigued by. What's number 2 intrigued by?
The combination of Bryce Matthews and Zach DeZenzo.
Yeah.
That those two guys that showed a lot of promise, but also showed a lot of needing to understand what Major League Baseball is about. They both did a good job of walking, but struck out a boatload. They both spent time in the offseason in Puerto Rico. There's nothing but positive reports about them. But these are guys that are in – DeZenzo moving to the outfield is making kind of a big transition.
Yeah.
Bryce Matthews, who in college had been mostly on the left side playing shortstop and third base. He's played second base before, but it's a bit of an adjustment for him.
Yeah.
One of those two guys is we're probably going to see a bunch of this year, and I'm very intrigued by them this year.
And they also, I guess, are sort of lead-ins to your third thing here, which is the potential Arenado trade. And I say that because who knows if you're trading for Nolan Arenado, who knows who's Bryce Matthews or DeCenzo or any number of other guys could be on their way to St. Louis as part of the deal.
And Arenado, seriously, get this stick out of your butt and stop being so choosy about where you go.
It is weird. This is the first time I can remember in a long time that a prominent player would not want to come to the Houston Astros. You know what I mean? It's even in the wake of the sign stealing scandal, they were still able to get guys to come here. You know what I'm saying? It's interesting. Maybe he was just waiting on a better opportunity. So for those who don't know the timeline, the first time that they thought they had a deal lined up for Nolan Arenado, he exercised his no-trade clause and said no to coming here because it was right after the Kyle Tucker trade. And he was fearful that this might be a team that is more going in a rebuild direction than competing for a World Series championship. Since then, they've signed Christian Walker, and They've clearly hung in the Bregman sweepstakes at least they said they did until the very end. They made a competitive offer to Alex Bregman. They're definitely not operating like a team that's rebuilding. Now they are operating like a team that's kind of trying to get its house in order and clean some things up.
Yeah, who's the pitcher back in 2016 that invoked his no trade? With Hamels?
It was Cole Hamels.
Cole Hamels.
Yeah,
Cole Hamels wanted to go to Texas instead of Dallas, or instead of Houston.
Yeah.
Was it 2016? It was right before the Astros genuinely established themselves.
It was definitely before the World Series championship.
Yeah, that's the biggest one that sticks out in my mind as a guy that just flat out said, nah, not Houston.
Yeah.
And I know his wife was from Dallas or whatever, but
Verlander was about to the first time, and then Dallas Keuchel sold him on coming here, reportedly.
Part of that was also that you know what? You're right, though, because that was 2017 before the Astros were the Astros.
They had won the World Series.
They had kind of just been hovering there. Hadn't made any moves at the trade deadline, and Houston was underwater at the time.
Yes. That'd be fun if an Arenado trade came down while we were here.
Yeah,
that would be a scurrying down to the clubhouse to go get a lot of thoughts from people. That'd be good. But I think just the mere fact that they're in on Arenado, that they're re-engaged there, tells me that Altuve's future is in left field for this team.
It does. It just feels like everything the team is saying.
Paredes will go to second.
Everything they're doing is different than everything they're saying. They're saying they're not quite sure, but man, but they're also saying it's a flat-out open competition to see who gets to start at second base. Basically, they're not saying starting, but I think somebody's going to be at second base other than Altuve.
All right, so you got the three things that you're amped up about: Altuve in left field, Cam Smith, Yoke John Singleton. Three things Seth is intrigued by: Paredes, plate discipline, seeing how that plays out, automated strike zone. Bryce Matthews and DeZenzo, their offseason, the younger guys, and then the potential Arenado trade. All right.
Yeah. This is what depressed me.
Three things you're depressed about.
This is what I'm depressed about.
Tell me, Seth.
This is a dagger to my chest.
Doctor is in.
As I try to figure out ways to hate Bregman, which has been harder than I thought it would be. Usually it's right there, bubbling underneath the surface. I can tap into I can dip my finger into the water of the hatred at any point.
It up, yeah.
And I've really been having a hard time working it up with to hate Alex Bregman. And I felt like I was getting there. And then I read this weekend, this was in a Matt Kawahara piece, I believe, about DeZenzo and his offseason and all the things he did to work on his swing. But that also last year, he and Bregman used to sit at the computer together, breaking down the mechanics, and Bregman was helping him with taking a little less of a kick step and all this stuff. Bregman, who sounds like, honestly, like he was the best veteran leader player ever, and he did it not conspicuously like Carlos Correa in his contract year, when he'd always be the guy. Remember Carlos Correa in his contract year? Like, I'm going to go talk to the young pitcher. Yeah. Like,
very animatedly,
ostentatious
in the
displays.
Middle of the field, the mound, making sure, double checking to see if the red light was on the camera.
Yeah.
Which camera is it? And he's like, point that one.
All these stories about what an incredible leader Correa was all came out in his contract here. It was amazing.
Yeah.
But with Bregman, it's all this behind-the-scenes stuff, like with DeZenzo.
So you're going to miss that.
I'm going to miss it makes me miss Alex Bregman a little bit.
He went 3 for 3 with a home run and a double yesterday.
Yeah.
He had a good game. He had a good game.
Sullivan, too.
But as you pointed out, Bregman, Sullivan for the Astros, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking, DeZenzo had 2 hits yesterday.
DeZenzo had a good day, too. Yeah, I was talking about Bregman. Sorry, pronouns. Yeah. So Bregman had a good day. DeZenzo did, too. The Astros we were out eating lunch yesterday when we got here, me and Parker and Spo, and every time we looked at our phones, the Astros are scoring runs on the St. Louis minor leaguers. It was fun. All right, so depressed about Bregman. What else are you depressed about, young Seth?
I'm depressed about those concessions that they're making to move Altuve to the outfield. I'm excited about Altuve in the outfield.
Jeremy Payne needs to stand 10 feet from him on the relay.
I don't like hearing Espada say, hey, don't worry, we got Jake Myers who's got a lot of range in center field. We're like, we know he has a lot of range.
Yeah.
He's lost at the plate.
The Pena one's the interesting one to me.
Yeah.
Jeremy, get out there. No further, Jeremy. Get closer to him. It's Altuve relaying it, Jeremy. You got closer.
It's like saying Altuve's moving into pro bowling, but he's going to have to use bumpers.
Yes. That is what it's like.
He's pretty good as long as he's got the bumpers there.
Yes.
Because at the same time, they're telling us, hey, Altuve's arm is stronger than you think. I know he had the second weakest arm in the infield last year, but in the outfield it's a little bit different, and he'll be just fine. Hey, why is Pena 40 feet into the outfield for this cutoff?
It's like every outfielder in Major League Baseball is playing pro golf, and Altuve's out there playing putt-putt. Throw it through the clown's mouth, Jose. Throw it through the alligator's mouth.
I see Altuve basically screaming for help on some of the short fly balls.
That is a little depressing. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good one. What's your third one?
Just how hard I'm having to work to talk myself into Jake Myers and Chas McCormick, which I'm doing. I read these, but then again, conflicting stories. You'll hear somebody say, like, well, yeah, Jake Myers has worked on his swing and he's figured a few things out.
Jake Myers has lost offensively.
He's worked out a few things, and then they asked Jake Myers, what did you work on? He's like, just a bunch of the same old.
Yeah, no, dude, Jake Myers, it's going to have to be, like, they're an imperfect team.
Yeah.
This is one of the concessions you're going to have to make is that Jake Myers is your starting center fielder, and he sucks at hitting. It's just how it is. Now, Chas has done it before.
And Chas
was banged up last year.
Right. Yeah, I think that last year it's easy to look. If you want to soothe your brain a little bit, just make it simple and look at Chas's stats over his 4 seasons.
Yep.
And on the sum total of it all, he's a slightly above average hitter in the major leagues. It's just that last year was so bad. But if I'm trying to be as nerdy baseball about it as possible, or act like the baseball people do, which is you look at the sum total of things, and what a guy is historically, one season doesn't usually, good or bad, really affect who that guy is. So I hopefully we can just look back and wipe last year off as just a miserable year for Chaz.
You make an Arenado trade and Chaz gets back to just being like mid-high 700s OPS guy.
Yeah,
that's a good lineup. That's a good line. I mean, that's eight. You got 8 qualified big league hitters and Jake Myers.
It's like having Marisnik out there. You know, it's like, hey, they did some good things with Marisnik in the outfield.
True. And the fact that you have Yainer Diaz as your catcher, like there's not a lot of catchers that hit like Yainer.
Yeah.
So you're like that is sort of an underplayed thing. Like, okay, compared to the big league average at these positions, we're this, we're that.
First base and catcher, you got a little bit of an up that is a little secret hidden up.
Now that you got Walker at first base, yeah.
Well, especially in comparison to last year.
Compared to last year, and I'm saying Yainer compared to the rest of baseball.
Yeah.
You know, like he's a top 5 offensive catcher for sure. All right, man. Well, so are you more amped about the things you're amped about than you are depressed about the things you're depressed
about? Oh, yeah. No. The depression is just, that's always there. Yeah. There's always some things you're a little bit sad about.
Team's never
that's
perfect.
Life, man.
Team's never perfect.
Without a little bit of anxiety, what are you even here for?
We got a text here. Mentioned this earlier that I got my check from the unclaimed property office, $297. Text message. Guys, I did the unclaimed property fund thing last week. Got back $300 roughly between myself and my wife. Thanks to you guys. Payne and Pendergast, providing financial tips, life advice, and questionable sports takes.
That's good. Yeah.
Put that on a T-shirt.
I think we probably, in the aggregate, have probably already put, I would say conservatively, $200,000 into people's pockets.
$1,500 in a certain person sitting at this table.
Yeah, our boss got $1,500 back from some weird shenanigans in Colorado.
Yeah,
somebody had screwed him over. Yeah, and so I conservatively, honestly, probably at least $20,000.
Probably.
Because we've gotten the people that have reached out to us and told us
unclaimed property, man. Go Google it. Yeah, go get yourself paid.
And if you've done it in the past, do it again. Because I got a few $100 a few years ago, and then I just did the search the other day, and I've got another $250 coming to me.
Mine was $177 2 years ago, but I got frustrated with the data entry and whatnot. So then Amy went and looked it up like 2 weeks ago. She's like, you have almost $300 in there now. I'm like, yeah, but I got, how I get. If I can't fill something out in the first 15 seconds, I'm just like, screw this, I'm not doing it. She's like, all right, fine, I'll do it. And literally, like 2 minutes later, I get an email like, you've been approved.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I know. My wife's smarter than me. It's that's depressing to me.
But that's why you're good at sales, is that you like seeing the compensation immediately.
Yeah.
You're like, I want to find out about that. I want to make this deal now.
I'm a little administratively challenged.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, sometimes, there's all kinds of things. Sean, I'm sitting on I'm sitting on a tax refund deal from 2022. Yeah. I had to revise some things. And I'm basically sitting on $15,000 that I'm going to get back because I was too lazy to find the receipts I needed to back in the day.
Okay. I would fill out that paperwork.
And because that's like 6 weeks off into the future, I'm kind of like, I don't know. I gotta look into some of these minor leaguers.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations, man.
Well, you should be ashamed of me because it was $15,000 that I should have had 2 years ago.
You could have a little bit of interest off of that.
I got audited for 2022, and lo and behold, it turns out, and we're like, I'm going to make out like a bandit on this audit.
Take that, IRS. I love you, IRS.
My accountant's awesome. I've been audited twice and gotten refunds back both times.
Really?
And before everybody at home says, like, well, you withheld to it. No. It was because I hadn't found receipts that I needed to find.
When did you find?
So when I get audited, then I get scared, and then I actually go digging.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh yes, of course, yes.
Has he been your accountant since you were a player?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
That's good. So you found somebody. Trust them, and they're awesome.
Oh, yeah, and he's, like, aggressive, but knows exactly what he's doing. Like, he does. I've never gotten in trouble for any of the things he's done. And, like, I've been audited twice and gotten bigger refunds each time.
That's beautiful, man. That is nice. You know what? This is a good segue into acknowledgement.
You know what happened one year, Sean?
Go ahead.
Hey, this is a good segue. Let me capsize that segue.
What happened?
They were going through and auditing professional athletes specifically. They targeted us.
Targeted
they were doing
you,
a study because they didn't know like what business expenses were and everything for justifiable. And my guy got me cleared on all my business expenses.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Ah, beautiful. All right, well, let's hey, Ben, let's get acknowledge me going. Let's acknowledge Seth's accountant.
Rich Gruber.
Rich Gruber. Yeah.
He's out of Fort Lauderdale. I'm meeting with him Friday night.
Are you really?
After you guys leave.
Talk about your business?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Well, my audit.
Yeah. That'll be a fun dinner.
It is.
Strewn out all over the
I'm
table.
coming out like a champ on this audit.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. All right, so we're acknowledging, what's his name, Rich Gruber?
Rich Gruber.
Rich Gruber? Let's acknowledge him again, Seth, or Ben.
Acknowledge
There we go. Let's acknowledge Payne and Pendergast for getting everybody paid out of that unclaimed property fund.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, we're acknowledging ourselves. All right, now some sports acknowledgments. Let's acknowledge the Cougs.
Acknowledge me.
Big win over Iowa State on Saturday. They had college game day in town, so that was exciting. Seeing college game day, seeing all the, all the fun and frivolity out there at the Fertitta Center. That was
Tank
good.
Dell and Case Keenum were out there.
Were they?
They were sitting
legends.
courtside. Yeah.
Do you do the same thing I do every time I see Tank Dell? I'm like, okay, how's he look? Is he like? I know he's still on those tiny little crutches, but is he like?
Those tiny little crutches.
Just tiny little crutches.
You mean just like the hand crutches?
Like the hand crutches, yeah.
They're not tiny because
he's small. No, they're tinier than normal crutches.
Yeah.
But is he in good spirits? How's he moving?
He looked happy in the little shot I saw of him and him and Case cheering.
That's good. Were they sitting with each other, or were they just both in the
game?
game?
It looked like it. Okay. Unless that was a special moment or something. It looked like they were sitting in the second row.
They got paid a pretty nice compliment, too, the Cougs, by Danny Hurley, the coach of the UConn Huskies, who have not been as dominant this year, even close, as they've been the last 2 years when they've won the national championship. Rick Pitino's St. John's team is really good this year. And Hurley and UConn got blown out by them this weekend. And Hurley, after the game, said that St. John's reminds me of Houston with what they do to you defensively and on the glass. I'm stunned that we were able to out-rebound them again, but we made up for it by turning the ball over 18 times. Hurley's the best.
Yeah.
But that was pretty cool, I thought. Like Houston, like just out of nowhere. They're not even in the same conference or anything. Just getting some love from Danny Hurley, so that was pretty cool.
It's gotten to the point now where there's a draft prospect whose name is Kelvin, and I realized I have a better. I realized I had to. Kelvin Sampson has put such a shine on that name that I realized, wait a second, I don't think I like this kid as much as I thought I did.
That's right.
I'm just skewed by him being named Kelvin.
You got a big
It
name.
just seems like he's going to play. If he's going to play football the way Kelvin Sampson coaches, then hell yes, that's what I want.
That's right. All right, James Trafford.
Acknowledge me.
Who is he? He's the goalkeeper for Burnley. Burnley is the English Premier League team, who I think was relegated out of the Premier League. J.J. Watt's team, the team J.J. Watt owns. And apparently, and we may have talked about this on the show, Trafford tweeted at J.J. Watt that he wanted him to come back and play for the Bengals because the Bengals is Trafford's favorite football team. And J.J. said that he would suit up for the Bengals if Trafford didn't allow any more goals this season. That was with about 20-some-odd matches left in the season. Since then, 13 straight clean sheets, they call it. Basically 13 straight shutouts.
Wow.
By James Trafford between the pipes. They've got 12 matches left still. Mm-hmm. But that would be.
He's already demonstrated that he can do it.
He's halfway there. Oh. He's done it 13 straight. He needs to do it 12 more.
If that happens, what's most likely? That JJ earnestly comes back and plays for the Bengals, or signs a one-day contract and has the Bengals cut him? I feel like
he's definitely not coming back to play.
He might. He'd suit up. He says he'd suit up.
He would suit up?
I bet he'd come back for one practice or something.
That'd be a fun gimmick.
It'd be awesome if he went up for one practice in the OTAs and he tore his ACL. And then
he's your friend.
Right. No, he'd be fine with it. He can do the rehab. But he'd have to the Bengals would have to pay him. They'd have to put him on IR.
That's true. Oh, God, that'd be funny.
They would have to do. They'd have to say, look, this is a publicity stunt. You go ahead and pay this insurance policy.
Yeah.
Which, because I don't know why. Well, definitely the Bengals don't do it. You can actually get cap money back when you have the insurance policy on the player.
Yeah.
So I think that if the goalie does pull it off, I do think JJ does some kind of a publicity stunt with the Bengals where he suits up for him.
For sure, it won't die. The whole thing. They'll do something. All right. Now it gets a little saucier. Tony Martinez.
Acknowledge me.
Who's Tony Martinez? He's a husband of a woman.
For now.
Whose name is Nicole Martinez.
Yeah.
if you're following social media at all this week, and this story probably popped up on your timeline, we can read exactly, let me count, 0 of the texts that are in any of the screen grabs between Nicole Martinez and Steve Smith Sr., former wide receiver for the Carolina Panthers and the Baltimore Ravens, current NFL Network analyst, current podcast co-host with James Palmer, our good friend. If you were on social media at all and this didn't cross your radar, then I really wonder what the algorithm is doing with you, because Nicole Martinez is a member of the Marching Ravens, which I guess is part of their spirit squad before games. Yeah. Steve Smith Sr. is married with 4 kids. They had an affair. They slept with each other. And Tony Martinez, husband of Nicole Martinez, not only found out, but he went viral. He posted a bunch of screen grabs of texts between Steve Smith and Nicole Martinez. He posted a video of him calling Steve Smith on the phone to verbally confront him over this. A lot of awkward silence on the other end of things. The only 2 words uttered by Steve Smith in the whole conversation were, "I'm sorry." At one point in the middle of it, it's about as awkward as it gets. I've seen reactions to this ranging from Steve Smith is a slime ball to Tony Martinez is a clout chaser. I guess.
I don't know if he's a clout. The only way he could be a clout chaser on this is if this was all planned between him and his wife to set Steve Smith up or something.
To look bad, yeah.
And then try to get famous based off of that.
Most guys are embarrassed by something like this and don't want to put
I think he's lashing out, and it's as simple. You don't have to overthink this. He's lashing out.
No.
He wants to damage both Steve Smith and his future ex-wife.
If this type of story is something that you're not all that fond of, don't go find the text. If you like this kind of social media drama, this is pretty good.
I didn't know anything about this, Sean. Yeah. You just, as you insulted anybody that might not know anything about this, I didn't know anything about this until I came in and sat down on my
But it crossed your radar.
It had crossed my radar. I had seen there was something going on with Steve Smith. But I'd kind of I've been trying to just stick to just reported stories and everything so I don't go down rabbit holes on social media.
Yeah.
So I didn't know what the hell was going on. I figured I'd read about it at some point in the headline.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe it's in the headlines this morning. But I sat down last night and you're like, "Hey, Steve Smith."
Yeah.
And I was like, "What did he make creepy things? Did he say creepy things to Bryce Young again?"
No. No, he didn't. Well, let's refresh here. Now, to Steve Smith. So this is, I don't know how old Nicole Martinez is. Steve Smith has been out of football for a while. This was Steve Smith gushing over Bryce Young. What's more uncomfortable, the texts that are out there between Steve Smith and Nicole Martinez, the phone call between the husband and Steve Smith, or this bit of audio from the Alabama workout 2 years ago when Steve Smith is gushing over Bryce Young?
Everything that I've seen out of there, for me, I've seen bigger, more athletic quarterbacks not be able to anticipate the throw. That's not a knock on anybody, so before people start tweeting, you know who I'm talking about. I'm just talking overall in this evaluation process of a guy who's smaller in the measurables but has the heart and the desire to play. Man, I just sat there and watched you, and I'm 44, I'll be 44 years old. I could have got out there and ran those routes just the way you were guiding the ball. It was remarkable. I mean, I'm just like, I can lace them up. I can't do nothing, but it just sure looked good watching it, man. What a wonderful, wonderful display of why you deserve to be the first overall quarterback to be picked in this year's draft.
I really appreciate it. That means the world, especially coming from you.
That was just dripping with innuendo.
Yeah, man.
He talked to Nicole Martinez that same way.
I think he probably did. Yeah.
And just like Bryce Young, a lot of people are saying about this young lady that she doesn't necessarily meet all the standard physical measurables of what you might expect of an NFL quarterback or of a Steve Smith.
No.
The fling. This is some ugly stuff, man. This is some ugly, ugly stuff. These texts and whatnot, they're bad.
They're bad.
They're bad.
Well, they're dirty. You know what I mean? They're
nobody looks good in this.
No.
Now, if we find out maybe we find out that the husband's a real jerk. That doesn't. Steve Smith. Maybe Steve Smith Sr. screwed no matter what because he's married with kids.
He's married. Well, he had this affair, and then according to the internet, a few weeks later, posted his Christmas card on there with his wife and 4 kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he's screwed either way. So,
I feel like Steve Smith Sr. is one of the athletes I would least like my wife to have an affair with. If I had to find out my wife was having an affair, Whereas,
yeah, because if you wanted to do something about it, he's someone who would scrap probably.
I don't know. I feel like he might. It sounded like he might have sounded genuinely pretty bad about being caught.
He did. Now knowing now what we know, he was pretty. Yeah.
No, I think more about just the whole. Steve Smith, I've always liked him, but there's a part of it where like, man, all right, that's who you're going to cheat on with. Like, you want to. Apparently, I need to act more like Steve Smith or something.
Yeah.
There's because there's some athletes. Like, who's the Houston athlete that a Houston sports fan would be most forgiving of if they found out his wife was having an affair with him?
Jose Altuve.
Altuve for sure. I can't be mad at you, Jose.
No.
We'll keep this between you and me.
You can text
buddy?
me right now.
Yeah, I was just like, listen, Jose, it's cool. Like, I prefer that you not do it again.
Yeah.
That's just okay, but like,
I prefer.
Yeah.
You're probably going to get a few mulligans if we're being honest, Jose. Yeah.
Who's the least favorite? Who's the one you would most want?
You know what?
Why is it Carlos Gomez?
I don't know. That's out of nowhere. Drive by a Carlos Gomez. You know what? I think the athletes that would bother me the most would be if they're really corny. Like, really, that kind of, like, I don't know if he counts as Houston, but, like, RG3. Like, RG3 is so corny. I'm like, really? Like, that guy talked you into it?
He's really funny.
No,
he's
not.
just funny. He's really funny. He's deep, Sean. Sean, he's deep. He's not like you.
See, now you're making me mad. This hasn't even happened as far as I know.
Wait, what about the corny Astros player, the pitcher that you...
Oh, Joe Bijani.
Joe Bijani. If Amy was like, Sean, I've met somebody, and he speaks to me in a way that the earth moves beneath me.
Now I'm hot.
He does shadow puppets, Sean. You have done shadow puppets with me.
He's the worst. That's it. That's the answer right there. Joe Bijani. All right, text in 713-572-4610.
Which Houston athlete, historically or current, would you be most forgiving of, and which one would you hate most?
That's right. Text in 713-572-4610. That's a little segment we call Acknowledge Me. All right, up next, mock draft injection. CBSSports.com's Tyler Sullivan. Who does he have going to the Texans? This is one that I know people somebody near the Texans really likes this guy that they have going in this mock draft. So mock draft injection, we do it every day at 7:45. Stay there.
In the loop.
Which Houston team?
Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Exclusive Furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Indeed, it is Payne and Pendergast live in West Palm Beach. A rainy West Palm Beach today. It's coming down pretty good out there today. So we will keep an eye on things over at the Astros facility. Cacti, what's it called?
Cacti again? Park of the
beaches.
Yes.
Of the beaches, yes. So we'll Adam Spollane's actually over there right now getting audio from the clubhouse and whatnot. I imagine we'll hear from Spo and hear from some of the Astros in the clubhouse. But again, big thanks to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports Outdoors for sending us here.
This is basically, even though the game wouldn't be going on right now, it feels a little bit like when there's a rain delay and during a normal TV broadcast, and they've just got to sit up there and do a talk radio show for a while. Yeah. Some of them are better than others.
I was going to say, yeah, some of them, you can tell some of them are a little nervous. Like, is the rain going to stop anytime soon?
It is it's a huge difference in format, obviously.
Yeah.
You got the game to keep things moving along. Although
yes.
Jim Creighton was up in the booth, in the radio booth a couple days ago.
He was.
And he was, I thought it was a good, I can't remember how Chandler Rome phrased it. That he had made the quote was that we made what we thought was a aggressive or a good offer to Alex Bregman, which I think that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Whatever the actual quote was, and I thought it wasn't an insult. That was not an insult of an offer the way some people had portrayed it originally.
No, not especially when you see what the offers were that came out. Like, I feel like every team's, unlike maybe some of the other journeys into free agency before, where we only knew the final offer, that we only knew the one that the player accepted. Like, we knew Springer took 6 years, $150 from the Blue Jays. Correa, he had his whole journey through 2 free agencies. This one, I feel like we were really well informed on what everybody was offering in the end. There were 4 teams left.
Yeah.
The Astros offered $156 over 6. The Tigers offered $170 over 6. The Cubs offered $115 over 4, and he ultimately took $120 million for 3 years from the Red Sox.
So the Astros offer wasn't anywhere close on the average per year,
right?
But it was more guaranteed money, and it was in line with what the other conventional deals that had been offered were.
Absolutely, it was not a lowball offer. That was a reason, especially when you consider how long it took Bregman to get those offers. He did that interview on that one podcast, that Section 10 podcast.
It all came down to the last the wire there, where everything was kind of a flurry right before spring training.
It sounded like it was dry, and then all of a sudden these teams just were all like descending on him within 30 minutes of each other. So I have zero issue with how the Astros handled Alex Bregman's free agency. Zero. All right, let's do this mock draft. This is a CBSSports.com mock draft. This is Tyler Sullivan. We may have done one of his before, but this is a new one, kind of heading into the combine version. So he's made some tweaks and whatnot here. So let's page down to the 25th pick. With the 25th overall pick in the Tyler Sullivan CBSSports.com mock draft, the Houston Texans select Gray Zabal, offensive lineman, North Dakota State. And quote for Gray Zabal, or quote from Ryan Wilson, who's one of CBS Sports draft experts, said, quote, played tackle this season at college. He's played everywhere in college, played inside at the Senior Bowl at guard and center, and looked like he'd been doing it his entire life. This is one player, Seth, who got rave reviews at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, and I think that does a lot of things that you want an interior offensive lineman to do that scratch an itch from what we saw with the Texans last year. He responds to stunts and twists really well, knows how to sort things out. That mental side of being scrappy and on the inside, he's got all of that. And I think he's certainly physically capable of playing. A lot of it is the stuff that, and especially playing at North Dakota State, isn't going to get exposed as much as just overall technique and bending at the waist. Some of that stuff he's got to clean up and get better at. But there's certainly a lot to like. This would be a surprise just because of what we talked about earlier. So far, Nick Caserio has only taken guys from bigger schools. Tank Dell is the only exception to the non-Power 5 conference was Tank Dell getting drafted the year before Houston became a Power 5 conference. Yeah, right. So it would be a stretch for anything Nick Caserio said. And because of that, because I do think there's some substance in Nick preferring to have a large sample size of work against better competition, because there's so many interior offensive linemen that look like they're probably late first-round or second-round guys this year, I'll be surprised if it's Gray Zabal just because of the Texans' history with guys like that.
So this would be one of those drafts. Oh, I bet the player you're talking about, the Kelvin, is Kelvin Banks.
Yes, that's right.
That's who you were talking about. Because of the guys who we've seen go off the board to the Texans in previous mock draft injections that we've done here on Payne and Pendergast, this would be one of those drafts that if you and I were sitting with each other, Seth, if Tyler Sullivan's draft were the actual draft, there'd be a lot of, like a lot of guys. Banks goes off the board. Membu at 9. Armand Membu from Missouri at 10. Luther Burden, also from Missouri, goes off at 13. Grant, your guy, Kenneth Grant from Michigan, goes off the board at 17. Tyler Booker goes off the board at 18. So this is a draft where we're seeing a lot of guys that we've seen mocked to the Texans at 25 go off the board pretty early. The exception is that there's still a couple of receivers still sitting there in Matthew Golden and Emeka Ibuka at 25.
I think that this draft I think it's going to end up being one that if the Texans stick at 25, which is a huge if because we know that Caserio loves to move a lot
He does.
within the draft, but it's just kind of played out that a lot of the positions of need there might be a player in one of those positions who's genuinely the best player available by various boards.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's going to feel like a compromise or that the Texans would have preferred to move. I think if they stand pat at 25, they might get a best player available that's also at a position of need.
I think if he moves back.
Yeah.
If I had to guess.
Yeah, there's going to be one of those groups, either offensive linemen or offensive linemen or wide receivers, I think, in particular, that there's still a good chunk of them out there.
Yep, I'm with you on that. Let's go to the text page here. This is in the spirit of Steve Smith Sr. having an affair with a marching Ravens Spirit Squad member who was married. Both of them are married. You asked the question, who is the athlete that you would forgive if they had an affair with your wife?
Or you'd feel most capable of forgiving and then which one would you hate the most if he had an affair with your wife?
Text message, Jim Adler, Texas Hammer text line. J.J. Watt's getting some love for forgiveness on here from a few people. As is James Harden getting the hate side of a lot of people.
just for the communicable disease part of it alone. Just the whole 6 degrees of separation there. Who knows what kind of microbiota.
I feel like Harden would be real lazy, too. I'd be like, hey, if you're going to do it, at least satisfy her. Okay?
I would be more forgiving of Altuve than I would of J.J. Watt. I think partly because JJ's a very calculating person, in terms of just seems like he's always got a plan for how and why he's doing. Whereas Altuve is just, if anything, my wife talked him into it. She's the villain here. Right. Altuve's so just like pure and innocent that yes, I would be forgiving of both of them, but mostly more Altuve.
I'd lose it if Brock Osweiler had an affair with my wife. These are text messages. I mean, I would too, but these just want to be clear. These are text messages. I would forgive Jeremy Pena. I would hate Davis Mills. He's got a neck fetish.
He had a tough one with Davis Mills. You'd forgive Jeremy Pena. Well, Pena, you know what it is? He's young.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, so depending on how old you are, I feel like if you're let's say I would never have, I'm lucky. I would never have to worry about my wife. But let's say I did. If my wife, and I'm 50, has an affair with a young guy like Jeremy Pena, you're mad at your wife, not Jeremy Pena. You're like, he's a 23-year-old kid.
Right.
Yeah, what's he supposed to, I'm going to be mad. If him, I'd be like, hey, man, just in the future, other guys might shoot you for something like this. Just be smart about it, okay, Jeremy?
Olajuwon, I forgive you. Mike Fires, I want a divorce. Fires is a good one. I don't know that there's a better one than you bringing up Joe Biagini, though. Because at least with all these other guys, it's like, all right, well, they're big-time athletes and multimillionaires or whatever.
Yeah.
Like Biagini,
she might as well sleep with Carrot Top.
Yes. Oh, my God. All right. We're getting some good texts. Some of them I can't read. Some of them I got to bounce off the crew here at our palatial estate during the break.
Let's not get canceled.
Yeah. All right. Keep texting them in, though. We're getting a kick out of them here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. All right, up next, let's circle back to the Astros. We're live here. Spring baseball going on. We thank Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors for sending us here all week long. Raining out right now, so hopefully a game today. If not, we'll have you covered all day and all week long. We're still jumping on with the other shows and talking some Stros with them. To which I say, for the Astros, there's a list that came out from MLB.com, and I am shocked that Yordan Alvarez is not on this list.
Yes, I saw this list, Sean.
Yes, I am shocked and stunned that there's no Yordan. Good, I'm glad you got
And I'm mad about a couple of the other selections, too. I'll tell you that much, my friend.
Same. Good. Okay, you're going to get a fired-up Seth Payne in the next segment. But until then, let me get you on Prize.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and exclusive furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Never know what's going to pop, man, on the but Steve Smith Sr. having an affair with a Ravens marching band member or whatever she was or is. We pose a question. Who would be the athlete you'd be most likely to forgive? Who would be the athlete you'd be most likely to hate if they had an affair with your wife?
The Houston area athlete.
Houston
I proposed this to you last night, and I could tell you were skeptical, and I thought it was gold, Sean.
It is gold. You were right.
Well, you never know. You got to throw it out there, but people are intrigued. For one, I feel like if Altuve were to have an affair with my wife, I would feel betrayed by my wife, but I would feel bad for Altuve that he had to just go through this ordeal. Just like Jose, I'm sorry.
Being angry with him?
Yeah, I would feel somehow responsible.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jose.
The whole thing would end with an apology to Altuve.
Yes,
You'd be angry. It'd be a whole lot of mishmash, yada. But the bottom line would be you'd be apologizing to Altuve.
Don't worry, Jose. We'll move on from this. Yeah. No, nobody will know and everything. Yeah. Whereas there's other athletes where it'd be the exact opposite.
Good morning. This is Astro Rocket John. By the way, we'll get to the list in just a second. That a major oversight made by the folks at MLB.com. Good morning. This is Astro Rocket John. I think if Brock Osweiler had an affair with my wife, I would divorce her out of embarrassment, not out of meanness.
Yeah, that's a tough one, man.
Yeah.
He's destroying multiple.
Good job, Ben.
Threw it right into cover 2.
Fires would have an affair with your wife, then rat her out and claim the moral.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, he would.
And claim the moral high ground's the best part of that.
He'd be like, "Oh, I thought she was younger than that." That's what he would say.
Yeah. Andy Reid. That's not a Houston area athlete or person. Andy Reid, she knows nothing about football, so that means he would have picked her up based on personality.
So is he saying he would be mad at Andy Reid, or
I think so? Yeah,
or forgiving of it?
It almost sounds like confused more than anything.
I feel like an older man. That's my weird thing. I guess my weird thing about this completely hypothetical thing.
Yeah.
No, it's because I feel like the older you get, the less you are just biologically dribbling, and then you're just being a jerk. If you're an older guy and you sleep with somebody's wife, it's like, all right, dude, you've been around long enough. Just control yourself a little bit.
Yeah.
If it's a younger guy, I'm more forgiving, and they're just they can't control certain things, and especially if I'm like, whatever it is, what it is.
This is a compliment on the text page for me and you here. This is from 0358. There's nothing better than smoking a fatty in the morning and listening to Payne and Pendergast on the radio.
All right.
I mean, the sports knowledge is incredible, but the comedic value you both bring is also incredible. Please don't ever stop. And Seth, burn another one, baby.
I know. This my sister and I are both this way. People are convinced that we're potheads, despite just not at all being. And it's usually said as a compliment by people who smoke.
We're potheads.
Yeah, so I guess I don't know. I guess it's good that I can get on your wavelength without supplementation.
Dude, they're legalized here. Our show's going to blow up. Oh, my God.
Well, there's certain things that are legal.
So thank you, sir. Or ma'am, I could be, I guess.
Yeah.
Young lady sitting around smoking a fatty, listening to Payne and Pendergast. I appreciate you guys. We'll read some more of your text to the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. All right, folks at MLB.com. I see headlines of articles, and I get very excited to read them with great anticipation that there will be an Astro or two mentioned in said articles.
Yeah.
Okay? For example, there was one yesterday. I might even have it in here later in the show, that was like the 9 biggest improvements at a position that were made in the offseason this year. I'm like, well, for sure, Christian Walker is going to be in there. You know, the improvement, and sure enough, number 2 on the list, Astros first base, second base. So I got to read that, and I got great joy. I got great tingly feelings all over reading about my baseball team improving. Most indispensable, this is by Will Leach, who used to run Deadspin back in the day. Who one time I read an article about on here, and you went off on me that I was valuing Will Leach's opinion as if it mattered. It was funny.
What was Deadspin?
It was a few years ago.
Yeah, no, because Deadspin, okay, because there's two different versions of Deadspin. The original version, they actually did some good journalistic
that was
work.
Him.
Right, but then the second version of it, you read an article off of Deadspin, not Will Leach. The new Deadspin after that came back was like a complete trash, just like race baiting.
I may have done that, but I am thinking of an MLB article I read with Will Leach.
Okay,
at any rate, so Will Leach has the most indispensable players in baseball. 10 stars whose teams need them the most.
Yeah, I thought for sure.
I don't have to go very far till I get to Yordan Alvarez.
Right,
an article like this, right? Here we go. Here, you ready for a ride? Buckle up. Bobby Witt Jr., shortstop Royals. That one I can get with. He is indispensable. He is one of the best players in baseball. And by the way, all 10 of the guys in this article are indispensable to a degree to their teams. Bobby Witt Jr., Aaron Judge, Yankees.
All right. I mean, it'd be nice if he was good in the playoffs.
In the regular season, he's indispensable.
He's indispensable in terms of them failing in the playoffs, I suppose.
Yeah.
But sure, especially without Juan Soto. So this year, yeah.
But there's 10 guys.
It bothers me with Aaron Judge because they don't bring up how bad he's been in the playoffs, and yet they mention it with another player in this.
Oh, do they really?
List. Yeah.
Okay.
So he doesn't. Basically, he's saying like, "Whoa, where would you be without Aaron Judge?" I don't know. If you had Yordan Alvarez instead of Aaron Judge, you might actually have won a World Series or two.
Put it this way, I wasn't mad seeing Judge the first time I read through this article until I get to the end. I realize Jordan's not here.
Yeah.
Jose Ramirez, Guardians. I mean, these are all good players. Tarek Skubal from the Tigers.
Yeah.
He's their ace,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Number 5, Julio Rodriguez, Mariners. Okay, now we're getting – Rodriguez is a good player, but – we're starting to
this is where
veer into some range.
No, and then this one, when you read this next name, this is where it all falls apart. And there's a couple of the next couple ones. For Yordan to be off this list, but for Carlos Correa
6th
to be the guy that they can't do. They've been doing without him.
Played half the season.
He had one of his best career years last year, if you want to include just the 86 games that he played.
86 games, and they were firmly in the playoffs all year long. He was back at the end of the year when they choked it away.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's a team full of guys that are injury prone.
Yes.
Like, which guy is that? So then you go to who's after that?
Paul Skeens.
Oh, Paul Skeens for the Pirates. Fine, whatever.
Yeah.
They got one good baseball player.
Mike Trout.
What the hell they've been doing without Mike Trout for the last 4 years?
Well,
the hell are you talking about?
No, they have sucked without him.
I know, but how is he indispensable if he's not actually done anything for them?
I'm with you. Trout has played 36, 119, 82, and 29 games over the last 4 years.
This is all that, trying way too hard to be clever. When you put a guy, this is like when the people that wanted to claim that Peyton Manning was the MVP of the Colts the year they went 2-14 because he was injured.
This is the one I thought you were most upset with. The next one I'm going to get to here.
Yeah.
Number 9 on the list. Kyle Tucker, Cubs. He hasn't played a game for them yet.
Right.
How do we know how indispensable he is to the Cubs when he hasn't played a game for them yet? It's highly unlikely, this is the paragraph, Tucker is going to pass up the opportunity to hit free agency next winter, meaning this is the only season the Cubs are guaranteed to have him on the roster. In other words, they better make the most of it while they can. I don't disagree with any of that. It doesn't make him the 9th most indispensable player in baseball.
But this was the part, the one good part of this article was something that jogged something within me in a good way.
Go.
That's when I had to go take my walk to go poop at the 7-Eleven, Sean. This one got me moving this morning.
7-Eleven that you pooped
Yeah,
at?
no, it's a gas station. It was super clean.
Really? Okay.
I had to, because the Chick-fil-A was closed.
Yeah. And those are always
Google
closed.
Maps said they were going to be open.
Okay,
they were closed.
What got you fired up?
Unlike in Houston, where Tucker typically was surrounded by the likes of Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, and Alex Bregman, the Cubs offer less support. And that part of it got me excited.
He is.
Okay, yeah, you know what? All right, Kyle Tucker, go be a big hero. Go be a big hero and without all of this strength around you.
All right, so of the players who left the Astros this offseason,
yeah,
Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker. I'll throw in Ryan Presley. I'll even throw in Yusei Kikuchi. He was an Astro perhaps last season. Yeah. Which one are you rooting for the most to fail?
Kyle Tucker.
Kyle Tucker.
Yeah. Because again, also it's not, Kyle Tucker's had some big moments in the playoffs, but he hasn't, on the sum total of it all, he hasn't been a good playoffs performer. And he's always had this terrifying sphincter tightening Yordan Alvarez next to him in the lineup or close to him in the lineup that also provides benefits for him
Bregman
as well.
just did
And
way
Bregman,
more for me.
Bregman gets on base and does it. Yeah, like Kyle Tucker, yes. There's and I don't know, what is it about Kyle? It's going back to when he was a rookie, and basically A.J. Hinch had to say that, Kyle Tucker's got to have the same level of urgency as these other guys. He's always felt a little bit like he doesn't fit in with the classic Astros golden era vibe.
Yep.
He's the one that I'm most easily and you know what? Because he phoned it in on defense the last couple years too. I think Kyle Tucker is at very great risk of being a guy that once he does get his big deal, that's pretty much it for Kyle Tucker. I don't know if he cares, and I don't know if he's as passionate about baseball as all of those other guys we've mentioned.
I love that take right there. The Cubs are now the favorites.
Stupid weak chin.
In the NL Central. He does have a weak chin. Not a good chin at all. You're right. This is the rest of the paragraph on Tucker. The Cubs are now the favorites in the NL Central, largely because they have him. Man, that's interesting. Is Kyle Tucker a guy that swings a divisional race? See, I've seen Yordan Alvarez on teams that include Carlos Correa and Kyle Tucker. And I can tell you right now that Yordan is the guy that leaves the biggest freaking hole in a lineup when he's not there.
Yordan's bad, yeah.
His OPS, he's the one that correlates most to winning with the team. Like when he goes, how he goes, the team goes. The difference in OPS for Yordan in losses versus wins is by far the biggest gap on the team. You know what I mean? Like for most of the guys on the team, they're like around 700 in losses, and in wins they're like high 8s, low 9s. The good players I'm talking about. Yordan Alvarez last year at any given point in losses had an OPS of like 650, and in wins had an OPS of like 1100. Like he goes. The Astros go as he goes. I can't believe he's not mentioned in this article, especially considering there's two former Astros in here.
Well, and Aaron Judge, for instance, like Aaron Judge's OPS in the playoffs is 760 or something above average.
It does not feel that high.
Right. It's 768 in the playoffs. Yordan Alvarez's OPS in the playoffs, 944.
That's against the best of the best.
Right. Yeah, and in big moments and in
big
World
moments.
Series and what have you. And Kyle Tucker, likewise, he's not been great in the playoffs other than some big moments.
Yeah.
So his OPS in the playoffs is 685.
Kyle Tucker?
Yeah.
Dude. Below 700?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right, Will
So
Leach.
good luck being the hero of the team for 1 year up there in Chicago.
I was shocked that Yordan Alvarez is not mentioned in this article.
It's disrespect, Sean. It's disrespect.
We need some good old fashioned disrespect.
I'll head him. You know what? Just based on that, Yordan would have been one of the guys that I would add to the list.
You'd been okay.
I'd be more forgiving if it was Yordan that my wife had an affair with.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, man, I get it. Just. I'd be more mad that you might tire his legs out. I'm like, hey, it weakens the knees, Yordan. We need you.
Right. Every affair has a story, Brock Osweiler.
Hey, Brock, I heard you've been sleeping with my wife. Well,
every affair really has a story.
Everybody, I know, there's some unique circumstances that led to this, Seth.
Oh, my God, that's funny. That is funny. I forgive Dan Pastorini. It would be an honor. Chuck, it would be an honor is my favorite part of that. Oh, man, that's funny. Why do the Astros wait along to their regulars in the spring? Could this be why they get off to such slow starts? That's from Lacey.
Well, in the past, at least part of it was that they'd played so deep into the postseason that they had to manage this year after year after year. Remember, that used to be some of our excuses for when guys got off to slow starts.
Yeah, we don't have that anymore.
Yeah, as far as, most teams, I would say more teams than not don't play their starters hot and heavy early in the season.
Early in spring training.
In spring training,
yeah. No, I'm with you on that. I haven't really noticed it being a thing. I think, especially with aging guys, you're just working them in. That's all. You're just working them in slowly. 713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Let's see. Go ahead.
No. Just as far as the other stuff in spring training. So we're waiting this. We probably won't get to see a game today because it's going to rain all day. We might see Jose Altuve in left field since we're talking about starters when they play in spring training. They said not in the first week. So midway through this week or so, we'll be rounding out the first week of games.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we'll see him or not. I'm excited to see it if we do. Cam Smith laying eyes on him in person. I'm excited about that.
Yep.
And then all of the, DeZenzo reportedly did a lot of good work in Puerto Rico and in Ohio in the offseason. Where the single A manager there, I'm blanking on his name. He was working with him a couple days a week, just making a transition to playing outfield.
Well, there's for a lot of these guys, man, like there's a legitimate opportunity to make the team, like it's
in a way that we haven't, to a degree that we haven't
time.
seen before. Just having an open competition at second base.
Yeah, or in left. I mean, I know Altuve's playing left field, but there's clearly. I think there's like at least a couple spots that are up for grabs right now among non-pitchers on this roster.
There are legitimate spots up for grabs. Right field certainly is up for grabs. Chaz is there, but Espada flat out said that Chaz is going to have a shorter leash this year than he did last year.
Yeah.
So DeZenzo and the other guys that factor into all of that, that's going to be super interesting. And then at first base, the big difference this year to last year was last year we were wondering, so what are is this really, what's their plan at first base? You've done nothing except that they kept talking high about Jose Abreu.
Yeah.
So this is a much different feel about first base going into the year.
Yeah.
You're set. You're good to go.
You're set. Absolutely. And you've got a GM who, if you're one of these young guys, you got a GM who ain't afraid to pull you into the mix.
It's the exact opposite of how it felt during the golden era when there were guys that were definitely ready to be in the majors, but there was just no spot for them.
Yes.
Where now it's like, okay, there's going to be spots, hopefully not too urgent to need like it was last year, but there's going to be opportunities.
Makes this part of the calendar more fun. It needs to make October more fun.
Yeah.
October wasn't as fun last year with a team that wasn't as deep. 2 games, that's it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. On a Monday, live from West Palm Beach. Big thanks to Exclusive Furniture. If you're watching on the YouTube and Twitch, right next to me there, and then Academy Sports and Outdoors sending us here. Really, really, really appreciate their generosity. So Pro Football Focus put up their top 101 players. How many Texans made it? Biggest surprise that didn't make it, we will unveil coming up next. Daily and Black.
flag. Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Exclusive Furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. We're live in West Palm Beach. Big thanks to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors sponsoring our trip here. Fingers crossed that we'll see baseball today, but it's been raining pretty much since the start of the show, so we'll see. But we've got you covered. Follow us on social, on our Instagram and our Twitter accounts, and we are keeping you immersed in everything we've got going on.
We've got a really cool Airbnb. Yeah. There's a pool. There's a lake out there with we don't have a jet ski, but the people next to us do.
Maybe we can borrow it.
Or just take it.
Yeah.
And they're probably not.
That's my way of
probably
borrowing.
Vacationers or something.
Yeah.
And then we've got this is the weirdest thing. It's an awesome stocked Airbnb.
Yeah.
Awesomely stocked Airbnb. Really, really good. 2 different types of waffle makers. We've got
we've got
the square ones and we've got the Belgian waffle, like the hotel one that you flip upside down and everything.
Oh, they like swing like
yeah,
like it's like on a hinge almost. And
that you flip upside down. So we've got that. I'll make Belgian waffles tomorrow morning, but there's no toaster.
That's weird.
Like how do they got everything? They've got 3 different types of food processors and/or blenders, and but no toaster.
They must have one somewhere. We got to check with the owners.
So anyway, it's a great spot.
It is.
So we'll follow the Sports Radio 610 account on Instagram, and especially when we start going to the baseball games, we'll document our journey.
Yeah. We're waiting to hear from Spo. Adam Spolane was over at the clubhouse this morning and see what's going on over there with the Astros. So if we hear anything good, we'll have it for you here first on Sports Radio 610. So Pro Football Focus put their top 101 player list out, Seth, and it's largely based on their ratings with some subjectivity kind of mixed into it and whatnot. Texans landed 5 players in the top 101, 5 in the top 83, actually.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I think so.
It's not like they're loaded to the gills, yes, but they've obviously got some very good players.
There's usually in lists like this, there's usually a direct correlation in number of players and what your record was.
Yeah.
And I think
imagine that
the team with the most is usually the Ravens. They're always pretty good. The Eagles, I think, got 9 guys into the rankings as well. They're the Super Bowl champs. Here are the players that landed in here for the Texans. I'm curious your reaction to this, and I can predict the reaction to at least a couple of these from Texan fans. Laramie Tunsil, 83 overall. He's the 83rd best football player according to Pro Football Focus.
Which Pro Football Focus, of course, does that thing they always do, which kind of annoys me, is that they'll bring up how awesome his pass protection grade is, and yet not point out that if he was the 6th best pass blocker in the NFL, why is he the 83rd best player? Well, because it's a combination of run blocking and penalties.
That's a good counterpoint.
Penalties.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, whenever somebody tells you, hey, this football player is really good at one thing, like, all right, how is he at all the other things? He's really bad at them. Yeah. So Laramie Tunsil made strides in his run blocking, and he obviously got a lot better at the penalties in the second half of the season. But I think that we've always known, okay, there's more in him than just being a pass-blocking specialist. You don't have a swarmy offense if your best offensive lineman is a pass-blocking specialist.
Yeah.
He's got to be a more complete football player to be genuinely worth the contract that he has, but he's awesome as a pass protector.
He is.
He 100% is.
He's a really good football player. Any of you Texan fans that are clamoring for them to move on from Laramie Tunsil, I don't know that they do that. I mean, there's independent of the cap ramifications. Like, it's not a great cap move to move on from Laramie Tunsil, even if you trade him. So, yeah, like that would be my big question with Laramie, Seth, for this year is Nick Caley and Cole Popovich the coaches, the coordinators and position coaches that finally kind of maybe get through to Laramie and get him to a level where he's not committing those silly penalties and he does value his run block.
Well, I mean, I think they did midway through last year. Yeah. I think it was a different version of Laramie Tunsil. He actually looked upset with himself when he committed penalties at the second half of last season. Yeah. Instead of blaming anybody and everybody and feeding his little propaganda into the beat writers about how it's not his fault somehow, even though nobody else is having those issues with false starts.
Around the league.
Somehow it's not his fault, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right, along their own offensive line. Yeah. All right, so Laramie Tunsil, 83. I'm fine with that. Danielle Hunter, 68th on the top 100. The signing of Danielle Hunter has gone about as well as you could have hoped it would go for.
Yeah.
That it would go for the Texans.
Yeah, I think, and especially it worked out really well with him and Will Anderson. If you add a defensive lineman who can get really good push up the middle, then it can become a truly ferocious pass rush. And I think the other part of that, too, is a defensive tackle that can also, when the quarterback is flushed, a guy that's athletic enough to sometimes come around and replace and contain the defensive end when he takes an inside move. That's the one little thing that's keeping them from being just a fearsome, nicknameable pass rush.
Yeah, he had 74 pressures this year.
Yeah.
Danielle Hunter. That's an ungodly number, man. He was really, really good. Speaking of Will Anderson, 51 on the list. Will Anderson, his jersey number, he's 51st.
I put together a highlight reel of him this weekend.
Oh, nice.
I think it's on my Twitter. It's on my YouTube as well. But it was fun just because I did it after listening to his interview with In the Loop where he talked about how, hey, he's not the same type of pass rusher as Danielle Hunter. Danielle Hunter has a Euro step. He's so polished in so many ways. And Will got more polished, but at the end of the day, he's all about power and speed and brute force in a lot of ways. And when you look at his highlight reel, half of his highlights are him just blowing dudes up. Yeah. A running back comes to try to chip him, and he just destroys the running back straight into the quarterback, or he's just speed rushing to the outside or taking a power move to the inside. And it's fun to watch.
Yeah.
Because it is that. It's a powder keg. And it's cool having a complement of different pass rushers between him and Danielle Hunter that you can mix and match from week to week. Is okay, I'm better suited against this right tackle, you're better suited against the left tackle, and it gives you some versatility from week to week.
If you're wondering why, my question would be, okay, well, why is they had very similar seasons, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, just in terms of productivity rushing the passer. If you're wondering so why is Will Anderson 17 spots ahead of Danielle Hunter? He was elite against the run this year.
Yeah.
Will Anderson, 81.1 run defense grade, which was 6th. He's like top 10 in everything. 6th in run defense, 10th in pass rush win rate, 10th in sacks, 9th in his overall grade among edge rushers.
I think there's two different guys that I think of with Will, if I would make loose comparisons to.
Yeah.
One is Nick Bosa, because Nick Bosa he's very polished with his hands, but he's not all bendy like Danielle Hunter. But the other is Michael Strahan. And Strahan, what was really good about him was that he wasn't pure speed, but he was really good with a combination of power and speed, but he also played the run.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa's not so hot against the run.
Yeah.
Partly because sometimes it looks like he just doesn't care about the run.
Yep.
Where Will is the opposite. Will definitely cares about the run. And I know people got upset in the Ravens game because they felt like at times the defensive ends were only focused on the quarterback or only focused on the run. That was by design. There's things you do when you go against a team like the Ravens where you try to simplify it a little bit. And on certain plays, look, you're playing the run no matter what, or you're playing the quarterback no matter what.
Yeah, pick your poison. 43. This is the PFF top 101 players. You got Tunsil at 83, Danielle Hunter 68, Will Anderson Jr. 51. Number 43, Derek Stingley Jr. Which I was like,
that feels
low to me.
He's the only, by their grading, he was only behind Pat Surtain as amongst cornerbacks in their coverage grades.
Yeah.
The weird thing, I don't know what's going on with the defensive backs, but the fact that Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter had the lowest completion percentage allowed, the lowest passer rating allowed, and it wasn't like as a duo. They were 1 and 2 or 1 and 3 in a lot of different categories, and yet I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just because it's the Texans that more people aren't talking about that around the league.
I agree, man.
That's rare to have two incredibly consistent cornerbacks like that.
Young. I mean, Stingley, it's his third year. It was the first year he played all the games. Mm-hmm. And Lassiter's a rookie, who's drafted in the second round. There were other rookie corners drafted. Kool-Aid McKinstry went 1 pick ahead of him. Terrion Arnold went in the first round,
His 47.0 passer rating allowed and his 45.8% completion rate allowed were each the best marks among all corners in the NFL.
In the league.
These aren't advanced stats or anything. No. It's passer rating and completion percentage.
That's right, yeah, and yet he's 43rd overall.
So all right, now I feel disrespected. Derek Stingley, add him to the list of guys that I would be forgiving of if he had an affair with my wife.
You would forgive Derek Stingley?
I would forgive Derek Stingley.
Okay. Okay. Dinwiddie Jr., Jose Altuve. Those are the two big ones.
I think so. Yeah, I think I named somebody else along the way.
You may
but
have.
Those are the two big ones.
Yeah, you may have. Last one. This is the last one. Nico Collins, 25th on the PFF Top 101. And they said in the write-up on him that his postseason made a difference. He only played in, 11 games, 12 games in the regular season. So he missed 5 games, full games. But, boy, when he was playing, he was number one. He was the number one wide receiver in their rankings for most of the year.
That's the thing I want most in this world, above anything else, above and beyond happiness for anybody in my family.
I know what you're going to say.
Is for Nico Collins to play 17 regular season games in the entire postseason.
I'm with you on that.
It's the only thing I want. Okay.
In life.
Yeah. At all.
Take it all from me. I just want Nico Collins to play 17 games. For those wondering about C.J. Stroud, he did not make the top 101. 8 quarterbacks made the top 101, and I can tell you at least 2 of them, I'd rather have C.J. Stroud. Lamar Jackson was number 1 overall on the list.
Uh-huh.
He was number 1 out of the whole thing. Joe Burrow was 4. Josh Allen was 6. Jaden Daniels was 20. That's about where C.J. probably was. This is yet another thing where the Commanders and Jaden Daniels are mirroring what the Texans were a year ago.
Except that they were a genuinely potent offense. The Commanders were. Where the Texans in the Texans in C.J. Stroud's rookie year were not actually a good offense.
They were just better than they were this past year. In 2023, they were. Yeah,
they were promising offense in 2023.
Yeah.
They weren't a genuinely good offense. Yeah. There were still a lot of things that Bobby Sloak still had to prove.
Yep.
Spoiler alert, he did not.
He did not. No. So Jaden Daniels is 20th on this list. Justin Herbert, 33. I mean, I give up on the Justin Herbert thing. I give up on.
No, you hate him so much.
Well, I don't hate Justin Herbert. I hate the. Fine, I do. I hate the fact that it seems like it takes the jaws of life to pull him out of these lists of elite quarterbacks.
Like he keeps getting a pass because he had a promising first couple of years.
He's played in 2 playoff games, and he blew a 27-0 lead, and then got blown out against the Texans and threw 4 picks in the game. So I get it with PFF that a lot of it's based on their grading, and he had a very, very efficient regular season where he only threw 3 picks. He didn't have eye-popping numbers, but he probably had his best regular season in terms of just how efficient he was. But 33rd best player in football, 5th best quarterback? Get out of here.
I know. That's his second year in the league. He had 38 touchdowns and 15 interceptions.
Right.
He threw for over 5,000 yards.
Right.
It was incredible. And it feels like almost he's – just as CJ's getting a pass for this past season because I think a lot of people still really believe in him, it feels like it's been 3 straight years of people taking a performance like this year where – I do think he was better than the statistics, but at the end of the day, he threw 23 touchdown passes.
Right.
He's the J.J. McCarthy of the NFL this year.
Yes.
There wasn't necessarily anything overly impressive about his important. He did some good things within games, but I don't think he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. He hasn't got close to what he did in that second season.
He's 5th. Mahomes is 6th, 39th overall. Baker Mayfield, 63rd overall for Baker Mayfield. I mean, I'd rather have C.J. Stroud than Baker Mayfield. I'll just put it out there. And Jalen Hurts, 91st, Super Bowl MVP.
This would be an interesting year for Baker Mayfield without Chris Godwin, potentially.
Yeah, without and Liam Cohen.
Yeah.
Going to take that Jacksonville job. All right, I'm looking at an NFL shopping list for free agents, and it's separated into tiers. What tier do you want the Texans to start shopping for wide receivers in? We will do that coming up next.
What tier do you want your retirement to be in?
Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Exclusive Furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Let's go shopping, shall we? West Palm Beach. Let's spend
at Best Buy?
At Best the Best Buy of NFL free agency.
I need a USB to C adapter.
Is that what you need right now?
We had a male to male. I need female to male.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what I'm
in
that kind
about. Of mood.
That's what I'm talking
That's what
about.
I'm into today.
Yeah. I dig. All right. So Bill Barnwell has put out an extensive list, as only Barnwell can do, of NFL free agency on the offensive side of the football. And it is I like when things are separated into tiers.
Right.
You know, it makes it easy. And the Texans need wide receivers, first and foremost on the offensive side, and offensive linemen. So he's got this free agency menu here, and it's divided into 6 tiers at each position. I would love to know how long it takes him to put this together, man. This is a lot of work. But the tier 1, let's start with the wide receivers. Tier 1 franchise players, there are none that are available this offseason. Now, T. Higgins might get paid like one because he's potentially the only one out there that brushes up against that. But he's listed in Tier 2, Pro Bowl caliber starters. And also Devontae Adams is a potential cap casualty.
Yeah, and so he has him in as a Pro Bowl caliber starter? That's an interesting one to me.
Devontae Adams, yeah.
Because Devontae Adams.
And Higgins.
So this is where I am with Devontae Adams. And it's tough because it's not necessarily his fault, and yet it's been.
When was the last huge year he had?
Well, I mean, he had 1,063 yards last year combined between two teams.
That's not huge.
It's not a huge year.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so his last huge year was in 2022 when he was 30. That was the last year he made the Pro Bowl.
So he's 32 years old now.
He's 33. He'll be 33 this year.
I'm out.
Yeah, and that's that 32-year-old season for wide receivers. 32 seems to be when the vast majority of them really fall off.
Yes.
They're just not the same guys. So, obviously, plunking between the Raiders and the Jets last year, it wasn't ideal. And yet, he had 1,144 yards the year before that. He's not the same guy. The name brand appeal of Devontae Adams is not what you're going to get out of him when he's 33 years old.
I wonder what the league thinks of him.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I know what you and I think of him. I wonder what the league, if there's a team out there. It only takes one stupid team to do something.
Well, and it doesn't mean that he can't. I think he and Stephon Diggs might be in the same category right now. Stephon Diggs, same age, or 1 year younger Stephon Diggs. That's that the name brand appeal is not what they are, as long as you're cool with that. But I feel with Devontae Adams, there's even more of a Cooper Kupp effect, where people are envisioning like what they remembered from 3 years ago and thinking that they're going to get that same guy, and you're just flat out not going to get that same guy.
Now we're in the bin in Tier 3 that I think the Texans should be sifting through the DVDs. You know what I mean? Capable starters, Tier 3. Free agents, Marquise Brown, who you've brought up before.
Yeah.
Amari Cooper, Stephon Diggs, Chris Godwin. Potential cap casualties, Cooper Kupp, Debo Samuel.
I like Marquise Godwin just because he's just got pure, unadorned speed. It's just he can blaze it, and it can open things up for Nico Collins and whoever ends up playing the slot for you. I don't think it bars you from you're not going to have to pay him a boatload of money, so you still draft a receiver and bring anybody else you want in, not to mention Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie. I think you can get a kind of a nice complement of skill sets, including a rookie, and end up having a formidable group of wide receivers. It doesn't necessarily have to have the name brand appeal of some of those other guys, and you don't have to spend a boatload to do it.
Average annual salary projection for this group, $11 to $20 million.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think, look, I like Cooper Kupp much more as a cap casualty than I do a trade candidate.
Right.
I don't have to give up any picks for him. I don't have to inherit that Rams contract, which right now is $20 million. $7.5 million of that is a bonus that's due pretty soon, and the rest is salary. I'd rather Cooper Kupp get thrown on the street and like the idea of coming and playing in an offense that's run by Nick Caley.
Unless the Rams are willing to pay a good chunk of that salary, he's probably going to get cut and released.
Yeah. So
cut and released.
Yeah,
it's especially degrading.
Both. Yeah, I know. We thought I know you thought we liked you, Cooper. We're cutting you and releasing you.
that would be
and waiving you.
That'd be the thing where you might have to think, like, man, was
and
there
you're
more going on
fired.
here? Yeah, if like waive is the nice way to say it.
Yeah.
If they actually released it and said we've cut Cooper Kupp.
We are cutting, releasing, waiving, and firing
him.
Yeah. Scram.
Not being released.
Go.
Yeah.
Leave. And Deebo Samuel. That's interesting. The two potential cap casualties have at least some degree of familiarity with prominent Texans coaches. Cooper Kupp with Nick Caley and Deebo Samuel with DeMeco Ryans.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the, in the building together at least.
Yeah. I did.
DeMeco had to stop him in practice every day.
This is where I get nervous about the new coach bringing in the veteran from a team he's been on already, because we had that in Kubiak's first year. Mike Sherman brought in a couple of guys from Green Bay, and neither of them worked out at all.
Yeah.
And then the coach is less likely to have his blinders taken off about it. I'm hesitant of that. For a guy like Cooper Kupp, who hasn't been Cooper Kupp in neon in 3 seasons, I get nervous that there would be a little too much loyalty there.
Okay, let's split the difference between $11 million and $20 million. Call it $15 million.
Mm-hmm.
2 years, $30 million. Which of these 6 guys would you want for 2 years? Of the guys we just named, Marquise Brown, Amari Cooper, Stephon Diggs, Chris Godwin, Cooper Kupp, Deebo Samuel.
Oh, if it was all the same?
All the same. They all have the same price tag attached to them.
Stephon Diggs coming off that ACL is hurting me. Oh.
That's about what he's probably going to get.
But he's an actual receiver where Deebo Samuel is this weird hybrid of what the hell is he even?
I know what mine is.
Give me Stephon Diggs.
I'm Diggs too, man.
Yeah.
I'm Diggs too. Yes, I am.
Partly because that's an overpay for Hollywood Brown.
Yes, it is.
Because he made it all equal. If they can get Hollywood Brown
closer to 11,
a reasonable deal, then I think it'd be my favorite.
Yeah.
And if you're going to draft a wide receiver,
I'm with you. At that price, if they're all 2 years, $30 million, I'll take Stephon Diggs.
And if it's mostly, but in Diggs, the only thing holding me back is his ACL.
But that's been his only injury. You know what I mean? Like the other guys. I know you and I are on the same page with Diggs. But like Kupp, it's like the nagging stuff. Deebo Samuel, I'm just worried about him, like what shape he's in. You know what I mean? Like the pictures have not been flattering of him this offseason.
But Diggs, yes, he's been very, very durable, but he's also going to be 32 years old is that age where it's dicey for wide receivers, and he's coming off an ACL.
So you'd rather have Marquise Brown for like $11 million than Diggs for like 14 or 15?
No, I'd rather have Diggs. So Diggs is my answer.
Yeah. The low
final answer.
Final answer. Borderline starters, high-end backups. Keenan Allen, Brandon Cooks.
No. Brandon Cooks? Get him off my list. Get him off that list. I'm scowling. I don't need Brandon Cooks scowl back in my life.
I can't do anything about it. It's on there. So, those guys would be between $6 and $10 million. Now they may be shopping. They need receivers, man. They may be shopping, and the bargain bin is $2 to $4 million. Tutu Atwell, De'Ami Brown, Noah Brown. There you go. Noah Brown guy on the text page.
People are asking, hey, where was Noah Brown? He could have helped at the end of the season. He was injured at the end of the season. He finished the year on IR. He was injured all training camp, and then he was injured at the end of the season.
This $2 to $4 million tier actually.
But that is nice. I would take Noah Brown for that.
This $2 to $4 million tier has some interesting names in it.
Yeah.
I don't want DeAndre Hopkins back, but he's in this tier. Matt Collins, Bills, did some good things.
I can't take Matt Collins in his.
Listen, the barefoot
you and I are very. No, it's not the barefoot. It's the cosplay. It's him showing up in a different funky outfit all the time. We are anti game day cosplay on this broadcast.
Demarcus Robinson, Rams.
Oh yeah.
7 touchdowns on 31 catches this past year.
And he's in the bargain bin.
He's in the bargain bin. He's backups likely to net guaranteed money. So he's $2 to $4 million. I'll tell you what, I think there's a better chance if we're going to pick former Rams.
Yeah.
I think there's a better chance he's on the Texans as a cheapo like wide receiver 3.
Yeah.
Than Cooper Kupp is on this team as a wide receiver 2.
Uh-huh.
I
think
as far as former Rams
it's
go.
probably more likely that you get a guy like Matt Collins or Demarcus Robinson, a guy that's like a 500 yards a year type of dude, than you get one of the name brand guys
that does the dirty work.
Yeah, I think, and especially because I think they like I think they're going to take a wide receiver in the first or second round. One of those two picks they'll use for a wide receiver. So that's where, if they're looking for traits and skills and upside, I think that's where it ends up being.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're live in West Palm Beach, Exclusive Furniture, Academy Sports and Outdoors. Shout out to both of you for getting us down here for hopefully a little baseball. It's still raining outside, so we'll see how today goes. But there will be baseball.
We'll be drinking in the pool while it's raining
if you
this
guys
afternoon,
want
if not.
to be in an immersive experience of Seth and I drinking in a
Literally
pool today.
immersive.
Yes.
We'll be immersed in the pool.
Indeed.
We can do a breath holding competition. And there's a bench press in the gym. We're going to have you max bench later on.
Oh, I'm on that.
We'll see how many reps you can get with 225.
Are you gonna...
Yeah, the video will be just you under the bar, and Spillane and I will be on the other side.
Oh, that's
we'll
funny,
be off
like right
camera,
over the
but
top.
we'll be.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah.
Let's go out and buy some. When I'm at Best Buy later, getting my female to male adapter, I'll have to get some dummy weights somewhere too.
Oh, cool.
Where can I buy dummy weights in South Florida? Oh, I bet this is the world capital of fake weights for Instagram gym videos.
Oh, here in Venice Beach,
They've
California.
probably got a separate warehouse for them. Influencers, come in here.
That's right.
Our 45 pounds only weighs 1 pound.
Oh, my God. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday here, live in West Palm Beach. Up next, a Nolan Arenado trade. Is this still a possibility? One thing a Nolan Arenado trade would do for the Astros that we can't say has been the case for a long, long time, and it's a positive thing. We will tell you what that is coming up next, but let's get you guys some 20.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and exclusive furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, we're up. I was explaining to you guys my Southwest strategies.
Yeah.
Where apparently Southwest Airlines is supposed to be going to assigned seating sometime.
We were talking about that as we were boarding our flight yesterday.
So this all might be moot going on to the future. I don't want to give away a bunch of my secrets, but one of the secrets at least is if you're sitting you're in one person in the aisle, one person on the window, and people are still boarding. To really look as big and menacing as possible.
Yeah.
You want to make it look uninviting.
Yep.
You want to kind of scowl at people.
Yeah.
And, you got no problem
They're
with that.
frightened of me when they walk down that aisle, I tells you. Yeah.
But then immediately, unless it's really starting to fill up, because you'll tell first and ask the flight attendant how many empty seats there are. If it's really starting to fill up and it looks like you're probably going to be screwed, then you got to hedge your bets and then look very inviting to the smaller people,
to the tiny people,
to smile at them and everything as they come by.
We had this exact conversation yesterday, our boss Parker and I, because we sat down. I sat aisle, he sat window in the same row, and they told us multiple times on the overhead speaker that it was a full flight.
Yeah.
So we already kind of had the intel you're talking about. We kind of had it already. Like, we knew someone's going to be sitting here.
Yeah.
And we just kind of let it go. Although we did jinx ourselves by saying it'll probably be some guy who's like 6'5", 280.
Yeah.
And sure enough, dude, this guy was every bit of 6'5", if not taller.
Yeah.
Not 280, but not light either. And he's like, "You mind if I sit here?" And I'm like, "Oh." I felt bad for Parker because he was wedged up against the window. Like, I'm on the aisle, so I at least have a little room to breathe. Now, the strategy Amy and I use, we're flying a United flight up to Boston at the end of May. We're going up to visit Judy and Charlie up there. And we're picking our seats, and I never go like business for first class or anything. It's just too pricey. So we're in the economy. But we're picking our seats. We pick aisle seats across from one another, like across the aisle from one another.
Yeah.
Rather than pick the same row and then have somebody pick the seat in between us.
Yeah.
So that way we can at least lean across and talk to each other if we want to.
I always just like that Brandy's going to sit in the middle seat, and I'm going to have the aisle seat, and we'll be next to each other, and we'll be just fine. At least I will.
Are you just fine? Have you asked her if she's just fine?
I'll be fine. Is the whole there,
and that's the key. Yeah. All right, so the Astros still kicking around the possibility of a Nolan Arenado trade. As of right now, according to Chandler Rome, Arenado has not changed his stance. Arenado, third baseman for the St. Louis Cardinals, multi-time All-Star, Gold Glover. He's phenomenal. He's great. He was great. He's still pretty good. But the Cardinals are looking to move on from him. He's looking to move on. The Cardinals are not going to be a very good baseball team this year. And so they've had a number of trade talks with various teams throughout the offseason, has not resulted in anything. It looks like the Yankees are going to settle on an in-house solution at third base. They don't appear to be in on Arenado. So if he's looking for a team that has a need at his position that could compete for something, he needs to change his mind pretty soon.
Where he might want to really spend the next 3 years. I mean, because we've been looking at it through that prism of like, all right, look, if he really wants to go somewhere that at least has a chance to be a quality team, go to the Astros. Boy, we're in just a different position than we've been in for a long time. He could also, though, be thinking, well, I'll wait and see what happens next year. You know, like I'll bide my time. I like it here, whatever, and just maybe next year that opportunity.
Not winning anything.
And maybe the Astros have proven themselves by that point.
Yeah.
And then that's where that's where I'll go.
And I guess some of that may come down to how badly do the Cardinals want to move him. The big thing is he's got total control over this. Yeah. He's got a no trade clause.
The deal at the time, as it was reported a couple months ago, was that the Cardinals would be paying $15 to $20 million of his salary. The Rockies are already paying $10 million of his salary. So the sum total of it all would be the Astros would get 3 years, $40 to $45 million, which is a pretty good deal for a guy like Arenado.
Absolutely.
For 3 years.
Absolutely. And here's a big thing it would do, and this is what I teased into the segment, just in thinking it through. The Astros, it seems like, Seth, for really since this run started of dominance, they've always had at least one primary guy that is – and I'm talking like, everyday line. It always feels like there's been some drama swirling around. Is he going to be here next year? Is he not going to be here? 2020, after 2020, it was Springer, gone. After 2021, it was Correa, gone. Last couple years, it's been what's going to happen with Tucker, what's going to happen with Bregman. And then you get the bad signing of Jose Abreu plunked down, and everybody wanted him gone after 1 year. You get Nolan Arenado, and at least in your everyday lineup, like the primary guys are around for a while now.
Yeah.
It's Arenado's there for 3 years. Payne is in his first year of arbitration. He's still got 3 more years of team control. Jose Altuve is going to be here forever. Christian Walker's on a 3-year deal. Yainer Diaz is still in his early years with multiple years of team control.
Yeah.
Yordan Alvarez is signed till 2028. You've got.
I like the way you went around the infield there, like as if Jose Altuve was still a second baseman.
It's still how I think about it.
I know.
And I miss Paredes.
Paredes. Well, that's what I was saying. That's what I was expecting to say.
Yeah.
Paredes at second base.
Yeah.
Which and with a lot of that too, you bring in Arenado, and all of a sudden,
Paredes 3 years of team control.
Yeah.
By the way.
So you bring in Arenado, and you've got 3 years of control with him. Very, very good defensively.
Yes.
So it's not as big a drop off from Bregman to Arenado defensively as it is with Paredes. And then Paredes gets to just be a good hitter, but it's not as much of a defensive – I don't want to say he's a liability. He's just not – he's not Bregman. Yeah. At second base, you don't have to worry about it. That would feel pretty good. And then as you develop some of the younger guys, there you go. We're off to the races.
Yeah, you're off to the race. Now, then if we're just taking the team in its totality, then the one guy that is this year's version of that would obviously be Framber. And I'm not super confident they're going to get a deal with Framber. If Framber is smart, then he should want deals like what Max Fried was getting this offseason. Like there's guys better than Framber that have been getting some big long-term deals in that pitching realm. But at least with the everyday lineup, you feel pretty good. And they're going to be, Framber's here this year. Maybe they do get something done. Maybe they don't. But the bottom line is they will get some guys back from Tommy John here. Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers, Christian Javier, and you're going to have a ton of money off the books next year too to go get guys if you want to go shopping.
Well, in the pitching too, especially that's where you're going to have to separate yourself. I think the days of the Astros being a record-setting offense, that's been a spell now since we were there. The pitching perpetually, partly because of the way the Astros develop pitchers and the guys they already have out there right now. That's where your hopes are. That Blanco in coming off a season where he pitched way more innings than he ever had before in Major League Baseball. If he can look like he did in the first half of the season, that's Spencer Arrighetti. Arrighetti figured some things out last year. There's an article in the Chronicle this morning about Arrighetti, and just him. What was he saying? That he used to. He came in thinking he could just beat guys with his stuff and just have all this electric stuff, and then he realized, like, okay, guys just aren't swinging at my stuff.
Chess game.
Yeah, guys in the major leagues are not impressed with all of your magnificent stuff. Yeah. They just stop swinging,
That's right.
and you're going to be walking dudes. So, and you saw that growth in him.
No doubt.
You realize, he struggled with control at times, but. When he made that switch to realizing he had to throw strikes, because there was for a while there when he was really struggling, it looked like he was just trying to flirt with the edges. And and if you're not pinpointing doing that, at some point you got to throw some strikes.
Yep.
And he realized that, and he became a more professional pitcher. He did a much better job of riding out the bad innings and getting himself in some rough spots. He fought his way out of it. So I'm optimistic about him this year. He's a little bit of above 4.0 ERA last year, and I could totally see him working down to be a 3.0 ERA guy.
Sub 4, yeah, for sure. But that Arenado deal would be nice, man. It'd be nice to be able to like kind of pencil. You get one more outfielder maybe that provides some stability there. So that would be really good if they could get that deal done. And that's obviously something we're keeping an eye on here in West Palm Beach as we roll on through this week. Hey, we got a funny thing yesterday. Not funny for Pedro Leon so much because it involves discomfort, but we had our first report on Pedro Leon yesterday, who was scratched. He of course, majority of last year in Sugar Land, got a little bit of time with the big club. Pedro Leon has discomfort in his left knee. We have our first discomfort of the 2025 season.
Oh, boy.
Baseball is back.
Astros.
Baseball is back.
Hey, somebody I know who lives in Colorado was my brother. My brother is that person. I was trying to figure out whether I was going to say who it was or not. But he lives in Colorado, and my nephew Wes had wanted to listen to the show, so they were listening, and they were listening to the Arenado talk. And the basic feel I'm getting is that he's not surprised that Arenado is being kind of tempestuous about whether or not he wants to come to Houston.
They've seen this movie before.
He has a little bit of a diva element there, too. Yeah, very, very good, but he senses a sort of diva type to him.
I like that.
Or not diva. He's saying, I think, colorfully. My brother's not a baseball insider or anything, but he's like a hot, like a hot bipolar girlfriend.
Okay.
So you're like, oh, she's so hot, but my God, she's a pain in the butt. But she's so hot.
She's a lot. Is he okay once you get him in the building? Like once you're in the like does he settle down at some point? Did they say, or is he?
My brother's opinion is that he got worse in St. Louis. That he was he got less hot. He was just as bipolar, but just not
may
as
not
hot.
be worth all that.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah.
He was really hot in Colorado.
Yeah. So that's just that's our report from our man on the street in Colorado.
In Colorado, I like that. I didn't think we were going to get a Colorado perspective. If
Houston ever key team, my brother is going to annoy the hell out of us.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's going to be calling, trying to get on.
Was he all into USA versus Canada?
Oh, yeah. No, he's into hockey. My nephew is a really good hockey player.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, so my brother didn't grow up with hockey at all, but now he's full bore into it.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Oh, it's big in Colorado,
and he's in complete disbelief that we don't talk a boatload of hockey in Houston.
Team. Wait, who, your brother or your nephew?
My brother. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Wes doesn't care. Wes just wants to play hockey.
But we need him in the demo. He's going to be a future demographic listener of ours. We got to get him in.
We got to get Wes on the squad.
We got to get him on the squad.
If they're not going to sign my nephew to a futures contract, I don't even know if they're trying to win.
Thank you.
Come on, Houston, whatever we're going to call you.
Here was Joe Espada on Pedro Leon today.
Leon is going to get an MRI here done today for that left knee. He slid during his outfield drills yesterday. So we are not concerned. The testing here was good, but we're just going to make sure that that's good to go.
All right. I mean, he's another guy, there are no sacred cows in that outfield other than Jose Altuve.
Yeah.
Who's ironically, he's the only sacred cow in the outfield, and he has yet to play a game in the outfield for the Astros at any recent point. I don't know.
No, and there's the outfield. Look, Chaz is competing with 5 different dudes.
Yeah, man.
And one of them, DeZenzo, who my dream of being able to call him DH DeZenzo, spelling it.
DH at the beginning?
Yeah. First, he's got to show that he can actually
hit.
He can hit and not strike out 35% of the time.
Good,
that's one of the big things.
I'm in love with your gimmick and everything, but him hitting would be a key. That would be a big key.
Both Bryce Matthews and DeZenzo, they've got to learn to have better judgment at the plate.
Here was Joe Espada. Joe Espada this morning. Big thanks to Adam Spolane for getting this audio for us. Spo is down here with us in West Palm Beach all week long. Here's Joe Espada on what he's seen from Bryce Matthews so far.
I went to Puerto Rico and just wanted to see how that was going to go, and it went really well. I think Bryce sees an opportunity here for him. These kids, they see the landscape, right? They see what's out there, and they see that we're going to give some opportunities to young players. For us to continue to win, we need some of these young players to come up and help us sustain our winning culture. So he's one of those guys that we're counting on.
Yeah,
it did have to be kind of a kick in the junk to be a young guy coming to Astros spring training, 4 or 5 years
back
ago.
In the day, where he's like, I'm just here at some fantasy camp for me. Like, okay, cool.
I'm going to get as many autographs as I can.
It's like when you go to one of those showcases or something, you realize that, they just took my money.
Yeah,
They're just hey.
Yeah.
So spend $5,000 and professional scouts will watch you. These guys are professional. They were at one point. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to get as many selfies as I can.
This is the one. I wanted to be sure I got the names right. But this is where I feel like the Astros are just messing with Pope Zaza's frazzled brain. So McCormick is the starter in right field for now.
Yep.
That has said he's not going to have as long a leash as he had last year at the plate. But he's being pushed by Taylor Tremmel, Ben Gamel, and Cooper Hummel. I can't keep these old straight.
Dude.
I'm gonna put him in a tunnel and pummel him into rubble.
This is the baseball version of Nico, Danico, and D'Amico.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you're screwed. What is it again?
We're not going to. Trailer Trammell, Ben Gamel, and Cooper Hummel.
Well, they won't all make the team.
No.
But if two of them do, it's going to be a little
Trammell's
dicey.
injured right now, right?
Is he? Yeah. They picked him up this offseason. Oh, dude, that's a Seth Payne nightmare right there.
if all those guys were
they all make the
rotating in,
dude,
if
that's the outfield one day, left, center, and right.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're going to call in sick the next day. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday here. We're live in West Palm Beach, Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors, bringing you all of this greatness all week long here in West Palm Beach. We appreciate them very much for that. Up next, Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle. He is, I believe, I don't know, is he in Indianapolis for the Combine? I think he may be.
Probably.
He's got a piece, though, up in the Chronicle now.
That's his way.
About big questions facing the Texans at the Combine, and they're not just college players. There's a lot, as we know from Nick Caserio, there's a lot that goes on at the Combine that is not necessarily draft related. What are the big questions for the Texans? We'll discuss coming up next.
You've got
Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Exclusive Furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
A couple people asking, what would the Astros have to trade to get Nolan Arenado in the building? This is just my gut. It doesn't feel like there's a huge market for him right now. You know what I mean?
It feels like there's it would be a bit of a dump by St. Louis, trying to clear the deck.
Getting rid of some salary. I mean, prospects. No, I don't think anybody off the big league roster.
Yeah.
And I don't think it'd be any of these guys that we're talking about, at least that haven't been, like the Bryce Matthews of the world, the Cam Smith, like guys like that are high-level prospects. I don't think it would be one of those guys. If I
glad my nephew Wes wasn't listening when we ended up talking about what my brother had said.
Yeah.
Because Arenado had been my nephew's favorite player.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So they weren't. He'd been dropped off at school by the time we started talking about how Arenado might be a bit of a headache.
So this isn't the same nephew though that Bill O'Brien gave.
No, that was a different nephew.
That's what I thought. That was that was.
He's doing fine now. He recovered from Bill O'Brien, the GM, from William O'Brien.
Diabetes.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, the very real thing that happened was that the day that DeAndre Hopkins trade was announced, or at least reported, my nephew Ryan went into a diabetic coma. He didn't even know he had diabetes.
Right.
He had to get airlifted to Buffalo from their little town up there.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, like
William O'Brien traded DeAndre Hopkins.
Wow.
Destroyed his pancreas is what they did. Is what he did.
You hear stories all the time about that when trades destroy people's pancreases.
It was probably just coincidental, but I will always blame him for that.
Yeah. Why not?
But Ryan's doing great.
Good.
Wes as well. For anybody that was concerned about any of my nephews, they're all doing great.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right, so Jonathan Alexander has a piece in the Chronicle here. He's headed to Indianapolis. The NFL Combine obviously is going on this week. The first few days are just the interviews and the press conferences. And by the way, D'Amico Ryans tomorrow, 12:15 Houston time. Nick Caserio Wednesday, 12:15 Houston time. The reason I'm saying Houston time is because Seth and I are in West Palm Beach right now covering spring training for the Astros. Or with the Astros, covering the Astros. So the Combine, the workouts get started on Thursday this week. Jonathan Alexander has 5 questions that surround the Combine. First one, is re-signing Diggs realistic?
Mm-hmm.
You and I are both hoping it is.
Yeah.
You and I. Sorry, I'm coughing.
You're having some respiratory issues. Sorry, I just sat there and let you hack up a lung
I've been
while
battling
I just
a cold all weekend.
I sat silent. I'm sorry. I can hear you coughing, so I assume everybody else can too. No, that wasn't dead air. That was Sean. It was dead air because Sean was about to die.
I got a scratchy throat.
So is re-signing Diggs realistic? That's interesting. I guess it's not improper to say the word to use the phrase. It's gonna be weird because he's a free agent. He's going to be a free agent.
Yeah.
I think there's somebody out there that's probably got more cap space, like a Washington Commanders perhaps, or the Commanders are the one that really jump out, that might want to bring in Stephon Diggs for the same reason the Texans wanted to bring in a veteran wide receiver to work in with your young quarterback.
Yeah.
And the Commanders can say, look, okay, there's a risk because of his ACL, but we can take that risk. We really want Diggs here. And Diggs was a model citizen while he was here. There's no drama or anything else like that. And I think if Diggs, we have to think about this, Sean, objectively. If you're Stephon Diggs and all things being equal, the Texans and the Commanders offer you the same contract, what looks more appetizing right now?
Texans.
Mm-hmm.
Texans. The Commanders, for a couple of reasons. One, familiarity.
Yeah.
He knows what's in the building. I don't Jaden Daniels had an amazing rookie year. I don't see a major difference with Jaden Daniels and C.J. Stroud. I think I can make an argument I'd rather have C.J. Stroud than Jaden Daniels for a variety of reasons, including Jaden Daniels has a bird frame.
Yeah.
I don't know how he's going to hold up physically over time. I would say, too, that the path to at least get into the postseason, you're not dealing with the current Super Bowl champions being in your division for the next few years.
Yeah.
The Texans are going to should own the AFC South for the next few years.
I guess my only question would be, all right, you saw what they were able to do with Cliff Kingsbury as the offensive coordinator. Nick Haley is an unknown, And so the Commanders were the 5th scoring offense in football last year.
Yeah.
The Texans were down in the bottom half.
Yep.
And he doesn't know who Nick Haley is. That's the part that I wonder if he just feels like, okay, if I want to really shine as a receiver, then Washington is a place for me. I don't know.
Totally fair. I think it's a really, really good question. I would say Texans. Perfect argument on the other side for Washington. Hey, by the way, big shout out to Jonathan Alexander. You know what he does, Seth? Attribution in his article here.
Yeah.
Unlike some writers who won't cite interviews from a while ago on Sports Radio 610, right on first paragraph is re-signing Diggs realistic. Talked about how D'Amico was pretty close to the vest talking about it, but Nick Caserio was a little more open about the topic on his recent appearance with Payne and Pendergast on Sports Radio 610. Yeah, and he has the quote in there and everything. All right, that's Diggs is the first question. Could the Texans make a trade before the draft? They did last year.
Yeah.
That's Jonathan's second question. I hope they do, and I hope they trade back. I hope they accumulate some picks in that 20, the late 20s. I hope they trade 25, move back, stay in the first round maybe, but pick up an extra pick or two.
So the trade could be, it doesn't necessarily have to be for an active player or anything. You're just trading within the draft.
Could they make a trade before the draft?
I would have to say it's probably the favorite.
The Diggs trade was before the draft.
Right. But I'm saying, but it also can be, whether it's a Diggs type trade or if it's just simply a pick swap at some point.
Either of them.
I would say it's probably more than not the way Nick operates.
Yes, I think that's a big thing, the way Nick operates.
And some of that especially because you don't know exactly where the players that you're targeting or who even the players you might want to target are until after you go through free agency. So if they end up signing a wide receiver, they sign an interior offensive lineman, then all of a sudden you start to get a little bit more clarity about, all right, well, look, let's say hypothetically they sign an offensive lineman. Then I think that an interior offensive lineman, I think then they might start thinking like, all right, well, these wide receivers that we like, they're probably going to be some good ones at the back end of the first round or the top part of the second round, and he might want to trade back at that point. Because also it might work out that way with all three positions that we think of as needs: defensive tackle, wide receiver, and offensive line, especially interior offensive line. Those are they look like they get kind of heavy in the back half of the first round. I want to have a first round pick.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't know.
It was less fun last year.
Yeah. And even though, look, it ended up working out really well. Kamari Lassiter played way better than a lot of first round picks.
Sure did.
But I'm being very short sighted and selfish here. It's fun to have a first round pick.
It is. It's just fun. Yeah, that's okay. I think a lot of people listening would agree with that. Third question Jonathan Alexander has. How can the Texans better protect Stroud? We may need more than the 4 minutes left in this segment to talk about that.
You know what? I'll tell you one thing. The crop of free agent interior offensive linemen is pretty deep. Guys that can be viable starters. I know Trace is kind of the cream of the crop. My appetite for him is less and less, just because I don't want to be in the business of spending a boatload of money to this already bloated payroll on the offensive line for an interior offensive lineman when what you really need on any good offensive line is solid dudes. If you could have 5 solid offensive linemen, that beats having 3 all-pros and 2 bums any day of the week. And there's in that article earlier that we read by the Bill Barnwell. There's like 5 or 6 guys that are just solid starter interior offensive linemen, and I'd rather go with one of those guys.
I hope that whoever it is, I'd rather have an average guy who affects the attitude in the offensive line room than an elite guy who maybe doesn't have, sort of a transformative is probably overstating it, but like a residual effect of also raising maybe just the professionalism of that room.
Right. And I told the story earlier about when we had a defensive coordinator one year when I was in Jacksonville who just flat out didn't know what he was doing. The assistants, you could see the frustration on their faces from week to week as they're being run by a coordinator that's just not built to be an NFL defensive coordinator. And I think I have to guess that might have been what was going on with Bobby Sloak this year, and that's why so many of the assistant coaches were retained. That a lot of it is sometimes the offensive coordinator or the defensive coordinator, just by the virtue of the way they're operating and designing plays and pass protections, it's really hard for anybody to do their job well. And the fact that Bobby Sloak was pretty much the only guy that was Chris, the O-line coach, had wanted to retire before the year anyway. It makes me feel better that, okay, some of this can just simply be if Nick Caley is a capable offensive coordinator, and he is a guy that's worked in pass protection with the offensive line, that alone might be enough to make it a lot better, or at least closer to what it was his rookie year.
Yep. This question from Jonathan is something that I think we're going to start to get answers on pretty soon. Where will the Texans save money, and how will it eventually affect free agency?
Yeah.
This is kind of the season that gets a little lost in the shuffle because you got combine at end of February, early March. You got free agency middle of March. You got the draft in April. This in between combine, the first 2 weeks of March leading up to free agency is cut and restructure season. And the Texans have no choice but to be active in that right now.
Yeah, and there's going to be some guys that they have to restructure, even just to sign a lot of their more journeyman type of free agents that they might want to back.
Yep.
Mario Edwards, Foley Fatukasi, guys like that. You might have to restructure some of the other guys that are on the team.
Yep. Last one, where will Titus Howard play? He says this is a yearly question for the Texans.
Except this is the first year in which it seems that Titus Howard might actually embrace a move to guard.
Seems like it.
Which matters, because
Yes.
it's not like he's been a good guard previously when they've moved there. This year, especially at the end of the year, we saw from the final regular season game on into the playoffs, we saw some nice drives where the center and Titus Howard, Jared Patterson and Titus Howard and with Laramie Tunsil, were getting some really good push. Like push against the defensive line that we really hadn't seen much of this year. And Titus Howard being a big athletic body in there, if he genuinely embraces it, I think he could end up being a really solid guard.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We'll talk to the guys back in the studio and in the loop. I am anxious to get John Lopez's answer to our question earlier after the Steve Smith story that we told, the Steve Smith Sr. story of him having the affair with the Ravens marching band dancer.
Yeah, we asked which Houston athlete would you be most forgiving of if he had an affair with your wife.
Right.
Yeah.
And which one would you be most angry with as well.
Yeah.
So either one. I'm anxious to see who Lopez goes with in that realm.
So I'm with Derek Stingley, Jose Altuve, and Jordan Alvarez.
You got a long list of people you'd let Brandy get freaky with, man.
Turns out I'm a swinger.
Yeah.
A very specific type of
You just
swinger.
want to be Eskimo brothers.
They have to be lovable and very competent professional athletes.
That's right.
If that's it, anything goes.
Seth has a type. All right, so we'll talk to the guys on In the Loop at the top of the hour about that. If you want to continue to text in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, you can do that. Hey, more from Joe Espada out at spring training today. Big thanks to Adam Spolane. Big day, one of several big days moving forward for these two particular Astros. I know some of you are going to get a little irritated when I bring up at least one of the names, but an update on two key Astros potentially for this season from Joe Espada. That is coming up next.
Sports 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and exclusive furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
There will be no baseball today here in West Palm Beach.
Boo.
Mother Nature.
Come on, Dyken. Put a roof over it.
Yeah, come on, man. Let's go. Yeah, no, game rained out today between the Marlins and the Astros.
I blame the Nationals.
I don't think they're going to make it up.
I blame the Nationals. I think the Nationals probably, the Astros probably like, hey, should we put a roof over this? You know, it's worked out well in Houston. The Nationals are like, no, we don't need a stinking roof.
We're bad roommates.
Yeah.
Nope, we know it'd be best.
For those of you who don't know, they share the ballpark with
they do indeed.
Washington. But it's weird when you're there, you would never know it. It's amazing that they keep it so separate. It never feels like it's not like the Meadowlands where you can see the sign, and it's a cool environment.
It's great. If you've never come down here to spring training before, it's awesome. It is a lot of fun. So, Joe Espada did meet with the media this morning, however, and he talked about a few of the players. McCullers. Now, I don't know if this is still happening or not, if the game got rained out, but I would imagine they can find a dry place to throw a bullpen. Here's the latest update on Lance McCullers and Luis Garcia.
McCullers and Garcia will throw their sides today. Hopefully we could do them here, but if not, we're going to be doing this in the cages. And next step for McCullers would be throw a live BP. So I'm excited to see that.
Oh, Lance is getting close, man. Live BP. Live BP is a big step, dude. Big step.
All right, okay.
Are you going to allow yourself to get excited excited about Lance. You like Lance.
I can't. Sean, you know I don't have any restraint or self-discipline.
I know. That's why I'm egging you on.
All right?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to allow myself to get excited.
Me too.
And then I'm going to get angry at the people that are criticizing me for being excited. It's going to be a whole death spiral to the point where Lance is going to be pitching in the middle of an all-star season, at the end of an all-star season in Game 3 of the World Series, and somehow I'm going to be angry at the world because I'll be both mad at the people that said it would never happen, but also the people that claimed that that I was stupid for wanting to happen.
During Game 3 of the World Series would get petty enough to go after the people that came after you.
Yes. Forever even putting out there is a possibility that Lance McCullers might come back. But I can get excited about the idea of it. And, I mean, the fun part of it would be if Lance comes out and he starts at some point early in the season and he's doing well. You're going to be tense every single. There's not the entire year long. You're never going to feel super comfortable that it's for real.
This is something like if I were in Seattle or in Arlington, and I rooted for either of those two teams. The two teams that are right there within percentage points on FanGraphs of the Astros. Like these three. If you're not following it. The analytics, the percentages, the sites that forecast and run simulations of the season, they basically view the Rangers, Mariners, and Astros as the same teams right now. I'm guessing they're not factoring in a returning Lance McCullers into that.
Yeah.
If I were in Texas or Seattle, that is something I would monitor.
The pitching depth chart right now, and again, I always caution against saying anything where there's multiple ifs attached to it.
Yeah.
But I think there's so many ifs on the pitching staff in a good way that you are still, obviously not all these guys will be healthy. We've known that. But just going down the names, Framber Valdez, Hunter Brown, Ronel Blanco, Spencer Arrighetti, Hayden Wisniewski, another big guy I should have mentioned earlier that I'm excited to watch. Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers, Christian Javier. That alone right there with a modicum of health, if you can get 5 of those guys to stay healthy.
Yeah, man.
Or if you have any five of those guys at any given time healthy during the season, I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good about getting a more consistent version of Ronel Blanco. I think Spencer Arrighetti can be a credible starter at least, and we'll see where the development takes him. Luis Garcia, it's just a matter of when he's healthy enough, and then I feel very good about that. And then beyond that, you still have Ryan Gusto looked great the other day. This is the Astros, though. There's plenty of examples of pitchers, hey, Ryan Gusto looked great, and then all of a sudden, lo and behold, 2 years later, he's in the Cy Young conversation.
Yeah.
So it's not outside the realm of possibilities.
Yep.
And J.P. France still waiting in the wings. He has a long injury ordeal there. But, they're loaded. They're loaded with guys that you can feel good about or that have genuinely high potential.
Yeah, the McCullers and Garcia, I'm allowing myself to get there, especially with Lance. If he's throwing live BP next week, he's getting closer and closer. Javier's the one. When you see all the reports of the list, it's like, and he could be back by July or August. It's like,
But Javier's a guy that I too feel like, okay, as long as things are going well and he can come in the back half of the season, Javier's always been a guy where you wonder how much should you be using him as a full-time starter anyway, that it could be a nice jackknife to have or a Swiss Army knife to have in the back half of the season.
It could. I'm just not counting on him just based on how it's gone with all the other Tommy John guys. We were saying the same things about Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers last year. Neither of them came back.
Yeah.
It just feels aggressive. Now, Javier, of all these guys, if we're taking the peak of what each of these guys looked like healthy, nobody was better than second half of the season 2022 Christian Javier out of all these guys, out of all these potential, returning health issue guys. Second half of the season, Javier in 2022 was elite.
But I think that's the big thing with Javier was that was also the year where he kind of eased into being a full-time starter.
Yeah.
And then the next year he had 100. So he pitched 148 and 2/3 innings that year.
Yeah.
The next year he pitches 162 innings, and he's got a 4.56 ERA.
Pitched in freaking World Baseball class.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know if Javier is cut out to be a full-time starter.
Yeah. I wish he
Which
were.
is fine because, it's not fine for this year probably, but if he ends up being a reliever, those guys are great.
They are. You're paying him to be a starter. He signed that contract. Well, I say you're paying him to be a starter. He's only making $1 million more than you were paying Rafael Montero to be last couple years. So you're not paying him Garrett Cole money or anything like that, for sure.
Javier is one of the rare Astros pitchers that's been around for 5 seasons and is still actually relatively young, as opposed to guys like where you're like with Ronel Blanco. Yeah, he's young, right? No, he's like 48. Framber's young, right? No, he's collecting Social Security.
Framber's like 32, right?
Yeah.
Framber's definitely
I think Ronell's 31.
Still,
because they've signed so many Latin players that were older. Javier is the rare pitcher that actually is still relatively young, despite having been around for 5 seasons on the Astros.
Here was Joe Espada with an update earlier this morning on Hunter Brown.
He's got a little bit of fire in his eyes this year. I'm excited where he's at. This kid can, we all know that this guy is ready to be an ace, and we expect him to be one of our aces in our rotation.
Dude, yeah, we get Hunter Brown. We get 2024 Hunter Brown to start the season. That'd be pretty bad.
It was supposed to be Arrighetti today.
No, Blanco was supposed to be.
Excuse me, yeah. Blanco.
Yeah,
that's
right.
Yeah, we already had Arrighetti.
Yep.
Hunter Brown. It's weird. We haven't even talked about Hunter Brown much.
No.
As far as things to get excited about and everything, but I think I'm almost starting to look at him as an actual veteran and not one of the guys that's a matter of intrigue. It's like, okay, you're hoping that Spencer Arrighetti can get up into that Hunter Brown caliber of consistency.
Hunter Brown, it'll be disappointing if Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez are not in the All-Star conversation in June and July. Conversation. They don't have to make the team, but be like Blanco was last year, just in the conversation. I think the fellas are in studio right now. What's up, boys?
Yo, what's there, fellas? How we living?
Hey, can you? Can you turn them up a little bit? There, yeah, there we go. All right, talk again.
Hello.
Howdy.
That's better. That's much better. Yeah. How you guys doing?
Terrific. It's nice to be in your chair, but I miss you.
Oh, you don't have to wait for me to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, I'm very compliant that way.
That's good. I know you've never made a big deal out of it. You've never taken me to HR over it or anything like that. I appreciate that. Did you guys hear the question that we posed to the audience earlier today, by any chance?
Pertaining to the social media news that happened this weekend?
Yes. Good way to put it.
We were asking if there was a Houston area athlete. If you found out your wife had an affair, which Houston area athlete would you be most forgiving of that athlete, and which athlete would you just want to probably murder? So for me, my answer was Jose Altuve. I would forgive Jose Altuve. Yeah. If anything, I would apologize to him for being a part of adding a distraction to his life.
For me, it would be anyone but Framber Valdez.
Wait, why is that?
Because she likes Framber for some reason.
Oh, yeah.
I don't need any relationships here, man. I don't need.
You'd be worried about actually losing your wife full time.
So you're concerned with reconciliation.
Yes. Altuve, that's a great pick, but Framber, for some reason,
not La Grasa.
And you know why? It's even worse. It gets even worse because she's watched. We go to games and stuff, and. We like to sit out in right field, watching him warm up before the game, all that stuff. She just says, he just seems so nice. He seems like a nice young man. I don't need any.
Framber?
Yeah,
Framber doesn't seem like an a-hole or anything like that, but I don't look at Framber and go, like, he just looks like such a sweetheart.
No, she says she has a sweet face.
That's like I feel like Dubon has a sweet face. Dubon's the kind of guy, like if Dubon came over to take your daughter to prom, you'd be like, this kid's all right. Yes.
Yeah. But not your wife.
Yeah.
No. Be a serious Mrs. Robinson thing going on if it were Dubon.
Taking my wife to prom,
Yeah. I figured for sure there'd be some Aggie that you'd be totally cool with.
Wow. Let's see. Who would it be? Mike Evans. Hell of a guy.
Mike Evans. Johnny Manziel.
Johnny, well, no.
Well, yeah, I was like, I feel like you should
you can never go back, Johnny. Johnny Lopez, you can never go back after it's been Johnny Manziel.
That's right.
I feel like the one I'd be cool with is Daniil Hunter, because what other option would you have? You know what I mean? Like, if Daniil Hunter says that this is where he's trying to be, then what am I going to do to change that?
Yeah.
Is he the most terrifying athlete in Houston right now?
I don't think he's – you guys you're at least you, Sean, and what's her name, the one that interviewed him. You talk about how scary he is.
Kate Adams, yeah.
He's got an incredible physique, but he's like the nicest, soft-spoken guy in the world.
But he's very serious.
And that's what makes it worse. If he decides that he wants to infringe on this territory with how nice he is, that means that he has considered the circumstances.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, scary is a threat to your spouse, sure, like as far as somebody that your spouse might covet.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like being around Daniil Hunter, there's no part of me that's like, oh, this guy's about to go crazy and beat the crap out of everybody.
No, that's true. It's just
You're also how tall again, Seth?
Yeah, that's true.
I know. Seth
being around
project his levels of fear on little people like me. Seth could actually come to blows and maybe land a few. I'd get squashed like a grape.
That's right.
Yeah, I like your rationale behind the whole Daniil Hunter thing. We got rained out today, boys.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you going to do with all this extra time, fellas?
Probably grind on tape. Probably get some Astros film and at least get some good film time in on the Astros.
That sounds decidedly not as dramatic as New Orleans. It feels like you're missing the rest of us.
With a little bit. We were talking about that earlier. I don't know if it was on the air or off the air, but like if we were rating the 10 people that went to New Orleans just based on social life, like getting out, running around, we're probably – this is like a spring training game. We're probably missing like our top 4 guys.
True, yeah. Like all the report.
I will say I was watching – I had it on YouTube this morning in my office. Y'all look like you have some nice digs there, man.
Dude, it's so nice.
Yeah.
It's a little too nice. I don't want to leave. I mean, we'll go swimming later.
I'm not happy the game got rained out today, but if we have to be hunkered down somewhere, it's a pretty good spot. It's got 4 man cave seats with the recliner pull-out and the drink holders.
Man.
Big TV. Yeah, we got man.
Are you guys even going to go out for dinner, or is this going to be like a
We bought a bunch
delivery?
of food yesterday.
Okay, so you guys are just going to be in the house.
I'm going to see. We were talking yesterday. I'm not sure if they have if there's a Taco Bell in South Florida, but I'll see there might.
Fine dining, it sounds.
Yeah.
Fine dining. Yeah, man. No, it's nice. We got a pool. We got a pool and actually.
We got a lake, Sean. We're on a string of lakes here.
That's it.
I've asked you 8 times to look at the map. There's the lake connects to all these other lakes. We can take that paddleboard and have ourselves a journey.
You can.
Oh, come on,
There's
Sean.
There's warning signs of alligators out there.
They're fine as long as you don't fall in on top of them. So just stay on the paddleboard.
I'm worried about falling in.
Yes.
And remember, if a gator starts coming at you, remember zigzags. They don't do turns.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, right. They don't have good change of direction.
That's great advice.
They're like
on
Hollywood
land.
Brown.
That's great advice on land.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, I'll go ahead with all my freaking swimming skills. I'll go Michael Phelps my way into a zigzag pattern.
Straight line speed.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Swimming back and forth.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, hey, what's the question of the day on y'all's show?
Oh, we got you, and let's see if we can get an answer from you.
In fact, you should probably understand the genesis of this because you were a part of this text chain. But what's the least macho thing that you do?
The least macho thing you do, based on the text exchange and conversation we had via all the candles that Reggie and Figgy and people have.
I'm big into lotions. I like lotions that smell good. I'm huge into lotions.
I can see that, though. That's nice.
Seth's looking at me with a gigantic grin on his face right now.
I could see that.
As if to say, yep, lotion boy.
Creepy guy that has a trench coat full of lotion.
Like literally, I'm walking next to Amy. Like in the grocery store or pharmacy or wherever. I'm like, I need some better smelling lotions. Where are they? Yeah. I'm serious. I do. Yeah.
You know what it is for me? I sit this way that I do now. With my lost,
that is very
so
effeminate.
comfortable, and I love it. But then I was watching a high school basketball game a few weeks ago, and one of the kids on the bench was sitting like an old man, like middle-aged men do.
Yeah.
We sit like this.
Yes.
And one of the kids was like, "What the hell's wrong with that kid?"
That's impressive that you can sit that way, though.
You're talking about the feminine cross.
Yeah, it's not ankle on top of other knee.
Yeah.
It's back of the thigh on top of other knee.
It's intellectual. It's I'm pondering things or whatnot.
Well, you do ponder things. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Okay, I've got a couple more. So I'm very tempted. Anytime Amy bought me these hoodies that have a little thumb hole in them that you can stick your thumb through, and I haven't done it yet, but I'm very tempted to. But I actually bounced this off of Seth one day. I'm like, does it look effeminate if I stick my thumb through this hole right here?
I do that. I do that on those ones that has the SPF when I'm fishing, so you don't get sunburned.
Yeah, I don't think that's just functional.
Yeah.
Okay, it kind of looks effeminate, though. I bounced this off of women who also have that, and they've agreed.
They've agreed that
it's
it
a
looks
little effeminate to stick your thumb through that. Yeah,
but they see, you know what? They see Daniil Hunter in a yoga outfit and his thumbs through it. They're not going to be slowed down.
Exactly.
They're not like, oh, so effeminate.
Right.
Yeah, but real men risk melanoma. You know what I mean? Like that's the way that we go about this.
I also listen to The Blend on Sirius XM sometimes.
Oh, wow.
It's pretty effeminate. That's still a lot of.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I like
Carole King and the Carpenters and things like that on there. Yeah. Yeah,
I like this, like all these little whiny voiced indie punk band, like acoustic punk, like singer-songwriter type of.
I love Wham. Is that effeminate?
I don't think so.
Everybody loves Wham.
I think we're all good.
All right,
Yeah.
just checking.
And just to cap this out, on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line from the 832, least macho thing I do is text Sports Radio with which athletes I'd allow my wife to sleep with.
Yes, there you go.
I didn't say allow. I said which one I would forgive. One of the most manly things you can do is to forgive the dude that messed around with your girlfriend or something, because that's just kind of acknowledging that guys are guys.
All right.
And you're like, all right.
I think it's more manly to beat the crap out.
No, I had a friend once when he was in college, he ended up hooking up with this girl one night, and he didn't realize that she had a boyfriend. And he realized afterwards that this kid was a quarterback, and the kid that her boyfriend was a quarterback from another college.
Ooh. Oh, really?
And he when she went to the bathroom, he texted the dude. He's like, "Hey man, I'm really, really sorry. I had no idea, but I felt you should know." And then he left. And that was yeah. So I always felt like, man, that's a bold move there, man. Like he felt bad about it, but then the other quarterback's like, yeah, I'm not mad at you, I'm mad at the girl.
That's right.
Like that's who betrayed you.
Did they play each other?
No, they knew each other from camp growing up.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, it's not a bad way to get in the guy's head. Like, oh, by the way,
yeah,
I slept. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, but I slept with your girlfriend.
Slap shot stuff.
Yes. All right, boys. Well, the floor is yours. We appreciate you guys. Have a great show.
Hey, appreciate
Thank you,
fellas.
man.
All right, you're listening to KILT. Oh, by the way, Seth, antibodies.
Oh, yeah, antibodies
Even though
and
you're
rain
there
delays
across-
to you.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. All right, you're listening to KTM, KILT FM HD2, an Odyssey sports station. Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Thank you, Reggie.
Yeah, right.
That's what you're listening to. And you're about to listen to Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. That was flawless.
That was
I don't care what
flawless.
anybody says.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
Live from West Palm Beach.
Cool place. It was real. I was looking at their YouTube this morning. Well, I had it on, and I was like, man, now I wish I would have gone.
Well, I mean, I don't think we had the option. I absolutely would be in West Palm Beach. But appreciation to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors, getting those fellas out there for some spring baseball. Man, I'm getting the feel, man. I'm getting that feel. Unfortunately, the rain is being a hater. The game today rained out Astros Marlins, but we'll still talk to Adam Spillane, Baseball Spo, who is also in West Palm Beach with all of the festivities. We'll talk to him at 11:20 today. But yeah, man, baseball, man. We're getting to that space. We got some baseball this weekend. You watch any?
Just checked in, but how about Spo? He was watching tape on the plane over there, man.
Watching college basketball tape on the plane out as well.
What is going on? Have a Bloody Mary or something, man.
Nah, man. Ball don't stop for Baseball Spo.
Yeah.
Baseball Spo, basketball Spo. I mean, he got a little football Spo in there, too, if you're looking for it. Like, Spo is all over it, man. All these fine fellas doing some great work, and it's going to be fun getting to hear about everything from their perspective all week long.
And I will say this, because it's going to tie into our show, promise. But how was your weekend? Because it was
Solid
busy
weekend,
from
man.
what I saw. It was busy from what I saw.
Got the triple play. I'm calling it Reggie's triple play, like Deion's double play, like the 30 for 30. I was able to hit all three of my stops on Saturday. I think I'll give you a little bit of passing thoughts from those various locations later in the show as well. But yeah, shout out to the Cougs getting the victory. Shout out to Area 45 for the anniversary party that they had. Got to watch the main event of the card in Saudi out there, and then got to get out to Shell Energy Stadium for Dynamo FC Dallas. That one unfortunately didn't go the way you wanted. But
started out okay.
It did start out pretty fun outside of the cold and rain.
Yes.
Yeah. But we'll talk about that later on in the program. Let's talk about some baseball. I mean, I'm not just excited for it. I want to talk about it, especially because there's a lot of things to be excited for, and another thing that we had no anticipation that we should be excited for, but it came back again, and it feels like that's been what this offseason has been. Like, there's just a lot of points of intrigue and excitement for this team. And another one popped right back up. We're revisiting a place that we already were, because Nolan Arenado, third baseman for the St. Louis Cardinals, at least for now, seems like there is a conversation that has re-sparked between the Astros and the Cardinals. And before, earlier in the offseason, there was a deal in place, in fact, to get a trade done so that he would be the next third baseman of your Houston Astros. And Nolan himself used his full no trade clause that he has vested as being a veteran in MLB to say that no, I don't want this to go because of the particular timing. But it seems like there's a possibility that maybe that forward. Are you in? 713-572-4610. That is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Is this something that you're interested in? It's not done yet. I did see some people be like, whoa, we're getting Nolan Arenado. Not done. And honestly, if you listen to like Chandler Rome of The Athletic, who covers this, still somewhat of a long shot, which tell me if you've heard that before. Yeah. But are you in on just the basic premise of third baseman Nolan Arenado coming to the Astros?
Yeah, I'm 100% in. I think this is good news for the Astros. That goes beyond just potentially adding Arenado to the team, because clearly the Astros have been sort of planning to do this all along. I mean, I think it's clear. The whole Bregman thing, he was never going to be here. A lot of people said that, including our own Adam Spillane, who we're going to hear from today.
He was right.
Yeah, he was right. They never had any intention of bringing back Bregman. So what does that tell you? Well, it tells me two things that they're re-engaged. Number one, Jose Altuve was always going to go to left. Always.
We've gotten enough evidence that I think we can put that one to bed. Jose has said it like immediately after the season. The coaching staff came to him. Espada has the same recollection of the story. Came to him and asked him, would he be willing to move to left? And of course, Jose, always a team player, was like, yeah. And so that's what led to this experiment. It was not an accommodation for the possibility of a return of Alex Bregman. This was always a thought. Now, that's going to be another thing that we have to watch this week. Thankfully, those guys are going to have their eyes uniquely trained on it because this is the time where we're trying to see if this is at all tenable. And we got some things this week that make you think, hey, left field, Jose Altuve in left field. We'll see how that continues to go. But, yeah, that was always the case.
But to me, that's the good news, because if it was always in place, this means it is. Well, it's better news.
Okay, there we go.
It's better news. Maybe not the good news, it's better news. Because if it was always in place, he probably went into the offseason with marching orders of, hey, this is what we're thinking about. And obviously they had to have a discussion. He seemed to be warm to it. He may well have been working on the outfield all offseason.
I mean, he better have.
Well, no, I'm saying, but, this whole concept.
Jose Altuve, the consummate pro that we know, if he did not work in outfield,
let me correct that. He was working on it.
Okay, what was I about to say?
We kind of make it seem like they just thought about this last week.
Right.
But it's been a conversation longer than we thought.
Yeah, and you're right. Altuve, of all people, like they have this conversation going into the offseason or early in the offseason. He's working on it all offseason. That makes me feel a lot better. Because I didn't know, we could have speculated maybe he has, maybe he hadn't. But if they had this conversation, and it seems like they did, that means he's been working on outfield all offseason. That puts him ahead of the curve a little bit as they come into the spring.
As much as he can be. Like this is the
but it's better.
Issue. It is better, but ultimately, like that's what we're trying to figure out early on is how tenable is that particular move. But outside of that, like the third base situation, I find it interesting because maybe that is the way that they are hoping to possibly fix second base. Because second base, it's official, man. We're going in with this position being open for the first time in over a decade, maybe a decade and a half almost, where second base is not a foregone conclusion as to who's going to play there and what kind of production you'll get from that spot. And it's like, obviously we've talked about Mauricio Dubon holding a lot of that space. Luis Guillorme is obviously a very strong possibility there. You also have Brendan Rodgers, who was brought in, who can handle that spot defensively. Can do very well there. Guillorme actually probably maybe even better defensively at that spot. You've got some people there that can hold it, have the possibility of holding or at least platooning in some ways there. How much does that change if you move Isaac Paredes there? And now, like, not only are you feeling confident or at least comfortable with the defense, I mean, he is a solid defender.
Had a little bit of a step back.
Right. He's not an incredible defender, but, I mean, some of the guys that you're considering there aren't incredible defenders either. However, the comfort of having that bat, in addition to bringing in a Nolan Arenado who is going to man defensively third base and then also still bring another bat. It feels like all of these moves, right? All of these moves are trying to maximize their lineup and make sure that you have as many bats as possible. I mean, Jose Altuve has actually said that, I believe, this weekend that, hey, as long as, or maybe even last week, as long as I'm in the lineup, that's all I care about. It seems like they're trying to maximize the amount of bats, and that absolutely would give you fewer of those easy outs in the lineup, which feels like is the whole idea of the, kind of musical chairs that they've been doing with this team in the outfield.
And that leads to the second thing that I think this is good news. I think it's good news with Altuve. He's been working there, et cetera. I think the other thing is I think this team becomes, if this deal comes to pass, I think this team becomes a contender. We can talk about defense at second base or whatever, but it does two things. Let me show you. I've always been a little bit reluctant about Dubon playing full.
It's like the team is as well.
Yeah.
They want him to be that utility guy. That they feel like that's the biggest value that he brings.
I've been
to this team.
very sort of skeptical about it because you're taking away the utility aspect of his game. Yes, he would play second base. I don't know how much of an upgrade it would be offensively. And Paredes, if he goes to second base, there's going to be some politicking you have to do because you were texting us this weekend like this poor dude. It's like, hey, you're going to second base. Oh no, you're not. Hey, you're going to second base again. That kind of thing.
And I would hope that they're like them. They're not learning these things as we are.
Yeah.
So I would hope that they're having continual conversations with the players. And it seems like Isak. I imagine that they would have already broached him on the idea that hey, this is something that we might have to have you do.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine that he would probably be relatively open to it. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know how much capital he has, emotional or otherwise, with this club to be able to come in and be like, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I did feel for him a little bit looking up and be like, hey, man, at least from our perspective, it looks like that man's getting jerked around.
But if it happens, look at this lineup. Two things. Number one, the offense. You would have Altuve, Paredes, Jordan, Walker, Arenado, Yonner Diaz. That's your top six guys.
Yeah, I was like, I don't see. I haven't spotted an easy out yet. In fact, I haven't spotted a particularly a player that you are excited to pitch against necessarily.
Yes,
if you're an opposing
that's
pitcher.
your top six guys, and then you go Chaz, Jeremy Pena, and Jake Myers. Okay, I can live with that. See what kind of year Chaz has. Jeremy Pena, same. Pena would be your number 8 batter. I'm just putting my lineup up there.
Sure, and I mean I think that it's a relatively fair lineup. I think obviously you can anybody can pick any lineup that you put up. You're rolling out, a crazy particular lineup where, I mean, maybe the Yankees considering the money that they spent.
But then also defensively with a bunch of ground ball pitchers, you can talk about what happens at second base, et cetera.
Yeah,
but you're better.
Particularly your top two, Fromber and Hunter Brown.
Yeah, but you're better defensively. There's no question. I mean, you got the Gold Glove
at the very least in the infield.
Gold Glove at third base. Pena, we know what he can do. Walker's an upgrade at first base.
100%.
And Paredes at second base would be maybe not, Gold Glove. He's had some struggles, at least from what I saw, more so at second base than third base. But still, at second base, I could live with that. Your defense becomes better. Your offense becomes better. I'm telling you, this team, especially in the AL West, is heavy favorite and a contender like we didn't expect to see this.
And the thing that clearly matters to this organization, whether they want to explicitly state it or not, is the cost of anything, right? Like the cost of anything matters in this. And that's one of the cool things about the Nolan Arenado part is that it seems like at least with the previous iteration, when they had a deal in place, it seemed like the Cardinals were willing to take on, I think it was like 10 to 15.
I think it was 20.
It was 15 to 20 mil.
Yeah.
And don't forget, I believe the Rockies are still paying off some of that contract as well. So you'd be bringing him in at a pretty discounted rate. I think it'd be something around $15 million for a season. And that's really damn good pricing, like really affordable for a player of his caliber, of his magnitude, that is going to be a very good defender and is going to bring a pretty solid bat to the lineup. The big hurdle right now is just making sure that he feels comfortable enough to say yes. When we revisit the last time that you were in this circumstance and when he vetoed it, apparently what was, according to reporting from The Athletic, what Arenado, at least what we believe was the holdup, right? That he was unsure about multiple factors. I imagine one of the big ones was, what is this team trying to do?
Yeah.
Because right about when he was going to get traded, they go and they trade away Kyle Tucker, who is, one of the best young players in the league, right? And I imagine that makes you go, what are y'all trying to rebuild? What are y'all trying to do? And also at that point, as a third baseman, trying to find a place to land, the big third base, domino had not fallen in Alex Bregman. Those two things have been cleared up a little bit. Bregman has found his place, and now also I think you can absolutely look at this Astros team and see, no, they're not resting on their laurels. They're not taking necessarily, or they're not necessarily trying to take a large step back. They're trying to remain competitive. And I imagine that is now what you have to then go to Arenado with and like, hey, those things that you were worried about, it feels like we've given you answers there. So what's it looking like, big boy?
Yeah, no, basically they're saying the window is open and we're going to keep it open at least through this year. Now, here's the risk, and tell me what your thoughts are on, because there is going to be a risk. Arenado's 34 years old, and his numbers have gone down. Exit velocity, all that advanced stuff seems to be pretty significant in the past year. Then you got to trade something, man. They're not giving him to you. They're not giving him to you. You got to trade something, and you already are trying to bolster your farm a little bit. It could be Bryce Matthews. Could be Melton. Is Cam Smith off the table?
Yeah, Cam Smith's off the table. Yeah. I don't know how large the get back is going to be because remember, like Nolan Arenado does have this no trade clause, and he's been out there all offseason as well, right? Yeah. I think there's been reporting, if memory serves me, that the Yankees, who you imagine would be one of those potential third base landing spots, have not had a level of interest in acquiring him. There's still there's not a lot of seemingly, at least, there's not a lot of suitors. It doesn't seem like there's a market necessarily, and he seems to want to play meaningful baseball games, something that the St. Louis Cardinals are not situated to do this year.
Right.
So I think that also adds a little bit of pressure where it's like, hey, I understand that y'all want some get back, and you're probably going to have to get some get back, but that dude wants out, and if he gets to that point where he's like, yes, I will waive my no trade clause, then I think you still have a level of leverage against the Cardinals to where you obviously are going to have to give something back. There's no such thing as a free lunch, I guess, in this instance, but I imagine that it's not as hefty, and it'd probably be a lot more palatable considering, we just
I think he would do it.
We spent 15 minutes talking about the various reasons why this would absolutely be a great addition. In fact, from the 832 on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, they said if you add Nolan, they'll definitely be in the ALCS. And then somebody else throws up, or actually same texter throws up this idea. Do you think Dubon, Singleton, and cash considerations gets this done?
I think they want to keep Dubon.
I'm sure that they want to keep Dubon.
No. I think they'll have to look elsewhere. But
you think Dubon knocks this deal over?
No. Well, no. I think they're going to try. That's what they're negotiating. They're
sure.
And I think the Cardinals would want a younger player, a major league ready player.
Singleton at 33. I don't know.
Come on. Come on.
He is in the best shape of his life.
Is he?
That's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what he says. And honestly, this seems like one of those things that you can actually document. He says that he's lost 25 pounds and there's other dudes in the it's not just him accounting it. It's always the self-report that you have to be worried about. If somebody's self-reporting anything.
Everybody, Aaron Rodgers said the same thing, man. A bunch of oldies said the same thing.
But that man, he says that he's working out like four hours a day, and the dudes in the clubhouse are, also, vouching for it. So it seems like he is in the best shape of his life, or at least he's in a significantly better space.
Okay, so
can he play?
But they're not going to trade for him.
Well, that's a question I can't really speak to unless we get him on the diamond, because it wasn't that, hey, man, that dude is, some of it is, hey, being able to move a little bit more comfortable. But for his big issue was, can you lay off of these off speeds? Right, like, can you lay off of these? Because that's really
is that going to change?
Right, are you going to make contact? I think those are the big things that we need to figure out. But yeah, Arenado out there again, labeled as a long shot by reporters, but another interesting will they, won't they? It's the will they, won't they offseason for the Astros, and we'll see if that how that continues as spring training continues on. West Palm Beach, the fellas are out there. Spo, Sean, Seth, all out there. In fact, we'll talk to Baseball Spo at 11:20. Later on in the show. But coming up next, the Rockets had a back-to-back this weekend. Got a win against Minnesota. That was fun. Unfortunately, lost the second night of a back-to-back, which is a trend for them. Why has this Rockets team been so poor in second nights of back-to-back? And what would you possibly do to fix it? 713-572-4610. We'll discuss it next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio isn't looking.
610.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Monday to you. It is In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. Always get involved with the program on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
Texas Hammer!
713-572-4610. And also, shout out to Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for providing us with the live streams, both on YouTube and Twitch. All ways you can get involved with the program, see what's happening here in the great city of Houston, Texas. Shout out to the fellas out in West Palm Beach, though. And thanks to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors for sending those fine fellas out there. Unfortunately, no base played today. However, I am excited to see if and what the results are of something else that's supposed to be happening, which is a Lance McCullers live bullpen. Because that is the place where whenever we hear any level of update on Lance McCullers, you have to take it with a grain of salt. So like I like the idea of seeing it with my eyes, or at least through digital spaces, that he is out there and actually throwing towards the possibility of the supposed return date of late April, because that's going to be huge.
You know, Lance McCullers throwing a live bullpen is huge news. I mean, that's a huge step. And you and I were talking off air. It's not like, you know, you don't want him to succeed. The reason I'm cautious about it is because it's not necessarily throwing the live bullpen. It's how he reacts and what happens after two live bullpens.
Making sure there's no setbacks and such.
Because we've been down this road before.
Yeah, because there was times where he was throwing from the mound and all that stuff, and then it was some setbacks.
Yeah, that's the setback is the issue. So we'll keep an eye on that.
All right. This is kind of a setback that happens every time there's a doubleheader, which kind of stinks for the Rockets considering that they've had, 3 in a row thus far, dating back to before the All-Star break, and they will have another doubleheader tomorrow night and then again the night after on Wednesday evening, because I think tomorrow night is the Bucks, and then after that I'll have to circle back and give you an answer to it. But yeah, and then the Rockets on back-to-backs. In fact, specifically when you look at the back-to-back that they had this weekend, Friday got Minnesota at home, and they handled it, 121. 150 from Jalen Green. Great game all the way around. I mean, we can talk more about that, but I really want to more talk about what happened on Saturday when obviously it is fair to note that they went from home and then they had to go on the road to Utah at altitude and play against the Utah Jazz. But that's not a good basketball team, and they lose 124-115 in that game. In a game, mind you, where the 3 guys that you had, because, I mean, you had a lot of guys who were missing from this. I know that Steven Adams didn't play. Tari Eason didn't play. Obviously, Fred VanVleet still didn't play. But, you know, so the 3 main guys that you had, Alperen Sengun, 27-12. Jalen Green, 25-10. Amin Thompson, 22 points, 9 rebounds. Like, you got the raw numbers, but the defense looked poor, and they lose to the Utah Jazz, and they have just been really poor on the second nights of back-to-backs. Without any rest, I believe they're 5-8 this season.
Which is awful.
Why is that? Because, like, when they do have rest, they're a good team. I mean, obviously, you can tell they have a winning record. They're 35-22, and if 8 of those losses come with no rest, just imagine. I mean, that means you have to account for 16 other losses elsewhere all the way around in 57 games that they've played, right? They have been good except in these moments, and I'm wondering, like, what do you believe contributes rather to these really problematic games on the second night of back-to-backs?
Well, this is going to sound sort of counterintuitive, but I think the fact that they're young actually impacts that as much. You know, you would think, okay, older guys back-to-back, it's harder for them to respond. But the thing about young players is they're invincible, right? You know, they just, at least
they believe themselves to be.
They believe themselves to be invincible. And, you know, so maybe they get a little tired. You know, first of all, their habits don't change on a back-to-back. They're in their hotel room gaming till 2 a.m. or whatever, or they go out or whatever it might be. And they come back. They don't have shoot-arounds. They got in, I think, at 2 or 3 in the morning to Utah. Didn't have a shoot-around. Young players need that. They need that, if nothing else, just for game planning and in matchups and all that stuff. They need that, and they also maybe don't respond to the coaching as well. When they're maybe a little tired, they settle. They settle for jump shots, and their shooting has been atrocious on these back-to-backs. You mentioned Şengün and Aman had good games. Well, those guys are at the rim. They either finish at the rim or they're close to the rim.
That's actually something interesting. I had to find an opportunity to talk about that because finishing at the rim is a particularly it got to me. In fact, I was blowing up B. Scott's phone. Appreciation to B. Scott for being my sounding board. Just about a frustration that I've had with Alperin and finishing at the rim. But I mean, those guys, in theory, the entire, there's a number of factors that definitely go down when they have no rest. One of those things being their effective field goal percentage. So just like being able to score. On 0 days rest, it's 49%. In every other circumstance, besides like one, things that have like really, really small samples, like a 1-game sample. And when they have 1 day's rest, their effective field goal percentage is 2 points higher. When they have 2 days rest, their effective field goal percentage is 3 points higher. So literally,
they settle. That's what I'm saying. Like they'll settle for a jump shot more on tired legs.
I'm not sure if that's entirely it.
No,
although I think that is part of it.
They're taking more jumpers. So clearly, even the numbers say they might settle more, and so that's why it's like even younger players don't know how to push through, figure out the game plan in their hotel room, go to the ballroom, whatever, and get it done. I think it actually affects them, but their shooting percentages with 0 days rest, you just alluded to them.
Yeah, there's that, but then also their turnovers go up. And it feels like also the rebound rate definitely goes down. That's another thing is offensive rebounds in particular. I think they actually still rebound at a relatively high rate, but they don't offensive rebound, especially early on in the season. That was huge for their offense. And I think still now, getting boards and getting second chances, especially if you're not going to be a great shooting team, which this team isn't, getting rebounds and having second chance points, and that lowers. And so I think that you are right that This is the mental aspect of being a young team that's not able to lock in and focus. And in fact, Ime Udoka was asked about this. In fact, here if you can listen, just listen real closely and see if you can hear what Ime Udoka thinks about the question itself when he was asked about the youth of this team.
Coach, the Rockets have a young and talented team. What has been the biggest challenge in developing these players, and what aspects do you think will take them to the next level?
Consistent competitiveness and taking a jump in the IQ department.
You hear the little snort?
Yeah, taking a little jump in the IQ department. That's what I'm saying. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. They just don't. They're not complete pros yet. And I think that has a lot to do. They gave up 68 points in the second half to Utah.
Yeah.
68. 37 in the fourth quarter. That's a team that, we're tired. Well, maybe next time, and not getting the job done.
Yeah. Text line, not a bad point also to mention. Tari doesn't play back-to-backs, or he seemingly hasn't, especially down the stretch here with some of the injuries. Steven Adams frequently, in order to manage his minutes and such, he usually doesn't end up in some of those situations. Turnovers, missed layups, those types of things show up. But I do think that a lot of that can be brought back to something that Ime, he seemed like he was unimpressed with the idea, hey, this young, talented team. He's like, I'm not trying to hear that. What I want to see and hear is a team that is not just young, but is getting better and becoming more aware of the things that they need to do, hustling. I mean, there's been multiple times over the last, week or two, in fact, where you've seen Ime Udoka take a timeout because he is ticked off that these guys have not stayed locked in. So I think that that mental development is necessary there. And I guess I'll ask this question to make this a little bit shorter here. Do you feel like what we've seen projects well or poorly for playoff success in this particular year? Because one thing you can say is in the playoffs, you're never going to have these back-to-backs.
You're not going to do it.
You're not going to have these back-to-backs where you have no days rest. However, the idea of remaining locked in moments that become tough, although this is a team that has 20-plus clutch wins, right? Wins where it's tight in that final 5 minutes. Do you think that bodes well for the idea of their playoff success in this season, or the other way, I guess?
Yeah, I think the real answer is yes, but not. I don't mean to waffle. Yes, it bodes well in terms of they're not going to have the back-to-backs, but at the same time, this is a team that is not accustomed to playing the same squad 4, 5, 6, 7 times in a row, where the adjustments are so intense, and the smallest things that a young team maybe won't focus on slips through the cracks. So I think both things are very, very much a possibility.
Yeah, So I'm interested to see, like, again, they have another back-to-back coming up.
And then another one next week.
Yeah, that's right. Like they're going to continue to be challenged on this. It's almost like when you're watching a coach run through drills and you don't get it right. They're like, run it again. That's what it feels like the Rockets or the NBA is doing for the Rockets. Oh, y'all can't get the second night of a back-to-back? Run it again. We'll see if you figure it out.
Get your ass back out there.
That's what I'm saying.
We ain't leaving until you do it right.
Yes, that's what it feels like. And they'll get another chance at that tonight, obviously, or not tonight. Tomorrow night, they will have the Milwaukee Bucks. And then Friday night is when they will get back after it and trying to see if they can figure out their back-to-back. Did I say Friday? Wednesday night. Yeah. I want it to be Friday so bad, apparently. It's just Monday.
Hey,
we just
getting started.
We just getting going here. And we're just getting going here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Someone said, also, what the hell is wrong with Fred? He's dealing with the ankle injury.
I know.
He's going to also be huge because he's one of those guys that helps settle them and helps keep them on task with that veteran presence. But, yeah, interesting to see what's happening with the Rockets there. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our question of the day, which is inspired by my particular love of candles. What's the least macho thing that you do? 713-572-4610. We'll discuss it next.
In the Loop.
Which Houston team...
Single line Gold Limited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Exclusive furniture where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get into the question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line is 713-572-4610.
The Texas Hammer!
That fits because that's a macho man, at least in them commercials, Jim Adler.
He's holding a big giant sledgehammer.
Which, shout out to, what's his son's name, Bill? Brian?
Poor Bill. Poor Brian. Whatever his name is.
Apologies to that man because he feels so much less macho next to his pops. I don't know if it's just the tenor of his voice or whatever. Is it the male
He's trying too hard
or whatever?
He's trying too hard.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, what's the least macho thing that you do? 713-572-4610. This comes up because, I was texting. Actually, this started because of y'all. I appreciate it. It feels like after the Super Bowl trip, everybody's been like real mixy. Yeah. Everybody's been a lot more mixy.
We seen closer now.
Yeah. And you guys were keeping up the text line all weekend, or the text, the group chat rather. And I don't know what inspired this, but you and Sean started going back and forth on your candles.
Remember, it was on Friday, I want to say Thursday or Friday. Somebody mentioned, Sean mentioned he had the Dolly Parton candle.
That's right.
I had
and then Lopez had the Stevie Nicks candle.
Keep it right by my bed.
So you sent the Stevie hey, confirm, hey, this is what was there. He sent back another candle, and I called you both dorks, as I want to do. And he was like, well, I said I have more candles than that at the house, and he said, I'm waiting.
You do.
I sent a picture. I got a whole bunch of candles, and I feel like that is where then you decided to call me not macho, which I will wear.
No,
because I love me a candle. I love me some smell good, man.
For the record, I am pro candle. Like I don't mind candles. I like candles, whatever. But this dude had 40. 45 all around his house. I'm
Who,
like,
me? That's not 40.
It's pretty close. I said, you might have a problem. It's not the candles per se. It's that he has so many. And it got me thinking about, the question of the day. What's the least macho thing you do? Now.
Well, mine is probably actually one that that Sean mentioned earlier. Lotions. I got the good smell good lotions, but I substitute that instead of having colognes because I'm like the lotion does the job. Now it'd be crazy if you do the smell good lotion and then put some cologne on it.
Top?
That's insane.
That's me, man. That's me. I like smell. I'm not crazy with the smell good lotions. I got a few, but mine is cologne, man. Like gotta have my cologne. It gotta smell good, man.
Mine is I prefer women's shampoo.
Oh, yeah.
I love women's shampoo.
No, that's you just being smart. What you got to understand is that there's a men's tax when it comes to, like, hygiene products. For some reason, they think men don't like hygiene, so they got to put it in the gray bottle. Yeah. And then they give you an upcharge.
Shampoo/conditioner.
That's right.
What are we even doing here?
That's right.
Yeah. That's just, I'll get that. I can do them both at once. No. I prefer women's shampoo. Now, this one I'm not real particularly proud of, but I do it, and I don't know if it's
be proud.
Macho thing or
be
not.
Be proud.
No, I'm not. So I get up in the middle of the night because I'm older, and I go to the bathroom. Oftentimes when I get up in the middle of the night because I'm half asleep, I just sit down to pee.
Nah, that's just reasonable. That's responsible. Someone on the text line also agreed, said 281, usually sit down to urinate in the morning. I'm always tired, generally just easier. No, it's right. Like, look, you're not going to miss if you get to the rim, right, in a way, right? Like, if you taking a
it's usually dark.
You taking a 15-footer, we might need to clean up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's the issue here because you also are married for the time being.
For the time being,
much to the chagrin of your your actual actions sometimes.
and you'll hear about that during confessions.
Oh,
as well.
Again?
Yeah. Again.
Oh man.
Yeah, again.
That poor woman. But
she gonna send them papers by the end of the show.
She would absolutely send some papers if she wakes up, walks into the restroom, and then sees a mosaic.
Exactly.
So yeah, you better sit down.
So one of my sons does this literally every day, and I think it's in the category of not very macho. He takes baths every day.
Oh,
never takes.
What is he,
a
French aristocrat?
That's what I'm saying. He never takes a shower. He takes baths every day.
Every day.
I bet he's
that's a lot.
Does he put like bath salts in there?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Lights a candle.
And the
has
other
a glass
son,
of wine.
Yeah, I ain't do the glass of wine like that. But once in a while, after a hard day of work, physical work, you got to take a bath with the Epsom salt. all that stuff, man. Sometimes you just got to soak.
I can't remember the last bath I took. He takes one every day. Now, the other son.
That feels like. I don't know. Is that actually slower? But in my mind, it feels like a bath is just so much slower.
You're sitting
so much more timely. You're relaxing. You ain't trying to hurry up and take a bath.
You're sitting in your own soot. You're
but it's hot water.
You're laying in a pool of your own soot.
You're relaxing though. Hot water. That's like getting in the jacuzzi. Like
no,
you ain't trying. You ain't trying to.
And you know what you do after you're in the jacuzzi? You take a shower.
I hope you do.
Yeah, you take.
Of course. That's a little different.
This is a moment where I would like to interject a PSA.
Yes.
Y'all better not. All y'all people that are like, I took a dip in the pool and thus I took a shower. No, you did not.
That did not count. Yeah, that did not count.
Clean your nasty ass up.
So let me ask you about this. The other one that my son does, and he's good at it. Like really, really good at it. He makes flower arrangements.
Oh, see, no, that's just good business.
That's a hustle.
Because you know what that helps.
You can't
with?
knock the hustle.
Your lady.
Yeah. Oh, big time.
Especially, hey man,
like they're awesome.
Florists cost money, man.
Yeah.
So if you could do that for yourself, I imagine you cut down the cost on it. No, I feel like that you can make that macho. You just gotta know how to work.
You can make it macho.
100%. On the YouTube, Magic says going to the Dynamo game Saturday and having to buy a $60 blanket to wrap my legs around because we was cold. Yeah, it was chilly out there. It sure was. Does that count as not macho because you gotta wrap your legs up? All right.
Depends on how
wearing shorts. If you were wearing shorts and you had to wrap your legs up, I guess it was just poor planning.
Nah,
if you was wearing jeans, come on, dog.
But see, you got to man up though, man. that's like when it rain outside. A dude can't walk around with an umbrella, man. You just got to.
Oh, we can't do umbrellas.
You just got to throw the hood on.
I
man.
don't do umbrellas.
That's not my.
I mean, I don't, but I feel like I should have the leeway to.
Unless it's a golf umbrella and it's a downpour.
Hey,
it better be a big umbrella though.
Yeah, you just gotta walk in the rain like a man.
Got to be a man's umbrella. It's got to be a man.
Yeah.
How do we feel about mani-pedis? We've gotten a few of those.
I'm 100% down for them.
I don't mind them.
Yeah.
I feel like you just taking care. Like it's taking care of your hands and your feet. Make sure that they work well. I think it might have been Mike or one of these hoopers that was like, "Nah, I'm taking care of my wheels, right? Like these are the things that I work on, and so I'm taking care of them. And to that end, man, make sure that it all feels good."
And I think honestly, I don't know if a lot of people realize this, but women love a man with good like mani-pedis type thing.
I think you're right.
Like that, like you can't be walking around with no dirty fingernails, man.
Sandpaper hands.
Yeah, you can't do that like a car mechanic.
Somebody said John uses Garnier Fructis. I just imagine John doing the shower commercial. Okay, that's a nice flower arrangement.
No, Figgy, he's awesome.
Okay,
like he makes.
I might have to reach out to him a couple times. Man.
He's awesome.
About to get him some low key business here. Somebody said women's deodorant works better than a lot of the men's. Huh? Okay.
Secret does, right?
I think so.
I'm not certain.
Yeah,
I might have to look into that. So Lopez, buy a lot of flowers, put them in vases for my girl. Can't seem to get them to look good after they go in the vase. Props to him. Okay.
No, it's something that he does. Let me ask you about this. What about going? Because this is my other son does this. Going antiquing and going shopping with no marching orders, like nothing in mind to buy.
Oh, just like
my middle son just likes to go
just like window shopping a little bit.
Just shopping. God, I can't stand that. But he does. He does.
Yeah. I'm kind of the same. I mean, I don't like to do that. If I'm going somewhere, I'm going to get something.
Exactly.
I'm not going to the store just with an open mind, man. I'm going for something.
I just don't have the freedom of time. I feel like if I had more time, I go and peruse.
I'm not a big peruser. I have to know what I want. From the 832, sitting to pee is where it's at. Well, I don't know if I'd go that far.
Hey, man, look.
That's where it's at, man.
Hey, man, sometimes a nice, comfortable seat is better than standing.
Yeah, this is cool. Like, if you in public, you can't do that, man.
Oh, yeah, no, you raise more questions or more problems, possibly. Somebody said, saying you can't use an umbrella but get a mani-pedis make sense, but can't. Yeah, that's fair. You're a little inconsistent over here, Figgy.
You got the ladies love clean hands, man. You can't be walking around with no dirty fingernails, man.
This is true.
No.
And if it is raining and you got an umbrella, you got to give it to her, and then you just kind of, maybe you hold it.
You hold it for her.
Yeah, you do it with her.
Okay.
You can't be by yourself.
All right,
with an umbrella.
So you can get an umbrella, but you got to make sure that it's an HOV umbrella.
Yeah,
high occupancy vehicle only.
Hey, just watch America. When they tried to give Hakeem the umbrella, he just said, nah, I'm good. I got this. And
Tyler Milner says he gets weekend pedicures.
Good for him.
That's cool, man.
Good for him.
Clean hands.
Is that where he was on Saturday that he couldn't make it out to the Area 45 party?
Oh, he ain't make it?
He ain't make it.
Oh,
He was the only one, too.
Oh, I thought he was going.
I'm pretty sure everybody else made it out. Well, I don't know if Clint made it out, but I feel like everybody else made it out.
Clint did make it. I seen him in the picture.
All right, my bad, Clint. Didn't mean to put you out there like that. So, yeah, man, I feel like everybody else made it out.
Yeah.
That's tough. Couldn't be me. And then also, somebody said, this is the one where I've been permissive. This is the one where I think my line is drawn from the 409. I have too many pillows on my bed. Yeah. I'm sorry, friend.
Yeah.
That's the worst.
That's man.
Yeah.
That's not even good for you. I bet your back is killing you. Just you laying on uneven
Everything.
surfaces and everything. That's crazy. All right. That's the question today. Appreciate you guys responding on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Keep it coming in, 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, we enter hour 2 of the program where we will go around the NFL, including Shedeur Sanders not working out at the Combine. We'll talk about that and more next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing and
Sports Station. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, but we were just doing our question of the day. What's the least macho thing that you do? And I missed this one, and I really wanted to read it because it's a good one. It might be a winner, in fact, from the 281. They said, I'm a dog guy, always had big dogs, rescued a stray chihuahua, and now I'm that annoying girl that carries her dog in her purse everywhere she goes. In fact, yeah. So
I actually don't mind that.
Yeah,
really? I don't mind that.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
That's tough, man.
I don't mind it. Like I like big dogs too, to a certain point. I'd rather have the smaller.
No, I'm a big dog guy, but
but in a dog bag, like not letting that sucker walk. Just carrying them in right here underneath your arm.
Well, there is a line, I guess.
Nah, we got to walk in the rain together.
That's
man.
what I'm saying.
Me and Stanley was out in the rain. I ain't put no coat or nothing on him, man.
That's right.
You're a man.
You're a boy dog.
We got to be a man.
You're crazy.
A man.
That's right. All right. From that dog to, I guess, the dog pound in a way as we go around the NFL. The Browns made it known today that they are parting ways with Juan Thornhill. Safety Juan Thornhill, obviously known more, I imagine, for playing with the Kansas City Chiefs and winning a Super Bowl there. Last 2 seasons, he has been with the Cleveland Browns, and last year in particular, you saw his kind of play go down a little bit. And I think you already know what the next question is as we bring this back home.
Nope.
Figgy is a Cleveland guy. I imagine you at least keep half an eye over up there. You're out on Juan Thornhill.
No, and the thing is, like, I just seen so many people tweet about this guy. Like, man, get this guy off the field.
Yeah.
He sucks. Like, they paid him this money. I heard nothing but bad things about his play.
I won't go that far because I don't plug in on every single moment of a Browns game.
Why not?
But
why not?
For obvious reasons. But I'm with Figgy in terms of like his reaction, and I feel like it'll just be something of a lateral move. You know?
He only played 11 games the last 2 seasons. Both of those, obviously, the 2 seasons that he was in Cleveland. And I think one of the things that was kind of tough, and especially with defensive players, I utilize PFF because there's not enough statistics, right? So of course the ever-present caveat with PFF, it is subjective and take it for what you will. However, if you look year-over-year grades, obviously when he was with Kansas City, he was a really intriguing prospect. He did some really good things for them, and then as a free agent, he goes to Cleveland. I mean, the grades that he had on tackling in 2023, his first year in Cleveland, he was a 76, which is a pretty good grade. Coverage was still kind of a little bit lower than the 75 that he had the previous year. He went down to a 62.5. Then last year, that's coverage grade stayed in those mid to low 60s, and his tackling went down to a 45. So I don't know exactly what happened to him. Yeah. However, it seems like he had a very, at least a down season, and obviously that leads to the parting of ways for him. But you're not interested at all in the idea of, hey, someone who has a little bit of coverage and who at least we have seen play at a very high level at points in his career, and he is 29 years of age.
Ooh. MJ Stewart thinks that's cute.
Wow.
Wow. That's where I am with that. But you know what? Since we're on the Browns, let's jump to the other one real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the Browns are part of me is like, okay, who knows what they're doing there. But you saw that what the Rams are doing?
Yeah, the Rams have been it's been obvious that, hey, man, that's a possibility of a trade. I remember last week I was talking to you about the possibility of, hey, what does it look like if Matthew Stafford is the quarterback of the Giants? And that is one of the names that has come up now that the Rams have allowed Matthew Stafford to talk to other teams to possibly, negotiate a trade. So Giants, Steelers, Raiders, Browns.
That's where I'm going.
Are the teams that seemingly have been brought up as possible destinations for Matt Stafford.
What in the world? Because Matthew Stafford, I mean, the contract alone, and who knows what else he's going to be able to. What are the Browns doing?
Trying to get somebody they can play.
It seemed like they trying to keep that window open.
How are they going to pay everything?
Very careful.
Right? Yeah, I have no idea.
And it is worth noting that they, of course, they did a restructure of Deshaun Watson's contract. Obviously, that's the big boulder, the big elephant in the room. And they've done a little bit of restructuring of his contract to make it a little bit easier to swallow, right? Obviously, before it was downright impossible to eat. and now it's a little bit more tenable. But this is the thing, right? I think this speaks more to the current situation if you are a quarterback needy team. There's not a great place to go for it.
Yeah.
And I think that speaks to the next thing we'll talk about. But the draft quarterbacks, there's not that high-level quarterback that you can go get. There are some guys out there that maybe you're willing to take a shot on. One of those is your guy, Jackson Dart. But it doesn't feel like you have any of those guys that you feel very confident are going to be not just solid, but any level of like game-changing type quarterbacks in this draft. So it's not like, all right, we're going to trade up and get our guy in the draft. Free agency-wise, the big name is Sam Darnold, and outside of that, like, are there very many free agent quarterbacks that appeal to you? And also, again, it's a small pool, so the market is going to make it tough, and you might have to overpay for a guy who is probably profiles more as a stopgap quarterback, or you can give up a little bit of capital to go and get somebody who you know and you feel comfortable with will be able to come what you need. And that's a team that is desperate to have something go right for them.
Yeah.
Anything go right.
They're not trying to tear it down already.
Are they doing this for Myles Garrett?
It's got to be.
Right?
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
I mean, really, this is one of those situations where it's like, I hope you're doing it for you. Like when people like are showering, right? Like going, oh man, I took a shower. It's like, I hope that you're doing that for you. Do it for the lady too, right? The lady will appreciate, and maybe you'll be able to keep her around. But you should do that for you, and I feel like that's where it is with the Browns.
Yeah.
You should get a quarterback for yourself.
Yeah, it seems like they still trying to win. They need a I don't want to call Matthew Stafford a stopgap quarterback.
Well, he's 37.
But, so it's very stopgap.
But they are trying to get a quarterback that can probably win now and maybe draft a quarterback later on to sit behind him.
I'm sorry, I forgot the top quarterback in the free agent market. That's my bad. Aaron Rodgers.
Oh God,
is the top quarterback in the free agent market.
That's
Sam
somebody
Darnold.
they should stay away from.
Listen how quickly this falls off. Aaron Rodgers, Sam Darnold, Jameis Winston.
It's already kind of falling
Jacoby
off.
Brissett.
Well, it's falling.
McCorkle Jones.
Oh, McCorkle.
Josh Dobbs. Trey Lance. Do I have to keep going?
No,
okay,
no,
all right.
you don't.
Like, yeah, it's just there's not a lot of them out there, so I understand why they would try and go get them this way. Real quick before we move on, though, like, which one of those do you feel like you like the best as a pairing for Matt Stafford between the Giants, the Steelers, the Raiders, and the Browns?
I feel like the Raiders might be something. Obviously new coach. They're a team that obviously in a horrendous division, but they need to do something in Las Vegas. How about you?
I kind of lean towards the Steelers. It just, again, feels like you're going to have a good defense. At least you got one dude to throw the ball to, although he is a knucklehead of some sorts. I also wonder, though, thinking about it, Matthew Stafford is a University of Georgia alum, played in Detroit in a dome, although that means that you play in the NFC North, and has played in Los Angeles for a while. Is it smart to go and play outdoors in the cold again?
Yeah.
Like, is that, especially at 37, is that the smart way to go? Because it might be smart in that regard to go and look at the one team that plays indoors in a relatively temperate climate, which is, well, not even relatively, but the Las Vegas Raiders, where at least you got a couple of tight ends that you like. I don't know about wide receivers, but then you also bring in Chip Kelly. Hopefully, can put together an offense that you like and that works pretty well. Like, maybe that is the way to go about because the other ones, I don't know how much I love them.
And he's going to get traded. And anytime they allow a player to, search options, that player gets traded. So he's going to be moved.
All right, so Shedeur Sanders is not going to work out for teams at the Combine. I believe the reporting does indicate, though, that he will be there and go through some of the other situations, like obviously interviews and such. Still unknown if he does medicals and whatever. I think that obviously it's to be expected that he's going to throw at Colorado's Pro Day, and this all seems to track. Like, I only bring this up because it is like he is the big name quarterback outside of Cam Ward in this draft. However, this all feels very obvious for some of the reasons I was talking about. If you want a quarterback, you better go get him. Like, you should, and teams also aren't really doing. I don't think that they're evaluating a ton off of these workouts. I think that a lot of this they're getting off of tape and such, are they not?
Yes, 100%. It's mostly interviews. Maybe for certain positions, it's more the drills and such, but mostly interviews. I would highly recommend that he not throw. And Cam Ward, to be honest, as well. It may not be as good for us, but those are the top two quarterbacks in a very thin quarterback class. It does open the door for Jackson Dart, for Taylor Shook, and those guys to maybe show something.
What are you doing with Taylor Shook?
Yeah.
Hey, man, shout out to Taylor Shook.
He's getting some run.
And maybe this might be a blind spot for me, being someone who really likes college football, because sometimes you get some of these guys that'll come through and I'm like, ain't no way that's an NFL quarterback. Like that's a good college quarterback, but ain't no way. And Tyler Shuck is one of those guys. Saw him at Texas Tech, not all that impressed. Went to Louisville and he got some winning and done, but I was like, I don't know, man. Y'all want to?
But I'm saying it opens the door for those guys to at least
have the day in the sun.
Narrative. No, gain. Somebody's going to say, oh, he did such and such.
Because we got to do it, right? When we put on the combine, if somebody's the best guy out there, at least we will talk about him as the best guy out there, right?
Yeah. I think it's good for Dart. I think it's absolutely good for Dart.
Now, you mentioned the NFL Combine. Today is the start of Combine Week, and it feels like we're not actually going to get like real effective actual workouts until later in the week.
Thursday, yeah.
But they're out there, man. Like the teams have descended upon there. The players are there, and obviously the big things that teams are looking for is interviews and medicals when they can get those types of things there. But then also a conferring of ideas. You have all these people in a singular place. Sometimes things can shake. So I'm interested in seeing like what kind of things might come out of this, possible deals get done, maybe trade-wise or maybe free agency-wise. What kind of moves do we get out of this? Because this ends up being a really big week for
It's a convention. It's a convention, and people talk at conventions, and people look for deals to be made at conventions. That's what it is, and that's what we're going to be. We'll gain some intel, so to speak, of so-and-so was talking to so-and-so about this player and that player. And that's basically it as far as the player's concerned. The interviews are going to be, by and large, what they're looking at.
And to that end, we're going to be hearing from both D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio next week. I believe it's D'Amico on Tuesday, tomorrow. And then Caserio, I believe, is Wednesday.
Yeah.
Am I correct in that?
Yeah.
Around the same time, about 12:15. So we'll try and get that turned around and hear, or at least get some ideas of what was said by your Texans decision makers out there in Indy. All right, and then one more thing, I guess, before we, or maybe not one, maybe a couple of things here. The NFL. This is also part of like when they get together and they meet for things. Apparently, they're considering changes to your favorite play in football, the kickoff, the dynamic kickoff.
I thought it would be.
Yeah,
it didn't work out that way.
I don't know.
Bathroom break.
Yeah,
they're still holding this up as a success, right? They said that it led to a 57% rise in returns, as well as a lower injury rate. So obviously for the NFL's purposes, they will hold this up as a success. I wonder what the rise would have had to be for them to not hold it up as a success, to be fair.
Yeah.
But some of the things that they're considering, and they're not beholden to just this. It seems like they're relatively open. But Falcons CEO Rich McKay told reporters Sunday that the group is considering changes that they would hope lead to even more returns. So the likes of awarding possession after a touchback at the 35-yard line.
Now we're talking.
Instead of just the 30, to further prohibit or further disincentivize is the word I should use here. Kickers from kicking out of the back of the end zone and then putting it in play and allowing there to be a return. Some other things that are maybe possible is also trying to figure out, and I don't see any level of reporting onto what it would be, but figure out a way to bring that surprise element for the onside kick back, because that was one of the big things you lamented.
Yeah, that part, that's a tough one to do if you're going to keep the bones of the kickoff the same. But I will say, I think just moving it that extra 5 yards to the 35, I think we're, what I thought might happen last year is more likely to happen this coming season if it does change.
Because at the 35,
more returns.
You're what, like 30 yards away from field goal range?
Field goal range, right off the top. Yeah.
One good pass and boom, we can get 3 from you.
Yeah,
yeah.
And I think it's definitely going to be more likely to have, what they say, 56%, maybe 62, 63, somewhere in there, and that means a chance for better excitement.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they do there. We'll see if they actually make something shake in that regard. I imagine that they will. It seems like they've been pretty progressive on these things, and it seems like they'd be doing tweaks as opposed to like an overhaul in any way. Although, I don't know what the answer is on the onside kick.
I don't either.
I've always, when we were talking about reforming kickoffs, I've always been fond of the Schiano plan, which is just, hey, this is a 4th and 15 or whatever.
Yeah.
And so you can go and punt it, and that is the turn, that is that kicking off to the other team. But in the instance that you actually want to be able to try and keep the ball, you can come out with your offense. You can lean on the thing that is, football in all senses, which is get your quarterback, throw the football, feel like you can pick it up 15. I don't think that's something that you can do here, but I'm interested to see what they come up with as like an onside solution.
Yeah, that's a tough. That's a hard one, and we've all thought about it. And outside of running a play, which would make it very, very obvious, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, because with the way that the kickoff goes, you can't get that 10 yards and get it, especially if everybody knows it's coming. Just the success rate is so incredibly low. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Oh, man, It feels weird. Like our national contest is over, so I don't have anything to alert you in that way. But I do. I should, I guess, remind you of the fellas being out in West Palm Beach for spring baseball. Shout out to Sean, Seth, and Adam Spillane, who are out there in West Palm Beach, courtesy of Exclusive Furniture and Academy and Sports and Outdoors. They're giving you all of what they see and hear on the ground. Unfortunately, today, not a lot to see and hear as the game today has been rained out for the Astros versus the Marlins. Ronel Blanco, who is the presumptive starter, who's the expected starter, was supposed to go today. He will go tomorrow. So at least we'll get this chance to see Ronel get his stuff going. But regardless, baseball don't stop, work don't stop. So coming up next, let's talk to Baseball Spo about what's happening out there and maybe what he thinks about the Nolan Arenado scuttlebutt. We'll talk about that next.
Is a Stefan Diggs return to
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah. That's right. He is joining us live from West Palm Beach. His name is Adam Spillane, and we like to call him Baseball Spo. What's happening, my man?
Hey, guys.
I see you do that every time. I feel like I do like the whole build up, and I'm not like the super build up guy, but I'm like, all right, we're about to get there, and then you're just like, hi
man.
All right, so you went into the clubhouse today, and it seems like you got a chance to talk to the manager, and I think importantly, we heard from Lance McCullers. What was your main takeaway from McCullers? Because the McCullers thing, as you know, is one of those things that we're all hesitant to put our trust in. What was your main takeaway from meeting with Lance?
I think he is cautiously optimistic, and I think that's kind of the approach that everybody is taking right now, is that they are cautiously optimistic that he is going to be able to make a return. And today was important because he checked a box, and that box is that he is now done with throwing bullpens, and now he can go on to facing hitters. And so this weekend he will throw his first live BP. I think they are hoping, or I think that he's probably hoping that he'll need 2, maybe 3, and then maybe at that point he'll be able to pitch into games. But yeah, they've been down this road before, and I think right now they're in a really good place with it. Velocity is he's happy with where the velocity is. I don't think he cares about the velocity right now, but I think that for the most part he is good with where he is at this point.
Wait, and what's the significance when we're talking about velocity there?
I think it just shows it indicates that he's healthy. One of the things that he talked about was how he was actually throwing harder right now than he was when he was healthy in 2021, when he was coming off of a healthy offseason. But so while he's not really worried about the velocity, he's happy that he's like not going out there going max effort and throwing only 85. He's still 88, 91. So I think that's a really positive step for him.
Now, I know everyone knows it's not so much him getting out there or even live BP. It's the repetitiveness of it and how he responds and all that. Did he say anything about throwing curveballs and that?
Yeah, he's throwing all his pitches. He threw all of his pitches today, and I think that he's also – the other thing that he said was that he's got like a feel for all of his pitches too. And when you've been away for as easily lose your feel for those pitches, but he said that not only is he throwing, his changeup and his curveball and his slider, but he's got really good feel for those pitches right now.
All right, so what the hell happened with some of these guys out here? We got Dubin, we got Pedro Leon. We have both of them dealing with some injury stuff. What's going on?
Yeah, normal camp-type injuries. I think the Dubin one it seems somewhat serious. Sean Dubin is a guy who I think was probably had a really good chance of making the team out of camp. He's a reliever who doesn't have options, so that kind of gives you a leg up on the rest of the competition when it comes to making the team. He had a shoulder thing at the start of camp. He tried to throw yesterday. That didn't feel good. So they have sent him back to Houston, where he'll be examined by doctors back in Houston. Leon, they don't think it's serious. It's a knee thing. It happened sliding the other day. But he's a guy who has an opportunity to make the team as an outfielder, and so it looks like he's going to be out for. I don't know. I don't know how serious it is. He's having an MRI, but he's staying in Florida to have the MRI, so that would make it seem like it's not that big a deal. Then the other one is Taylor Trammell, who again was going to compete for one of those outfield spots, and it looks like he's going to be down for a little while. I think he's got an oblique thing, so. Like there are outfield jobs to be had and position player jobs to be had on this team, and you've got a couple of guys who are down right now, and that might impact their ability to make the club coming out of spring.
Well, one of them that might not be open for long is second base. Nolan Arenado, of course. Things are back. Where do you think it stands right now? And Paredes going to second base.
It still seems incredibly unlikely at this point. We'll have to wait and see what happens here in the next few days. I just who knows where the Cardinals are, because it feels like the Cardinals don't want to just do a salary dump. They want to actually get some players that might help them for Arenado. I don't think the Astros, A, have the ability to meet that demand, or B, really want to meet that demand when you consider just like what their farm system looks like. And I don't know if they want to be trading guys off the major league roster. So I would be surprised still at the Arenado thing. I will say, Another former Rocky who is in camp right now and is vying for one of those infield spots is Brendan Rodgers. And, Rodgers is a guy who was drafted 3rd overall by the Rockies in 2015. I talked to him for a little bit today. He seems very motivated after how things ended for him in Colorado. It's a guy who won a Gold Glove in 2022, was hurt in 2023, had kind of an average year last year. That's somebody that you can really that is interesting to me moving forward, just because you've got kind of that track record of being a really high pick, so there's some tools there. He's somebody that the Astros have liked. And again, I do think that having a little chip on your shoulder always helps when you're going to a new team. That's somebody, Brent, I think Rodgers is going to wind up. He told me that he thought that he would play tomorrow. I don't know if things might change because of the weather and today's game getting postponed, but that's somebody to watch here in camp.
My bad. Didn't mean to step on you there. We're talking to Adam Spillane, live from West Palm Beach, talking a little spring baseball here in the Loop. We're going to talk to you a couple times this week, I imagine. And so I ask you to, in every instance, based off of whatever you have and whatever you can you give me a power ranking of second base, the depth chart right now, from your perspective?
I would say it's probably Dubon 1, Rodgers 2, Luis Guillorme 3, and then maybe Zach Short 4.
Okay.
The other thing with the Arenado trade, and we were talking about it, or potential trade, we were talking about it earlier. Like, to me, it tells me that Jose Altuve, and you've mentioned this, was going to go to the outfield no matter what, which is kind of good news, meaning he went into the offseason working on the outfield, right?
Yeah, I think one thing is that there was a line of communication between the Astros and Altuve about this whole thing. This wasn't something that was just sprung on him like you saw in Boston with Rafael Devers, where Devers seemed to be completely taken out of the blue that he might not be the third baseman for the Red Sox after the Bregman thing. So I think the fact that there has been communication between the Astros and Altuve, I think he certainly knew that this was certainly going to be a possibility, and obviously it's something that he's been open to. And I think that when you look at how he played the position last year, it's a move that was going to have to be made at some point. So you might as well get it out of the way now, see if he's comfortable with it, and then move forward from there. But yeah, I think that he definitely went into the winter understanding that there was a good chance that he would be getting some reps out in the outfield at some point.
All right, so you obviously being on the ground, one of the benefits of it is that you're physically there, you're in the space. Can you generally just kind of give me a vibes check? How did you feel going into the clubhouse today?
I mean, I think that there's an optimistic feel to the group. I think that whenever you are at this point of the season, everyone's happy and excited to be in camp. I think that everybody, there are certain guys on this team that I think probably feel like they have something to prove, especially the guys that are new. And then you've got a bunch of pitchers who are either trying to get back or trying to make names for themselves. So it is a team that's in a very different position from where it has been over the last 3, 4, 5, 6 years. They aren't the favorites to win the World Series anymore. I don't think they have that World Series or bust mentality, but they do have the feeling of a team that expects to be good. They're going to go out and compete, and if they can get to October, then everyone's great. But I don't think that they have those same lofty expectations now as they have in the past.
Speaking of this time of year, at this time of year, you always get somebody. There's always one who is in the best shape of their lives. Oh,
yeah.
And in this instance, that is John Singleton. Can you confirm or deny?
Yes.
That,
my God. Yes. Yeah. Yes. The arms stand out. I think he spent he was trending in that direction last year. Like, we started to notice last year, like, hey, he's in better shape now than he was in the past. And yeah, you can tell right now that body has been transformed here over the winter. Yeah. So you've heard it over the last week or so, and I can confirm. Yeah, John Singleton, he looks very different now than he did last year.
Yeah, I'm looking at a picture right now. He definitely does. I don't know what that's going to mean.
Yeah, what's the optimism level that leads to anything? Because he's out of options as well. There's a number of guys that are out of options, and he's going to be useful to this team in order to maintain a spot. And you were talking about kind of that second base depth chart. There's some lefties there. Like, he's not going to be special just because he's a lefty bat. Like, what's the optimism that this then leads to some effectiveness from John Singleton?
No, I think that he was going to make the team regardless of what happened, unless he just completely flatlined during spring. He's a left-handed bat, will come off the bench, and they need somebody like that because as we saw from Joe Espada last year, he likes to go to his bench early and he will use all 4 of those bench spots in a game if he has the chance to. So the fact that he had success last year as a pinch hitter, for whatever flaws he might have, he still had an above average offensive season. It wasn't like a great offensive season by any stretch, but it was above average. And if you can have an above average bat like that coming off your bench every single day, that's a huge, huge plus. Now, does the body transformation result into him being a better hitter? We'll have to wait and see, but it certainly doesn't hurt.
Yeah. What's the plan with Jose Altuve in left field in terms of getting eyes on him out there?
The plan is for him to play a game at some point this week. Just looking at the schedule, it would seem like Wednesday would be the best opportunity for that, just because it's in West Palm Beach. I don't think Thursday they play in Port St. Lucie. I don't think they're going to make him go to Port St. Lucie to play the outfield for 5 innings. So I think if I had to guess, I think he's either in the outfield. I think you see him play in a game either on Wednesday, maybe Friday at the latest. And I think that he's on the same schedule as Yordan Alvarez and Jeremy Pena. So you will see those 3 guys get into this week.
All right, Spo,
we'll be there for it.
Oh, yeah, that's the beauty of it. Appreciate Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors having you out there. Speaking of y'all all being out there, spending the house together, what's the plan for attacking the day, especially since there's no baseball going on?
Yeah, that's still to be determined.
Party time?
Probably not, but you never know. You never know. Hopefully the weather, it's not raining right now, but I think that the rain is expected, throughout the day. So hopefully that holds off a little bit. But yeah, it's I'm not the one in charge, so I just kind of go with the flow over here.
Adam's just keeping his head
Come
down.
on, man.
Adam's just keeping his head down.
Get in there and suggest some moves, man. Let's go. Those dudes need a jump start.
I am low man on the totem pole over here, so I just do what I'm told.
All right, so it seems like you're more observer than you are a planner. So at least observe me this. Over under times that people actually get into the lake, I'm setting it at 1.5.
Into the lake?
Yeah.
0.
Okay.
We're in Florida. They got alligators here.
Oh, it's no big deal.
All right.
There's a sign right at the dock that says "Beware of alligators,"
Mm-hmm.
and there's a smell in that water that says, "Hey, there's probably alligators in there." So
there's an alligator smell.
An alligator smell.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would have been out too.
Now Seth is big enough to where he could hold them off.
That's
but
what I'm
the
saying.
rest of us aren't.
Y'all got muscle. Don't be soft. Get in there. Do it for the people.
Well, I'll tell Seth, and we'll see what happens, and we'll get you guys video of Seth fighting off the alligator.
That's all I need. All right, Adam Spillane, Baseball Spo out there in West Palm Beach giving us coverage like nobody else can. We appreciate you, my man.
Always, anytime, guys.
There it is. There it is. Baseball Spo, man. I'm excited, man.
Wild man.
Yeah, it's fun. It's very fun. I'm kind of sad they didn't get a little baseball on the first day.
I feel bad for him.
Especially look, somebody they're missing out. I'm glad that they went. I really wish we could be there to be like a jump start for them.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna sit in the house and watch TV, aren't they?
They sure are.
God.
Yeah, it sound about right though, man.
Oh, yeah.
Because this ain't like they just more homebodies.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. Y'all got a lake and what is it? Paddle boats that they said that was out there. Come on, y'all got
I'll be trying to hit somebody town.
Do something, you know what I mean? Like Palm
Probably
Beach,
like one time.
drive to Fort Lauderdale or something, man. Like there's stuff to be done.
Yeah.
Come on.
Reggie, like, where the hose at? Come on, let's go.
It's nice out.
Yeah.
Come on, do something. All right.
Florida, man.
Exactly. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Much appreciation to Spell. We'll be hearing from one of the gentlemen every single day as they are out there in West Palm Beach. Again, thanks to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors. But coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including let's hear a little bit from Lance McCullers. And shout out to the University of Houston getting a big win this weekend. We'll talk about that and more next.
Texans GM
prices live.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 with John Lopez, Reginald Atula, and Figgy Fig. And I immediately turn to the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610, where somebody said, well, I don't want to read that one, but someone from the 281 said, has Cam Smith played much yet? I appreciate them making the distinction. Cam Smith, who came in the Tucker trade, just in case you didn't know. Yes, he came from Chicago in the trade that sent Kyle Tucker there. Has he played much? Looking for any observations that you might have from John and Spring. Well, I don't believe that he's just yet. And for some reason, my brain had tricked me into thinking that he had played on Sunday, yesterday, in that game, and I was like, nope, I did not see it. So,
I thought he did too.
We're still, and I might have been looking at some of his like AAA video, and that might have been what tricked my brain. But looking forward to see him out there. One of the things that is abundantly clear, just from videos, and the guys have talked about it already as well. That man big, bro. Like that is that's a big boy.
That's an athlete.
Very excited to see him. In fact, get Spo back on the phone. No, I'm just playing.
No.
That'd be hilarious. Should we just get him on the phone real quick to ask
tell us
him?
about Cam Smith.
Do it. Get him on the phone real quick. Let's see. This might be the bit that we do all week. He's
swimming with the Gators.
Hey,
right
just get
now.
Spo on the phone. Just get Spo on the phone.
Yeah.
Before we circle back around to that, and speaking of being big dudes, we mentioned it with our guy Adam Blaine, Big John Singleton. That was a big story this weekend. Apparently, he put in a lot of work to get himself into the best shape of his life, including working out like 4 hours a day, he says.
I mean, he looks it. Like it's a transformation. I mean, a complete Now we don't know how it's going to play out. Big dudes with big muscles don't always become better hitters when they do that. We've got a lot of evidence of that.
But he lost weight. Oh wow,
Hey.
we're getting the.
We're gonna do it live.
We're gonna do it live.
We're gonna do it live.
All right, so live.
What's up?
All right, this is Adam Blaine. Welcome back onto the program. We forgot to ask you about something, and so we just realized we should call you, and that is your warning that we might be doing this all week. Apologies. Cam Smith. What have you just seen of him? What does he look like? What's the feel?
He's very tall and very young-looking face.
Okay.
But that's really all that I have for you right now about him. He very much looks the part.
All right.
You're on the elliptical, aren't you?
I am not on the elliptical.
Oh, it sounds like you're a little out.
Wow.
Oh,
wow.
man.
All right.
man.
Sorry, Adam. I didn't mean to call you so that we can insult you. I'm sorry, my friend.
That was John Lopez.
Yeah, I apologize.
John Philip Lopez.
No, it's very windy out here.
So you're outside. Well, that's nice.
Yeah, that's the one thing I forgot about West Palm Beach is how windy it is out here.
Okay.
A few steps from the Gators, man.
All right. Okay, so I'll need to let me write this down. I need to
You're
make
looking
sure.
at one?
Are you for real?
No, not yet.
Damn it! I was like, all right, let's do live play-by-play of a Florida Gator. All right. Thanks, Bo.
Okay.
So there you go, dear texter. That's what we can do for you.
That's service with a smile right there.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And an insult to boot.
Yeah. Was that an insult?
Try not to do that because you're basically calling him fat on the radio.
No, he always works out.
Hey,
about this
Spo,
time.
it sound like
you're struggling to breathe over there, friend.
You sound out of breath over there. You're like, no, I'm just sitting here.
You all right, bro?
No, I'm just relaxing.
Got my feet up.
This is how I breathe.
One of the worst insults. Oh, you look tired.
Yeah.
He pretty much said, hey, you look tired.
You look tired. I'm just sitting with my feet up.
No, I'm actually fine.
Having a nice tea.
Oh, you need a respirator? You okay? You're breathing kind of heavy. You need to get your oxygen.
Yeah.
All right. Let's take it to Fertitta Center on Saturday, where the University of Houston Cougars had a top 8 matchup. Number 5 Houston Cougars welcomed in the Iowa State Cyclones, number 8, on Saturday. I had the great privilege of being in the building. Man, I'll give you some of my passing thoughts about it, but the game itself was delightful, and it was a lot closer than I wanted it to be. Or
started out, I thought they were going to walk away with it.
And that was the expectation. 11.5 point line in the favor of the Cougars, and that's because, in large part, Iowa State was missing their 2 top scorers. I mean, 2 of the guys that are in the top, I believe, 20 of scoring in the Big 12. Both of those guys missing, and so you look at that and you go, all right, Houston, a lockdown defensive team, that team not even having their 2 best scorers. This should be a run and hide type game, and it felt like it during the first half that they were going to run and hide. That thing became uncomfortably close for the Cougars down the stretch, but they ultimately get the victory.
See Kelvin Sampson with his "doesn't matter, Brian" moment afterward. Somebody was asking him about the top.
I'm going to be completely honest. I actually didn't because I had to boogie on that day.
Oh, that's right. You went over to
Home Run Dugout for Area 45.
But they were asking about, not the validity of the win, but just the effect on the win, not having the two top scorers, and he did the old. We're 15-1. We're 15-1.
Which they are. They are. In fact, this win, I can't give you the exact.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
I can't give you the exact
Doesn't matter,
number.
Brian. AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
That's right. In this instance, 15-1 in the Big 12 Conference, Brian. That is where your Houston Cougars are, 23-4 overall. But this win actually moved him into, I believe, 17th all-time in career wins in the NCAA. I mean, clearly an incredibly well-regarded coach, and rightfully so. 11 seasons here, which I believe he has 11 20-win seasons.
Yeah.
Like, he has been fantastic. And this was another one of those instances. Like, this was a fairly well-coached game. I think there were some things that I could probably nitpick, but who am I to nitpick? I have 0 20-win seasons. I just want to make that clear.
You sure?
I'm 100%. I double-checked earlier this morning. And so I don't have a lot of room to nitpick, but a 68-59 victory that was a lot closer than that appears. But they got the win, and that's really all that matters. That is the first of a two-step for the Cougars on like the difficult wins or difficult games rather down the stretch before they head to the conference tournament here in about a week or so. And that is tonight. Tonight they are in Lubbock facing off against Texas Tech. That is going to be a real deal challenge for these boys.
Look, that was the squad, and I was watching it over at Home Run Dugout with the boys at their anniversary party, and the Cougs are just getting. I mean, they've always been, as you pointed out, all the 20-win seasons. Such a threat come postseason. They do look like a team that's going to be a big time threat to make a big time run through it's all coming together right now.
Especially if you could continue to depend on the law firm of Cryer and Uzan, right? Both of those guys having fantastic offensive games. In fact, they were the offense.
Yeah.
There was a point in time where it felt like a strong 10 minutes, and I don't know that this was actually true because I didn't go back and check the log.
Yeah.
But just viscerally, where I was like, oh, wow, Juwan Roberts touched the basketball and actually had like an offensive attack. They were it was all guard play because Iowa State did not allow them to get in. And thankfully, this is a team now that can actually shoot to some effect with those individuals to actually get themselves over. And they did that. Number 5 versus number 9, Texas Tech Red Raiders tonight, 8 p.m. on ESPN. That's much-watch basketball. The Cougars still a favorite in this one by 1.5 points. Some other things that are popping. Did you happen to see this? Or actually, before I go there, worth noting, Astros are their game today in West Palm Beach postponed because of weather, so they won't play the Marlins. Ronel Blanco will go tomorrow, even though he was supposed to go today. And now I would like to talk a little bit about boxing, where Bivol beat Beterbiev in that match in the main event of that big Saudi card that I was able to watch at Area 45's anniversary party. That was a really fun matchup between like two well-matched guys, and because Bivol wins after Beterbiev won the first one, we're set for a three-peat, I imagine. I think that we'll get the rematch.
Oh yeah, 2 majority decisions going each way in their first two matches. Now I don't know. A lot of people I've seen like, oh, this is exactly what boxing needs. It is to a degree. I don't
know that this one hits the same spectacle
exactly
level.
Because the familiarity with no American per se, that's going to be.
I don't even know that that's needed. But I don't know
it's needed here. I think it's needed here, but it is going to be great for boxing because they're going to have it now. I think Bivol said that he's going to take some time off. He's got some injuries that he's messing with previous to the fight, but they're going to have a third. And it's going to be must see.
Oh, that's what it is. Cam Smith did play Saturday in the split squad.
Okay,
one of the split squad. That's what I was saying. I was like, I thought I saw him. So yeah, apologies on that one. He played on Saturday, and he did indeed walk twice. Which look, that is one of those things that this team needs to get better at. That play discipline. So that is early on for the young cat. Some other things that are going on. This is one I want to mention. If you were watching Oklahoma City, Minnesota last night, you saw something that I saw, which is like a ad from the Texas Destination Resort Alliance, which is a political action committee that is backed by the Las Vegas Sands Corporation. Which, if you're not familiar, they run Sands, but then that's also the family that bought ownership into Dallas Mavericks. This is not the first time that they've done this, but I'm interested. Have other people seen these ads? Because supposedly they've been running for maybe about a month.
I saw them over the weekend. I saw them last week. I almost brought it up during last week's shows because it seems like it's first of all, the investment is enormous.
Huge.
Like they're doing billboards, they're doing commercials on TV and radio, and all that. And I'll go back to what we did talk about briefly. Greg Abbott seems to be a little bit more receptive to the idea. So maybe, and they still got to get through, obviously lieutenant governor and all that stuff, but maybe there's some traction here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's very evident. I think in 2021 was the last time, if my memory serves me correctly, when there was like a big push like this to clearly the objective is trying to get legalized gaming in the state of Texas. They're putting this on the destination like that. I thought
and
that
jobs.
Yeah, that framework was interesting. The idea that this is the Texas destination resorts. Why is it a destination resort, friends? Because they want to have that gambling, right? But the idea is that, hey, we're going to try and bring that in on the idea of like the tourism aspect of it. But really, this is about trying to get gambling in Texas.
Hey.
And I was doing a little bit more research last night, and one of the things that is going to be tough for them is that it feels like they've lost a couple of politicians in the state legislature who are more amenable to this particular bent. But I mean, they're trying, and there's clearly, as you mentioned, a huge monetary push behind getting this done.
And I will say, we can kind of, curl our lip a little bit as far as making it a destination. But if they do it here being Houston, Dallas, wherever, it is going to be much more like the Golden Nugget. I had a friend just this week. He goes about once a month just for the pool and the gambling, but for the pool and the golf and all that stuff. So I do think it's going to be more like that.
Yeah. I mean, you get more people like me to go.
Yeah.
Because I don't really gamble or anything, but as far as like a little mini vacation or staycation, if it was here.
Can you imagine Galveston? Man, that would be outstanding.
If they put it out in Galveston?
Yeah.
Yeah. It'd be all right.
Yeah.
Somebody said, interestingly enough, 832 said they've been texting them for months. I didn't realize that it's to that level. But yeah, clearly big money. And so Texas Destination Resort Alliance, now you know at least what you're looking at when they're pushing it. And apparently, Dan Patrick, the lieutenant governor, still remains very influential in this and making it kind of tough. But there is a survey by the University of Houston that was conducted that's kind of pointing to the idea that not necessarily as much that there's a decent amount of support for this. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle put out a piece just this morning about the 5 questions for the Houston Texans ahead of the NFL Scouting Combine that's happening in Indianapolis this week. Let's break those down next.
In the Loop. KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. 713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
Texas Hammer!
That's right, Jim. Also, appreciation to Mokiram Injury Lawyers for the live streams, both on YouTube and Twitch. Let's talk a little Texans. Still got to make sure we give the Texans some love, especially as...
Throw them a bone or something, right?
Oh, wow. That's not bad. Oh, wow. That's a lot there. That's a lot. Hold on. Anybody say all that?
Hey, people ain't got to say the whole stereotypical search and only talk about the Texans. Yeah. We throw them a bone once in a while, right?
That's crazy. That is crazy.
I'm just playing.
The Houston sports leader.
You know, the combine is starting, guys.
It is starting. It is starting. In effect,
what a change.
We're getting news like Shedeur Sanders not going to work out. Ashton Genty, we learned, is not going to work out, which you need to see anything else?
Yeah.
Me personally.
Hey, I hope that benefit us.
I've seen everything.
I hope teams pass on them because of that.
I can't imagine.
Yeah.
I can't imagine.
Oh, we ain't see him at the combine.
Yeah.
Nah,
dropping down the board.
Yeah. I hope that happens.
Especially knowing that there aren't
Get to 25.
There aren't that many true number one. Or no, not number one, but true first round grades, and that's one of them. Y'all really gonna let this?
Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
I can't imagine.
I hope it do.
I imagine.
Just
okay.
get to 25.
So I know what Figgy's looking for if a certain player is there. In fact, I might make that a confession. I have a pet cat now.
Okay.
In this draft class, but Jonathan Alexander, not my pet cat, but the Houston Texans beat writer for the Houston Chronicle, put out a piece today in which he put up questions for the Houston Texans ahead of the scouting combine there in Indianapolis. And so I kind of wanted to run through some of these with you. And the first question that is there is re-signing Stephon Diggs realistic? He talks about how, obviously they're in this situation, and Caserio on these very airwaves talked about how, he left the door very open. He was he was non-committal. He left it very played it very what's the right word? Politically almost, like, hey, we will gauge this, but we enjoyed having him here. The door's always open was a phrase that he used. Do you think it's realistic to get him back? I know obviously there's the big cap hit that he incurs from the way that you handled his contract, and he ends up as a fully fledged free agent. Do you believe it's realistic to bring him?
Oh, I definitely think it's realistic. I think the injury actually, in a weird way, helps the Texans. Just because they know what they've got. They've monitored what he did during the season and where he is physically and all that. Did you see the Bovada released odds?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Bovada released odds on his next team, and this makes me want the Texans to sign him even more. The co-favorites to re-sign Stephon Diggs, the Houston Texans and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, yeah, well, then you're doing a public service. Like this, we have to do this for America, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Keep him away from the Chiefs.
Keep him here. Keep him here. Keep him away from the Chiefs.
Keep him away from the Chiefs, man.
All we ask is that America put in the I don't know how this happens. Can we open up a Texans GoFundMe? Just like, hey, put in a little bit just to make sure.
Yeah. Hell, I hit up the Giants like, hey, y'all want to sign them? Hey, we'll give you a 6th-round pick for cash considerations.
Just for fun.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's not how that works.
But just for fun. We'll give it to you.
Hey, we'll look out for you, man. Let's just do a random 6 swap.
Yeah.
No, but it feels like also he enjoyed being here as well. I think that he felt love. I think especially like outside the building, sure, but inside that building, they embraced him in a way, and I think that there's a level of comfort. I imagine those dudes, like all of those dudes, have a great respect, and the various people who have talked after the season, whether it's CJ, whether it's Nico, and then even during the season, that they had a great respect for what he does. Plus, you still need somebody that does what he does. I imagine that the rehab it looks like from what you can tell off of that it's going relatively well. I'd love to have him back.
I would love to have him back.
He was a captain, man. And first time ever being a captain.
I was just going to go there and forget the captain stuff. Like, he never was an issue at all. Like, they tried to be that contrived one when he had some sort of mix-up, with the DB and all that. But it wasn't even his. He was just standing there, But no, he was in perfect place and certainly helped his image as well.
All right, another question that Jonathan Alexander poses for the Houston Texans ahead of the scouting combine. Could the Texans make a trade before the draft. So Caserio obviously active in trading, last year, moved the 23rd pick in order to acquire the aforementioned Stephon Diggs. Like, is that something that you believe could happen? Obviously, potential trade conversations. We mentioned the NFL Scouting Combine is basically one of a few NFL conventions. These people get close to each other. They have opportunities to have conversations. A few of them that people are looking at, right? Trade for a player on an expiring deal, something like that. Cooper Kupp is one of those ones that's out there. Is there a trade that you'd be interested in, or that you think that the Texans could make?
Yeah, those are two different things. I don't know how interested I am in a trade, to be honest. The only trades that would interest me is maybe moving some picks, 4 picks.
Okay, so moving up and down on the board,
kind of stuff. But Cooper Kupp is out there, and I love Cooper Kupp, but there are some questions there. I think he would fit with this offensive coordinator. They have familiarity. That would be the one that I think might happen. But for me personally, I'm not all about that, especially Von Diggs. Those two things, coincide.
Yeah, and I think if we're talking about injury issues, the injury issues I prefer are the ones that Stephon Diggs brings, where he was not previously injury prone. This was the one that happened to him. Whereas Cooper Kupp, he has a more robust injury history. And I think they both bring a good play style, a good capability. And of course, seeing if they come back, healthy matters. But I think I'd much prefer the Stephon Diggs version of it. Some other questions that were asked by Jonathan Alexander, this team ahead of the scouting combine. How can the Texans better protect C.J. Stroud? And that's the big one. And I think that's been the nut. In fact, we probably could have kept that, put that as the first question. How do you better protect him? You're in a place where I think you can address some of these things better than you were in seasons past. However, there's going to be work that's needed to be done. First and foremost, I think the draft itself is one of those places, because it feels like, especially if you are very committed and you use that first-round pick, you can absolutely get someone who is ready to make some level of impact immediately on this offensive line. But how far does it go? Do you think that this also goes into, are they going to use free agency to try and address this as well?
That's what. Not only do I think it could happen, that's what I want. I don't think Titus Howard and Shaq Mason should come back. Not my call, obviously, but I don't think they should come back.
You cut Shaq Mason, and if you make him a post-June 1 designation, you can get $9.5 million in relief.
Yeah.
Some space, which could be good for free agency, but also good to kind of keep your own. Derek Stingley's out there waiting to get his deal done, and I believe it was this time last year, like at the Combine, when you were made aware of the deal. Which deal was it? Was it Nico's deal last year around this time?
Yeah, look, I think it's a no-brainer. Obviously it's their decision, and Nick Caserio certainly is contemplating this. But I think those two guys, and maybe even add a free agent and the draft. Who knows? It could be both.
That feels like something I would absolutely enjoy. It was adding robustly to it, but you got to have opportunity to play them, and I think that there's still. That's when you start looking at, are you able to move off of multiple people, or find some places for multiple people that have been on this offensive line to be. And it seems like, honestly, if we're going back to the way that we saw the staff that was listed, not a lot of changes there, which seems to indicate that this team feels like what Bobby Sloak was trying to do, the scheme and the system that was trying to be implemented, was a large portion of the issues up and down the roster. And him, and then of course Cole Strasser was the other departure. Like, it seems like with the ways that they've trusted, a lot of the same coaching staff, I do wonder if they'll trust a lot of the same players.
Yeah, see, that's where it gets dicey, because I don't know. I think Cole Popovich probably had his view on how the scheme should go, and it fell on deaf ears with Bobby Slowick. But I still don't know if they're all in on Shaq Mason. Clearly had
Shaq
a drop
feels like
off.
the easy one. It feels very
and Titus
evident.
Howard.
Yeah,
to be honest, I don't know what goes effort and commitment and hitting goals, whether it's weight or whatever it might be.
Well, that's one of the questions. Where will Howard play? And is it tackle? Because you saw Blake Fisher, come up, and he was adequate, I think. I don't think that he, showed his ass anyways, but is that something where you're ready for him to be the new right tackle and grab onto that? Titus Howard did show a willingness at the end of the season to play wherever is necessary, which obviously would indicate maybe a full-time switch to left guard, or is that entirely just somewhere else, as you're indicating?
Yeah, elsewhere might be the answer for me. But if he comes back, I actually don't see him playing at tackle. Just because, like I said, his size, what the scheme might be, using that size on the interior offensive line. I think they like a couple of the guys they have, but they still need to draft one, still maybe need to sign one. I don't see him going back to tackle, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the tackle is the least if we're ranking the three options that we just put forward. I think tackle's the least. It feels like Blake Fisher, you drafted him for that opportunity to be that future one. He's already played a significant amount of those games at right tackle. He was not bad, and I think we also acknowledged the fact that, again, the scheme probably didn't help any of them play to their best.
He was young.
Giving them opportunity to continue to grab onto that in this new system and be that guy for the future, right? Now, the tightest thing, whether it's send him away or see if he can play at left guard, that's a whole different thing. I mean, I'm starting to see it kind of your way, but I was intrigued by the way that he was actually able to kind of transfer power in some of those. They were able to run a little bit better off that left side when he did make that move.
That's my point.
So I'm interested in seeing like what
if they do keep him. Guard.
But it's
that's
also
an expensive guard.
It is an expensive guard.
It is.
It is. And that maybe leads to the last of the questions that Jonathan Alexander poses. And I think the one that I've been sitting with and thinking about a lot. You know how you just kind of sometimes think to the Texans and it's just kind of there. Where will the Texans save money and how will it affect free agency? Like, obviously, if we're talking year over year, this free agency is going to operate worlds different than last year. Last year, you were bringing in big pieces to make deals, and they hit for the large part. Joe Mixon hit. In fact, like that's a home run. Danielle Hunter, home run. Azeez Al-Shaair, I mean, home run. If you want to call it a triple, you can do that too. Like all extra base hits at the very least. With some of these guys that you made moves for. But, I mean, you're not, as of right now, right this moment, you only have so much money in cap space for all of the various things that you need to do. And you're going to clear up maybe a little bit of space with some possible restructures. Like, is that how you handle some of the saving some money?
Yeah.
Is it just, hey, we're going to let some of these free agents that we like but are probably just not in the budget, are we going to let them go? And then also, are you going to have, like, hey, some cuts like we talked about? Shaq Mason, obviously, we talked about you make him a post-June 1 designation and you can free up 9.4. How much more can you do there? And then what does that then turn into in potential free agency? Does that turn into you getting another veteran offensive lineman, or do you try and add to your secondary depth through free agency? Like, where are the places that you address with free agency if you can?
I think structures are going to be multiple. I think there's going to be multiple of those because they have to find room. Obviously, we talked about Titus Howard. I think, who knows if he's going to be back. Shaq is an obvious one, as we mentioned.
Not on a restructure.
Not on a restructure. I mean, like there's going to be restructures, and then you might say goodbye to Titus Howard and Shaq. Azeez Al-Shaair has just interested me all offseason. It's a big cap hit.
You out here trying to get Azeez out.
I'm not.
Unbelievable.
Thank you for your service.
Wow.
Thank you.
I knew you was against it.
No, I'm not. No, I'm
yeah, your energy changed once they played the Jags a little bit.
Well, the Jags and the Chiefs and the pass coverage and
I knew you didn't like him.
I knew you didn't support him.
I knew it.
You knew I didn't like him?
I knew it.
I like him.
I hear it.
I thank him.
I heard it in the tenor of your voice.
I thank him and I like him. It's intriguing, though. It's one of those things where I think they can maybe get a guy that can upgrade at least in pass coverage.
Yeah, but look.
But it's a big cap hit.
That feels like one of those things where we're trying to win on all fronts, and obviously that's probably not the right way of saying, but we're trying to have our cake in all fronts. I don't know that you can expect to upgrade everywhere. And he has been very good.
Can't.
He's been the soul of that defense.
That's
I think that's also
hard.
a huge thing.
Yeah.
Like I don't feel like that's the way that I'd probably.
Well, where is it then?
But
I mean, obviously, Stephon Diggs, you still got that big dead money.
Yeah.
And Laramie ain't going anywhere. I'm convinced Laramie's not going anywhere.
No.
So it's got to be those inside guys. Somebody on Dalton, I don't feel is going anywhere. Where can you find this space?
Great timing, because on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line from the 281, they had a ton of extra base hits last year, but was also a 3-pitch strikeout with Dalton. All right. I mean, look,
I feel bad for that dude.
It doesn't feel good though that like you're paying him at a high level, and he was not playing to that level.
They put him in some awful
They
positions.
surely did.
Yeah.
They surely did. But I think there's opportunities, and he absolutely needs to be significantly better next year. I will say that, right? With all due respect to him, like he needs to be a weapon, and it did not feel like he was a weapon this year, especially when you started really needing it. When you had bodies dropping on your offense, that has to shift, and you really hope that it will with the addition of Nick Caley and with the direction that he wants to take this offense, especially as a tight ends coach.
I'm looking at this, the bigger money guys here, just looking through the roster.
You just keep circling around Aziz, huh?
Where can you find it? Seriously.
I don't like what you're doing here.
I don't like what I'm doing here. I hate myself for this.
And do you wonder if maybe that's one of those guys where you can go to and kind of have a conversation with them where you go, hey, is it possible to do this at a lesser? In fact, that might be really the Titus Howard thing. That might be the dilemma, or maybe not dilemma, but that might be the option that you bring to him. Like, hey, we'd like you to stay and play left guard. However,
not at this price.
It's got to be at a different number. Allow me to write this number on a paper. If that's cool, we can keep going. If not, we can find you a new one.
And honestly, he probably want to play tackle. So if that's the case, if this team telling me, hey, they want me to play guard, I might be like, man, I go somewhere else then.
He definitely wants to play tackle, but he has been paid once already, so that might factor in. Because the next contract, I don't know if he's going to get that kind of money at tackle, depending on how he plays.
Yeah. Before we go, someone texted in about the first question, which was the Stephon Diggs, how realistic that he remains. And we were talking about how, he had been drama-free here. Someone says he's going to bring that Cardi B drama with him. Hey, first of all, allegedly. And second of all, allegedly, that's been going on way longer, and he was cool before, so why would that change?
Imagine Offset coming up to the stadium. Hey, you with my wife.
Trying to cause a ruckus
action going on.
Yeah. Steve Smith Jr.
Oh,
Senior.
wow. Okay. All right. I imagine that's going to come up, because coming up next, we're about that time where we get into our lunchtime confessions, and warning, adultery comes up. We'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about
Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, and Don are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't know, Reggie, if I've ever told you this. It's been discussed on the airwaves. Do you know what my lovable wife's, my lovable nickname that my wife has given me years ago?
No, I don't.
And calls me. Remember it, Figgy?
Something pig.
A
right?
pig from hell.
Pig from hell.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
she lovingly calls me a pig from hell. And I
can
thought,
see it.
I thought about, I like that.
I don't think that. I mean, I just
checks out.
I can see why. I can see why she. Would
Yeah. I tend to want to believe that it's a term of endearment.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is.
But I thought about that because I did what a pig from hell might do as soon as I saw the Steve Smith Sr. News, which, by the way, you talk about when was the last time something blew up like that, on social media?
Surprisingly frequently.
Yeah, it happened pretty often.
But yeah, with the player, like even then, there's some things not exactly that way, but yeah. If you're unfamiliar, let's see if I can do this in a tactical
So
way.
he had a bit of an entanglement as we've heard in the past.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was a man who got on Twitter and aired his business out, talking about how his wife had an affair with Steve Smith Sr.
And quite the text exchange.
A lot of texts. A phone call that happened. You'll hear that later.
And the first thing I did? That's my confession. I searched out.
You searched out.
You what now? Wait. Shh. You did what now?
I searched who that woman was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And thoughts?
It's good. It's good.
What was good?
It's good.
What exactly was good?
Good. Her.
He turned into a caveman. Her. Good. Good. Her.
Her. Fire.
You
hot.
turned to Adam Spillane.
Hi.
Great.
Yeah. No. So, and I was mad at myself as soon as I did it. Like all these people, their lives are changing. Like some of them are crumbling to pieces, and I'm like, well, I wonder if she's hot.
That brother got to go home, man. he at the crib, man.
Go home.
It's off season too.
Yeah. So that's the first thing I did.
I can very much say that was not the first thing I did, but this is the beauty of being on social media for a moment like this. They'll bring it to you.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
they will bring it
I
right to.
I did not search who she was, and she popped up on my timeline.
I didn't even think to. Before I could even think to, people were like, "Y'all wrong for searching up that woman's face," and then
showing it.
There's the picture, and I was like, "Oh, okay, all right."
Yeah.
And making
Thoughts?
not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. I mean, look.
But was it worth it?
That is a holistic judgment.
And that's why whenever I do look up something, I'm like, man, you getting slung through the mud, man. Let me see if this person was worth it.
Yeah, exactly.
But again, that's a holistic decision.
Yeah.
I feel like worth it. There's a lot more. What does that person look like? But
we may have to revisit this.
That was some mess that I don't understand why you do it. But
what's funny is you usually see it from the other side. You see the woman airing out the guy and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But this was I think a happy marriedly guy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he thought he was happy.
He thought he was happy, and he said, "You know what? I'm going to social media."
Called him.
These are my confessions.
All right, so let me get a little college basketball in here. This weekend, current Indiana men's basketball head coach Mike Woodson. I say current because we'll see for how long that remains. But he did something a little different. Obviously, Indiana is where Bobby Knight coached. And if you remember, one of the many things that Bobby Knight is known for, but probably the most visibly enthralling and catching, is throwing a chair in the middle of a game onto the floor. Well, that chair in particular, Mike Woodson claims to still have it, and he used it in a game. He sat on that chair in an Indiana game this weekend in order to, quote, honor the 40th anniversary of Bobby Knight throwing that chair. And I gotta confess, I don't think you should honor that. I think that was it was a notable thing that happened. It was a wild moment. We all kind of cherish the memory of it being wild. That's not something to honor. Bobby Knight and his
I'm
actions.
thinking about this.
Bobby Knight and his actions, like we should not be celebrating those actions. Particularly, like that was petulant.
Of course it was. I'm kind of back and forth because Bobby. I've said this on the air as well. Like Bobby Knight to me is the greatest college basketball coach in the history of the game, and more so than John Wooden, more so than Mike Krzyzewski, more so than anyone.
It's
but
high praise.
I would never let my kid play for him.
Right. It's high praise, and it's not wrong. Like I guess I should say it like this. It is very much arguable. Like you can absolutely make that argument and make it stick, I think. But the problem is what you're talking about is the basketball.
Yeah.
And like some of the things that he did, like particularly throwing that chair, that is not why he's the best coach, or in your estimation, in college basketball. And we don't have to celebrate that.
But it also,
just because we want to celebrate the man.
Didn't hurt anybody. He just kind of slid across the floor.
Now, what did that chair throwing moment mean? Like, did they win after? Did they go on and win the national championship?
I don't even remember anymore.
See, like, I will understand if that was the spark that they went on this run and won the national championship. But he did that every day.
He did
that's what I'm saying.
And practices were notorious.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was a Herm Edwards. You play to win the game, and then you just go on this run. Like, did that mean anything for that season? Did that change anything?
I don't even recall.
It seemed like, So, I mean, I wouldn't celebrate it. But to me, not like that.
Just being a jerk.
Like, I understand ESPN maybe bringing it up and talking about it or something like that, but it ain't enough for me to bring out the chair and sit in it and remembrance of it. Like, man, y'all ain't do nothing that year.
From the 3-4-6, you don't understand Indiana and Coach Knight. No, look, I get it. Like, Coach Knight was a very good basketball coach.
Been.
He used some means that like not going to be good to use now, and I honestly don't think you probably need to use. Like, I think that it is a crutch to say that you need to berate people in order to get the best out of them. But like, okay, that's neither here nor there. I don't think you have to celebrate.
Like, was it worth celebrating though?
I don't think you need to celebrate that. Like, you can appreciate what Bobby Knight was as a coach without having to celebrate that particular moment.
These are my confessions.
So for the first time since early November, I am dog free.
Oh no!
I have no dogs in the house.
They came and got Kane?
Yep, they came and got Kane. I'm actually, my confession is I'm actually happy about this one.
Yeah,
this dog started getting on my nerves, man.
Yeah.
Like
this one.
Oh, this one. Oh my goodness, man. He was a cool dog, but that brother bark at anything. Sometimes he just randomly.
Just random.
It was one time, man. I'm sitting here watching the TV show, and he was just. And then I got to the point, man. He knew he effed up.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, come here. And he ran on in his cage. He didn't even come to me. He ran on in his cage.
Yeah.
And later on, he did the same thing. I'm like, come here. I grabbed my little house slipper. Yeah. I'm like, come here. And he went to the cage. And this time he tried to sneak back out. And he ain't know I still had that slipper. Man, I raised that slipper up. He hauled ass. I didn't hit him. I just slapped it. I just slapped the ground. And all I said was, "Your ass in that cage." All that barking. What you barking for? Like, that brother just.
You do need a new dog, though.
Yeah. A little backstory too, or update with Jackson, the one I've been wanting to keep. They hit us up last week.
All right.
Like, hey, you want the dog?
Yes.
You want the dog?
But this is it.
Yeah.
This has got to be it.
So we took a little time to respond back because now we kind of enjoying just being animal free, just enjoying sleeping in. Ain't got to worry about getting home right away to let the dog out and all that stuff. So we gonna give it a couple weeks and we gonna try to make a deal with them.
Good.
So,
but that's that.
Yeah. So the deal that we gonna put on the table is we keep the dog, we keep everything. But whenever we ready to go out of town or something like that, y'all have to keep them.
Okay.
When we go out of town.
Okay.
So that's our dog sitter at this point. And that way that give time, the little girl time to play with the dog and all that stuff. And then we bring them back.
All right. I like that.
Someone said, figure that dog spoke Spanish, not English. You might need to look into that.
Man, I'm like, that dog. I'm like, come here. Man, that brother ran. He tried to run back over to me. I was like, pow, get your ass in that gate. He hauled ass. Like me barking.
These are my confessions.
I like a lot of people, sometimes you do things that are just to appease your better half? Well, she came up with a concoction of organic honey, turmeric, ginger, and cinnamon, and she told me coffee, it's better than anything else. It's antiviral, anti-inflammatory, and promotes joint health.
She also tell you to put your feet in some onions?
No, she didn't do that.
Okay.
And, of course, I've done it the last couple of days. But if this were the case, wouldn't we know? Wouldn't we know? I mean, it tastes good. Figgy, have you tried it yet?
Yes, I did. I just had it with my coffee. It was pretty good, man.
It is. It tastes good. But, I mean, I'm just doing this just to appease her.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, she gives me elderberry gummies every morning, which is supposed to keep you from...
I don't know what an elderberry looks like.
It's just it's kind of what you think it looks like.
No, I actually don't have really a good...
I took the elderberry gummies before.
Yeah, that's what I...
Or they got pills, too.
Yeah, she gives me gummies every morning for, I guess it helps you prevent getting viruses and stuff.
Okay.
And I don't know if that works either. Sometimes I just do things just to... You just got to appease them sometimes, right?
Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this...
It's one of those things where it's like, hey, it's not going to cost you that much.
But if it worked, we would know, wouldn't we?
But I would say on the bright side, like you can tell she's a healthy person and all about health and wealth. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good thing to have, man, because she could easily be trying to... Yeah, she could easily be feeding you grease and all the worst fatty stuff. She trying to look out for you. She don't want to be taking care of you in the long run and you all unhealthy.
That's probably it.
Like, I ain't doing this by myself.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, because worst case scenario, it seems like all these things seem fairly benign by themselves. So at the very least, you're just getting a better taste of coffee, which seems fine.
And something healthier.
Seems fine.
Yeah. She wants you around a long time.
It calls me up from hell sometimes, though.
Yeah, but you're her pick. Yeah, I think that's what you got to remember. Somebody said, keep doing it, John. She's absolutely right.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, roll with it, man.
So you say we would know? They know.
Another hippie.
I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, nothing wrong with that, man.
Damn, y'all really.
Let's see how long she gonna be up in the hundreds living.
Yeah.
She
probably will.
I do, man. Y'all really going up for Coach Knight. All right, very good, excellent. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next. I pulled it off. Saturday, I went to 3 different events all over the city of Houston, and I would like to give you my passing thoughts for what I'm calling my triple play. Let's talk a little bit about the Cougar game, about Area 45's anniversary party, and the Houston Dynamo match. We'll do that next.
Is a Stephon Diggs
easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In case you were wondering, remember that time the Rockets traded for Cody Zeller?
Mm-hmm.
He's not been with the team. According to Kelly, he's not expected to join the team between now and the end of the season. So
forgot about that.
Salute to Rockets legend Cody Zeller, acquired at the trade deadline, and he'll
What's
be
your favorite moment?
Probably when he was acquired, when we learned that he was coming to the team, because I think that's technically the only moment that we have. So I think that's how it goes for me.
That would be it.
My moment was, damn, he's still in the league?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's actually,
I forgot about
you know
him.
what? I think that's actually my favorite moment. The one that I said was second. But yeah, so salute to Cody Zeller, I guess.
Did he even step foot in Houston, in the city of Houston?
I don't think so.
Not as a Rocket.
I feel like we would have known. Somebody would have sent a picture, or although maybe they didn't. Like maybe Cody Zeller.
He probably like, I ain't going to Houston, so ain't no point in me going to that city.
No, I mean, stay wherever he is,
at home.
doing his working out or whatever. All right. But Saturday, I was all over the city of Houston as I pulled off what I like to call my triple play. So I want to give you some passing thoughts. And I began at the Fertitta Center for a 1 p.m. tip-off between the Houston Cougars and the Iowa State Cyclones. First and foremost, man, I did not recall how small, like how compact that venue is. But boy, does it get loud. Like, it was thunderous. Like, salute to the University of Houston for, like, the in-game experience that they had. And, of course, it helps the College Game Day was there. Like, there was definitely a bigger environment. But that was a loud 7,000 in there, man. It was electric. It was energetic. And that was all the way through. And some of that is like, hey, man, the college experience is just going to be something different.
Yeah.
But it was really, really fun. I had such a good time.
It's one of my favorite places to go, to be honest.
It's
because
cool.
You know that little cliche, it's not a bad seat.
There really is.
It's not a bad seat in the house, man. It's kind of like going to a concert in a smaller venue, where it's more intimate. Like I love going there for games.
It's by the way, I little confession after confessions here. I didn't think you were going to make all three spots. I frankly would not.
Didn't even believe in you, man.
I didn't believe in you.
Haters gonna hate.
I was a big. I was
waiting on you to fail.
Didn't say any of that. It was a big bite going to all three of those things, especially the cold and wet.
And that started. I think just after. I mean, the cold was. I mean, there.
Yeah.
But the wet really started after the Cougars game, after they got a victory. But during it, by the way, obviously 7,100 seats in the Fertitta Center. I might guess that there was close to 8,000 people in there, because there was a lot of people standing just on the edge of the concourse looking in. It was a really, really fun environment, especially because we just need more bands playing Tops Drop by Fat Pat. Like, I appreciate, salute to the Cougar band, man. They were playing some fun songs. Now, I will say, when they played, I don't know if the band played it. I think it might have just been in the arena. They played the Swag Surf. I don't know how do I put this. I'm happy that there was full participation,
but
it could have gone over smoothly. That's all I'm gonna say there. The team itself, man, like, dogged defensively, but man, it feels like they throw all of their like defensive muscle to one side of the floor, and once Iowa State figured that out, they really used it against them.
Yeah,
and I do wonder if there's going to be a team that's capable of that against this team. Now, again, I don't that's the thing about college basketball. You don't always have teams that have the personnel or the know-how or like the execution to be able to get it done. But there are a few weak spots within this Houston Cougars team.
They're all over the floor, though.
They are.
It's all over the floor.
They have that backside open because they move. They flow as a team. Like, they have a lot of energy and effort. But when you can get them into rotation, they're not perfect in their defensive rotations. And you saw Iowa State in the second half kind of take advantage of some of that. Also, one more game thing. Hey, do they not have a spacing lineup available to them? Because when it was LJ Cryer doing a lot of step back and Milos Uzan having to kind of get it out the mud, you still have two bigs in the middle of the floor. Yeah. So when you have those two guys just trying to make something happen, they're driving into big old massive
traffic.
Humanity.
Yeah.
So all they have to do is be able to like step back and shoot. And thankfully that was going down for a strong period of time. But it feels like, hey, if you get to a place where it's just going to be Cryer and Uzan having to try and pull you guys up by themselves, maybe at least clear the floor for them so that they have some room to drive into.
Yeah. I was fascinated by, how they started the game. Of course, you had to figure that they were going to start the game pretty hot. But the fact that, Iowa State, as you just pointed out, they did kind of figure things out in the second half and made it quite interesting.
All right, so then I took a nice, 45-minute drive?
At least.
Out to Katy from Fertitta Center, where actually I should have been there at least 20, probably 30 minutes earlier, because at the Fertitta Center, like it's on the campus of University of Houston, I lost my car somehow. I had no idea where I parked. I did not take account of where I parked, and so I was walking around like right after the game lets out for 20 minutes trying to find my car.
That's the worst feeling ever, man.
And if I had just hopped in my car, I might have been able to get out of there and get out of the traffic a little bit quicker, ttoo. I had no idea where my car was.
You can jump. Maybe it's changed. I haven't been there.
I was a dummy.
At least a year. But it used to you'd be able to get out of there pretty quick.
I mean, it wasn't that bad, but it would have been even quicker. Than that 20 minutes plus probably another like 5 to 7 just to get out of the garage.
Yeah.
But made it all the way out to Home Run Dugout, which salute to Area 45 watching the boxing out that way. One thing I realized, apparently watching boxing, like I watch boxing in group settings, but usually it's like a fight party. Watching boxing in like a bar environment, apparently not for me necessarily.
Really?
Like I enjoy being there and talking to people, like talking to various people that had come out to say what's up to the fellas. Sports Radio 610, your support is always appreciated. But I could not like really pay attention to the fight while also having some of these conversations.
No, that's fair.
That are not about the fight as I was watching.
And people coming up to you and all. I was there earlier. By the way, were you there when Sean Bijani actually asked Baby Bull to punch him in the gut?
Yes.
What are we doing? Like, do you really think, first of all, that he's actually going to punch you hard? Because, I mean, he's a professional boxer, and he doesn't want any part of that. And secondly, why are you even asking?
You got a good picture out of it, though. Got a real good picture out of it. And, of course, got a chance to take a picture with Baby Bull. It was fantastic. So appreciation to Juan Diaz. That was fun. Margarita fight, and I did not finish it. Apparently, that's one of my passing thoughts as well. 20 ounces of margarita, a little bit more than I realized if you're doing 90 minutes in a place and talking the whole time. You don't have a lot of time to scarf down.
Throw them back?
A margarita. No, and you can't really throw back margaritas because frozen margs, you end up with a brain freeze, and I was not about to do that. So I probably knocked down about 11 ounces of margarita on National Margarita Day, and I headed down into Edo to go and watch the soccer match.
That's the one I thought I would have.
Ain't no way.
I would have bagged it.
Look.
Yeah.
Hey, Lesser Man.
Did you get to go?
Lesser Man, absolutely.
Nah, I had to work.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I missed the people, man. Like Steve Francis walked the fellas out onto the field, and then also I know Lil Flip was there. It was pretty cool. I ain't seen none of them up close and personal because they were doing the smart thing, which is staying in the suite. I did the dumb thing. I walked out of the press box and I watched this match amongst the people.
Man. It was cold and wet.
It was cold and wet simultaneously.
Yeah, I mean, good thing. I mean, I kept up with the game. I was interested in this game. I mean, come on. Opener against FC Dallas. Obviously, they started out well. I think they scored in the 17th minute.
18th minute.
Yeah,
18th minute goal, and I was like, I like the way that I like the style of play that this Dynamo team has. The problem is, it's very evident they need playmaking.
Well, they told us.
They need playmaking.
They told us on Friday.
Ben told us.
Like, hey, we're not done yet acquiring, and they clearly need that.
Yeah, they clearly need it. It would have been
good
nice.
You talk about a fun environment. You didn't get to really enjoy the tailgating.
Still a decent amount of didn't get to enjoy the tailgating. A decent amount of people came out despite the cold and wet conditions, and I did not outside and feel my hands for most of the time, but I did not regret sitting outside because something that Figgy has talked about is going out there and like seeing the ultras, seeing the supporters that are really putting it on, playing the drums and everything.
I usually sit in that crowd. I forgot the name of that area. I need to find out the name of that area, but where they standing the whole time, cheering the whole time, you got the drums up top, and they doing the chants, the Dynamo. They just going the whole game. It's a blast sitting in that area.
Now, the one thought that I had, one passing thought that I had, because as you might imagine, being out in cold and wet doesn't help you think very well. What will I enjoy more, cold and wet outside, or when we get to the summer and it's hot as all hell?
Oh, you'll enjoy the hot. You'll enjoy the hot. Actually, I'm looking at the schedule right now. I was just thinking to myself, might as well share it with the class here. We need to make that an in-the-loop trip one of these days on a Good Friday, Saturday. get out there. I love going to their games.
We can do that.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Put down. Let's go.
Yeah. Those were kind of my passing thoughts on a triple play weekend. It was really awesome to be able to see all the folks that I managed to see. I got the last hour of the 6-hour window of you guys being out there at Home Run Dugout and K. So appreciate all the folks that came out there. Salute to the University of Houston. Kelvin Sampson, I think he was 17th, if I remember correctly, on the all-time
the win. Yeah.
And a huge game there. I'm excited for them. They're playing tonight against the now number 10 Texas Tech Red Raiders in Lubbock. You're number 4 in the AP poll, Houston Cougars. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hope to do some fun things this weekend and stay warm and out of the cold, unlike I did on Saturday. But coming up next, let's talk about some winners and losers of the weekends. Who did you believe to be winners? Who did you believe to be losers on the weekend? 713-572-4610. We will discuss that next.
Texans GM. Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, get yours in if you believe that you have a winner or loser of the weekend. 713-572-4610 on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Who are the winners and losers of the weekend, this weekend that passed? You guys are already doing that on the text line, as the 832 says, winner, Brian Campbell. PGA Tour winner for the very first time in a 10-year career thus far. Brian Campbell won the Mexico Open yesterday, and he did it in playoff fashion. Had two-hole playoff, I believe, against a Aldrich. I'm not going to get his name right. You got it? You have his last name?
No, what was it? It was
Aldrich Pochgier or something like that.
Yeah, that guy.
Apologies to that man. I don't got it in my bag. I didn't.
You didn't see this? Vicky, did you see this?
I didn't get a chance to see this, but he's not a long driver. He's a short hitter on the tour, ain't he?
He hit on the playoff, the winning hole. He hit his ball way right. It hit a tree, and instead of bouncing straight down or
it bounced back in the fairway,
bounced smack in the middle of the fairway.
Dang.
Members bounce.
There's only one rule. It just has to work.
Yeah,
sounds like it worked to me personally.
And his first ever win.
It was
like you mentioned,
yeah, first ever win. 31 years old.
Hit the tree.
And now he has a spot in the Players Championship, the PGA Championship, and the 5 other signature events on the tour. So.
And after the trophy presentation, he toasted the tree. He and his caddy went out to the fairway and raised the glass of champagne. I think he had a beer to the tree. Thank you for your kindness.
Was it the champagne of beers?
Maybe it was a champagne of beers.
There you go. So salute to the man. Hey, man, anytime you have an opportunity to break ground, I imagine that works out pretty well. All right, how about this? How about this as a loser, FCC friendliness, and I take you to Buffalo, where the Sabres were playing. Actually, who did the Sabres have in town for this game? I believe it was the Rangers. That's what I thought. So the Sabres were hosting the Rangers, and at one point in the first period during the broadcast, Rob Ray, who was the TV color analyst, had this to say as a puck flew and hit him in the face.
Puck is dropped, and it's 4-0. The opening period, and Razor just took another.
It took another
and that
one?
was a rocket. Doctors checking Razor out very quickly. That was close to the eye. Rob says, play on, boys. I'll be good for another 222.
Dude took a puck to the forehead.
Hockey really is very different because he caught that.
He put some juice on that F-bomb too. He put some, and he should be allowed to.
As he should.
Yeah, he should be allowed to.
And this is the thing, FCC, y'all better not go talk to that man.
Yeah,
you ain't got nothing to say.
No,
a hockey puck hit him on the brow, like it was
like right above. Yeah.
Yeah,
right
no, man. I am not liable. I'm not accountable for anything.
If they try to find me for that, I'll be like, you know what? Why don't you get a hockey puck to the face then, and keep it clean?
But that is very hockey to be like, no, I'm fine. No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all fire up the MRI machine or whatever, bro. We need to go ahead and do some. Workers' comp is coming through for me in that instance, 100%.
The way he said it was just perfect.
100%. I expect
the extra
less.
little.
He loaded it up. That's what it was. He cocked it back before he let it line.
He did. He cocked it back.
All right. How about this? A winner, a student at a Bucknell game, got the. I don't know if it's the pleasure or the indignity.
Shout out to the Bison, right?
Your yes is better than mine. I'll be completely honest. When I watch Bucknell on during the tournament, I don't never know nothing more about them than that's Bucknell. That's about it. However, in this instance, I know a little bit, and that's that one student had I guess the good fortune in this instance of having a court shot put up by one Alex Rodriguez. Yes, that one.
How did this happen?
I don't have a good answer for it, right? It's the halftime of the Bucknell College game against Army. Rodriguez came out of the stands in order to attempt a half-court shot, which I was still like, what? But this is a halftime promotion of some sort. So hitting the shot would win $10,000 for a very lucky student. And after a lot of drama, he actually threw it up and banked it in.
It sure did. It sure did.
Online, off the glass, banks it in, so the student gets $10,000. And I'm still here like, So can anybody tell me why Alex?
Do you
Rodriguez?
get to pick who takes shots for you now over there at Bucknell? I don't know.
I don't know.
But he's a winner.
He is a winner. But shout out to Alex Rodriguez, who did that for a fan. And also, it seems like he is moving closer to, getting that full ownership stake of the Minnesota Timberwolves. So, maybe basketball is the lane that he really does need to lean heavily into. I know that he's been in a prolonged kind of fight with Glenn Taylor, the current owner, majority owner of the Timberwolves. All right, how about this? This is definitely, I think we are losers, the royal we, especially if you love basketball. Hoops fans, because San Antonio Spurs head coach Greg Popovich is not expected to return the season, and he's actually his return after that is still in question. If you're unfamiliar, you're like, what happened to Greg Popovich? He is dealing with, I guess, the aftermath of a mild stroke that he suffered late last year, and so he has been away from the game for a while, and I don't know, feeling like this might be a level of finality. I know that's not been put out there, but that's me saying it's starting to feel like this might be the way that it goes, and that kind of sucks.
And it's me saying it too, and it's me saying it should be. He's 76 years old. All-time regular season record for wins, 5 championships, and he had that's one of those terms, that just never really seems to make sense. Mild stroke.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just
like minimally invasive surgery.
Yeah.
Did I get cut or not?
Yeah, exactly.
If that happens.
Minor surgery.
Yeah, minor surgery, mild stroke.
Yeah, it's maximally invasive if you cut into my skin.
Yeah.
That's how I view it personally, but, maybe I'm wrong.
It's got to be, right? Just get well, watch the games from your seats, and leave it at that.
Yeah, I don't see him going back to coaching full-time again like that.
That man loves his coaching now. Some other things in some winners and losers, and going back to the Sabres, to the Rob Ray getting hit in the head. Somebody said hockey players got to be the most in shape, and someone else said go look up Rob Ray highlights. He was a mean MF for playing, and I could tell. That's obvious.
Oh no, there's no. He took a puck to the head,
and then all he gave you was one good F, and then he just took a towel to his forehead, and I bet he finished out the broadcast too. I doubt. I have no doubt whatsoever. All right, how about this as a winner? Chasing history. 39 years of age, Alex Ovechkin scored a hat trick yesterday, and that brought him to 29 goals on the season. But more importantly, he is shy of breaking the great one, Wayne Gretzky's career goals scored record at 894. So he currently has 882, and that means he's had 200 since January 1st, 2020. So he is the first player in league history to score 200 goals in 3 different decades.
Yikes. And I still, to me, to be able to break that record at 800, well, he's at 894, to be able to break that record, I don't care if it took you longer. I don't care if it took you, if you're older, and Gretzky you still think might be better, which I do.
Oh, well, yeah. The Gretzky thing, the wild thing about him is not just the goals, it's the points.
Yes.
Yeah, he had the goals, but what about all these assists over here as well? Because you're not touching those as well. That's the part that's just going to.
But regardless of all that, to be able to do that and have the longevity in that sport, we just talked about, guys taking pucks and being tough guys and all that. That's an incredible thing.
Right, because it's not just you played for a long time, you were effective for that period of time as well. If he can manage to get those final 13 goals in the next 20 games, he will break the record faster than Gretzky too. So at least you'll have a little bit of something of a leg up on Gretzky, in addition to just breaking his record. So that's cool if you are inclined to lean into some hockey. How about this? You've been waiting for it. I know you have. Loser. Fidelity. All right.
Here we are, Steve Smith Sr.
I was at the UH Cougar game, and I'm sitting here watching some good basketball, and all of a sudden the world is on fire. At least Twitter, my timeline. I guess maybe y'all have more wholesome timelines, and congratulations to you. My timeline was very debaucherous because everybody was like, Steve Smith slept with who? Some gentleman whose wife was a part of the Ravens kind of marching band thing as part of the General Spirit team that their team has. I guess that is how maybe she came in contact with former Panthers and Ravens professional wide receiver Steve Smith Sr. Don't forget the senior. You'll understand why I say that later. Because they apparently were sending many texts of an explicit nature.
It was wild,
back and
man.
forth, and doing more than just sending the text, but living out their raps.
Yes, they were.
As some might say. And this gentleman, I guess, caught wind of such things and decided, you know what I want to do?
Yeah.
Tell the world about it. He started tweeting yesterday, and he didn't let up until he finally deleted his account. But one of the things that he did send, in addition to calling out Steve Smith Sr. for breaking up his marriage, and he tagged many accounts, including
I got what
you
he
got
tagged.
him. All right, who all did he tag in his initial tweet?
He tagged Antonio Brown. I don't know why. I guess he want him.
Antonio
to know.
Brown didn't either. He said, "Why? What I got to do with it?"
Yeah, ESPN.
Okay.
TMZ.
All right.
The Panthers.
Sure.
Steve Smith Sr.
Get to the good ones.
He tagged Steve Smith fifth. He was like, "Oh, that's right. I need to let him know." That's right.
Yeah. At NFL. At NFL Network. So he tagging his job.
We're still good.
Wow. Went to the job.
He went to his job.
Caring much?
He tagged Ghost Golf Club.
Wait, what?
Is that where he plays golf or something?
I'm guessing so. Maybe it's a sponsor. Taylor Meat Golf. I'm like, okay. And
no,
then,
I'm not. I wasn't okay.
I just need to get the word out.
He at Shady Rays.
Shady Rays. Oh, I'm guessing that these are all like things
sponsors.
Sponsors of some sort that he's associated with.
This is the one that got me. Yeti Cooler.
That's right. That's the one. That's the one that everybody's like,
I know whoever running that account was like, what did we do?
They wake up and check their mentions like, what?
Here's the weird thing about it. This is how I learned that Steve Smith Sr. had an endorsement deal with Yeti Coolers.
No, it's a good thing for Yeti.
Is it?
Yes. Spell the name right. Spell the name right. You know I say that all the time. Absolutely. Those mentions through the roof, all the funny comments. People are like, oh, yeah, you know what? I've been meaning to get a Yeti and all that stuff. But no, it was bizarre.
Why would you broadcast your L like this? I would take this to the grave.
I don't know. He was mad. He was making bad decisions or good. I don't know, whatever. He was making decisions.
The best response that I got on this question is that, well, Steve Smith Sr. is married, which he is. Married, large family, very beautiful family. And I guess this is now, he can't escape his infidelity. But outside of that, you can't escape all these people talking about you, because one of the things, you put this on Twitter, and let me tell you something about Twitter. There's a lot of good people that use Twitter.
It's the worst place to vent to, man.
Being on Twitter, like when people are on Twitter, they're not good people. I'm sorry. I'm going to be completely honest.
No.
Myself included. When people are on Twitter, they're not good people. You're not going to find any sympathy. And so we're just going to laugh at you.
Yeah.
And you're not. It's Steve Smith Sr. as well. Like, his reputation as a player. That man will slap somebody. He has no qualms about such things. I personally would not want to upset him. However, this gentleman did. In fact, he went as far as actually calling Steve on the phone, and he gave us a video of him calling Steve on the phone. So this is what Steve had to say for his infidelity to the husband of the wife that he had, done the infidelity with.
Hey, yo, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you've been my wife, bro. What you got to say for yourself?
I'm sorry.
You're sorry?
That's it.
That's what you get, man.
Hey, sorry, my bad. Pats his chest. My bad.
That's been messing with my wife, bro.
He was kind of meek sounding, clearly embarrassed.
Yeah.
Awkward and all that. Yeah. Ever find her IUD, by the way?
Oh,
don't do that. That is, why would you say that?
She lost her IUD.
Where is it at?
Don't know. Don't. I feel very uncomfortable right now. But yes, that was.
Just search it.
That was. I wouldn't. That was a entirely wild situation. So the idea of fidelity, broadcasting your L's, all of that. We're all losers for that.
One more thing on that.
Yes, sir. Please.
A lot of people are bashing on the husband, saying, "Oh, don't take it up with Steve Smith. Take it up with your wife."
Yeah, that's always my thought.
I
cheating.
I don't know if I agree with that.
That's always my thought.
It's not like he didn't take it up with his wife. I'm sure he did.
I would hope so.
Yeah,
but that's like the infidelity. Mm-hmm. The part that you personally should be concerned about is not the other dude. Like, he has no responsibility to you. I don't think. Like, outside of
unless they know each other or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, it's not right for the guy that, hey, you sleeping with my wife.
Yeah.
Like, nah, he doing what anybody else, I mean, she had a part in it too.
Now, his wife probably needs to talk to him.
Yeah, and that's a whole different situation.
Mrs. Smith got some complaints that she could leverage or levy here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, your wife is the one who took the oath.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I always find to be hilarious is like you're the person who agreed to be in a relationship with you. That is who you take up your grievances with.
But my thing is he was angry and he was
mad.
He's trying to blow up the Carter. That's all it was.
Maybe
he tried to blow up everything.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually he did come to his senses and realize this is not a good look because he deleted his account. So I hope that he got what he was looking for. Is what I will ask. So another thing, you have this as a loser. I'm interested to hear why. The Jaguars front office.
James Gladstone, baby.
That is the new general manager of your AFC South opponent. The
Have you
Jacksonville
seen
Jaguars.
this dude?
He looks very young.
He looks like the kid from The Middle.
He looks very young.
The TV show The Middle. He's 34 years old, and he put it this way. I would not be too afraid of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Just off his face?
Really?
Yes.
You acted as a writer. You are actively judging a book by its cover right now.
I absolutely am. I absolutely am. He's mostly
so you're not even. He's been with the Rams front office, the F them picks Rams that
the ones that trade all their picks.
Yeah, but have managed to put together another team drafting like exclusively 5th through 7th rounders.
This guy's a loser. He's a nerd. And did you hear him talking? Did you hear him?
Certainly looking forward to the op to get to know you guys a little bit deeper here down the stretch and really see your vision come to life. But the thing that you'll come to see is that we'll actually come through on the back end with any decision that we make to be disciplined in our approach to actually prioritize those at every chance that we get to onboard a player. And so what I mean by that is the people that we're going to actually invite into this ecosystem.
All right, stop.
By being nothing
onboarding players, inviting into the ecosystem. This guy is middle management 101. Middle management 101.
Good for him that he has a middle management job, right? Like
yeah, but he's a general manager.
I mean,
in the NFL.
But the bandwidth that he uses,
the bandwidth, all that stuff.
I will say though. Is it a requirement that you got to sound like Sean McVay when you leave that organization?
I don't.
It seems like it is.
They all sound like
like robots.
Our guy does.
Yeah, Nick Haley sounds like this too. They all sound like that. That's kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Like I think is that part of it? Like when they do the onboarding, when you go through your orientation for the Los Angeles Rams, they bring you in here and they're like, "Hey, look, this is what you got to sound like. You got 13 days exactly. If you don't sound like that, your probationary period." We'll activate that clause and you can kick rocks.
I want to hear him say Duval.
All right, those are the winners and losers of the weekend. I don't think I agree with you that they're inherently losers, especially if there's a possibility.
This guy.
If there's a possibility that he trades picks like the Rams do.
No, I ain't gonna lie.
Hell no.
I feel like it could either work to the point it scares everybody. Or is a big fail.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to be a middle ground.
That's it.
All right, if you say so. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. This is about the time where we turn this thing over. Oh, there's a couple of people that sent some stuff in it, and I'll circle back to you. But we turn this over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got?
Yeah, so Grammy Award-winning R&B artist passed away. I'll give you the details on that. Also, what is something you tell your old lady that's completely untrue? 713-572-4610.
Like how you just going to work and then maybe you go see Steve Smith Jr.?
Yeah, what's some little white lies or something like that.
Very good. Hopefully not to that degree. We'll talk about it next.
In the Loop.
Which you
610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Interlude Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. And I want to give a special rest in peace to the lovely, beautiful voice, having Grammy Award winning artist Roberta Flack. Mm-hmm. She passed away. I don't know if it was today, but the news came down today that she passed away at the age of 88, and didn't realize she was that old, man. But
this is the one.
Yep, this is the one. Beautiful voice, man.
And so I came to see him to listen for a while.
I didn't know she was 88.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
And there he was, this young boy, a stranger to my eyes, strumming my way with his fingers, singing my life.
To me, I feel Roberta Flack, she's like, to me, one of my go-to R&B artists, like back in the day, to like just play, I could just play on a loop, is Anita Baker.
See,
I feel like she's kind of in that same, she older Anita Baker, but that's somebody I could just put on her music and just clean the whole house.
I have that Pavlovian response where if I hear Anita Baker, it feels like it's time to clean the house.
Yeah,
that's
No, that's facts.
I'm sure there's a lot of us that have various different music that has that same feeling. But yeah, for me, it's always Miss Anita Baker.
Like giving me all you got.
Are we just gonna jam them?
Hey, I wish.
I'm okay with it.
I read. Rest in peace to her.
Rest in
man.
peace to the legend, 100%.
All right, let's get a little messy. Let's get a messy.
We weren't already messy?
Yeah.
Nah, we gonna get a.
By the way, I got a little sneak peek. It'll get even messier on the drive. that man was wild, and I can't believe that. I mean, maybe you could say it was rightfully so. I mean, that's quite a thing to learn about your significant other. But oof. Anyway,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yes.
There's never been a DB or an IUD he couldn't beat.
Oh goodness. Or did. Anyway, let's get back on track.
Please.
So, fellas, what are something you tell your significant other, your wifey, your old lady, or whatever, that's completely untrue?
Sir,
now, this ain't.
Give me some examples.
I'm not talking about just cheating or lying or something like that.
Yeah.
So I got a little list right here. So somebody put on this list. I would fight a bear for you. You know how you talk to your woman?
Yeah, I would run in front of a car.
Hell no, I ain't fighting no bear for you, girl.
Yeah,
Are you tripping?
That lie is
no,
highly
I will
unnecessary.
run like a little bi. Like I might not push you in front of the bear, but I'm running. I'm running full speed. I'm out.
Right, I believe in equality. I'll let you know the bear is coming in, but you got feet too. Let's go.
Hey, we all want to be equal, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Now we don't.
We are out.
Now
we gonna run.
Yeah.
Together as a unit. We gonna run from the bear. I ain't fighting the bear,
I gotta sacrifice myself. I'm out. I'm scared
So
of
if I fight the bear, you're not gonna run? So just run.
Just run with me.
Just pretend like I'm fighting the bear and we both run.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, a couple other things. You know how sometimes your wife try to take something you want, and you be like, "Nah, I don't want it." You go ahead.
That's actually
That's a fight waiting to happen.
Yeah, you go ahead. You got it.
Yeah.
You got it.
No, I actually don't want it. No, you're sure. Yeah.
This one is one of my personal ones. Yeah, I'm sure I don't mind going out with you to run errands on a Sunday when football is on.
Oh, Lord.
Sure.
Oh, Lord.
I don't mind.
But
no big deal.
She knows better. And she'll be watching football.
Yes. And when I got my earphones in, listening to a game, don't be mad at me.
Yeah.
I'm here with you. You want me here, right?
Yeah.
I don't mind at all.
Yeah, but you're not mentally here.
Yeah, hey, I do not mind at all.
You see these other ones that are coming in on the text line right now? Somebody said about weight gain. They said they will tell the little white lie about weight gain.
Yeah.
Never say that you could stand to lose 10 pounds. And I appreciate this one from the 2-in-1. They said they lie about where the extra money that they spent on the CJ Stroud card came from. Usually it's just some extra stash cash, but he lied and said that, oh no, I sold a card to buy a card.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was one time too. This is another one. So when we first moved into our house, and my wife, she could get a little messy in the kitchen. leave me to clean everything up.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm just
she cooked, you clean. Yeah.
So she just a little more messier than I would want. So it was one time I'm like, hey, sweetie, I'm not trying to scare you, but I did see a roach in there. So make sure you start cleaning up and all this other stuff.
Oh, good for
that's
you.
a good line.
Yeah, good for you.
Good line.
That house was spotless after that. That kitchen was spotless. And still to this day, I have not told her it wasn't true.
Well, maybe you just did.
Yeah, she don't listen. Well, hopefully she ain't listen.
So, yeah, she's one of these days she's gonna figure out this is the way to get Figgy's unvarnished opinion is just listen to him talking on in the mixtape.
Yeah, hopefully nobody rat on me. Don't be if you.
Oh, that would never happen.
Snitches are out
all the time.
The snitches are out.
They always are out.
What about this? What about this one? We need to leave at 9 so we can be there on time, but knowing damn well you have to be there around 11, 10,
that's
11,
time
just to kind of lie.
There's
because you
so
know
far there's nothing
this.
wrong with any of these that you said.
Yeah, you just knowing the person that you're with and like, hey, I have to get them to this place at this time. Like that's just good time management.
Yeah, this one is one of my favorites too. I didn't pay much for it. No, it wasn't that much.
It wasn't too bad.
No, and I paid a grip for it.
100%.
I got it on sale. Yeah, but what was the price? I got it on sale.
It was cheaper.
Did you spend a lot of money? Nah,
no way.
Really?
No way.
What's your definition of a lot of money?
Sometimes you don't even spend money. Shout out to Life Emotion said, I still hide some Jordan purchases from the wife. Yeah, I've been had these. No, these was just in the closet. I just don't wear these all.
Yeah, I had these a minute ago.
You remember when I got them because you was like, yo, these look good. You remember?
You were there.
At that point, now you're full gaslighting.
Yeah.
Full gaslighting at that point.
Here's another one of my favorite ones. I ain't gonna say favorite, but the ones I got caught up in. So I went to get food without her, and I didn't want to tell her because I ain't want to, because that, women get mad when you eat without them for some reason.
When you do a lot of things without them.
Yes. So I got food without her. I went to Whataburger. I'm like, I'll get something. And then she ended up being on her way home early.
Oh no.
So she's like, hey, what you got a taste for anything, or what you want to eat? And I'm like, whatever you get, it don't matter. She came back home with Whataburger.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
that's a win-win.
You had to double up Whataburger?
I had to double up, man.
And I know, see, the problem is you say it's a win-win, but no,
it's not a win-win.
Yeah.
I don't often do like the men do this, women do this, but I feel like by and large, in a general sense, when men get food, we get what we're trying to eat.
A lot.
Yeah.
We get. Look, when I finish,
I want this.
When I finish this, I'm going to be good. So I bet you was full. You was good.
She came. I was cool because whatever she got, I was like, I'll eat a little later. Came back with the same damn thing I just had, like maybe 30 minutes ago. I'm just like, oh man, like nah.
Round 2, fight.
Yeah.
Gave you a whole second patty melt that you were not prepared for.
Yeah. All right, this is one more. So whenever we out and about, and guys, y'all know this, whenever you see a good-looking woman walking in front, and you just kind of act like you don't see her, and the wifey say, hey, you see that woman? She look good. What woman? What? Oh, I ain't even
There was a woman?
No, and then I seen everything. I seen everything. And I just, what woman? Dang, I ain't even see her.
I missed it.
Where's she at? I tried to do the fake turn. Where's she? Oh, man, I ain't
Must have missed her.
Oh, I seen everything.
I can tell your shoe size.
Yeah.
That's what? That's insane.
I seen everything, but I'ma just say I didn't. Just to kind of keep it cool.
Yeah.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So, Super Bowl champ Darius Slay, he was on the St. Brown podcast with Amaron St. Brown and his brother. I can't pronounce his name.
Equanimous.
Yeah, I couldn't pronounce his name. I wasn't even going to try. But he was on the podcast with them, and he kind of broke some news a little bit. Did you know he's 34? I want to say he's 34 years old and never had a drink a day in his life.
Wow. Oh, wow.
He never had a drink ever. So this is him explaining why he decided not to drink anything.
You never drank ever in your life? Never. No, not at my wedding. Nothing. Is there a reason behind it? Not really. I mean, I just never had no a reason to. The only thing I see people do is get drunk. All I hear is they throw up. I don't like throwing up. They feel sick. They like hangovers. And everything else talking about is just, make the sex better. But I feel like my sex game already 100. So what's the improvement you gonna be doing over here? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
How they gonna situation right now, so I ain't going none of that.
The logic is sound.
Yeah, but he skipped over all the good parts.
Which ones?
Like the night before, when you were feeling it.
Yeah, he's like, hey, man.
No, I respect it. I
also,
really do.
don't forget, he's a athlete who has gone through all the benefits of being an athlete.
Yeah.
And now a rich man. Mm-hmm. The alcohol ain't necessary.
No.
The alcohol is not necessary for none of this, man.
No. I respect it a lot. I will say this. I bet you in high school and college, he was very popular. Because he was the
can you drive us here?
Yeah, he was
can
the
you drive us here?
driver.
Assuming that he was at parties, because that's one of the things that some of these
you
cats
don't go to parties.
No, some of these cats really do sacrifice like that portion of it to try and make it to the league.
A lot of these guys, like I know a couple of kids, they're in their 30s that they've never really drank anything, and they go to parties, they just don't drink. They're the designated driver.
Yeah,
They're the DD.
I know a few couples that the guy don't drink at all, never drank, but wife be out here wilding out, drink on some Travis Hunter type stuff. Like,
oh wow!
Out here going to clubs, drinking, and he's just like, I'm designated driver,
chilling,
chilling. Like man, like I don't drink to get drunk or nothing either, but I drink a little something. It kind of get me going a little bit, talking a little more. It kind of.
I appreciate
stuff fun.
Appreciate Darius Slade. I was on that tip for a while, and it's like, and one of the things also, alcohol is expensive, man. Like, Now he doesn't have to worry about that.
Yeah. The thing is, to me, I don't have to drink to have fun. It's a lot of people that have to drink to have a good time. I can have a good time without drinking.
Yeah.
Someone from the 979. We're just gonna let it slide. If not throw in front of the bear. I wouldn't fight. He said I wouldn't fight the bear either, but I'm not thinking about sacrificing my whole life.
Here you go.
Yeah, we need to work on that.
Every man for himself, man.
That's crazy. All right.
Now somebody run up in the house or something. That's a little different. But a bear. Every man for himself.
Yeah.
Every man and woman for themselves.
A weapon is one thing, but a bear. All right. That is Figgy's Mixtape. You catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. At the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something that is deserving of being in the mixtape. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, before we hand it off to the fellas of The Drive, how about this? The Athletic put together offseason grades for every MLB team. What do you think the Astros is? And would it be any different if they did come through with the Nolan Arenado trade that has been rumored? We'll talk about it next.
The Drive with Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Lopez has a new reason to really dislike one of your opponents in the AFC South, apparently.
I think it's a good reason.
What's the reason? Go ahead and get that one off.
Look at this cat. Liam Cohen's eyebrows.
Who is the new head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Operate independently of each other, nuts over the course of
how much Liam Cohen press conferences are you anticipating watching?
Well, we're going to see him.
Okay,
we're going to see him over.
And
the course.
Just the eyebrows are going to drive you insane.
Drive me nuts. And then they got that nerdy new GM, James Gladstone. Don't worry about the Jaguars. It's a wrap.
That feels really hasty. That feels very, very hasty.
That's a little scary though, man, because like we said the same thing about when not Shane Steichen,
Sean McVay.
No, damn, what's the guy that just won the Super Bowl?
Sirianni?
Yeah, we kind of joked.
But he doesn't look like a nerd, and
he said some nerdy weird stuff though, where you just like, what?
Yeah.
And then the same thing in Arizona, he was saying some weird stuff too.
I'm still amazed that you, author John Lopez, author of how many books?
5.
I thought I had the right number. I just wasn't certain.
Yeah.
I should believe in myself. Author of 5 books. Got out here like, what I'm going to do?
Yeah.
Judge a book by its cover.
I read people.
All right, if you say so. What have you read into the offseason of these Houston Astros? Because The Athletic put together a grade for all of the off seasons of all 30 teams in Major League Baseball. I was very interested into how people are viewing this offseason for the Astros, because it seems like that's also kind of part of what will be the deciding factor in what has been a rejuvenated story, a redeveloping story, if you'll allow me to call it that, for the Astros, and Nolan Arenado possibly still being traded to the Astros from the St. Louis Cardinals, where he currently is. He winning. Cardinals absolutely aren't. And I think that might have been one of the, not I think, actually, that's the reporting, is that might have been one of the factors that caused him to activate his no-trade clause when the Astros and Cardinals earlier in this offseason had come to an agreement on a trade deal that would have seen him be your new third baseman here for the Astros. So what grade do you think is fair for this Houston Astros team as their offseason grade?
Pre-Arenado?
Yes, of course. No, without an Arenado trade.
I would say, am I going to hit the B's? I'm going to say B-.
Okay.
I'm going to say B- because it just, I get why they've done the things they've done but it's still Tucker and Bregman, and I didn't like the way they never really had any intention of bringing Bregman back. We know that now. I wish there was a little more transparency for the fans. Forget us, but just for fans to sort of know and get a grasp of things and all that. And there are questions with some of the guys that are coming in. I'm a big fan of Christian Walker, but obviously Isaac Paredes is a question. Pitching, they didn't bring in an outfielder, but I still think it was pretty good. Like they got some offense back. Their infield is better, and if Arenado comes in, we might be talking BB+.
Tied for the third worst, I guess. But it's not fair. There's a lot of these. Houston Astros, according to the Athletic, rather, a C.
A C.
A C. They say trading away and losing Alex Bregman.
Oh yeah, I didn't even mention Presley.
Kikuchi, Verlander, all in free agency. Awful lot of big names and ring-wearing talent departing in one offseason, even if they got the quality of Isaac Paredes and then Christian Walker's big deal. Enough pieces of the title-winning core remains, they say, to keep winning in 2025, but this is a team in transition. on the field and behind the scenes. And then talked about dumping the salary if Presley is also more evidence of a team that might be kind of thinking, maybe take a little bit of a step back, might be stuck between the future and the present is what is said of the Astros. How much does that shift I know you had something, but how much does that shift if you do indeed manage to swing an Arenado trade, and let's say for someone like Paredes, who could possibly fit with the Cardinals?
That's what I was going to say. I think that's more than fair what they said. I mean, absolutely. They said C, I said B minus, whatever. I think that's more than fair. But I think Arenado could be a big chip, to make you feel a lot better. Just because, we discussed it today. I'm sure the boys are going to discuss it with the drive and in just a few minutes. But this is an infield that all of a sudden gets a lot better defensively. It's a lot better offensively, combining the corners, because there was nothing really at first base, nothing consistent last year. Who knows with the outfield, because obviously you have the McCormick issue and the Myers issue. But I got to believe that Altuve – he's still going to be able to swing the bat. It's just a matter of what he can do defensively. No,
which is looking more and more tenuous. We were talking to our guy Spo as we talked to live in West Palm Beach, and he was saying that likely Wednesday or Friday, in his estimation, is when we get a chance to see Jose Altuve.
Yeah, because they're playing on the road Thursday, and a lot of times the veterans don't take those trips. But you hate to say it all hinges on Arenado, but I think where I'm landing is they are still prying that window open. They're trying to keep it open. You lose Presley and Tucker and Bregman, and you're thinking, all right, time to retool. If you don't want to say rebuild, just say retool. I still, you bring in him, and they're going to be easily the favorite in the division. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to go to the ALCS, but I think easily the favorite in the division with Arenado and everybody else that you brought in.
Yeah, I think possibly the favorite. There's a lot of projections that kind of just have all three of the actual kind of contenders in the AL West in that same spot between obviously the Astros and then the Rangers and Mariners, just all similar, percentage of winning the division and making the playoffs. It just all feels right in that same spot. In order to do that, pitching is going to be necessary, and according to Joe Espada, not only Lance McCullers we talked about, we probably should have talked more about this. Apparently, Luis Garcia was also throwing a bullpen today. So, for whatever that is worth, it seems like they're actually truly progressing to possibly returning. I, put all of these qualifiers because I know the situations that we have been in with these Astros. However, it does feel like you're seeing some tangential, or like some tangible, rather, is the word I was looking for. Tangible things that could make you somewhat hopeful that you get these guys back when the weird kind of timeline has been put, which is after opening day, maybe late April, is what I've seen, especially for McCullers. If you do get that, that is a much stronger rotation that you have when you look at, obviously, Frommer and Hunter Brown, I think you feel pretty good about. Arrighetti is one of those, feel all right about. Ronel Blanco, who's supposed to go tomorrow in the game tomorrow out there in West Palm. And then, you're looking at maybe Luis and Lance to kind of, fill that out. That's 6 in that instance. And then you can have Wesneski in the pen, and you don't have to be worried about how will he work as a starting pitcher for this team. Like, I think that you find yourself in a significantly better place.
You could potentially work him into that rotation if there's injuries or setbacks or anything like that. I feel like, me personally, I'm more confident in Luis Garcia than McCullers. That's just because PTSD, But McCullers did show some promise. It's just a matter of how he responds.
Yeah, so we will hope to get more information about that. And here's the manager of your squad talking about what he's seen from Bryce Matthews, who's a dude who is in that large group of players that have a possibility of playing second base for this team.
I went to Puerto Rico and just wanted to see how, that was going to go, and it went really well. I think Bryce sees an opportunity here for him. These kids, they see the landscape, right? They see what's out there, and they see that we're going to give some opportunities to young players. For us to continue to win, we need some of these young players to come up and help us sustain our winning culture. So he's one of those guys that we're counting on.
Counting on him.
Remember when I was talking about Bryce Matthews and how high they are on him? And you know that Joe Espada has some connections in Puerto Rico. He's Puerto Rican himself. Well, he just said it. He just said, "Yeah, I went and watched him." So I think that's legit. What he has the confidence in Bryce Matthews.
Yeah, it still feels like that's kind of far away. Like, that's really far away. In fact, We were talking with our guy Spo, and he was talking about the second base rankings did not include Bryce Matthews.
No.
There's 4 guys there, and Bryce Matthews not there. But we'll see. Hopefully, we'll get more insight from the fellas out in West Palm between Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, and Adam Spillane as they're out there seeing a little bit of spring baseball, courtesy of Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors. Actually, we'll save that, Figgy, because or maybe I'll let these guys hear this. The fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. What's happening, fellas? How y'all living?
What's good, baby?
Hey, man, not much. Feeling good. I know right now it's a little chilly in the city, or at least this weekend has been, but we know that it gets hot. Jim Crane on the broadcast on Space City on Saturday when they were playing the Nationals, he was asked about the new name of the park and what he would kind of have as a nickname for it. And in that, he made a little quip that I hope that he holds to.
Yeah, we're already developing nicknames for the new ballpark with Daikin taking over. Have you given any thoughts on what you want to nickname the ballpark?
I'll let
Still a pretty good sized box.
Yeah, no, we'll they do have some big cooling units. They can actually cool the park, they told us. So, they can put in new chillers when we need them. So,
is there any chance they could put a couple blowers behind the home dugout and maybe push it out to left field a little bit when we're up?
Yeah, they could do that too, I'm sure. I think the fans will come up with something. That's kind of how it happened last time. So we'll see what happens.
We're gonna have a better experience in the park. It's gonna be nice and cool.
It gets hot
he
in
said.
there. Gets hot in there.
I guess I've not been to enough games to know that it. I mean, I get in there every time. I'm nice and comfy. I'll be honest with you, man. I'm nice and comfy. Now we sat outside that thing, did a couple of shows out there in a little bit of heat, but
I was about to say because usually you walking in, I'm like, thank God, there's some inside, but I never felt it. I never felt uncomfortable.
I get in there, get good, nice and comfortable. Spread out a little bit, little elbow room.
Did anybody else feel a little weird about them putting the blowers behind home plate? I mean, this is a squad that has had a couple of issues in the past.
I thought about it. I wasn't going to say nothing.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, have they ever been implicated in anything?
I can't recall anything now that you mention it.
And he's like, yeah, let's move on from that question. Let's go ahead and move on.
I'm sure they could do that.
So I don't know.
Or just piss people off even more.
Yeah, just big old blowers behind.
I mean, the ice box,
I wonder,
right?
Ice box.
I mean, it's got to be, right?
It's got to be cool. It's got to be cool.
Ice box is cool.
It is.
Tyler already has a shirt that says Icebox.
Tyler is quick with these shirts, man.
I've never seen it. I mean, he's got
a guy.
Does he print them himself?
There is nobody in the world who has more Houston gear, more Houston stuff.
Yeah.
Everything you're saying's true, but in my defense with the Icebox tee, that was a Christmas present. From
they know you. They know. They know. Well, we got to beat him to the punch. He gonna get these.
Yeah.
I mean, you got enough graphic tees where I think you probably ought to consider getting into business.
I mean, I'm telling you, I got into this whole radio industry thing, and all of a sudden I could wear graphic tees to work, so I didn't waste any time.
Game on.
I wonder how many days in a row Tyler can go in different 8
months
Houston
or without. Like the rest of the week. See if he can come in how many times without.
That ain't happening. That's not happening.
He probably got some white T-shirts hanging around somewhere we can do his thing. But
he'll be out here in a tank top before you know it.
Yeah.
In the cold. All right, fellas. The one thing I want to ask you: can you timestamp when you're gonna talk about this mess from our man Tony Martinez? Because I know y'all are gonna do it justice.
Yeah, we gotta talk about Ant. Yeah, we got to talk about Ant. 240.
Okay, very good.
240, because I got a lot of questions for Ant.
I mean, look, there's a lot of baseball things. I imagine there's little rocks to get in there.
Like, I will say this for people. I know how I feel, and we will discuss it between the three of us in the Drive family. I do think people need to chill out. So many people coming out like how he should handle this. No, I think there's a way I would, but I feel like my man's damn near at liberty to kind of make a hasty decision right now. I mean, I feel like coming at him on how he handled, because I've seen a lot of this is how you handle it. I feel like my man was in the space, man. Like I wouldn't have done it this way, but. Or for me to come down on, he is mad.
He is out there.
Mad.
Out there.
He looked like he he's sending in stuff like he ain't slept in days.
Yeah.
He looks like Gradkowski.
The old quarterback.
Oh, the old quarterback. Mm-hmm. Looks just like twin brother.
Is it Brad? Is it?
No, what is Gradkowski?
I can't remember.
What is his name? Is it?
It was Brad. It's a B or something. No, but I know you're talking about. Yeah, he does favor him.
All right.
Oh, Ant.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got Bruce.
There you go.
There was a B in there.
There it is. All right, we'll get out your way. We're done for the day in Loop. We'll catch you tomorrow. We leave you in the capable hands of these fine gentlemen. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live on a beautiful Monday. As you hear my man Clint Stoerner right there, you hear and see Tyler Milner. However you're listening to us, shout out to you all on YouTube and Twitch. Please, as we continue to enjoy communicating with you via that route. Also, those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. We also enjoy communicating with you that way as well. So let's get this thing in, baby.
Ready? Let's ride.
Did you get attacked? Did you get some blood
that
today?
ass?
Oh, yeah, I had to give a little blood.
You had to give a little blood today?
Yeah, that's right now. I was going to bump up against traffic and all that, but I made it. Yes, sir. Give a little blood, man.
I'm a bad person when it comes to that. It always
this old gal was beautiful. Mount Bellevue Urgent Care, I greatly appreciate you. She just slid that old thing in.
Never can find my vein.
The needle, Tyler, the needle in my vein.
Thank you for clarifying.
They can never find my vein.
Well, let's get some sweat going, get them veins popping a little bit.
Like I get every time it is like I have been poked 9 times. When I went in, had my gallbladder removed.
Yeah.
And they had to put that I was bruising all empty. It was they have to try every tactic. Probably fighting through some good fat, try to get to that bad boy and get that sucker up. At one point, lady gave up, tried to go through my hand.
Yeah.
So good for you.
No, this old gal was great. She right in there, man, found that thing, and boy, she filled it up quick. I think I got some good blood. I think we'll find out.
There you go. What do you think? Do your thing. Way to give some blood there. All right,
I didn't give it.
Oh, you.
I just do have some lab work done.
To be clear,
I wasn't donating. I wasn't donating nothing. I just having a little lab work done.
Hey, let's hope the lab works is good. That's right. let's hope the hell that is. All right, a lot to get to today. Coming up 4:40, we will head to West Palm Beach to our guy Sean Pendergast, and we'll get the latest. I know they had a rain out today, but we'll get the latest of what he's hearing, seeing out there.
Boy, they got a pad out there, don't they?
Do they? I did saw
Boy,
that.
y'all see that video? It's pad out there.
We still banging.
Come on, Sean.
Lazy boys like that.
Oh, I mean,
what was that, like a 3-seater? You got a lazy boy in the crib?
I do not have one in my house. My young wife probably would not allow it, but
do you have a lazy boy? You want one?
No, I do not.
Yeah, I'm good on it.
I would. If I was in West Palm Beach, I would be in that damn chair.
Yeah, I'd be in the chair. I'm not saying it's not a comfortable chair, but
we got a solid chair and a half that's real comfy.
Like they had that lazy boy that we had that Fake Diggs and them set on, and that was that was cool. Pick your legs up. I don't want it in the house.
Yeah, I don't know that I want it in the house either, but I also not a big fan of spending $2,000 on decorative chairs that you got to perch up on like a bird on a limb.
When did that go out? When did the lazy boy? Because I remember I had one in my loft in my bedroom that I just put right up.
I had one in my dorm.
I had the dorm. When did lazy boys being in the living room go out?
I think when they started turning couches into essentially lazy boys on the end with the automatic legs kick out and
we have that
and all that.
Yeah. See, we have that too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that
what are those called?
To me,
Mattress Max Special. I don't know.
Yeah, but they call it
sectional.
Sectional. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the couches that got that basically the end chairs, the end seats double for a recliner that you can just sit back. Yeah, I mean I think that was the death of the true recliner.
It's so big and bulky.
Take a lot of room, but boy, they are comfortable.
They had. Yeah.
I ain't got a chair in the house I can sleep in. Not one chair.
No, I'm with you.
My couch ain't. I spent a bunch of money on a couch for my wife, and I'm like, baby, this thing is is uncomfortable as hell.
I love our. We got
looks good though.
We went like the mid-century modern couch look. I done fallen asleep on that bad boy a couple of times. Had to peel myself. Had to peel myself off that material on that thing. But that lazy boy, that's one right there where you fool around and you wake up in a lazy boy, and it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
You didn't slept your ass all the way out.
Absolutely.
It's a good lazy.
I'm not buying one, but if it was in if there was one in the Airbnb, I'd damn sure post up in it.
That's the move, fellas. I know you always talk about trying to start a business idea. Can you get a sleek-looking lazy boy? Like a sleek-looking lazy boy that is comfortable.
Can it be the same comfort, less body?
Yeah, less body and look. That's the move. As I'm telling you, boy, it's over when you hit that click back. You kick them legs up. It is over. Yeah. Shout out. Someone just said, "I love my lazy boy." Still got it, huh?
Best lazy boy is at duck camp. When you get up early, for a guy like me, get up early, get all that crap on, get out in that freezing cold weather and hunt and do all that. Have a good time. Come back, just feed your stuff, your face for breakfast. Well, that lunchtime nap at duck camp in that lazy boy is unbelievable.
Yeah, that it is. Well, just make them smaller. All right, but we will talk to Sean coming up 4:40. Get his thoughts on what's going on because Nuggets news to talk about. Lance spoke today. There's an injury thing, Mauricio Dubon, and potentially with him that could mean other things. But I do want to start here, man. And this kind of came out Saturday, fellas, and I'd love to get everybody's thoughts on this. And that is the Astros are rekindling their trade conversations with Nolan Arenado of the Cardinals. This is per Brian McTaggart, who covers the Astros, obviously, for MLB.com. But they are back in talks with him. Remember, there was a thought that maybe Houston was not the spot he wanted to go to. I believe it was Tyler who jumped in at one point, said he was from California, wanted to get closer to the West Coast. But now maybe that thought has changed when we see moves. We're getting closer and closer to, well, not closer. Here, spring training has started. There's already games being started. When you hear that, how would that move change your thoughts about the Astros this year? If they were to find a way to make a move, and by the way, everything I'm seeing, the trade probably includes a piece like a Mauricio Dubon, so that could be somebody that would be involved in that. But what does that look like? I'm looking at a potential lineup, Clint: Altuve, Paredes, Alvarez, Walker, Diaz, Arenado, then Pena, McCormick, and Myers. That feels different than whatever it would be if he wasn't there. How does that, if it does, change the Astros in your eyes if they were to make that happen?
Well, I'm confident in the World Series window that I believe is still open, but I've got to do some hoping and praying that these pieces fall together. You add Arenado, and I think the confidence level for me just goes through the roof because that lineup right there. I don't know that the potential is there when you had a Tucker in there. But if you really look at, especially playoff
potential to get strong,
yeah. Well, I mean Tucker's future. I mean, you know what we saw.
Feel like you're seeing his best year,
bro. What Tucker did up until in a short span, up until he got injured last year, it looked like he was fixing to have.
He was going to be the MVP.
Yeah, I mean, it was nasty. I mean, so the upside of Tucker, I'm not going to sit here and try to say that there's a move that they can make that puts you in that same category. But when you start talking about adding Christian Walker to first base, and you start talking about adding Nolan Arenado, and you move Altuve to left field, so that solves some of your outfield issues. They're putting together a lineup that I think will be comparable to what they had last year. Again, especially if you look at the lack of production from a couple of guys in the playoffs and how they were still able to win some playoff games, not this year but last year, with that lineup the way it is. So I think the confidence goes through the roof. That lineup you just read off has the potential of being nasty.
Again, if you missed it, it looks like the Astros are having talks starting back up with Nolan Arenado, third baseman. He plays just as good a third base as Bregman does. He is, especially of this time, been the best defender in the sport. Yeah. And even as he's aged. Now, his numbers at the plate have dipped, right? Last year he's at 16 homers, for 71 RBIs with St. Louis. Now, they weren't a great offense either in front of him, but he still hit over 270. And that, to me, is makes you feel a little bit better than whatever you were going to potentially have in there every day. And who knows? Maybe he is better with other people around him and a stronger lineup. For me, when I look at it, Clinton, and I look at that lineup of Altuve, Paredes, and then you slide him in the 6th spot, between Diaz and Pena, the lineup just feels longer. Feels like you have to depend less on some of the guys that you are nervous about. And at least now, everybody in the lineup, except for Myers, have had, strong success in the majors, right? Everybody in the lineup has been really good. Even Chaz 2 years ago was really, really good. We've seen obviously Pena, what he's done in the postseason, and it makes the Astros go from, hey man, this is a team that I think is going to be there competing with teams like the Rangers in the West, to this is starting to shape up with a team that you can look at and say, yeah, I can see them challenging the Yankees. Yeah, I can see them challenging the other, good teams in the AL. I think it brings them up a notch to make them move.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. I mean, the lineup, with the exception of the higher ceiling with Tucker, the lineup is very comparable to what you threw out there last year. You look at Bregman's numbers last year; they were slightly better than Arenado's, but they're comparable. You look at the Christian Walker, the upgrade at first base. That's a very short conversation.
You could almost say that's the bat that equals Bregman.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, I think there's a way to shape this thing to where Nolan Arenado lengthens the lineup. Nolan Arenado actually would put you in a different category, as you said. In World Series, competing for a World Series.
You're essentially looking at him instead of like DeCinzo or
you're looking at him or Dubon.
Dubon, like you with those two guys in the lineup as opposed to him, and that to me is a really big difference.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So I if they can get it done, I love the move.
I mean, you're talking about a guy that was an all-star in 23.
Yep.
I mean, he was a second-team all MLB in 22. So he's not too far removed from being an all-star caliber player. And last year was not a slouch. You're still going to get quality at bats. I don't think it's as big as a gamble. I know there's probably some PTSD with what we've experienced lately with older players, but I think this would be a different move.
Coming in on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line, Paredes could be the guy that is the person that could make a move up. Paredes could be the Tucker, like the hey, there's still more there. There's still more there to go up there. I can see that like Paredes could take a step up. I think Diaz is somebody that could take maybe another step forward, although he took his power numbers were down a bit from the previous year, but there could be some more area for growth for guys like Paredes and guys like Diaz and Chaz. Like Chaz can be absolutely. Maybe he's not what he was 2 years ago, but he could be better than 5 homers.
Well, yeah, no question. There's no doubt. Last year was a rough look for Chaz. Hell, he lost his nickname. But when it's all said and done, you look at the big major everyday players that left the building in Bregman and Tucker.
Yeah.
And you look at major everyday players that you're plugging in, and it's Paredes, Christian Walker, and potentially Nolan Arenado. You're getting closer to a wash. You're getting real close to a wash. And again, if you take into consideration what Tucker's done in the playoffs the last couple of years, I could feel pretty good about that pretty quick.
No, I'm with you on that. So big. We'll continue to watch that. We'll continue to look at that because clearly, if they didn't get Bregman, they do have the ability to try to add to this team. They were going to try to. They have the ability to try to add to this team. By the way, yesterday, Spencer Arrighetti, I think is a big key to this team potentially. Could be the third starter of those guys. He had his first start yesterday, 2 innings, 1 hit, no earned runs, 2 Ks, 3 walks, which obviously you understand spring training first start. But we were just talking about players that have a chance to grow. That's the thing is we watched Hunter Brown really grow from his first year starting to last year where he became a top-of-the-rotation cat. Spencer Arrighetti could really change this rotation in a big way if he takes that kind of step.
Ron, you talk about a guy that if you could pick any Astro right now and like just them taking the next step and measuring the value that brings to this team, I think you're going to have a hard time finding somebody that would be bigger than Spencer Arrighetti. If he is better than he was last year, he's pretty damn good.
And he was coming on towards the end. If you look at his overall numbers, his start was – I think me and Tyler talked about his start was shaky. Like, whoa, boy, maybe they made a mistake bringing him up too early. But his finish of the season, I remember we were sitting here having conversations like, should he get a postseason start? He is damn sure ahead of Verlander, by the end of the season. So he was starting to figure things out.
Yeah, well, and you watch him, he's just nasty. He is absolutely filthy. He's got the stuff. It's just a matter of can he figure it all out and be more consistent, right? There was a couple of games last year where I think he felt like he was tipping pitches and just got blew up early in games. You eliminate those kind of things from a season, and he's going to put some pretty good numbers up there. I don't know. I just look at it. Spencer Arrighetti's a guy to me who obviously it's one spring training. I don't want to make the mountain. Ultimately, if that guy and I'm not talking about something crazy where we're all just don't believe it could happen. If he just takes the next step in his maturity and his development, that'll mean more to the Astros than any other player, quote unquote, taking that next step. I mean, you can talk about Chaz returning to form. That would obviously be an impact. We've seen that before, right? You can talk about Jake Myers doing something. I don't know. That is a long shot, right? Everybody else, you've seen some pretty good play from.
But if he takes a Hunter Brown step, that means Framber, Brown, and Arrighetti. And we talked about that a little bit Friday when you were gone. That's a way that they can counteract that loss of Verlander. guys like Tucker. Just to build up something stronger next year. Obviously, if they were able to bring in an Arenado, it would ease that. But that's a way. And Spencer Arrighetti, does he figure things out even more this year as he finished last year? All right, somebody that I think both of us we really feel like we like his opinions and his thought process that covers the NFL. Said something about Stephon Diggs and the Texans. We'll let you hear that, and we'll see if you agree, and we'll give our thoughts on that as well. That's coming up next.
Hey, y'all, Clint Stoerner here for Generator Supercenter. Look, we can't predict when the next
On 3 and 5 o'clock hours, it's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. Just be listening to your favorite sports station in town for your chance to win.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Now, Kathy Bates, that's a bad bitch right there.
I don't know how long. Damn,
I'm serious. She is in everything.
But Kathy Bates.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, Radio's X10 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome in to The Drive on a cantankerous Monday. I don't know. But on a Monday here. Succulent Tuesday's coming up on a Monday here. The whole gang is back. Listen. We're fans of Marcus Spears. I know you worked with Marcus Spears a little bit. He's been on this show before, and he was on NFL Live, which is on daily, and he was talking about Stefon Diggs and how potentially important he would be for the Texans to bring him back. This is his comments and thoughts on that.
Marcus Spears, Houston doesn't have a ton of cap room. How much should they prioritize bringing back Diggs?
I think it should be a heavy priority. Tank Dell would have been that guy. Obviously, the injury history is something that you have to pay attention to. You also think about the way that Stefon Diggs plays the receiver position. A very, very coordinated wide receiver, understands routes, understands how to get in and out of breaks. And you couple that with C.J. Stroud's ability to be a precision passer, I think it's a great combination. Obviously, we know Nico Collins is the number one guy on that football team, but to have a complimentary two, like a Stefon Diggs, who at one time we was in the conversation for being the best wide receiver in the NFL, I definitely think that they should explore it.
All right, you heard him there. A heavy priority. Heavy priority to bring back Stefon Diggs. Those of you on the Jim Adler. The Texas Hammer text line.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer.
713-572-4610. Those are on YouTube and Twitch. Where are you at on what Marcus Spears had to say there about Stefon Diggs? That it is a heavy priority to bring him back. Do you agree with that? Clint Stoerner, do you agree with that? It's a heavy priority to bring him back.
No, I don't think it's a heavy priority to bring Diggs back. Now, I will be completely transparent. I have zero problems whatsoever if Diggs is a Houston Texan next year. I'm not concerned about Diggs. I don't think Diggs is a caliber player any longer, even if the reputation was true the diva stuff that everybody talked about when he came here. I don't think he's that caliber player anymore to have that kind of power any way, shape, or form. So that doesn't concern me. I would not in any way, shape, or form be disappointed if he's here. Now, I don't believe he should be made a priority. I don't believe that he should be overpaid, if you will. I got to believe, Ron, that we're talking about a guy that's going to be, in the $20 million range. He had a 1 year, $22 million deal last year. Was very effective when he was healthy. It appears to me as a guy that probably overvalues himself. Most former great wide receivers do, and I just don't think that is the case. I would prefer the Texans go get a surefire, 2/3 somewhere in there caliber receiver, pay less for him, and then spend draft capital, top one or second round draft pick on a wide receiver, and have those guys complement Nico Collins versus go out there and pay that kind of money. But priority, no thank you. In the mix, flip those stones, do your due diligence, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm with you. If they come down with the decision that he is the guy, I'm with you. I understand it. That's fine. I would be surprised if anybody who would say it is him in particular a priority. I think the position is a priority. I think you're kind of in a similar boat. I think another wide receiver or two, that has to be one of the top priorities for this team. But I don't know that Diggs has to be the priority. It's just hard for me to think anybody would say, yeah, for the Texans right now, that Stephon Diggs, who will be 31 years old, coming off of an ACL injury, and in that, Marcus said, was in the running from being the best receiver in football. That we're well past that time though. Like we're not in that anymore. He's not the best receiver on his team, and it's not close. So that's why, to me, I don't know that it is a priority, because when I think of priorities for this team, of line is an absolute priority on this team. I think go ahead and locking up and taking care of Derek Stingley is a priority for this team. I don't feel bringing back Stephon Diggs fits in those same categories, to me, is what I believe are priorities. So I think the position is, but no, I don't think he is actually a priority. Someone texted in, Diggs played 8 games with Diggs. They were 6-2. Without Diggs, they were 4-5.
Yeah, go a little deeper for me.
Yeah, there's a little something deeper, right? You can argue at times the offensive line was worse during the run that they were in against them, right? I don't know that to me, understand that stat, as you said, Clint. I don't know if that's enough for me to say it's a priority. He's a good player, and like you said, Clint, if they go through all of their due diligence on what they can do when it comes to the draft and free agency, and they come up with him, that's fine. But again, as I said, this will be a 31-year-old coming off of an ACL, in which you went to the same spot you were the year before. Without him, I wouldn't say necessary priority for him.
Yeah, it's a great point, Ron, and I know you made it earlier when we were talking about it. But as an organization, the Houston Texans, they are in the category of teams that can look up and say, look, we had this level of success with these guys on the football field, and not the players. It may make more sense to couch money elsewhere than in a guy that, yes, it's a luxury, but your team still had the same level of production and wins from the previous year. So I think here's the deal with Diggs, though. Diggs had a team where he was still considered one of the top 5 receivers in the league, just completely turn their offensive play call in a different direction, and eventually when the season was over, push him out the door. And then you had a team in the Texans sign him, and yes, he was good when he was on the field, no doubt about it, but he was clearly a 2 to Nico Collins, and this team still won football games with or without Stephon Diggs, and he got injured. Now you got that guy that a team gave up on and pushed out the door, a team that you go to and he blows his knee up, to now he's a free agent. And what is his value? If he and his agent are reasonable and it's a reasonable number, I got no problem with it. I love the fit. But I just don't know that you're not going to look at that number and go, hey, man, we could probably spend that wisely somewhere else.
Right, like priority is we need a right guard or a center
no
or a
question.
left.
Zero doubt.
That I would say priority. I just don't put Diggs in that same space.
If you're going to spend money like excessively or at that's at somebody's ceiling, right? It needs to be a guard or center or both.
Yeah. Now, I think you also believe the wide receiver position is a priority.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just not him in particular. All right, coming up. If you are not alert on the Steve Smith situation, and I want to also say I feel bad for the basketball commentator Steve Smith. Not that Steve Smith. That Steve Smith people have been probably checking in maybe on his relationship on him. No, this is the football Steve Smith, not the basketball Steve Smith that's on NBA TV. No, the other Steve Smith. If you haven't heard that story in that situation, you need to stay right here because we need all hands on deck. This is a full drive discussion and conversation we need to get to the bottom of. That's next.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Texans GM Nick Caserio isn't looking for soft football players.
We don't want just a
713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. They're in Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and in Cypress. 713-913-5285.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It's a great song right there, Tyler.
So fresh, so clean.
Glad you know Outkast and Sleepy Brown, baby.
I'm gonna get a bad reputation with comments like that. Just because I know who that lady was. I know who the hell Outkast is, man.
You're gonna have to stop just referring to Erykah Badu as that lady.
That's it, Erykah Badu.
He didn't have it.
Erykah with a Y.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. She has fun with her name.
Actually changed.
Go check out her children's names. Those are funky.
There's something.
Yeah. I think I believe one of them's name is Seven.
Huh.
The one that she has with Andre, I'm certain his name is Seven.
When Stranger Things, huh?
Well, I mean, I know you went and looked her up a little bit. If you go look at her and Andre and think about that combination of those two, it's a couple of different cats. I'll just say it like that. Coming together and reproduce it. All right. The drive is live, and we need all hands on deck because I really wonder. And listen, there's no bad opinions here on this one. Everybody's got a fair opinion
on this one.
There are some bad opinions, but everybody's got one, a fair one on this one. Those of you on the text line, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. This Steve Smith situation went crazy. I saw it. It had me a minute where basically this young man by the name of Tony Martinez and Ant Martinez, he went ahead and I guess caught Steve Smith, the wide receiver, who I bet you Steve Smith's probably thankful he didn't make the Hall of Fame this year. It'd have been an interesting ceremony with who would be there with him. But Steve Smith, the football player, Carolina Panthers, Baltimore Ravens. You see him on TV a lot. NFL Network. Speaking of Underdog, he has a show with James Palmer on Underdog, and apparently he was caught having an affair with Anthony Martinez's wife, and I'll let you hear Anthony Martinez addressing Steve Smith, because Anthony Martinez, he went for it, folks. He went all the way for it. He called Steve Smith, recorded the conversation with Steve Smith. We'll let you hear that soon.
Oh, my God.
And apparently, obviously, he had access to all of the messages that those two had, his wife and Steve.
All of them.
And he read them. And listen, I know Clint read them this morning. I know, Tyler, you read them. These are nasty, folks. There's no need to go earmuffs because I'm not even going to try to even nasty you can get. Anything nasty that you can think of, go a little further. And they are going back and forth.
It's been a while since I had to edit with this many censor beeps.
Well, that's that thing. When I'm reading the messages they're sending back, I had to smoke a cigarette after. It was nasty. Now Tyler will play this. Tyler, this is Tony Martinez calling and confronting Steve Smith.
Hey, yo, Steve.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you've been my wife, bro. What you gotta say for yourself?
I'm sorry.
You're sorry? I knew she was married. What kind of dumb was that? Why are you quiet, man? Be a man. Steve, you ain't a man, bro. All that you do on TV, all that talking you do to other people. Now someone's got you on the phone, you can't even man up.
Tony went for it, didn't he? My man said all that stuff you talk on TV, now you can't man up. There's a few things I want to hit here.
I'm sorry.
What would Steve would have done to meet Tony's man up qualifications there. Because he asked Steve, and Steve said, I'm sorry, which I believe infuriated Tony more.
I'm sorry.
But I'm just trying to figure out what would have been being a man about, like, what could Steve have done more to satisfy him, as Tony said, being a man? Because
You're sorry?
Yeah, I don't know what Tony was expecting to get out of Steve in that scenario.
Steve answered it, said sorry, and hung on and let him get his spiel out.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know what else he was supposed to say. Yeah, I did it. This is how we did it.
I'll be honest with you. I think Steve. Now, obviously, it's an awful situation to be in, and but I don't know how Steve didn't eventually just say, "Man, what do you want me to say?" Like, I mean, caught red-handed, you got me.
So I got in the face, Craig.
What would you like for me to say?
Maybe that would have done it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else Steve could have said. So I mean, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Let the conversation breathe a bit and then hang up. I mean, that sounds like, in hindsight, that seems
conversation breathe a little bit.
Breathe a bit.
I mean, that sounds like the probably the cleanest route to getting off the phone, I would imagine.
You're sorry?
I don't know what the hell Steve's supposed to do in that situation.
From the text line, if he knew they were together, boy, that slowed down. I think Steve knew.
You're sorry?
Steve said,
I also think she knew.
I hope she did.
Yeah,
I hope she did that. Amnesia every time she walked out the door.
Look, this is the most powerful thing in the world, boys. Untied and undefeated.
Yeah, girl.
I mean, look, I feel for Ant. I feel for Tony. I really do.
I'm sorry.
I couldn't imagine discovering the evidence, as you said, the text messages. I couldn't imagine. But I'm gonna be honest with you, boys. I would be like, I don't want to necessarily run into old boy at the gas station or anything, because I'd probably do something that I shouldn't do.
If you were Tony, run into Steve.
If I was Tony and I ran into some old boy that was text messaging like that with my old lady after I caught him, I'd probably, the man in me would have to handle up. Somebody's gonna get their ass whooped, whether it's me or him. Somebody's gonna get whooped. I don't know who it is. I'm not trying to be tough. I'm just telling you, somebody's gonna get whooped.
No way you couldn't confront it and do something without forcing a pop.
Can't see him and not do something I shouldn't do.
I'm sorry.
Now, as I sit there and fume, as I'm finding this, I'm mad at one person only. Every bit of my anger is at one person. I mean, when you marry a gal, I mean, something attracted you to her immediately. Like, you were attracted physically, mentally, you were attracted. Like, we can't be mad at dudes for being attracted to your old lady. You married a good-looking broad. The problem is she let him in. The problem is that gal you married is a real POS, and she let him in. And then she didn't. This wasn't no drunken mistake in Nashville.
You're sorry?
Or I guess I should say Charlotte, considering where, or maybe I should say Baltimore, because it all happened in Baltimore, right?
I'd imagine it's probably happened in
No, this is over and over and over making a conscious decision to disrespect your old man, the father of your kids. Yeah, that woman is a real POS.
Here's my other.
I don't know. I don't know that going at Steve is going to make you feel any better about it.
Yeah, I probably would have reached out.
Well, the end game is, right?
I'm not. It's probably not the best move. I just want to talk to you. I probably would have reached out to you.
I'm sorry.
I just want to talk to you. I'd like to hear it all, but
Courtney, did you tell him?
The part that gets me is, and I talked to you all both about this before, is if your aunt, and again, he handled it the way he did, are you putting all them nasty ass messages out for everybody to see how nasty?
Hell no.
Because I'm thinking to myself, man, Aunt, dang, man, that's your wife getting down like that. Not to mention, he's ruined his son.
Yeah,
they got a son.
That's the kicker.
Oh my God, his son's gonna have to deal with. Damn, listen what your mama say, huh?
If I were single, I'm not single. If we didn't have kids,
you would.
I wouldn't do it either way, but I wouldn't have a problem with Aunt doing it if you didn't have kids. Now you got kids involved, and everybody's going to read that about the kid's mama from now on. Yeah, that's tough.
I'm with Tyler. Tyler said, I don't want them to read that at the behest of, damn, man, your girl was getting down like this.
Yeah, dude, you do not do that.
Hey, and again, I am not going to read these off or even try to even hide any of them. But they are things that you don't want other people to know your lady is talking to some other dude about.
Graphic.
I mean, real nasty.
I don't know. Like, the crazy thing, guys, is I don't know what world. Like in my single life, it was all goes, baby.
Oh, I know it's all goes.
And when she's single, it's all like things that, like, once you get married, like, there ain't no way, shape, or form to even couch that as being cool or acceptable.
Oh,
no, like there's nothing like there's nothing like, I don't know, man. That's wild to me. Like, once you get out of that single life and you get out of them streets, like, there ain't nothing cool about that.
I couldn't have reposted that. I couldn't have reposted that. And I know you said it earlier. Like he said, you have messed up my life. I'm about to ruin yours, and I'm about to let everybody in the world know, and I'm gonna let our son know. Yeah. I'm gonna let you.
Steve's happily married with them kids too, or was happily married with kids with about 5 kids too.
Yeah, nope. I'm not putting that out there. Yeah, some people are texting in some of these messages. Yep, that one you just texted in 74. Nah, man, I don't want the world to see. Yeah, man, I don't need dirty red, not just you, but I mean my father. Damn, son, that's what
you married?
That's what she said.
Oh no, hell no.
Rearranging it? That's what you said? Oh man. Oh man.
Yeah, just let that be,
Aunt, man. I hurt for Aunt.
No, I do, and that's why. But for me, and I said it to the fellas in the crosstalk. I'm not going. Like, I see a lot of people getting down on how Anthony's handled it. Again, as I said, I would handle it. I'd have had the phone number, and when I first found out, like in that first 2-hour period, like I'm at a 15, and I got the phone number. I probably go.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a sick individual. I'd want to know details.
Oh yeah, I wanted. Oh, I'd be going through all these.
How'd this go down, man?
I want to know all from him.
Like,
yeah, that's something I got.
Hey, man, look. She's bad. I try to get at her twice, two, three times a week on the regular, man. I get it, man. You're a man. I get it. I just go down. Man.
I want to get a breakdown of it.
She out there cleat chasing, man. Did she? How'd this go down?
See if he's okay.
Did she
Not
get
that it matters because I'm done with her ass anyway.
Did she get run through? Who else?
It was the whole team. Was every Baltimore Raven? She got a hit list about 20 guys deep in there?
Yeah. Who else was on it? Marshall Yonda.
Boy, that'd be rough. Marshall Yonda.
No
offense, Big Marsh.
You tell me right now. Did Joe get in there? You tell me right now.
Oh, Big Flacco.
Did Joe Flacco get in? Just tell me right now. What you say?
Ooh, golly. Were they passing her around the locker room?
Who else on that Ravens team would be?
Golly, Aunt, I feel for you, man.
Yeah, that's a tough one. No, I'm with you. Who else? Was she cleat chasing?
Not that it matters, because I mean at that point, right? Or at that point, I'm done. I am. It just like, and I'm done. And I'm just, I got zero give a rip.
You tell me right now, was it Haloti Nada?
Did T Suggs get after it?
Yeah, that's it. You tell me right now.
Did Big Suggs get after it?
I swear to God, if Henry got in there, I got to know. Was it at least Hall of Famers? Was it at least?
This guy there, let me know. I'm gonna leave his name off the list.
I'm just saying, if it was Hall of Famers, I'm good with it. All right, if it was
the showman,
and I've been tied heap. All right, coming up, Clint, we heard about the coaching staff, and I want to get from you. You've been in the game, you've been around teams, and see how this thing goes. The coaching staff has now been announced for the Texans. What does this mean surrounding this offense for next year and the history of it? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, all my sports fans in the great state of Texas, I need you to listen up one time. I got great news for you. Underdog Fantasy is available to play in our great state of Texas, y'all. The Lone Star State is on fire with Underdog Fantasy, man. And look, what you do here is when you download Underdog Fantasy, I do it with my wife. We both have the app downloaded. We both have an account. And, we watch some basketball games together at night, and it just takes our entertainment experience, our viewing experience, to a whole other level, right? You can cash in with Underdog Fantasy in a big way. And, again, it's available here in our great state of Texas. Underdog is the best place to cash in on all your takes during the basketball season. We got live action damn near every night. Which players going to go off? Which players are ice cold? You make your entries. If your picker's hot, you can win up to 1,000 times your money, right? It's a pick 'em game. You select 2 or more players' stats to go higher or lower. And, again, if that picker's hot, you can win right now. This week, I got Tuesday night game, LeBron, higher than 8.5 assists. I got Austin Reeves, higher than 18.5 points. And I got Kyrie Irving, higher at points. We'll win a little money, y'all. Let's win a little bit of money. Join the fun by signing up with Underdog today using promo code H-Town, and you'll get a free pick as part of your first cash entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. Cash in with me. Cash in with Underdog. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
In the loop.
Which Houston team would be the next one to bring a championship to the city?
I have Texans first, Rockets second, because the top of the NBA is somewhat vulnerable. Baseball is not vulnerable at the top right now. Dodgers, Phillies, Braves. If you're talking about championship, not getting to the World Series, but championship, I'm not going to say the Astros.
Yeah, my answer would be the Texans as well.
It's Reggie Attitula and John Lopez, localizing your lunch break 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. On the West End Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial, it's an accident that has a right lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Luka Doncic's dominating performance against the Denver Nuggets over the weekend is a reminder of the obvious, although it'll be easier said than done to execute in LA. This has to be Luka's team. That means LeBron James, one of the great players of all time, a control freak, a winner, and someone who's used to the world orbiting him will have to take a step back. If he can do that, on and off the floor, the future in LA is bright. I'm Bill Ryder.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026. For the don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
360 athletes, 8 events, $2.5 million in total prize money. 20 nights, March 4th through the 23rd. Tickets at RodeoHouston.com. Let's rodeo.
Build your cybersecurity skills and prep for thousands of open positions employers are desperate to fill. Attend classes live online or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
John Lopez here with Louis Flory from Ability Trees. All right, let's talk about some of our great neighborhoods in the greater Houston area. Rice Village, Bel Air, West U, Kingwood, Woodland. We take pride in our tree-lined streets and what it means. So let's talk to those people because that is important to your property as anything.
Absolutely. You know, we go into some of these exclusive areas that you've mentioned. And, you know, one of the first things, again, a client will articulate to me is, Lewis, how important these trees are to me and how important this curb appeal is to my property and the whole street line. So we go in and start laying out a program depending on what that client's needs are and what I'm seeing that needs to be discussed with that client. And then we sit down and I go, okay, hey, this is what your needs are, and let's go in again and prune and clean those trees up.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you want Louis Flory and nobody else on the job. Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Call 281-441-4179, 281-441-4179. It's Ability Trees. Houston's, say it,
leading tree care professional.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No. We tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes. Our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first. Because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KILT. Sports Station.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted wide the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. And Clint, over last Friday, we found out with the Texans that their coaching staff is completely filled out, and the only new elements to the staff is Nick Caley, obviously the new offensive coordinator, and then old Jerry Skoplinski is going to be the new senior offensive assistant and passing game specialist for the team. So he comes over for the Rams as well, but also was with the Patriots before that. He, however, did not go to John Carroll. So there is that. But those are the only two new voices in terms of coaching in the building for the offense, right?
Yeah.
As we know, Cole Popovich moved up as the assistant O-line coach to be the O-line coach, and everyone remains there in the positions they were in the last two seasons. And I'm just wondering for you, because we were trying to figure this out and understand it, but you've been around the game, and obviously you've played in the National Football League and understand how this thing goes. What do you completely make of it now that this is what they decided to go to? Really, to me, we'll see what Jerry does, but there's really one major move that's been changed, that's been made, and that is the OC, obviously. And I mean, from your aspect to like, what does this mean for the scheme in the future? What does that mean? What is this? What are they saying about last year's offense and what they're looking at different? What does this signify to you? That staff virtually remains the same except for the OC.
Yeah, I think that it just they don't feel like this was a complete offensive rebuild situation, and it's just a shift of gears, and they're hiring guys that have the ability to use the same terminology that's in-house. All of these guys have spent time in McVay's system, or were already here in this system, so I would imagine the terminology is going to be very, very similar. So as Nick Caley told us in his introductory press conference, he's looking forward to expanding the system So I'd imagine it's going to stay the same. And then number two, so there's some familiarity with what they were already doing, which I think is really important, right? If you're not going to bring a guy in and completely blow it up and just give him the reins of the offense, then you've got to move in a way that you're going to keep the players as comfortable as you possibly can. And number one, keeping the terminology, keeping the system as they see it the same, I think it looks like it's been a priority, right? The other part of that is there is zero doubt about it. Zero doubt about it that this is a Nick Caserio move. These are all Nick Caserio moves.
The decision of the offense.
It would be. I'm gonna tell you this. It would be completely like foolish for somebody to try to tell you otherwise. If you had Nick Caserio in the building and you hire Nick, guy that was with the Patriots for the majority of his career, for the biggest span of his career, he was with the Patriots when Nick was there. You look at the Popovich kid, that's the O-line coach.
Yep, John Carroll.
The John Carroll, the bulk of a good chunk of his career, New England. You look at Skoplinski. The longest time he was in one place, and really when he was there, they had the most success was New England.
Yep. Spent
some time with the Raiders.
Went to the Rams,
passing game, assistant or whatever you want to call it, senior assistant, whatever. It would be crazy for DeMeco Ryans or anybody in the organization to sit up there and act like this isn't Nick Caserio. This isn't like Nick doesn't have a heavy hand in what's going on. They're all of the experiences with Nick Caserio, right? So I think I only say all that to say that I've got to believe that keeping the familiarity with the team and keeping the players nice and comfortable with the terminology, and then the system needs to be massaged and molded to look more like what was going on in New England with Tom Brady. That is what all these moves tell me, is that Nick Caserio has experience with all these guys, feels great about what these guys bring to the table, and will have this collection of guys that have been added or retained are guys that will be able to, with the same terminology, look more like what Tom was doing in New England. Period. Point blank. End of story. Those are the two things that this looks like. The McVay and Shanahan ties with some of these guys, or even the retention from guys from last year, the Bobby Slowick tie. Like, to me, that's all an effort to keep the same terminology in house, so that you don't have a whole team doesn't have to learn a whole new language.
So the thought is the system is probably going to be the same. So we should.
I would say the terminology is going to be the same. I think it's going to be a New England system.
So they'll have the same terminology.
Every offense has the same terminology. I'm sorry. Every offense has the same plays and concepts. They're just called something different. So with this, what you do is you ask a guy. So you ask a guy like Nick Caley, who's going to be calling plays. He's got to learn a new language. Just like Bobby Petrino when he took the job at A&M with Jimbo Fisher there. Jimbo Fisher said, no, we're not changing terminology.
They taught Bill O'Brien the same.
You got to go. You got to now, Bobby Petrino. You got to learn my terminology and apply it to your offense, and whatever you want to do offensively. Just like that, you're taking a guy. The difference is Bobby had never been in Jimbo Fisher's offense, so it's completely new to Bobby. So Bobby had to burn the midnight oil just to try to learn the damn terminology. The difference here is Nick Caley has been in a system for a few years. Skoplinski's been in a system for a few years. Cole Popovich has been in a system for a few years with this terminology. So it shouldn't be that big.
To be able to handle it, you would think to execute what it looks like. Yeah. You're saying they want to do. They were all of them were all in New England, and they know exactly what their offense is, which is game plan, right? Which is week to week, but based off the opponent.
I want my quarterback to have more control. I want it week to week. I want and I want to make all these changes, and I want to be more of an 11 personnel team. I think they're going to be more of an 11 personnel team instead of a 12 personnel team.
Let the people know 11, 12 different.
One running back, one tight end, 3 wide receivers is what I think they're going to be in more, and instead of the one back, 2 tight ends, or even the 21 personnel where it's 2 backs, 1 tight end, where you're establishing a run that way. I think they're going to be more like Matthew Stafford's version of this offense. I think that would be some kind of cross between Matthew Stafford and Tom Brady, and I think both of them were heavy 11 personnel. If you were in 12, you had a super athletic tight end, then you had a true inline tight end. It wasn't 12 just to be 12, and those guys couldn't block a damn soul or create any separation in a pass game. Like, there's a method to the madness. So, look, if you're not going to – I put a bow on it by this. Like, all of these offensive moves to me, right? When D'Amico fired Bobby Slowick, you got one of two options, right? Do everything you can to retain the system that you have and also allow yourself to adjust accordingly to get better the way you think, or hire a Chip Kelly type guy that you're just going to hand the reins to. He changes the terminology. He changes everything. You start over from the ground up. Those are the two options. He obviously, really, I don't know how many options were out there for him to hire guys that he could handle. They go route of, hey, Nick's got experience with all these guys. Nick says they're all great coaches, and he's seen it firsthand.
Nick Caserio.
Yeah. Let's plug all these guys into our existing system, keep the terminology the same, and keep this thing rocking. I'm on record. I would have gone a different route. If I'm D'Amico Ryans, I want to hand the reins to somebody else and say, this is your offense. If you get it done, it's good. If not, I'm going to fire you too, right? But they go the route of plug and play with what you have. If you're going to go that route, this is the way to do it. I like what they're doing. If I don't like them making this decision from jump, but once you make this decision, this is the best route to do it. You got guys that know the terminology, have been 1 year, 2 years, 3 years in this terminology,
and now only two people have to learn it.
That's it.
Jerry and the OC. Nick Caitlin.
Well, but they already. The thing is,
but Ron, I'm just saying, learn the verbiage of what.
But they've already got the verbiage. The verbiage is McVay's. Like the McVay, Shanahan, now there may be some slight differences, but the verbiage should all be the same. Like if this is a true Bobby Petrino, Jimbo Fisher, you come in here and you've never heard my language and I want you to learn it and then teach all the – like that's silly. But if you can lean into Nick Caley's multiple years of experience in McVay's system and that terminology is I would imagine that terminology is damn near the same.
What Bobby Slowick and what
Shanahan.
what they were doing
I would be willing to bet you it is damn near the same. And so now nobody's learning anything new. All you're doing is drawing from all these guys. Again, Nick Caley, Jerry Skoplinski, Popovich. All you're doing, they all know the same language. Now those guys are pulling from the New England days and going, okay, let's take these concepts from Brady and New England days and let's plug them into our language over here with the Houston Texans, right? So if you're going to do it, this gives you the best chance to I think, execute this plan and put a good product on the field.
Yeah, text line coming through with a question to you, Clint. So do you think this is a good thing or not, the way they've gone about it?
If we're just talking offensive football, yes, I think it's a good thing. I don't think it's as good as, again, bringing in a guy that's got pelts on the walls and is going to do it his way, and it's his way or the highway, and y'all get the hell out of here. I don't. Clearly I would go a different route. But I do, if you're going to go the collaborative route where everybody's got their hand in the pot, everybody's stirring the pot, so to speak, from Nick Caserio to D'Amico Ryans to Nick Caley to whoever Skoplinski is and all these guys, then I think this is the best way to do it. I think if you're trying to melt two systems into one, this is about as good a game plan as you can have to do it. Nobody's learning anything completely new the way that they did this. All they will do is introduce, like when you look at it, Nick Caley goes about designing this offense now in more of an 11 personnel set instead of Beck in at fullback or trying to make a tight end a fullback or Dalton Schultz in at fullback or whatever, right? You look up and you got a 3 tight end set out there.
The use check thing is
you ain't got to use check. You ain't got Kittle. Let's spread this thing out and let's do something that looks a little different. You don't have those guys. Never had those guys. You don't have a Trent Williams. Don't have that guy. Never gonna have that guy, right? So you're better off doing what New England did. And how quickly can you get there with these guys? The quickest path is to use the same language, and every guy they hired knows that language to get them there, and we'll see if it works. I don't know, man. We'll see.
I wonder is there enough? Is this enough change? Is this enough? And clearly, as you started off by saying, I don't think they view it as they needed.
So that's where that's where I disagree with their approach. Like I think this is going to be a fun football team to watch. I think they're going to be again a 9 or 10 win team. I think the product's going to tell you that. I think they're going to be a playoff caliber team. I think they're going to be an outsider looking in. Where I believe if you reset some things and sign the right guys, you could potentially be a true legit strike fear in the top teams if you wanted to. I don't think this move gets you there. I think this move confirms that you're going to be a 9 or 10 win team that can win a division again. If I had that's where I'm at.
With the moves they made.
I don't think Nick Caley, Jerry Skoplinski, and Cole Popovich go, hell yeah, Super Bowl or bust, boys. I don't see that. I don't see that. But I do like hey, Bobby Slowick didn't work out. I didn't like I didn't like the way that they utilized players, and Bobby utilized dense formations all the time. I didn't like going, hey man, we're going to go 3 tight ends or 2 tight ends when you don't even have one that's worth a damn at that point in time. That's kind of trying to force things. So going a different route, I'm not mad at one bit.
No, they have gone. It's weird, as you said, they've gone a different route, but there's so much that's the same. Like they've gone a different route, but then it's because that's my thing is, all right, if there's going to be an offense that is more game plan oriented, do they have enough of the guys that are going to be able to excel in that type of system?
I think D'Amico is trying to keep and Nick are both trying to keep because they've got a great culture. They've got really good, what they feel is really good leadership. I think they feel like this could blossom into something, and instead of starting completely over, let's keep some of the building blocks in place and just get rid of the tyrant and see what we can do there.
Yep.
The tyrant being Bobby Slowick.
We've got Napoleon's gone.
Anybody else's fingers hurt?
That's a good one.
That's little Bobby, old Napoleon, or what do we call him? Hal?
Yeah.
Hal from
Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore.
Now your back's gonna hurt because you just pulled landscaping duty.
Yeah, you did. You can have a nice warm glass of shut the hell up, Gerard.
You can trouble me for a warm glass of shut the hell up.
What Bobby was saying.
You slid Gerard in there.
Hey, you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
We never saw it, man. We never saw it coming.
Shut the hell up, Bill Laser. That's what he said to them. Coming up.
Is Laser still in the building?
Yes. Everyone's still in the building.
Yeah, Laser, and Blazer.
The only two new only changes are they've added Nick Caley and Jerry. They keep putting in these tough last names. Coming up, we're not the only ones apparently who believe there is some drama brewing. Somebody with a bigger voice than us believes it too. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
Boston. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Nick Caserio constantly preaching, make the smart play, not the sexy play. He didn't have to allude to that when he was
your tickets here on Sports Radio 610. 6 chances to win. All you have to do is listen. Tomorrow in the 7, 9, 11, 1, 3, and 5 o'clock hours, it's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. Just be listening to your favorite sports station in town for your chance to win.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Shout out to my lovely wife. She had her a great night last night. She was just going.
Was that last night? It was Sunday.
Just go girl. Make sure Nicholas.
Sunday fun day, huh?
And make sure Nicholas just got a chance to sleep with Mom almost last night.
Literally went to sleep with Mom.
Yeah, that's right. Shout out to the Gaines. Had us a good time last night. All right. We've been talking about this Bregman and Devers drama, and apparently we are not alone in this thing. Alex Bregman, who went over. By the way, I don't know if you all saw it. I finally saw him like in a game. It don't look right. Him in that uniform.
Bregman in Red Sox uniform.
Nah, man. Yeah, I don't even. I think it could have been a Guardians jersey. It could have been
I don't know about that.
A Padres. I'm just saying it could have been a Padres jersey. I'm just saying any jersey it wouldn't have looked right in there. But damn sure the Red Sox. That didn't look right. But Harold Reynolds, MLB Network, this is his thought of what's happening in Boston with Houston Astros legend Alex Bregman.
They got a problem. They got to figure it out. Yeah. Because you can't sit there and say, Bregman's going to play second, and he hasn't played there. You just don't. He's got to get the reps. Double plays. The last time he played second base, there was shifts. Rafi Devers is too young. He's too good of a defender, ugly, but he can still catch the ball.
And part of the problem, too, is what are you going to do with Casas then?
They got a problem. And I think they're better with Bregman at second than they are with Bregman at third.
You're talking about what you're going to do with Casas. Casas told you what y'all going to do. Casas said he's going to play second base, and I'm playing first.
It's all coming together, boys.
No.
It's all. Oh, there's several layers here, Ron.
No.
When I heard, that's Harold Reynolds, right?
That's Harold. Yeah, that's Harold.
By the way, great, raspy. I still like to enjoy my downtime voice. Harold. I don't know if it's true.
There is no chance Harold does not enjoy himself.
Okay, just makes it like he's got
I will share you some news off air.
Harold's got.
I've heard about Harold.
He's got a real. I got in that sauce last night. Type of rasp to his voice, but nonetheless, I enjoy it. I appreciate it actually, Harold. So good work, Harold Reynolds. Probably 4 or 5 days ago, was hell-bent on no doubt about it. This is not going to be a problem. Bregman's going to play second, yada, yada, yada.
No.
Well, if you're not aware, Bregman started the third base in the spring training game that was on TV, I believe I saw. Did I just see highlights? I think it was on TV. Yeah. But nonetheless, Bregman hit a bomb, and it's in a park where I guess their park is designed to look like their home field in Boston. He hits a bomb over the Green Monster, and he played third base. And so
the first time out
it's first time out he plays third base and he rakes, right? And so there's just layers of this, man, to the point where Harold Reynolds has completely done a 182, and he makes great sense, right? If Bregman is going to be their second baseman, then you would think that the Red Sox would be treating Bregman the same way the Astros are treating Altuve, right? I mean, it would be, hey, he's going to get most of the work. It's like if the Red Sox, if you just wanted to avoid the drama, then Devers would have played third. This can't just be kind of a flippant, Bregman's going to play third.
Well, to your point, has Bregman ever played second base in the majors?
No. Well, according to what
in the majors, yeah.
And Harold Reynolds said it in that deal. He's never played second, and that was his point. He needs to play second if that's going to be the plan. The whole thing, right? Well, so clearly it looks like Bregman's going to play third base and Devers is probably going to DH, or they're just stirring the pot to stir the pot, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I'm glad to see Boston doing it. I hope it blows up in their face. But nonetheless, that's one. Number two, Ron, you mentioned it. Casas, the kid at first base, right? Because here's the other thing that Harold Reynolds believes, is that if Bregman plays third base, you know where Devers is going to play?
if he plays in the field first?
First base.
No.
So, Casas may be in a little bit of save my own ass mode, right? Cover your own ass. Like, hey, no, he's gonna be third base because my position needs to be pretty. I need to be pretty set over here at first base. So, look, it just seems like the Bregman Devers drama is real, and the organization doesn't give a damn what Rafael Devers thinks, or Casas for that matter.
We'll see. It does feel.
He DH'd the second game, I think.
Who?
Bregman.
It does feel very.
Yes.
In terms of, hey, let's not do things to put these fires out, to try to at least, kind of calm the flames down.
Add the fuel to the fire, baby.
Like Alex, like when they came.
Devers said what? Watch this, Bregman. You go to third.
When they came together and said, "All right, Alex is going to have his first game," at least DH him. Like, don't make the first time you walk his ass out there, he waltzes himself out to third base.
You can't tell me, Ron. That's the thing, right? They're either dead set that he's going to play third, or they're sending a message to Rafael Devers like, "Hey, boss, you ain't making the decision here." Like, there's no. That's the only way you can interpret it.
And to me, that's a hell of a way to.
Hell of a way to handle it. Right?
I look at it like, listen, I can understand. Like, either way, like if you look at Devers, I can understand, and you're saying, all right, man, this is our guy. All right, this is our dude. He's been our third baseman. We signed him for 11 years. This is our dude. We're going to have him play third. I can even understand that, even though I know when you say to yourself, hey, the reigning Gold Glove winner at third base is on the team that you just brought over in Alex Bregman. But I can even understand that piece of it. But to do this and then not be sure about it, like there should be an announcement right now. Like the Red Sox should have an announcement with the plan right now of what they're going to do. So it just isn't like, I will at least give the Astros credit. I don't think it worked, but it's very clear
from jump
what the deal was and where ones was going to play. If you want, which would also make sense, Alex Bregman, who won the Gold Glove at third base to play third base, makes sense.
Yeah,
but just do it. Don't like that boy. You think they even said anything to Rafael before they ran him out at third base? They just said, because even if you're gonna do it, you're gonna say, hey man, someone should go over and say, hey Raf, I mean, just letting him play around, letting him play first in a place that he's comfortable. Doesn't mean anything. You're our third baseman, or do you think they just ran Bregman out there and just looked to see what?
I'd be willing to bet you, and based on the way these guys are talking, it doesn't sound like the organization has communicated with anybody. I mean, Casas was like way out of Casas' league saying what he said, right?
Yeah, he's out there.
I mean, the way in which Devers said it really put the organization's feet to the fire. The only one that's handled it with any kind of
is Alex.
Yeah, and I don't even know what I want to call it. That's not. I mean, just handled it the right way is Alex. Like, he's the only one, and that doesn't surprise me.
The only person to handle it without trying to add more fuel to the fire.
Yes,
is Alex Bregman.
Absolutely agreed.
Why? Because Alex,
including Cora, by the way.
Because why? Alex out there walking out there playing third base.
Is Breggy being ridiculous?
He knows what's going on. They signed his ass play third base.
He's walked out there. If I'd have walked out there with a big ass smile on my face, and then and just looked at the bench and did the Jordan. Just do the shrug.
Look dead in the camera.
Third base.
Go out there, hit a bomb, dead in the camera.
That's where they got me.
Boston.
That's where they got me. All right, coming up. Who knew this was going to be the case with the Houston Rockets? I shouldn't be surprised, especially now, but I am still surprised that one of the number one things we have found out about this team is actually coming to pass. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, Houston fans. I am so happy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Coming up an hour from now, we will head to West Palm Beach, talk to Sean Pendergast of Payne and Pendergast as they are there all week. Adam Spillane as well down there, and they are giving us the latest in all of the news that's happening in spring training. And usually, when it seems like something happens, something big happens. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. We'll get what they're hearing about the Nolan Arenado situation. If something happened there, but we'll talk to those guys coming up an hour from now, 4:40 on The Drive, and we'll do that all week with Sean. So that'll be good to come through. All right, the Rockets, they returned to the court over the weekend from the All-Star break, and they played 2 games. They had a back-to-back there. They played Friday against the Timberwolves, which was a big game at the Toyota Center, as they were 2.5 behind. The Rockets, when that game played, they got a big win there, and then they traveled to Utah to play the Jazz, who I think a 13-win team coming into it, and they ended up losing that game to the Jazz. And so they're 1-1 so far out of the break. The thing, and we've talked about it a little bit here, but obviously it's very clear, is I don't know about you. It's not a surprise now because we've watched this, but I am a bit surprised of how valuable and how much impact that Fred VanVleet has on this team. It is clear. He got injured in the Brooklyn game, and they played 10 from that game, and they're 3-7 in that span that he's been out. And I think the big thing that jumps out is just consistency from the offense. Consistency in getting good shots, game in game. Their last 2 games, it's a clear example of it. They shot 48 threes in this game. They lost to the Jazz, and then they're in the mid-20s and went to the line a lot more against the Timberwolves and won that game. They're just really up and down, and you can clearly see that he stabilizes them and gets them in much better offense consistently, and they need him back. It is I knew he was important, Clint, but I would think they can survive without him with the guys they have. But it is clear his impact is so missed.
Ryan, when you couple this conversation about Fred VanVleet with Jabari Smith Jr., because I watched the entire Minnesota game and then kind of was in and out on the Jazz game. And against Minnesota, I don't know if it was the All-Star break, Ron, or the fact that Jabari Smith was back in the rotation. Now, he knocked down, I think he hit 4 threes, 4 of 6 or something from 3. So, obviously, he was shooting it from long range. But just the way that the team played with Jabari Smith. And then when you back it up with your point here about Fred VanVleet, I've thought a lot about this morning. And I can't help but go back to what the one thing that we've kind of always come back to with the Rockets, and that is – this team, completely healthy, with all their pieces, all of them, not that one's more important, but all of them healthy, they got a chance. With one of them out, the fact that they don't have that superstar that can just can command the floor and the team and the timeouts and the big moments, one of those guys, whether it's Jabari Smith, Fred VanVleet, whoever it is, when they miss them, man, they miss them sorely. It's blatantly obvious because it screws up the whole rotation. And not only do you not have that guy in clutch that you just surefire you're going to go to, but now you've got missing pieces throughout the game. Because your point about Fred VanVleet, it's from day one. The reason I like the Rockets signing him was his ability to be inserted in the game in critical moments and command the floor.
Yeah, but I would have thought they could survive between Şengün
and
Green Brooks to get better offense.
Yeah.
But it is clear,
I
man.
thought they would have too.
It is clear it could go. Like I said, those first, just go look at the box score in those two games. You could just see, like, damn, they're having trouble of just getting good shots against Utah.
Yeah.
It's been up and down from each game like that.
When you look at, and again, it could be the All-Star break with the Minnesota game. I don't know. Watching, it looked like two completely different teams from one night to the next.
And and I think Fred, especially offensively, and really defensively too, right? Because that's what Udoka's been talking about. We've gotten away from our deal, and clearly that dude is like a coach on the floor for him. He is, and I don't know. I just did not think his impact would be that large, that large on this team. Like it almost feels like, and you don't want to see this happen. I do agree with you. Want everybody healthy. It does feel like if Fred was in and maybe Jalen Green was out, that this offense would be more consistent. They would run more consistent offense and get more consistent shots. And it literally is from how is this game? How is Jalen Green feeling? How is he feeling from this game? And is he going to take good shots from one game to another? Consistently, when the ball's in his hands more, it feels like this team is less consistent.
Well, but Ron, when I think the Jekyll and Hyde, thought here with this. Like I'm watching the Rockets in that Minnesota game, and again, yes, Jabari hit some threes, but Jabari had 9 rebounds. I mean, the talk coming into him was how I believe it was the offensive end of the floor. The ability to rebound and just rebound as a whole with Jabari in the game is a game changer. You know how many rebounds Jabari Smith ended up with in the Utah game?
Probably none.
2. You're right though. He had none.
I remember him. He was
Ron. He had none with. I think he was at a goose egg midway through the fourth. I mean, like he was literally standing on the 3-point line waiting to get the ball kicked out to him. It was just a different approach to basketball. I'm not blaming it on Jabari Smith. I'm just saying, like, it was a whole different approach to the way they played Utah, Minnesota, and it was one of those that. It seems like the Minnesota night. Now, obviously, it's easy to say because they won running away with it. Or they didn't run away with it, but they won. They were leading and won. Like they got to lean more towards that, right?
Well, yeah. You would think with Utah they would have as. I know, obviously, Minnesota had some injuries to guys like Rudy Gobert, who is the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, but it just was, to me, it was just like. What is happening with the shot selection?
Yeah.
What you shot 26 threes against Minnesota, and you're banging out 48 or whatever. You went to the line almost 30 times against Minnesota. Instead, now you're in the teens and how many times you go to the line, and you're just firing up threes in the game, and it's got to be incredibly frustrating for Udoka, as you said, the Jekyll and Hyde feel of how they can go from game to game. And I do think it is fair to say Fred would be someone that would help.
No question.
That Jekyll and Hyde type of thing. Like, you can even see with Jabari, hey, you missed 22 straight games. This is a second to a back-to-back. Yeah. Maybe we'll see how you are. But damn, man, it's just crazy. As you said, but it's like a completely different team that played.
Yeah, well, I mean, you look at it. Tari Eason is critical. He was out that game too, not playing the backside of back-to-backs. I mean, but boy, when they're back to the original point, man, when they're whole, and again, they're not quite there with Fred, Jabari Smith, the front end of a back-to-back where Tari Eason is playing. Man, they look the part. When they're missing one or two of them pieces, boy, the wheels come off. Just look completely different.
You know who else looked the part?
Who's that?
See them Lakers?
Oh, I can't. I mean, look, I'm not a Laker fan, but it is going to be fun to watch them hunt.
Wow. Listen, their performance against Denver Saturday night, and now they have pulled into a tie with the Rockets. The Lakers and the Rockets are tied for the 4th spot. By the way, both of them are only 2 games behind the Grizzly and the Denver Nuggets for the 2 spot. But the biggest thing was, do they got enough bigs? Like teams like even Houston with Şengün and most definitely a team like Denver with the big fella Joker in there are going to just kill them. No, that did not happen. I don't think I've ever seen Joker have a worse game. I mean, he had a triple-double because of his greatness. He only shot the ball 7 times at 12 points. Held him to 12 points in that game, and then Luka finally looked like Luka for the first time. And that three-headed monster of Luka, LeBron, and Reeves all impacting the game in multiple ways, all of them over 23 points, all of them over 5 assists in the game. And then Hachimura also was over 20 in the game. It is like that performance, yes, I don't think in a 7-game series they would do that to Joker. But I didn't even think they had any way possible to even play one game to where they did that. To me, the Lakers, after their performance, you got to look at them a little bit differently now. The way they held them to 100 points in Denver. 123-100. They had to. I mean, that was impressive.
Well, I'm with you that there's going to be some bad matchups with big men moving forward, especially in 7-game series. But I'm going to tell you, the Lakers are going to be a tough matchup for anybody. I mean, because like you said, like Luka, we know who Luka and LeBron are. Reeves was coming anyway, and now, I mean, he's going to get even better looks with Luka and LeBron on the floor. And so, I mean, he's by the way, he's the real deal.
And I heard Pat Beverly say this, former Rocket, that he is easily the best third option on a team in the league. And I think that's probably, if it's not true, because, I don't know what the hell has occurred with Paul George. We've just completely lost him. Mm-hmm. But if that is not true, like that, he's close to the top of it. Right, what he can do. And it's just all three of them should be able to help each other because they can all take turns on having to carry the load of handling the ball, right? Like, hey, man, you be the playmaker this time. Luka, you kind of hang up. You be the playmaker. And the size thing was it to me. But if they have the ability to make life hard on Joker like that, and he can't just dominate the game, then, like, they can play guys like Şengün. They can play other bigs that could give them because of their lack of bigs right there. By the way, Rob Pelinka, what an a-hole move. Rob Pelinka showed up Sunday in the suite at the Warriors-Mavericks game. Rob Pelinka is the GM of the Lakers. I don't know why Rob's at that game.
Rubbing it in the Mavs' face a bit.
Is that what he's doing? I don't know why he's in that game. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
All right, there is a all-time great, I would say first ballot Hall of Famer, that quarterback that could be on the move, looks to be on the move. We'll tell you who that is, and we'll talk a little bit about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you.
sport's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
How bad do you want to get out of this football hell?
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. Look.
Hell, it can be. It can be.
Nobody's paying for it to be.
Well, I think it. Well, yeah, it's a good point. Somebody pays for it, it can be. Well, hell, it's another Monday, y'all. We're here, and we are rocking and rolling. Hey, the Odyssey app. Make sure that you are listening via the Odyssey app. You missed out on the contest. It ended on February 3rd, but you can still download the Odyssey app. AUDACY. Keep us on your hip and take us everywhere you go. By the way, again, this week, it is Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo time of year, y'all. It's right around the corner. And we got tickets. We got tickets once again. I think we got Zach Top and John Pardee tickets tomorrow. And then Thursday is all Zach Top. I'm telling you, Zach Top is one of the hottest, if not the hottest, young up-and-coming solo artist. That ticket is going to be hard to come by, and we've got plenty for you. We'll be giving those tickets away every Tuesday, Thursday, in from 6A to 6P, twice per show. On this show, we do it in the 3 o'clock hour and the 5 o'clock hour, so make sure you stay plugged in. It's one of them Tickety Tuesdays. It's just Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo Tickety Tuesdays here on The Drive. We'll be doing that tomorrow. The other shows will be doing it as well. Also, we got Sean Pendergast coming up here at the end of this hour. I believe it's 4:40, right? Isn't that right, Ron?
4:40.
Sean Pendergast coming straight out of West Palm Beach. He is boots on the ground at Astros spring training. The game today was canceled, but the guys did work a little bit, and Sean is actually on. So we'll get the fresh perspective of what's going on in Astros training camp, spring training, I'm sorry. We'll do that at 4:40. Now, one thing that I find interesting, and again, I always say this, I don't know, Ron, if this has always been the deal or if I'm just aware of it now because I'm in the game, in the business, but it seems to me like if you're a quarterback-needy football team, it seems to me that if you are locked and loaded, if you're ready to commit to somebody, and I'm talking about somebody with pelts on the wall, if you want to go that route, it seems like every year there's a guy that's won a Super Bowl. There's a guy that's a one of the best in the game. There's a guy that's playing at an MVP level. One of those guys comes available. 2 years ago, it was Aaron Rodgers. Last year, I know Russell Wilson was not the Russell Wilson that won the Super Bowl, but Denver Broncos cut him loose, and Pittsburgh ends up getting him. This year, there may have been another one last year, but I'm not 100% sure. But this year, it's a guy that I believe there's several teams out there should be fighting over. Matthew Stafford, Highland Park, Texas, Dallas area kid out of Georgia, number 1 overall pick by the Detroit Lions back in 2009. Is that right? 2009.
He is somebody, Clint, that I don't like to look at his age because he makes me feel really.
Yeah, 37 years old.
Is that what he is?
You're older than him. He's 37 years old, 16 years in the NFL.
He's been in the league 16
years. Hell, he's been with the Rams since 2021.
I can see Georgia Auburn in that blackout and no Sean Marino just shaking somebody's draws against Auburn to get into the end zone. That feels like it was like yesterday.
Yeah. Well, the Rams have apparently given him and his representation permission to test the market, which I don't know exactly. You can define test the market. I don't care how you slice it. That just gives him permission to go flirt with other teams, and it screams that we're not real committed to Matthew Stafford. In fact,
that's test the market that followed maybe a trade to the Giants. Followed maybe a trade to somewhere else. So it feels like this is more than just smoke.
By the way, is Matthew Stafford a first ballot Hall of Famer?
I think so now.
Right. Here's the deal: Super Bowl.
His numbers were always nuts.
Yep.
And now he had the playoff run in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Super Bowl champion back in, what was it, 21? Yeah, we went with the first year with the Rams, right?
Yep.
Super Bowl champion. He is top 10 all times in attempts, completions, yards, and touchdowns. He's 6th all time in NFL history passing yards per game. So he's done it a long time and averaged as many yards as all but 5 other quarterbacks in NFL history. And he's the fastest quarterback to 40,000 yards in his career in terms of passing. I know Matthew Stafford's 37 years old, Ron, but Matthew Stafford's still playing. I mean, he's at the top of his game. I mean, I'm sure if you're a Matthew Stafford, if you're studying, if you're a historian, you can find spots in his game where he's not moving quite as well or the arm isn't what it used to be. He's still one of the top 5, I would say top 5 elite arms in the league. When it comes to arm talent, arm strength, when it comes to the ability to drive the football down the field, make all the throws, whether it's off platform or not, whether he's getting his body and weight transfer into it or he's throwing off his back foot, Matthew Stafford is still one of the top arms in this league, and he's still getting it done. What was he, a 4th and long away last year from going to an NFC championship? Or was that, no, in the Super Bowl? No, it was the Eagles, though. It went to the NFC Championship.
Championship game. Yeah. No, and he had some injuries here, but yeah, it is surprising. I don't look at him and feel like he is slowed down so much so that it's time to make a move. But we know Sean's not afraid to get off of this thing, right? Like he got off of Jared Goff when he felt like it was time to move on from him. He'll do it here. But it does feel like we're a year early, potentially, with Matt Stafford, at least from us. And that's why it does make me like Sean McVay is somebody you do look at and you're like, hey, man, he ain't no idiot. Like, what's he seeing?
Yeah. Well, I think he sees that 57?
I think it's the money.
He's due $50+ million this year. And so I don't know if they're trying to move him while he still has a little bit of value and avoid paying 50-some-odd million. Because don't forget that Aaron Rodgers is out there, a West Coast kid that I could see them. I think, I'm not positive, but I think Aaron Rodgers that Russell Wilson was in last year, where a team can sign him and it ultimately, whatever they pay him, it offsets what was left from the Jets contract. I think, I'm not positive, but if that is the case, if you can go get Aaron Rodgers for next to nothing and get whatever draft capital and whatever you can get in return for Matthew Stafford, I don't know that it's a crazy move given Matthew Stafford's 37 years old. So the
trade from the Aaron we've been watching. And trade that off. I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's where I was going. Here's the other deal: is the thing with Matthew Stafford in terms of him going somewhere else. The value's totally different because he doesn't come with that reputation or that stick that Aaron Rodgers comes with, right? That stench, if you will, that folks just can't seem to shake. Like he's crystal clean. With other than his old lady, maybe talking about smashing the backup third string quarterback in college or something.
Girl.
Yeah, that gal right there. Other than that, I mean, he's still playing really, really, really good football. Ron, I'm going to be honest with you, man. And I was reading up on this morning. If Mike Tomlin and the Steelers, if this is real and he's on the block, if Mike Tomlin and the Steelers don't make this happen, they're not serious about winning football games.
Unless their game plan is, all right, we're gonna try to do something to get one of those young guys and really start completely, like try to get a young quarterback. Yeah. We're gonna try to get Cam or Shador. But if they are in the mindset of, all right, we're trying to win now and we're trying to find a veteran to lead it, he would make the most sense over. Again, unless Sam Darnold's available, and maybe they feel like that is something they would want to do. But he would make the most sense if they are going the route that they have tried to go here.
I mean, Ron, like you just think they're a 500 football team. Like, again, Mike, we talk about it a lot here with the Texans. Like D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio have done, what I think is the end game anyway, similar to what Mike Tomlin's done. Like, as long as Mike Tomlin's the coach, they're going to be a 500 football team. They're going to be that 8, 9, 10 win range. and they're going to be a pretty good football team. Are there going to be years in between there where they can jump and maybe win the division or be more competitive within the division and make a run in the playoffs? I think Matthew Stafford gives you a real chance. I mean, you're talking about a division with horses at quarterback position that you just ain't going to beat with old Duck Hodges. I know he landed Laney Wilson, they got engaged, by the way. But I mean, you just ain't going to compete. You ain't going to compete with Doug now. I mean with Duck now. That just ain't going to be the deal.
Nah, they definitely have to be in it if they are going that route. So if you look at Pittsburgh and Pittsburgh were to get Matt Stafford, to you Pittsburgh becomes what? If they made moves and traded, did what they need to do to get Matthew Stafford, Pittsburgh becomes what?
Well, I think you got a legit shot. I think you got a legit shot to compete in that division and definitely be a playoff contending football team. Without him, you don't. Without him, you're not going to sniff the division.
Because they contended and made the playoffs with Russell and the combination.
I think you're a threat. I think you're a legit threat with Matthew Stafford. I mean, you're a problem. You're a problem with
there defense. With Buffalo, Baltimore, Kansas City, or do you have him where the Texans are? Where would you view the Steelers if they had Stafford?
Yeah, I would probably put them above the Texans, but I don't know that I wouldn't be real bold and say that they're out. That they would be in that.
So you'd have them in the second tier, maybe the top of the second tier.
Yes, yeah, I think Matthew Stafford pushes you there immediately. Yeah, I think he does. And if he gets hot at the right time, he's a guy that can take you all the way. I mean, he's a guy that could literally win games for you down the stretch. And again, you don't have to look any further. I know he's getting older, but you don't have to look any further than last year. Against the Eagles. I mean, look, the Eagles, I'm on record, the Eagles tried to give it to them. I mean, the Eagles did not play great football, but Matthew Stafford damn near brought them back multiple times, and if it wasn't for a fourth and long, could have ended up taking his team to the NFC Championship again.
His game against the Bills last year, he was dominant. So, he had a good run.
I just think it's interesting. Again, it's really cool to watch the NFL with these caliber quarterbacks become available, man. I know it wasn't the sexiest, but what Baker's been able to do in Tampa, that guy comes available, goes down there, takes over after Brady. You think it's the end of the world, and he's taken him to the playoffs a couple of years. I mean, now we're talking about Matthew Stafford, one of the best passers of the football that's in the game right now. That's wild, man. But
yeah, girl.
Yeah, they got her too. She's in tow, no doubt about it. Wherever he goes, you think he stays in LA?
I think he's going to leave LA. I don't think he wants to. It feels like they want to.
The others,
they're hell bent on it. It seems like.
What are the other teams in it? Pittsburgh, the New York Giants, the Las Vegas Raiders.
With the Jets being this, I don't know what their quarterback situation is.
Well, I would think
if Aaron wants to. Aaron Glenn wants to get going right now.
Yeah, there was a fourth team. I can't remember exactly who that fourth team was, but there was a fourth team out there for Matthew Stafford. We'll see where he ends up. That'll be interesting.
Kirk Cousins is out there too as a potential person that maybe the Rams, if they want to go real cheap, to probably pick that up too. So,
I mean, you got Matthew Stafford, Kirk Cousins, you got Sam Darnold. I mean, these are.
That's the part for me with the Rams. I'm like, well, who are they looking to move on from him for?
Well, they got Jimmy Garoppolo as the backup out there, and then they got the little fella from Georgia that's out there too. What's his name? They won the national championship at Georgia.
Oh, do they still have him?
I think he's still on the team.
He's got a.
What's his damn name, man?
It starts with an S. What's that kid's name? Come on, Tyler, you're supposed to know this. That kid's name played for Georgia.
Got in trouble in Dallas.
I can see his face right now.
Got busted up in Dallas and knocked on the wrong door. Somebody just sent it in there.
No, they didn't. I can't remember his name.
That little fella's
Damn it. I don't want to look it up. That's why I'm mad.
Well, speaking of college football, it's a good transition there. We can't think of his damn name, but we will. College football, Ron. I don't advise anybody, but for all my Longhorn fans out there, I'm a big fan of spring games. To be completely honest with you, I like when I was covering Arkansas more closely. I love to go to their spring game and watch them and figure out how the quarterbacks develop and what's the O-line look like.
Yeah, that's when you kind of find out guys like Stetson Bennett, what they look
there
like.
You go, Stets, baby. That's him. He may be the guy that's going to take over Matthew Stafford. We'll see. But college football programs, man, they're deciding to have no spring game. And Texas Steve Sarkisian followed suit. I think Matt Rule was the first one to announce that they were going to have no spring game, and which is crazy because Nebraska's the school that for their spring game was filling up their stadium.
Yeah, I was
Nebraska
going to say, I wonder
crazy tradition.
why people aren't.
Well,
what is the deal with that?
Steve Sarkisian tried to make it about almost like load management, and it's better for the players, and we're going to go to this NFL style mini camp, and which is cool, but I think Matt Rule ultimately was the one that told us why. Matt Rule came out, and I'm paraphrasing here. I did not see the transcript or anything, but Matt Rule came out and basically said other schools watching our spring game and knowing who to poach before the next year even starts is a problem that coaches are having to deal with, so they'd rather just cancel the game. I think that is more close.
Is that where it is?
Oh,
is that why we're starting to see that?
True story, guys. Y'all didn't watch it. Arkansas's bowl game. Everybody sits out. Right? Any player that's got a chance sits out, right? Understandably so. A ton of kids transferred. Arkansas, I think Arkansas was number one in the country in terms of guys leaving the school. They had a receiver, Ron, that I can't remember. I don't even know if he had a catch in the regular season. And he's a track kid, crazy fast. The kid catches a slant in the first half of the game and hits a seam. And everybody sees that track speed, this kid's a 100-meter, whatever state he's out of, champion kind of deal. Can't remember, Georgia, one of them. The kid's fast. But you see right there on the field in this meaningless bowl game that this kid's track speed translates to the field, untouched, to the house. Entered the transfer portal 2 days later.
Where'd he go?
I don't know that he's. I don't know that I hadn't followed up. I don't know if they paid him. I don't know if we paid him or what. But somebody. There's a market for him. A meaningless bowl game, a freaking slant. The kid takes it to the house, and 2 days later he's in the transfer portal. Had been a non-factor for a 6-win however many games Arkansas won, 6 or 7. Wasn't even on the field. That is how volatile, if you will, the transfer portal is, and how these kids are getting poached. You can't tell me that because nowadays SEC Network, hell, we used to go to them. I'd go to them and play-by-play. Do the play-by-play in the booth on the color commentary in the booth.
That's a moneymaker, isn't it?
Well, yeah, for SEC Network, ain't no money. It all obviously.
I'm just saying you got to pay for the fans that
free.
It's free. Okay.
For the fans,
is it free? Okay, I didn't know if that was.
But I would imagine there's some dollars. I would imagine it's probably a pretty big part of like the SEC package, like the revenue that you're splitting. I would imagine that that goes a long way on TV in the offseason when nothing's going on, when football's not being played. That is a true story about how you literally are, if you're University of Texas or you're Nebraska, anybody really, your spring game's being televised, your quarterback throws, you should be happy about this young receiver just catches a rock and takes it to the house. But the first thought you have is, damn, I hope Georgia didn't see that. Damn, I hope Bama didn't see that. I hope Texas didn't see that.
I just figured Kansas were free. I didn't think that.
No, well, I can only speak for Arkansas.
Alabama was going to make some money. I don't think they were trying to get anybody to come down to ours. All right,
a hell of a deal if Nebraska was paying those guys and they're putting $80,000 in there.
All right, coming up, I want you to chew on this through the break. If I were to say one word to describe how you would feel about this, the Texans need to bring Stephon Diggs back. What's the one word you would use to describe the answer to that question in your mind? We'll discuss that coming up.
Diggs was open. In the loop.
Which Houston team?
in
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Sean Pendergast joining us coming up next segment at the bottom of the hour. He is live at West Palm Beach. Think you got a drink in him?
I would think so, yes.
In that recliner.
I'd be highly disappointed if not. Sean's been at a little local watering hole somewhere.
Right, somewhere. Yeah.
He's a local watering hole kind of guy.
He is. I saw him. He was taking off when we were in New Orleans. Just finding him somewhere at some local spot.
Well, he's got to get rolling a little bit earlier than most because he's got to get in bed because he's got that early show. So he's literally the, I would say, first guy to happy hour. A couple of hours, he's gone.
Yeah.
Come on, Sean.
All right, I said this on the other side, and you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line can text in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. If it was posed to you how important it is that Diggs is back, what's the word you would use to describe it? Pivot. Another injury is waiting to happen, and Ocho just made bull and the S word one. Made that just one word. Your thoughts on that? Marcus Spears, NFL, ESPN on NFL Live, had his thoughts on what it should be if Diggs should return and how important he thinks that could be.
Marcus Spears, Houston doesn't have a ton of cap room. How much should they prioritize bringing back Diggs?
I think it should be a heavy priority. Tank Dell would have been that guy. Obviously, the injury history is something that you have to pay attention to. You also think about the way that Stephon Diggs plays the receiver position. A very, very coordinated wide receiver, understands routes, understands how to get in and out of breaks. And you couple that with C.J. Stroud's ability to be a precision passer, I think it's a great combination. Obviously, we know Nico Collins is the number one guy on that football team, but to have a complimentary two, like a Stephon Diggs, who at one time we was in the conversation for being the best wide receiver in the NFL, I definitely think that they should explore it.
All right, listen, man, I'm a big Marcus Spears fan. I just can't get with him on this one. I think the position, another receiver, hell, maybe even two, but at the very least, another receiver is a priority for this football team. You cannot depend on when you can factor in when Tank Dell will be back, right? And as we've talked about it, after that, you're looking at John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson. And I don't think you can depend on that as just being your twos and threes. So I think the position is, but I can't get with him, and I think there may be some others who believe in that too. I can't get with him, though, in saying that both are true, that both the position is a priority and that player is a priority. I just don't get the feel that it's a need to have Stephon Diggs back as much as it is a need to fill that position. And I don't think both of them are needs.
No, I don't think that Stephon Diggs should be made a priority. I'll be clear. I would not mind if Stephon Diggs was back in the fold here. Obviously has great chemistry with C.J. Stroud and clearly is a good fit in that two or three role, depending on how he comes back off of the knee injury. Like we don't know anything about that. My problem with Steph Diggs is Steph does not strike me as a guy, nor do the actions of him or the Texans last year with his contract. None of that strikes me as a guy that's all of a sudden going to make a team-friendly deal for the next 2 or 3 years. Steph Diggs strikes me as a guy that was willing to move a 3-year deal into a 1-year deal, get a couple of extra million on the front end of that to make it $22 million, I believe. And then the plan was for him to hit free agency. Nick Caserio all but said that when he was on Payne and Pendergast show last week. He all but said basically part of the plan was, or the agreement was, we're going to push all this money. We're going to take a 3-year deal, turn it into a 1-year deal. We're going to give you a couple of extra $1 million, and then all of a sudden on the back end of it, we're going to let you test the sign before you're going to hit the market, see what the value is. None of that screams to me that Steph Diggs is going to give a team-friendly deal. Steph's going to go he wanted one more time to hit the market. Now, unfortunately, he got hurt, so it's not going to be as easy. Well, yes, it's not going to be the lick, and it's not going to be as easy as he thought it was going to be. But nonetheless, I say all that to say, if it's the right number, hey, I'm all in on Steph Diggs. But I believe at the wide receiver position, there are options, a lot of options right now in free agency for good threes or so-so twos in the wide receiver market. And you don't I don't think you have to pay anywhere near what you're going to have to pay Stephon Diggs coming off of a knee injury, and the year before that basically getting shown the door in Buffalo. So I think there are other options that are less expensive, and I do believe this. I think this is a position where if I'm the Texans, I would strongly consider using one of my top 2 draft picks to go get a wide receiver.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at with that. There's a lot of options at that 2/ really good 3 wide receiver veteran, and then use a draft pick, and now you got guys that are competing. And if that draft pick hits, then you got a guy that could be a 2, and whoever you paid a little bit of money to could be the 3, and you got a really good situation with Tank Dell coming back at some point. Now you are absolutely loaded at the wide receiver position. I don't know that I overspend or make it a priority to overspend for Steph Diggs for any reason.
Yeah, he is still a good player, and you can see, and I get what Marcus is talking about, Clint. You can see how his skill set and what he can do can fit with what the Texans may need on the other side of Nico Collins. But he is 31 coming off of a ACL that he played 8 games in, coming to you. And that, to me, is just not priority.
Let me ask you, it sounds good coming from Spears. I get it. He watches a lot of film, and that whole crew does a lot of work behind the scenes, a lot of due diligence. But let me ask y'all, I'll ask all y'all, anybody out there, did Steph Diggs do anything last year when he was healthy where you were like, that's a difference maker? That's why you go pay $22 million to Steph Diggs. Did Steph Diggs do anything at any point last year, even remotely close to some of the stuff that you see Nico do, and you're like, damn, Nico, how'd you come back and get that ball? Damn, Nico, how'd you get open? Damn, Nico, how you so hard? How you so difficult to get on the ground? How you breaking so many tackles? Did Steph Diggs do anything in the time that he was healthy that put you in that position?
Yeah, I didn't I didn't feel like there was any moments where I remember, I agree. Man, that was a game changer, right? You could even see when the injury happened to Nico, it did didn't all of a sudden turn into that one that needed to be. Now some will blame the scheme.
Sure, that's fine.
And blame other things.
Sure, blame the scheme. Buffalo, had their foot in the middle of his back on the way out the door too. I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine.
Whatever. Anybody else's fingers hurt?
Yeah. It's just the reality of the situation.
Yeah, well, Hal. Yep. You're right. You've just earned extra duty as well, Stephon Diggs.
Now your back's going to hurt because you just pulled landscaping duty.
Sure did, Stephon Diggs, didn't you? Another one from Napoleon, or a.k.a. Hal. He just went, oh, boy, the stuff he's going to be saying to Tyreek Hill.
Beware of Bobby.
God, boy, when Bobby gets out there to Tua, that's what we're going to hear. That's what we're going to hear when old Hal gets out there. What did you say, Tua?
You could trouble me for a warm glass of shut the hell up.
You just have a little nice warm glass, huh? Coming up, we're headed to West Palm Beach. Sean Pendergast will join us. We'll get all the latest from Astros camp coming up next.
It's taquerias around us.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Nick Caserio constantly preaching, make the smart play, not the sexy play. He didn't have to allude to that when he was asked about how he saw CJ grow last year, but that's where he goes. That gives me hope that Nick Caley and D'Amico and CJ and everybody in the building, at some point, they're going to buy into that approach, and we're going to see more of what we saw the first year than him getting the hell beat out of him.
That approach seemed to work.
Ride home with Clint and
Think with True Green. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard, so your lawn can look like a fairway. Right now, you can sign up and get one free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, True Green will come back to make it right. Don't wait. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a free application and let the pros handle your lawn while you enjoy the results. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Well, Sean, you done stepped off in it. Come on, Sean. Gosh damn it, man.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive, and we head out to West Palm. Line is a man this audience knows very, very well. You can catch him every morning, 6 to 10 a.m., Payne and Pendergast. Sean Pendergast, who is live out there, and I am certain enjoying a good time out there. I believe you have, as Clint said, probably found him a local spot.
A little watering hole.
And to enjoy things, and we appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, what's going on, fellas? I actually have not found a local spot yet, but we went and bought some supplies last night. So for now, our Airbnb is the local spot, but we're about to venture out shortly. So there will be. I mean, it's Monday. You know what I mean? Like I got to pace myself a little bit.
Hey, Pendergast, I saw your video. By the way, if anybody's wondering the digs where these boys are staying out in West Palm Beach, you might want to go to Payne and Pendergast. Go to not Payne and Pendergast, but go to Sean Pendergast social media and check out the video. But Ron noticed that there's a lazy boy. There's a recliner in there. And look, here's the deal. I told him my best experience with the lazy boys after a super early morning duck hunt, getting back, having a little breakfast, and then just bellying up on one of those for a long nap. Have you bellied up in the lazy boy?
Oh, yet? Dude! As soon as we got here last night, we went to the grocery store. We came back, and and when you come to these places nowadays, you got to figure out how to work the TV. Like somebody's got to volunteer their YouTube TV account or Direct TV or whatever. Sure. So Parker threw his YouTube TV account in there, and we just started flipping channels, and it was something about OJ, so we're like, we'll stop here. This looks good. So we got in the lazy boy, and we just watched some OJ show on Court TV, and dude, the couch they have here is incredible. It's a 4-seater with recliners. It's a 4-seater couch with recliner base. Yeah. Dude, with drink holders, it's incredible. Like I don't know, man. Like maybe like rainouts all week. You know what I'm saying? Like, just it's, I'll cry and act like, but man, it's a nice couch. But I was a little sad that we got rained out today. I'm looking forward to getting over to the ballpark tomorrow.
Well, yes, it is, as you are there, and it did rain out a bit today, but there's still some things happening before, kind of things that we've been hearing today a little bit with Lance and others. What are you hearing around there, if anything, about kind of the big story we were talking about it Saturday up at Home Run Dugout? This them bringing up trade talks potentially again with Nolan Arenado. What's the latest, if any, that you're hearing about that? How real is that, do you believe?
I don't know. Like I think Chandler Rome's pretty good at reporting this stuff, and he kind of poured a lot of cold water on it. But I think over the weekend he did. But I think at some point here, like it just comes down to how motivated the sides are, right? I mean, like the Cardinals don't feel like paying him. Arenado doesn't seem to want to play on a bad baseball team, but he's running out of good baseball teams to go to. So I know he's shut down the Astros a couple times, but not permanently. So Spillane is the one who's seen over in the clubhouse this morning, like over there. Like Seth and I are doing the show while he's over there getting audio. They do open clubhouse at like 8 a.m. here. So he's the one over there, and his vibe on it is he seems like way down on it happening. So I kind of hope it does. It'd be fun. It would add a little sizzle. Certainly if it happened this week, it'd be a whole lot of fun. But he's, they they've got some big gaps in their lineup right now. They seem like right now, guys, like going after Arenado, and then they're like, well, just screw it. We'll slide Paredes to second, and we'll put Altuve in left field. They feel like that team is just trying to get their 5 best offensive linemen on the field, and they don't care what position it is. Like, we just need as many good hitters as we can, and we really don't care how good they are at defense.
Well, we're damn sure familiar with that other sport doing it, ain't we?
Yeah.
Hey, what just in general, Sean? I know with the game being rained out today, obviously you didn't get to see any action, but just generally speaking, big picture with the Astros, what are the 2 or 3 biggest things that you're things that you're most excited about being able to lay your eyes on out there in person?
Definitely hoping and praying we get to see Altuve play left field in a game for sure. And that could happen Wednesday. Spo doesn't seem to think it's going to happen on Thursday because that's a road game. God forbid you travel to a game to go play left field. And then we're going to be here Friday too, but we'll be done on the air, obviously. I hope we get to see that. The thing that's most exciting to me, guys, about this camp versus 2 years ago when we were here, like 2 years ago when we were here, they had just won the World Series and they had signed Jose Abreu, and it was a very veteran-laden, virtually no spots for any young guys. This is a team now where, I mean, a lot of the spots are locked up, obviously. There's certainly a division contender. I don't know how big a World Series contender they are. But I am way more interested in some of the young guys in camp because I think there's a good chance 2 or 3 of them could be on the team when they break camp at the end of March. So that's the part me, like guys like Bryce Matthews and Cam Smith and, some of the young pitchers like Gusto and Gordon who pitched over the weekend. I think that's the part that's really fun for me. And then obviously the new guys, Paredes and Christian Walker. It's a really, really intriguing spring training for sure.
And Sean Pendergast with us live in West Palm Beach on the drive. Sean, I understand it'll be fun to watch some of those guys. I still have some thoughts about some of the older ones, and in particular, one who talked today, and I'm certain you talked to Adam a little bit about the vibes he got there, and that's Lance McCullers.
Bury me in the H.
And I don't know how important he will be to this team because you just can never understand when you talk about a guy who hasn't played, which feels like 3 seasons now. Yep. But what's the feel and the vibe coming from Lance right now? And do you get the sense like this is the most confident that the club has been about him actually pitching?
Probably. I mean, he's getting ready to pitch BP. Like they're starting the last couple of years where it's been Lance maybe coming back. It's felt like maybe the whole time. Like this is the first time where they've really started to kind of put some milestones together. I think there's a lot more positivity around this comeback than the last couple in terms of just this actually turning into him coming back and pitching for the team. The thing that excites me about the McCullers' potential comeback is that whatever the expectations are for this team, I don't feel like he's baked into any of them. You know what I mean? Like I feel like Fangraphs thinks it's going to be a 3-team dead heat. I don't think they factor McCullers in. I don't think Vegas has factored McCullers in. The one thing that we know about Lance is when he does pitch, he pitches really well. I know he's been injured for probably the majority of his career at that, but he's probably been more injured than not since he came up in 2015 or 16 or whatever it is. Like he's missed multiple full seasons as a Houston Astro, but when he does pitch, he's excellent. So that's the part that excites me is like, okay, if now if you get Lance, and I'm sure the text page is going to blow up about what an idiot I am. Every time I mention Lance, people shut me down, but I choose to be positive about this. Guys, I'm easily sold to. You know what I mean? Like, hey, live bullpen? Hell yeah, he's finishing 3rd for the Cy Young this year. Let's go.
Hey, Sean, we had talked to Will Kunkel in this year when he was down there the first week. Fox 26, Will Kunkel, and we actually had him on. I think last year maybe when he was down there. Anyway, my point being is just I remember him watching a couple of I think it was Hunter Brown and maybe a couple other guys in a live bullpen and just talking about how being there in person, just the ball coming off their hand, being right on top of them, just the wow factor, if you will. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not there, but one thing that I would like to see is Cam Smith. You mentioned him a little earlier. You talked about the prospects. I did not realize. I guess I just didn't take the time to look at his size, his measurables. 6'3", 225 is an absolute horse on the diamond. I mean, that is like I'm anxious to see, Sean, just like your thoughts on him. You know, some guys you see at 6'3", 225, you're like, that dude looks significantly better or bigger, or he's just long and lanky. I'm anxious to hear just kind of what he looks like in person, stature-wise.
Well, I will let you know when I lay eyes on him later this week, because I will be back on the drive for sure. But I can tell you this right now. He looks like he's chiseled. He's like a statue, Cam Smith. And what we need to have happen is for him and the new version of Jonathan Singleton to get into a fight to the death, like the Mountain and the Hound in Game of Thrones. Because have you guys seen these pictures of Singleton?
What's John Singleton looking like? I saw the back. I saw the back of him at the plate. Is he?
He's yoked. He's yoked. Dude, go look it up.
Let me see this.
He's yoked.
You're lying.
No, I'm not, dude. We spent 2 segments on it today's show. He's yoked.
Come on, Sean.
I wanted to get John going. Let me look him up. Yoked?
Look him up right now.
Let me look him up.
Hey, I mean, here's the deal. I mean, he clearly, I heard, and I think his wife maybe even tweeted about it. I mean, he wasn't real thrilled with the signing of Christian Walker. So I imagine he had a little motivation to get out there and get right.
Well, let's calm down.
Okay, I mean, what? He seriously what? I mean, it looks obviously not what I wanted, but it's a business. I got to just play ball. Motivation.
He does look big. Looks like Dwayne Johnson in Payne and Gain. Yeah, he does look.
Yes. Yeah, I'm telling you. Now, here's the thing, and I love Jonathan Singleton, but he can't get upset about the team going and signing an all-star at first base when he was the one playing first base last year. He wasn't good. He had his moments, but he wasn't good. So I hope he makes the team. He can be the next left-handed bat off the bench. You know, give a day off to Christian Walker, whatever the case may be. But it's funny. My first thought with Jonathan Singleton, when I heard about this regimen he's on, he's cut out all his carbs. He's heavy on protein. He's lifting. You know what I mean? And I'm like, my first thought was, man, I wish you were that way, like in 2015. You know, like it's like.
I need to see more. I need to see more photos. You know? I need to see more photos. I just got one. I need Sean. You need to send me some photos. If you
y'all are, well, I haven't been there yet. That's the thing, guys. We got rained out today. I mean, I walked to the grocery store. That's all I've done so far. So I'm just giving you what I'm hearing and seeing on the internet and from Spo. But I'm telling you right now, this Singleton thing is real, at least in terms of the new bodybuilder physique that he has.
No, he is going to really pimp these singles.
No question.
He is going. I mean, the bat flips on these. Great. Oh, I cannot wait to see him. I want to see him. I want to see that.
Oh, dude, the bat flips with this new physique are going to be epic.
Oh my God, he's gonna hit that. I mean, the bench. That thing's gonna fly all the way into the steps right there.
Yes.
All right, Sean, we appreciate you some more this week. Enjoy yourself. Go find a local spot, man.
I'll check in with you guys when I do. I miss you guys. It was 2 weeks ago. We were all doing this together. I miss you guys.
That's right. All right, that's Sean Pendergast. We miss you too. That's Sean Pendergast, and Tyler's mouthing. He misses you too. John, that's Sean Pendergast, who is live West Palm Beach. I am really intrigued to see John now. I saw him at the plate in the game. I didn't notice it. I didn't notice him. I only saw him from the back. So we'll see. All right, 5 o'clock fire coming up next. We'll go over what we saw from the Rockets as they played two games, mixed bag there. We'll discuss that and some draft news from certain players out there. And the Green Bay Packers finally stepped up and were the big men to be able to make the complaint that I think the rest of the league wants to complain about. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. Coors Light, baby. It's been keeping
All states, rates do vary.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
You can't put deodorant on funk.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the show, as well as Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, as the latest. And the latest is one. It's going out of my hair now. It is completely. Man. You still see some?
Absolutely.
Really?
Almost every one of them that was blonde, it's just a gold shimmer. Just a gold shimmer in the top.
I thought he cut it out. Yeah,
the crazy thing, it's far enough away from like your forehead to where it's almost like the same brown that's in your skin tone.
Looks like you got gold dusted.
I don't know how you don't keep that, man. It is tremendous. I mean, and with those glasses, those turtle shell glasses, I mean, that's good. That's good. Tortoise shell, turtle shell.
Going for the clear ones next.
Glasses? I'm gonna tell you, my eyes are getting worse by the minute. I got to do something.
Oh, you think so?
No, I know so. I got to do something. I can't even read my phone.
Can you imagine Clint in glasses?
Not even for half a second.
But I also feel like Clint.
I think he could work it though.
Yeah, he could work it. I also think Clint would have a hard time putting contacts.
Yes, I would have a very difficult time with it.
I feel like Clint would have a hard time because I can't.
LASIK would have to be
he's thinking about doing that, and I'm scared to do it.
That freaks me out.
There's another deal right there, folks. LASIK right there. That is the one product I've consistently been proposed to do. Hey, you want to do LASIK? No, I'm out.
Scary, man.
Clint's your guy. Clint's your guy to bang out LASIK right there. All right, the latest is the Rockets. The Rockets, they started back over the weekend, mixed bag. They won the first matchup Friday at home. They took out and that was a big one. The Wolves were in the 7th spot, 2 games behind them. They were able to win that game 121-115. Jalen Green was great in that game. But then they had a back-to-back to Utah, one of the worst teams in the NBA, and they lose that game and blow a second-half lead. They lose that 124-115. So they're 1-1 since the break. And I think right now what is happening is that is what we've started to see from game to game, sometimes half to half, Clint, here of late is there has been a real, you said it earlier, Jekyll and Hyde type of a feel. Really inconsistent to me has been the number one thing of note with this Rockets team, and I'd say the last month now, especially since Fred VanVleet has been out.
Yeah, look, Ron, I mean, you got a young team that's got pieces in and out because of injury, pieces in and out of every game, and when they're back to back, you have no Fred VanVleet, you have no Tari Eason. You're obviously cutting minutes of other guys that played an extended period of time the night before. And so there's just so many moving parts, so many different pieces, along with no top-end superstar that any given night can go get it. I said it before, man. We talked about it multiple times. Like with this team, they just they've got to have everybody available, or there's a potential of the wheels coming off. Like I mean, Tari Eason, right? You get Jabari Smith back, and and I don't know if it's the All-Star break and the rest and the fresh legs or Jabari Smith, but the team was lights out. Now you also had Tari Eason. The next night, Tari Eason's out. It's painful that Fred VanVleet is not in the game, and you're seeing the results of these important pieces missing, right? I'm with you. I thought early on that they would have been able to weather the storm of certain guys being out, or maybe just the team not being whole. But the reality of it is it doesn't have to be Fred VanVleet. It doesn't have to be Alperen Sengun. It does it's just any one or two of the main 8 guys that rotate through there. Any of those guys missing, this team feels it worse than most teams. And to your point, Fred VanVleet seems to be the guy that can just steady the waters and calm the court at any moment in time. And without him, you just don't have that. And so you obviously, and as fans, we can obviously see them missing him. But again, I'll go back to the point of, they obviously watched for an extended period of time how they missed Jabari Smith. And the 2 games that we've watched since the All-Star break, like Fred VanVleet obviously missing, but Tari Eason wasn't there. And you saw how that hurt this team in the rotation in the second game. So, man, it's crazy how this team is just, when they're whole, they got a real chance. When they're not, there ain't no telling what team shows up out there.
Yeah, I think Fred is starting
fair.
One of the more important pieces. And, I mean, it's not like we haven't talked about it. I mean, you've said that as well, and when we've talked about it in the past of, like, yeah, you can just – it feels different when he is on the floor just managing things. It feels differently. Yeah. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Udoka's been more and more expressive of it. We just aren't playing to where we need to play. We're not playing to the fabric of what this team is built on, and they're not doing it. And I think you can kind of connect a lot of that with Fred VanVleet not being there. And I'm just surprised that this group couldn't be consistent enough to have a game against the Timberwolves where, with whoever the guards are, whoever the guys that you're running offense through, which is usually Green, Şengün, I am just surprised that it's so up and down, and that they would get into a game, even if a back-to-back, they would get into a game against the Utah Jazz, one of the worst teams in the league, and you see that up and down, that just inability to run offense, just firing threes like they're a good three. They should not. The Rockets shouldn't be getting close to 50 threes against anybody. Damn sure in a game against they just beat Minnesota, a playoff level team, shooting 26 threes, and then you turn around and shoot 48, right? Against is something where you can really see them missing their point guard.
The interesting thing too, Ron, is with a young team like this that is again without that superstar, it's less about the ceiling when they're whole and more about the floor when they're missing somebody, right? That floor just has the potential to sink. To your point, what'd you say earlier? Utah's got 13 or 14 wins this year. Like that was a bad basketball team that took you to task. I mean that floor just has the potential with this team for some reason or another to drop big time in any given moment. Obviously, that's not going to fare well in a 7-game series or any kind of playoff series if you do end up getting there. So hopefully they can get that figured out, man.
Let's go, Rockets.
5 o'clock fire.
Well, I sure hope Maldy's playing baseball somewhere this year. Or maybe he's got the coaching. All right, the Combine is coming up. That'll be the next big thing on the NFL calendar. And, Clint, we've already seen a couple of folks. Abdul Carter, who was thought to be potentially the number 1 pick out of Penn State, is not going to work out.
Yeah.
And Ashton Genty, the top running back's not going to work out. And Shedeur Sanders is choosing not to work out. It seems like this is being more and more of a popular thing.
Yep.
And it used to be just quarterbacks. Now we're seeing all of these, like all guys, anybody up at the top. You think this is a potential mistake by any of these guys not participating at the Combine? Because to me, Shedeur is odd. He is, to me, right now, behind what a man any of these situations would improve his chances.
Well, I think it's hard to, backslide if you don't show up to the Combine. All you can do is stay the same or, improve your stock because somebody else doesn't perform well or they find, that they don't meet well, something, right? I am curious because Shedeur Sanders and Deion, I would have bet if somebody walked up and randomly said, "Hey, man, you think Prime and Shedeur throw at the Combine?" I said, "I'll bet a house note they do."
You'd have thought they did.
The mindset of you roll a ball out, I'll play anybody, anywhere, anytime is the vibe that I get from Shedeur Sanders and Deion Sanders and what he's created in Colorado. to bypass the opportunity to go out there and do what you love and what you do 2 or 3 times a week with a trainer, I would think that Shedeur Sanders would be a guy that would be chomping at the bit to get out there and throw. Now, I wonder, because there's a lot of opinions out there right now. And I know I've seen a couple of different guys that I think are well-respected draft gurus and quarterback analysts. I've seen 2 different guys now have the opinion that Cam Ward is separating from Shedeur Sanders. And there's some conversation about Shedeur Sanders is in a normal year with your normal quarterback talent would be a late first, early second round draft pick. Now, I don't know how much I believe that prize about Shedeur Sanders, to be completely honest with you. It would shock me about Cam Ward given the his strengths and kind of the way he spins it around. But the reality of it is I wonder how much of this, of Shedeur Sanders announcing that he's not going to throw at the combine, I wonder how much of that is because of the negative reports or the negative analysis that he's receiving of late. And it's like, you know what, we're better off not throwing and letting it ride.
I think it's certainly calculated for some particular reason.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised. Generally Caleb Williams, you're like, all right, man, he'll throw.
Right,
he ain't gonna. I mean, he won't throw. He's the number 1 overall pick. Everybody knows it. He don't need to throw. All he does is hurt himself. Why not just say, hey, man, I'm gonna grab my guys at my pro day and where I'm comfortable and where I'm in more control, and I'll throw it there, which I think a lot of guys are starting to do more. I do think when you are the one coming from behind, when you are the second one, that's a way you can improve yourself. You can be seen. But honestly, the way it's going, it almost feels like the meeting with the teams are bigger than the throwing.
No question.
And as long as he's going to do that, that's what it's really. Throw all of your concentration in the those sit down meetings at the combine that you're going to have with the team, and the interview and the presser you're going to have. Those seem to be bigger for top guys anyway.
No question about it, Ron. There's zero doubt about it. And it's because I still struggle with the way the game's changing, right, as it pertains to evaluating quarterbacks. Like, typically, you look at these 2 quarterbacks. I would say Cam Ward, you do not throw. Like, just based off your mechanics, based off the way that the film you have, based off the resume that you have, I think based off of the offenses that you've been in, like, I wouldn't risk going out there and having to throw the ball with your feet, anticipate, layer the football across the field, and get picked apart. Like, if I'm Cam Ward, I wouldn't do that, right? But Shedeur Sanders is a guy that's his strong suit, right? So Shedeur's a guy that I would say, let's go do it, right? The old school 3-step, 5-step, 7-step drops, throwing the dig in the hole and laying it over the linebacker and underneath the safety, laying the 5-step speed cut out right on the sideline, get it up early with a little bit of air and layer it on the sideline. Like, those are all things that Shedeur Sanders, one, I know has been coached to do since he was young. And because I think Jeff Blake was his quarterback coach coming up with Prime, and he's old school pro style. And 2, I know his from a mechanic standpoint, that would be that would be a way to showcase Shedeur Sanders, like his mechanics and his technique and his ability. And so but none of that matters in NFL anymore, right? No critical guy's ability to layer the dig route or to lay the speed cut out right on the sideline. Like, I watch it and I'm like, I watch Will Levis and I was like, this is trash. Like, this guy can't layer it. He can't anticipate. He can't, like, there's zero, like, anticipation with accuracy. But nobody cares. You still get drafted in the first round.
He can't play.
It doesn't matter. So
that's why for him it's what kind of dude are we getting?
Yeah,
I think that's going to be the bigger thing for him.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this reports out the Green Bay Packers are the team that submitted a proposal to the NFL Competition Committee to ban the tush push, which is made famous by Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles.
What's up, Bird Gang?
There you go. And we've seen other teams do it. I think Mark Andrews has been the guy doing it with the Ravens, and we've seen other teams attempt it. Do you think this thing needs to be taken out of the game?
Hell no. No, you can't. I mean, these teams are built. Their quarterbacks, most importantly, are built to do this better than the Peyton Manning built quarterbacks. These teams have worked tirelessly to get this down, get it done the right way. It's an advantage that these bigger bodied quarterbacks have. It's like you can't look at something and go, boy, this is unstoppable, so let's just take it out of the game. You don't do it with any other style of quarterback. You don't do it with any other plays or any other schemes in football. I think it would be bad. To Ron, real quick, to put some numbers to your the push sneaks in general since 2022. The Bills and the Eagles, the two big-bodied quarterbacks, 163 attempts. The rest of the NFL, 153 attempts. So 2 teams versus 30 teams. They've done more. 87% conversion for the Bills and the Eagles, 71% conversion for the rest of the NFL. 38 touchdowns for the Bills and the Eagles, 14 touchdowns for the rest of the NFL. So the Bills and the Eagles are definitely the best 2 teams about it. I don't think there's any coincidence that their quarterbacks are either the strongest guy on the planet in Jalen Hurts or a 250, 260-pound quarterback in Josh Allen. No, I don't. I think they should leave it alone.
Tyler, you think they should change it?
No. Adapt or die.
I think
figure it out for your own self.
Yeah, I think there's no figuring it out. I think the one part that I think needs to be looked at to me is the part where you can line up your running back or your tight ends or whoever it is behind them, and they are shoving the quarterback forward themselves. To me, that's the part where I just I think is where you got no shot. Is they're coming right off the ball and they are getting behind the quarterback and pushing them forward through. Yeah, at that point, I just think you got no chance. To me, that's the only part that I look at it, because the only chance you got is, I guess, if you're defenders and you're standing up. That's the part is Jalen's a problem and Josh's a problem on its own. It's nothing that can be done about it with whoever their tight end and Saquon Barkley and another. I've seen the Bills bring in another offensive lineman or D lineman and line him up back there. I've seen them bring in Ed Oliver and line him up back there and shove him forward. That part to me is the part that is shaky to me.
Well, the pushback is obviously going to be right. Then just stay out of 3rd and 2. I mean, that they stay out of 3rd and short, or that's going to be the overall football response is stay out of it.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Because I understand. I agree with you that it's unstoppable, but it's like if it's that big of a problem, I need to see more than 2 teams that are just absolutely great at it. Like if it's that easy to execute, to the point where where people want to outlaw it because it's too much of an advantage, then I need to see the other 30 teams have such level of success doing it as well.
I just, like, for me, and I know it, but the NFL, and it drives me nuts every week, the officials will allow the progress to be stopped. They will, on regular plays, they will allow it. It swear to God, it seems like they're going to allow it until the offense gets a first down. They will allow 6-7 guys to come push a runner forward. That to me is, you're not the runner's no longer doing this himself. It is that's my part, because many times they may stop Jalen and them initially, but what gets them over the top is they got 2 big ass dudes behind them shoving them in the back to do it. And that's my part.
Got a big ass.
Yeah, they are. Thank you. That's Roger Clemens has a big ass, is what Caserio had to say. All right, Clint's going to really help us understand something the Texans are doing. We'll discuss that next.
Hey, y'all, look, when you're
action in town for your chance to win.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Can't pull what off?
Because Mahomes is.
Might want to turn that mic on.
Try it again. Show just mad because Dad bod Mahomes can't pull it off. Ron just mad because Mahomes is not good at the tush push.
Oh.
That is awesome.
Sounds like a fan of a team that just got their butts whooped by the Eagles. Listen, I'm going to tell you this very clearly. One,
hold on, so
it had nothing to do with a tush push of why the Chiefs lost and got their ass kicked.
They actually stopped it once, didn't they?
No, they didn't. But
the controversial spot, wasn't it?
No, they stopped Josh.
Oh, that's right. It was Josh.
They stopped the Bills a couple of times, but they stopped the Bills. The Bills weren't on a couple of those. They weren't pushing. They didn't have the guy behind them, the two guys behind them pushing. A couple of them. No, listen. First off, the Chiefs have been to the Super Bowl 3 straight years. I think they've been fine. And won 2 of them. So I think the Chiefs have been all right. I legit have an issue with the forward progress, and I mean the wide interpretation of when that ends. And then forward progress on somebody that is no longer moving, that we then just say, hey, man, these 2 guys just keep running them through. Keep pushing them through. And watch the Ravens. And other teams, I think, should do this if you don't feel confident your quarterback can. The Ravens with Mark Andrews. Right, like, and hell, and I said, hell, let if he can take the snap, let Joe Mixon go up there and take that thing, and then
know where you're fixing to go.
I wasn't going to $12 million.
I love Joe Mixon.
I'd have gone to Cage Stover before I did that. If he could do it, let Joe Mixon take the snap and let Tim Settle or somebody come behind him and shove him forward. That's just the only part of it to me is just catapulting another player to just run through there.
CJ got a big lower half. He ought to be able to get in that squat rack, move some weight around, and then be an advantage.
Got a big ass.
And then it changes the game when you say, hey, Daniil Hunter and Foley Fatukasi, come back behind him, and you just keep pushing his ass until they blow the whistle.
That's it, baby.
Just need it.
That's it.
Hard. Like I've watched the Eagles. I mean, they will get 4 or 5 yards deep. Just off the pushing of it. That's the part for me. Yeah, it had nothing to do with the Chiefs. Whatever. Someone said no one is tripping. No, teams are tripping. There have been teams for a couple of years now who have talked about trying to find a way to potentially get that thing changed. But we'll see. We'll see if they're successful. I'm with you. I don't think they'll completely take it away if they do anything to it. All right, Clint, what does it mean to you? Explain and help the people kind of understand. We've got to understand that now making wholesale changes on the offensive coaching staff. In fact, really, they're just adding 2 new guys. All right, and they're adding the new OC, Nick Caley, and then Jerry Skoplinski, the new offensive assistant passing game specialist. He comes from the Rams. Before that, he was with the Patriots. For you, what does this mean overall, whether it be for the future and how the scheme will look moving forward, what it means overall? What does this mean, how they handle the offensive coaching staff?
Yeah, I got 2 things for you out of the gate. One, Bobby Slowick, they feel like Bobby Slowick was the damn problem, clearly. Number 2, anybody that tries to sell you that Nick Caserio isn't building this offense his way, it is going to look plumb silly trying to tell you that. This is Nick Caserio, and this is Nick Caserio's guys. How silly would it be for D'Amico Ryans to go out and hire 3 different dudes that all were in the same building with Nick Caserio, and all have spent the majority of their NFL coaching careers in New England with Nick Caserio, how silly would it be for D'Amico Ryans to be
two of them John Carroll guys?
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's just like to think that this isn't a Nick Caserio-driven move here on the offensive side of the football is silly. So Bobby Sloak was the problem. Nick Caserio's driving the boat at this point in time on the offensive side of the football. Now, let's get to football, and there's two things here, right? The guys they hired and they plugged in, there's two things that they can accomplish that I think is unique to this particular group of guys being hired. One, because they've all spent time in either Bobby Slowick's system last year, Cole Popovich, the new offensive line coach, or they come out of the Rams organization for the last couple of years, Sean McVay, which is Nick Caley and Jerry Skoplinski, right? Both of those guys, in other words, they learned the language that the Houston Texans football players, the team, the offense already is speaking and has been speaking for 2 years now. The guys, when you pick them, when you pluck them out of those two organizations, whether it's, again, retaining Cole Popovich or it's bringing your OC and another coach from the Rams, what you do is you keep the same language, because Sean McVay, Bobby Slowick, Shanahan, all these guys are speaking the same language. There may be slight differences, but they're all speaking the same language, right? So you're plugging in new decision makers, new play callers, new designers, but they all speak the same language that your players speak. And then the end game is for this offense to use the same language, but look what Tom Brady and the New England Patriots did.
So you're talking
back
about
in the day.
A flat mix, like a mix of these two systems, which I guess one's a game plan system, and then obviously the traditional.
I think the end game is to be a game plan offense using the terminology of Bobby Slowick, Shanahan, McVay, that all these guys already know. That way you ease the transition in terms of not having to teach your players a new language, but you then have the flexibility because your coaches know what was going on in New England. Now using this language, they can do New England Patriots things. Offensive Brady, offense-like things. So I think those are the two important pieces here. The language stays the same, and the end game is they look like the New England Patriots Tom Brady offense.
All right, Clint, I want to get this from you on the other side. With these changes, or, hey, maybe it's a lot of changes, or maybe the lack of very many changes, but what they're doing, what they've decided to do with this offensive staff, after you've just explained it, do you think this is a good thing? Do you think this is something that makes you feel better about what this offense will be able to do in terms of improvement from last year? I want to get your thoughts on that on the other side. That's next.
In the Loop.
Which Houston team?
Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive, and I do want to bring that back up. We were talking about Clint, because I am intrigued because you laid it out, and we'll help folks who missed that earlier. We'll relay that out for you real quick. Coming up behind us, the fellas will take over. As we'll get a little Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and they'll talk about the biggest stories coming up at the Combine. After that, Area 45 is rolling tonight, so stay tuned for that. And we'll get to T-Mill's best bets here in just a bit. But I do want to get from you if you think this is something that's making you feel better about seeing the necessary improvements from last year to kind of look at this. The first thing for you is kind of where we're going off of this coaching staff that they have decided to employ. It's really just 2 new faces, and the rest stays the same. One, it feels like this was a Bobby Slowick problem in their eyes last year. Second, the language of the offense stays the same. We have so many guys that were all there last year. The end game is the Brady Patriots offense is where they'll try to get to, and that Nick Caserio, in your minds, is involved in building it this way. So that would be the latest. That would be how you view how they're handling the coaching staff. With that being said, Clint, do you feel good about this team improving from last year offensively? Does this make you feel good the way they're going about it?
Yeah. Look, I've obviously would prefer they hire a guy that's got pelts on the wall and hand the reins over to him and get the hell out of the way. Nick and D'Amico both. That's what I would prefer. Now, obviously, maybe that guy wasn't available. Maybe they weren't interested in that route. So you look now. What is the fear of changing coordinators? Generally speaking, is you change languages, you start completely over from the ground up, which is a tremendous setback if you have to indeed do that. This way, the way they have built this thing, this coaching staff, they have, in theory, they have put this team in a position where the players don't have to learn anything new. All they got to do is go into training camp, and everything's still the same as it was from a terminology and a language standpoint. But the plays are just going to be built different and called different. So you
think this is a deal that more Nick Caley is going to have to learn the language and the plays?
No. I think the smart part of bringing Nick Caley in is Nick Caley already knows the language because he's been in L.A. with the Rams in McVay's system for 2 years, so he knows the language. He's not nobody's having to. That's my overall point. Hiring these guys and retaining these particular coaches allows you to install the New England Patriot offense without having to change the language, because the guys that you either retained, Cole Popovich, the offensive line coach, he knows the same terminology the players in Houston already know. And you look at McVay and what's my man's name?
Oh, Nick
Jerry.
Jerry Skoplinski.
Skoplinski. There you go. They've been in McVay's system, so they know the language is the same in Shanahan and LaFleur's and all these guys in McDaniels. Like it's all not exactly the same, but it's all the same language, right? With just a couple of tweaks here or there. So nobody has to learn a new language. And the guys that you have on the offensive side of the football, all of them that are new, and some of them that you retained, all have the majority of their NFL coaching career was spent in New England. And so now those guys can take the terminology that everybody in the building knows and is different from New England, but they can transition it into what New England was doing offensively, apply the same principles using a different language. And so nobody's learning a new language, but the offense is going to shift to look more like what New England was doing. And yes, I think if you're going to go the route that they're going, instead of cleaning house and bringing in a whole new system, if you're going to try to have carryover with new decision makers, I think the way in which they've constructed this thing gives them a chance to take a step forward. Yes.
Okay. All right.
It's still a zero experience with Nick Caley. It's still hey man, we don't know really who C.J. Stroud is yet, right? There's still man, what are we going to do with the wide receiver position beyond Nico? What are you going to do with the tight end position with Dalton? What are you going to do with the offensive line? All of those problems still exist, but in just transitioning from one offense, how can you get the Texans offense to look more like the New England Patriots with Tom Brady? The way guys with a Brady background that have been in a similar system that you're in right now from a language perspective, so that there's no slowdown where people don't understand what the hell's going on.
So clearly they felt like this was an offense and a staff that was the right fit. They just felt like they needed to make the one major move. And that major move comes with the flexibility of moving towards more the Brady style of offense.
Without changing the language, yes. Yep. Like right now, I think Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud, they call like a 3-by-1 formation, with a slide protection a certain way and a certain combination outside. They call it the same thing right now. It was called something different in New England with Tom Brady, right? This coaching staff is going to take whatever it was called in New England back in the day, and they're going to put it in the language that the Texans are speaking right now. And it's up to the coaches to do that. You don't have to reteach. Sure, you may teach some new concepts and stuff, but you do that anyway. But you don't have to reteach this word means this. They know what the words mean already, right? I mean, every formation, every offense has the same formations, the same motions, the same protections. They just typically all call them something different. Nick Caley gives you the opportunity to change offenses and keep the same language. That's the kicker. That's the plus here. And I think it could end up being a huge plus for the Texans.
And that's how they view it.
Can it counter the fact that Nick Caley's never called offensive plays? We'll see.
All right. As some people roll in here, as someone said, text in, I'm a simple man, guys. What I hear is the Texans are blending two offensive systems, each of which have failed with the Texans on their own, but blending them is going to make things better. Is that about it? I don't get it other than the familiar lingo.
You make, well, that's all you need to get. That's all we know right now. You make really good points. Like those two offenses have, let's be honest.
One is with Bill O'Brien and Tim Kelly.
The Brady offense has worked with one guy, Brady, right? I mean, but yes, you are absolutely correct. You're blending two offenses. Yes, the history of those two offenses are Bill O'Brien and Bobby Slowick. Neither one of them were very impressive here. Neither one of them had any kind of staying power and consistently were good. It seems like they had both had great quarterbacks, but they had problems with the quarterbacks as well. And yes, the common ground is they speak the same language, so they're going to be able to make that transition without having to change the language they're speaking. Yes, very good text.
All right.
Spot on. You are exactly right.
You got it.
Doesn't guarantee a damn thing. You're still looking at the fact that you've got a play caller that's never called plays. That's still the elephant in the room. That's still the biggest question mark here.
Texans all access 45, but right now we're going to go ahead and try to make you all a little cash, a little money with T-Mill's best bets. Coming off the weekend, you gave us 5. You did all right. You were above 500 in that 5, but let's see if we can make a little cash tonight.
Yes, sir. New week. Monday means a new slate of best bets. As always here lately, going to roll with NBA, and I got 5 more for you on a Monday night. Going to list them off. Hope your pens and pencils are ready.
Oh, no. Gonna list them off.
And if you miss any of these, you can always check my Twitter at @TMillRealDeal because I post them there as well. First off, Thunder in the first half against the Timberwolves tonight, -7 for OKC. I like that one. Next, I got the Wizards +3 against the Brooklyn Nets tonight. And I got an under for you. Blazers, they're traveling to Utah to take on the